In the city of Songlin, within the Lin family, Lin Jie lay upon a bed, moving his hand only to discover the excruciating reality of shattered bones. The bitter smile crept across his lips. Indeed, he had been reborn. Yet, how could it be that the indomitable emperor of all tribulations, who transcended the ages, had reincarnated into a body riddled with broken meridians and bones? Very well, he sighed. Though this vessel is utterly futile, with the wealth of experiences I have endured across the myriad realms, I shall inevitably reclaim my former zenith and ascend once more to the throne of the celestial emperors. A glimmer of fierce determination ignited in his gaze. The 12 imperial palaces of the heavens. You shall await my return. I am not dead as long as I persist. You shall never tread upon the path of supremacy. In the vast cosmos, 12 supreme emperors, once his cherished brothers, had conspired against him due to his enlightenment on the path to supremacy, uniting to ambush him in Thed, domain of Qianji, employing the most formidable of the 12 annihilation formations. You are truly merciless, he murmured. Yet, you shall never comprehend that this enlightenment has long been assimilated within me. You cannot seize it. On the brink of death, Lin Jie opened a gateway to the celestial realm, utilizing the unparalleled techniques of supreme enlightenment to project his consciousness into the myriad worlds. Although his essence was besieged by the combined might of the 12 emperors, he ultimately succeeded, allowing a fragment of his consciousness to descend into the mortaler. Eom, let him, the Emperor of Desolation, be reborn into this world. Mingguang the Great, Fuqin the Great, the 12 emperors of the heavens, I shall eventually ascend to the celestial domain and trample each of you beneath my feet. Lin Jie spoke coldly, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Lin Jie, have you become a fool, talking to yourself in solitude? Suddenly, a scrawny man clad in yellow entered the room, holding a steaming bowl of rice that exuded a fragrant aroma of chicken. Lin Jie, I've brought you your meal, the yellow-clad man said with a squinted smile. Lin Jie cast a dispassionate glance, his eyes shimmering with golden runes, and his expression turned extremely grim, revealing an overwhelming killing intent. You expect me to consume poisoned food? Lin Jie asked coldly. Do you wish for my demise? Upon hearing this, the yellow-clad man's expression shifted to one of shock, soon replaced by a sinister grin. You're not as foolish as I thought. Indeed, I have come here today to send you off. I have poisoned your meal. What will you do about it? After Lin Jie exposed his malicious intent, the yellow-clad man became even more arrogant. You worthless fool. You've had your dantian pierced by the young master, your meridians severed, yet you still put on airs. What purpose does a wretched dog like you serve in this world? The man in the yellow robe sneered repeatedly, his face a portrait of disdain. Today, whether you desire it or not, you shall consume this. With a swift motion, he seized Lin Jie's hair, gripping his head firmly, and forcefully poured the bowl of poisoned food into Lin Jie's mouth. You seek death. Lin Jie erupted in fury, emanating an aura of terrifying power that belied his youth. How dare these insignificant mortals from the lower realm attempt to poison him? Lin Jie's gaze sharpened, and within his eyes, an intricate array of mysterious divine patterns swirled. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, as if enveloped in a chilling frost. Crack. The man in yellow recoiled in horror, retreating several paces, the bowl slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. You. He locked eyes with Lin Jie, only to find an array of magnificent celestial phenomena reflected in Lin Jie's gaze. Mountains and seas, the vast cosmos, ancient battlefields, and rivers of blood. Gradually, an invisible and terrifying force began to tear at the man's body, blood splattering as his flesh threatened to disintegrate. Confronted with Lin Jie's oppressive might, the man felt the chilling breath of death upon him. Lin Jie, spare me. It was the eldest son, Lin Ju, who instigated this. If you seek vengeance, direct your wrath towards him. The man howled in desperation, kneeling and pleading for mercy. Lin Jie reclined on his bed, his expression impassive, save for a glimmer of ruthlessness in his eyes. As an emperor, how had he fallen to the plight of being poisoned by mere mortals? Boom! Suddenly, The man in the yellow attire erupted into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into nothingness. Even if I, Lin Jie, possess merely a fraction of my former might, I am not someone you mortals can deceive, he murmured to himself. After a brief moment, his consciousness stirred, and he began to merge with the memories of his original body moments later. Lin Jie shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh. What a tragic life this has been. The former owner of this body was named Lin Jie, whose name was only a single character apart from his own. Lin Jie was the second son of the Lin family, a dominant force in Songlin City, and he possessed commendable talent for cultivation. By the age of 18, he had reached the Hunyuan realm, stepping into the second stage of his cultivation journey. Alas, not long ago, Lin Jie's parents fell victim to a treacherous plot and met an untimely demise. Even his beloved grandfather, Lin Outyin, the head of the Lin family, met a mysterious ENDTO this day. The mourning rites for Lin Outyin are being held by the Lin family. Yet Lin Jie, as the legitimate grandson, is unable to pay his respects. This predicament originated from a family duel that took place yesterday. Everyone in the Lin family is aware that Lin Jie's parents perished at the hands of elder Lin Dangfeng, and the eldest son, Lin Ju. Lin Jie's parents merely uncovered the unspeakable secrets of Lin Ju and his father, yet they were falsely accused of poisoning and killing the family head, Lin Outyin, and subsequently exterminated by Lin Ju and his father. Consumed by rage after the murder of his parents, Lin Jie issued a challenge to Lin Ju, only to be met with humiliation as Lin Ju Pai RCD his Dantian with his sword, followed by another strike that severed his meridians. Subsequently, the crippled Lin Jie was returned to his chamber like a lifeless dog, devoid of any will to live, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. It was precisely after Lin Jie's demise that Lin Jie, reborn in this corporeal form, awakened with a resolute spirit. Since I have borrowed your body for my rebirth, I shall fulfill your unfulfilled wishes in life. This matter, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation, Lin Jie declared with conviction. With a firm resolve, Lin Jie's consciousness surged with endless fragments of memory, gradually revealing a formidable cultivation technique within his mind. The undying calamity body. This was one of the principal methods he practiced in his former life, possessing an extraordinary ability for physical recovery, a mystery that mere ALS could scarcely comprehend, forged only through the trials of calamity to achieve an indestructible form. In essence, the characteristic of this technique is that the greater the injuries sustained by the body, the more it can grow and advance. It requires enduring countless tribulation to gradually perfect the method. Thus, the current state of this body, with its shattered dantian and severed meridians, presents an opportune moment for him to exhibit his divine prowess. From destruction comes rebirth. Invincible under heaven. Lin Jie coldly recited a passage of incantation as boundless spells surged forth within his consciousness. Instantly, he radiated a brilliant golden light as golden essence began to flow from his dantian, nourishing his limbs, bones, and internal organs. This golden essence was a drop of imperial blood, a means of supreme enlightenment hidden within Lin Jie's spirit. Had it not been for this, even with the method of the undying calamity body, it would have been difficult to forge the foundational essence of the calamity body. After dozens of breaths, Lin Jie radiated with golden light, enveloped in a dragon's aura. His dantian began to coalesce anew, meridians reconnected, cultivation restored, and even gradually elevated. His physical form was now more formidable than ever. The essence of his being underwent a profound transformation. The path of the emperor begins today, Lin Jie sneered, rising abruptly, brimming with vigor and exuding an air of sovereign authority over the world. Lin Yu, we are here to collect the corpse of that useless Lin Jie. What is taking you so long? Is it really so difficult to eliminate a weakling? Just as Lin Jie was immersed in his tranquil cultivation, an impatient voice echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie shot a cold glance back, his eyes ablaze with a tempest of murderous intent. Chapter 002. A single strike to render useless. Bang. Lin Jie forcefully kicked open the door and stepped out of the room with an imposing demeanor, casting a cold glance at the two men clad in yellow in the distance. What did you just say? Whose corpse are you to collect? Lin Jie inquired in a chilling tone, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. In that instant, the air around them seemed to thicken, leaving the two men nearly breathless under Lin Jie's formidable pressure. The voices of the two men in yellow abruptly faltered, their expressions reflecting sheer terror as though they were gazing upon a deity or demon. Impossible. Lin Jie, you worthless fool. How could you possibly have recovered your cultivation so swiftly after being crippled by the young master just yesterday, and possess such formidable might? One of the yellow-clad men stammered, disbelief etched across his face. Humph. Lin Jie let out a disdainful snort. What right do mere mortals have to speculate about me? Insects like you dare to make noise before me? With a sweeping motion of his hand, a tyrannical gale erupted, transforming into invisible blades that sliced through the air, piercing the bodies of the two men and showering the surroundings with a torrential rain of blood. Ah, second young master, spare us. They both screamed in unison, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds, trembling uncontrollably. Killing you would merely soil my hands. Lead the way. I seek Lin Ju, Lin Jie declared coldly, his expression as frigid as ice. Such insignificant beings were beneath his contempt. If he were to kill, it would be Lin Ju he sought to eliminate. Thus, under the guidance of the two subordinates of Lin Ju, Lin Jie gradually made his way to the grand hall of the Lin family. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Lin residence was heavy and oppressive, as the family members donned mourning attire, gathered for the funeral of the late elder, Lin Outyin. In the grand hall of the Lin family, a large coffin lay horizontally at its center, surrounded by a multitude of Lin family cultivators kneeling on the ground. Lin Ju and his son had come to confront death. A cold voice echoed, instantly causing the cultivators within the hall to rise abruptly, turning their gazes toward the entrance, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Lin Jie stood at the forefront, his hands clasped behind his back, casting a cold, sweeping glance over the assembly, ultimately resting his gaze upon Lin Ju and his son. Lin Jie, how dare you? He exclaimed. Is the Lin family hall a place where a mere junior can shout and bellow? Humph. The parents of Lin Jie were more beastly than the beasts, poisoning the old patriarch. It was a grave error to spare Lin Jie. What purpose does it serve to leave behind such a wretched creature? Lin Jie, kneel and confess your wrongs. Before the coffin of the old patriarch, do you not possess even a modicum of reverence? At this, a wave of indignation surged through the hall, and the elders of the Lin family voiced their ire against Lin Jie. Huh, Lin Jie, I never expected you. This wretched creature would still dare to stand here. Lin Ju stepped forth from the crowd, his face alight with mockery. What? Haven't you suffered enough yesterday? Are you here seeking death again today? Lin Ju's demeanor exuded disdain, as if he were above all. A duel? Lin Jie uttered coldly, choosing his words with care. Very well. If you seek your demise, I shall oblige you. I will allow you to experience once more the sensation of shattered meridians. Lin Ju declared ominously, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. Nonsense. Jewer, there is no need to duel with this wretched creature. This little beast's parents poisoned the old patriarch and dared to act recklessly before his coffin. According to family law, he ought to be extinguished without hesitation. Lin Dengfeng suddenly interjected, his tone imbued with great authority. Lin Dengfeng squinted at Lin Jie, seemingly attempting to discern some clue from him. Though Lin Jie had his meridians severed and his dantian shattered by a sword strike just the day before, he had suddenly regained his cultivation, and his aura was now even more formidable, as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. This was, without a doubt, exceedingly bizarre. Knowing how cunning Lin Dengfeng was, he would not allow his son to take unnecessary risks. Seizing the moment of confrontation, Lin Jie's eyes shimmered with golden runes as he surveyed the surroundings, instantly perceiving the cultivation levels of the Lin clan's practitioners. The most powerful among them was at the peak of the late stage of the Unity Realm, while Lin Dengfeng was merely at the initial stage of the Unity Realm. Given his current strength, Lin Jie was indeed capable of putting up a fight. The path of cultivation is divided into 9 grand realms: Qi condensation, primordial unity, myriad forms, nirvana, ascension, heavenly climb, celestial realm, and longevity. Father, you need not worry at all. Leave this useless wretch to me. I can eradicate Lin Jie with but a single strike. Huh. Though I am uncertain how you, a worthless cur, managed to rise again. I have already incapacitated you once, and I can surely do so a second time. Lin Ju sneered, his words laced with disdain, as he prepared to strike. Die, you worthless cur. Splitting light and shadow sword technique. With his spiritual sword unsheathed, it erupted in a torrent of fierce sword chi, his figure transforming into a streak of spiritual light as he charged forward. In that instant, his speed reached its zenith, his form becoming elusive and indistinct, while the sword in his hand unleashed a myriad of sword shadows, filled with an overwhelming desire to kill. The splitting light and shadow sword technique, a terrestrial-grade spiritual art and one of the three great sword techniques of the Lin family, manifested 1,000 sword chi, its power unparalleled. Lin Jie, that unfortunate soul, was pierced in his dantian by this very technique in life, and his meridians were torn apart by the sword's radiance. Do you still recognize this sword? Back then, it was used to cripple you, and now it remains the same. As the sword energy descended, Lin Ju stood proudly, for in his eyes, Lin Jie was already a dead man. Yet, facing 1,000 streams of sword energy, Lin Jie remained unyielding, a cold smile gracing his lips. Although this body possessed only mid-stage Hunyuan cultivation, after being nurtured by the blood of the Emperor, reborn from destruction, and forged into an indestructible calamity body, it was more than sufficient to contend with someone of late-stage Hunyuan. In an instant, a brilliant light flickered in Lin Jie's eyes, and dense golden law pattern swirled within his gaze. The indestructible eye of the law, a legacy of the Emperor's essence. At the peak of power, it could pierce through all realms. With a single glance, it could obliterate an entire world. In that moment, the sharp sword energies appeared almost illusory, their changes and trajectories unfolding at an excruciatingly slow pace. Kneel before me, Lin Jie shouted coldly, reaching out into the void, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that transformed into an invisible great hand, precisely capturing Lin Ju's body and bringing him down from the sky. Bang! With a resounding thud, Lin Ju crashed heavily to the ground, subjected to an overwhelming force that compelled him to kneel. His kneecaps shattered under the pressure. The Hunyuan Qi capture technique, the most commonly circulated spiritual technique of the Lin family, wielded with extraordinary finesse by Lin Jie. With their own methods, they are met with their own fate. Lin Jie remarked casually. With a flick of his finger, a surge of killing intent erupted. Swish, swish, swish. Endless streams of piercing sword energy burst forth from the void, rushing toward the kneeling Lin Ju from all directions. Ah! Lin Ju emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig as the sword shadow technique unleashed its formidable sword energy, ruthlessly tearing apart his body. Blood splattering everywhere. Lin Ju's dantian shattered, and his meridians were severed by the relentless strikes of the sword. The same technique, the same scene. Yet the positions of the two had completely reversed. Yesterday, you shattered my dantian with that very sword. Today, I shall return the favor with the same means. Lin Jie sneered. You and your father, a pair of treacherous dogs. You framed and annihilated my parents, poisoned me, and even sought to dispose of my body. Do you truly believe I am so easily provoked? Lin Jie declared solemnly, a murderous intent intensifying in his eyes as he advanced step by step toward Lin Ju. Chapter 003. The Elder emerges. Ah, you wretched beast. How dare you cripple my cultivation? Lin Ju howled frantically, his face contorted with resentment and unwillingness. Father, save me. This wretched creature seeks to kill me. You audacious scoundrel. You dare to cripple my son's cultivation. I shall grind you to dust. A terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings, instantly shattering the arcane barrier. Lin Dengfeng, furious, transformed into a beam of spiritual light, swiftly striking Lin Jie back 100 feet and hurriedly rescuing the bloodied Lin Ju. This Lin Jie is far too malicious. He has severed the meridians of his own kin. Such a heart is unworthy of being a member of the Lin family. An elder allied with Lin Dengfeng bellowed, each word piercing the heart. Indeed, Lin Jie's cruelty knows no bounds. He has rendered Lin Ju, the pillar of our younger generation, powerless. The clan's laws should be invoked to eliminate Lin Jie directly, a vengeful elder of the Lin family proclaimed. Huh. Lin Jie maintained a calm demeanor, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Just yesterday, Lin Ju had similarly pierced my dantian. Why did none of you emerge then? You wretched beast. You have severed all of Ju's meridians. I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. Lin Dengfeng's countenance was ferocious, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Unfazed, Lin Jie retorted with a cold laugh. Old dog, you wish to kill me. Perhaps you aim to silence me? Do you truly believe you can conceal your treachery? Do you genuinely think I am unaware that the old patriarch was slain by you and your wretched son? What? The old patriarch was poisoned to death by the second elder Lin Dangfeng and his son. Upon hearing this, the assembly was thrown into turmoil. Shock evident on the faces of the Lin family elders. Wretched spawn, you slander me. Lin Dangfeng, both astonished and enraged, declared, I shall kill you, you little bastard. He unleashed his formidable presence, suddenly drawing his sword and striking down fiercely, intent on taking Lin Jie's life. You accuse me of slander. Yet it is you who seeks to silence witnesses. In your quest for the patriarchate, you conspired with the Liu family, secretly concocting the heart-severing poison pill. First poisoning the old patriarch, then maligning and murdering my parents. Next, you intend to strike against the opposing elders, am I correct? Lin Jie replied with a cold smile, his words crashing down upon the hearts of all present like relentless thunder. As for the earth-shattering sword strike from Lin Dangfeng, Lin Jie did not flinch. Rather, he was entirely unconcerned, for he knew that someone would stand in his stead. Boom. Indeed, at the very moment he had uttered those words, an elderly man with white hair, seated in a position of authority, suddenly intervened. With a mere gesture, he conjured a radiant barrier that intercepted the ferocious sword energy unleashed by Lin Dangfeng. Halt! Dangfeng, second uncle. Lin Dangfeng turned to see the aged figure, his expression one of terror. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he cast a chilling glare at Lin Jie. Dangfeng, as a venerable elder in charge of upholding our family's discipline, how could you disregard our clan's rules and strike at a junior? The white-haired elder bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. Second uncle, this wretch has rendered Jui powerless. Lin Dangfeng retorted vehemently. Such slander is intolerable. As the enforcer of our family's laws, how could I allow myself to be subjected to such baseless accusations? Silence. The elder commanded coldly, his demeanor imposing. You shall take Lin Zhu away. I shall determine the course of this matter. Must you truly be so blind? Zhuer represents the future of our Lin family, yet he has been incapacitated by this scoundrel. Are you willing to shield Lin Jie and let him go unpunished? Lin Dangfeng protested, his frustration palpable. Wishing fervently to eliminate Lin Jie on the spot but restrained by the elder's formidable presence. Enough. Dangfeng, if you lack the skill, can you blame anyone else? You have become a mere shadow of your former self. What future does the Lin family have to discuss? Another authoritative elder interjected, casting a frosty glance at Lin Dangfeng, laden with warnings. In battles between juniors, the outcome is determined solely by their abilities. Yesterday, Lin Jie was defeated due to his own shortcomings, and today, Lin Zhu's downfall is no different. Lin Jie observed the unfolding drama with an indifferent expression, a cold smile lurking within his heart. He was acutely aware that the extraordinary talent he exhibited in cultivation, along with the astonishing revelations he had made, had captured the attention of several esteemed elders from the Lin family. Through Lin Jie's memories, he recognized two aged figures, Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan. These two were indeed the revered elders of the Lin clan. Together with the old patriarch, they constituted the true power within the Lin family. Lin Jie, do you possess any evidence for the claims you just made? Inquired Lin Aoyun. Lin Jie replied nonchalantly, of course. Whether what I have stated is factual can be easily verified by the two esteemed elders. It suffices to ascertain whether the old patriarch was indeed poisoned by the heartless poison pill, and the truth shall be revealed. Defamation. What you are uttering is nothing short of blatant slander. Lin Dangfeng interjected impatiently. The collusion between Lin Dahai and outsiders to poison the old patriarch is already an indisputable fact. Do you think you can overturn this with mere words? With a cold laugh, Lin Jie retorted, Lin Dangfeng, are you feeling guilty? As long as I, Lin Jie, draw breath, you shall never find peace. Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan exchanged solemn glances, both wearing grave expressions. The old patriarch's death was indeed shrouded in mystery, and upon deeper reflection, it was chilling. Lin Dahai was the patriarch's offspring. How could he possibly have poisoned his own father? Conversely, Lin Dangfeng had always harbored considerable ambition within the family and was not a direct descendant of the old patriarch. Furthermore, Lin Dangfeng was married into the Liu family, raising the possibility that, as Lin Jie suggested, he may have conspired with the Liu clan. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Aoyun spoke gravely. This matter is of great significance, and it is unwise to reach a hasty conclusion. The demise of the esteemed elder shall compel me to conduct a thorough investigation until the truth is revealed. Lin Dangfeng, you have violated the clan's regulations. For 1 month, you are forbidden to leave the Lin residence. Lin Aoyun declared with great authority. As for Lin Jie, I shall discreetly assign someone to monitor you. Until the truth of this matter is unveiled, you are not permitted to leave Songlin City. I have no objections, Lin Jie replied calmly. Second uncle, your actions are exceedingly unjust. You are solely listening to this child's account. Lin Dengfeng spoke in a low voice, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Did he not comprehend the intentions of the two esteemed elders? The so-called discreet surveillance was merely a guise for protection. These two have already developed misgivings towards me. Humph. Lin Aoyun snorted coldly, his tone laden with warning. Unfair? Your own son lacks ambition. Furthermore, you have been excessively arrogant and have misused family authority. This time, you must ensure that you do not entangle yourself in matters concerning your elder uncle. Very well. Lin Dengfeng seethed with rage and resentment. Casting a frosty glare at Lin Jie, threatening, You little wretch, today's affair is far from over. I will eventually bring about your demise. Withdraw at once. Lin Aoyun commanded icily, his sleeves sweeping as he too was incensed. Lin Dengfeng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, suppressing his fury as he departed the Lin family grand hall with Lin Ju. Chapter 004. Yi Xiaoxi on that day, after establishing his footing within the Lin family, Lin Jie retrieved a portion of cultivation resources left by his parents from the family treasury. Regarding avenging his parents and eliminating Lin Dengfeng, Lin Jie never relied on anyone else. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Only by cultivating his own power can he truly depend on himself. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Jie commenced his cultivation of the undying catastrophe body, consuming a copious amount of rare heavenly materials in an attempt to break through to the late stage of the primordial realm. Regrettably, the foundation of his current physique was insufficient to withstand the formidable power of the undying catastrophe body after such a breakthrough in a short span of time, unless reinforced with medicinal pills. At dawn the following day, Lin Jie set forth to the Songlin Chamber of Commerce in Songlin City, intending to procure several precious herbs to concoct the supreme spirit pill, thereby enhancing the foundation of his body. As the largest cultivation trading venue in Songlin City, the Songlin Chamber of Commerce boasted an extensive collection of spiritual herbs and materials, encompassing nearly all that were commonly found beneath the realm of the myriad phenomena. Furthermore, the origins of the Songlin Chamber were shrouded in mystery, rumored to be affiliated with the royal lineage of the Zongmu dynasty, thus eluding the jurisdiction of the three prominent families of Songlin City. Before long, Lin Jie arrived at an ornate pavilion, pausing briefly to survey his surroundings before stepping inside. Esteemed young master, how may I assist you? A smiling elder inquired as Lin Jie approached the counter. 10 portions, each of blood tree roots, song ear seeds, loxodonta vines, and 5 colored lotuses, Lin Jie replied nonchalantly, listing the herbs he required. In his recollection, this constituted the recipe for the lower-grade Supreme Spirit Pill, an immensely beneficial elixir for cultivators in their foundational stages. The Supreme Spirit Pill was hailed as the premier foundational pill within the cultivation community, accessible to practitioners below the realm of myriad phenomena, yet notoriously challenging to concoct. It was a staple remedy for many ancient clans, routinely prepared for their younger members. The Supreme Spirit Pill was classified into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Were it not for his current scarcity of resources and means, Lin Jie would have deemed the refinement of a lower-grade Supreme Spirit Pill beneath his notice. It is indeed a matter of helplessness. After all, Songlin City is quite remote, and the available medicinal materials can only suffice for the refinement of inferior-grade Extreme Spirit Pills at best. Young master, please take care of the herbs you requested, the chamber's steward said with a smile. Lin Jie accepted the herbs and tossed out a bulging pouch containing at least 10,000 spirit jade. This was nearly all of his possessions, yet it was merely enough to purchase the ingredients for refining the Extreme Spirit Pill 10 times. After acquiring the herbs, Lin Jie turned to leave the Songlin Chamber of Commerce. Just as he exited the building, he suddenly heard a few shouts not far away. A young man in splendid attire was entangled with a maiden. Lu Jian, please stop following me. The girl clearly despised the man in fine clothes, speaking as she maintained her distance. Yi Xiaoxi, you will eventually marry into the Lu family. You are my woman, so of course, I must follow you and ensure your safety. You shameless cat. When did I ever say I would marry you? You must be dreaming. Yi Xiaoxi retorted angrily, turning to leave. Your consent is irrelevant. This is not something you can decide. Sooner or later, you will share a bed with me, Lu Jian proclaimed brazenly. a wicked glint in his eyes as he blocked Yi Xiaoxi's path. The attendants accompanying Lu Jian wore expressions of amusement, encircling Yi Xiaoxi. Lin Jie, with an indifferent expression, fixed his gaze upon the scene, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, with exquisite features, a tall figure, skin as smooth as cream, and a graceful demeanor. She was indeed a striking beauty. Yi Xiaoxi, what an extraordinary coincidence. Gazing at the familiar smile, countless thoughts surged through Lin Jie's mind. In this world, there exist two remarkably similar women. Before Lin Jie reincarnated to cultivate anew, he was the formidable 10,000 calamities emperor, yet he harbored a profound regret from his past life. In his previous existence, before he ascended to the rank of emperor, he witnessed the most beloved woman, the moon fairy, Yi Xie, sacrifice her life to protect him, only to be ruthlessly annihilated by a formidable cultivator pursuing him. Lin Jie could never forget that day. It was a day marked by biting winds and a blood-red sunset, as his beloved departed from this world. The excruciating pain of helplessness gnawed at his heart. Even after achieving the status of an emperor, this eternal wound remained unhealed within him. Despite his relentless cultivation and his ambition to become a legendary emperor, exterminating the entire clan of his enemies, he could not reunite with his beloved, leaving behind only lingering regrets. Even though he had become an emperor, he could not summon her back. This became the greatest barrier of his past life, preventing him from attaining a complete state of mind, forever halting him from taking the final step in the path of cultivation, reaching the supreme realm, and coexisting eternally with the heavens. Lin Jie suddenly regained his senses, filled with myriad emotions. In this life, he had encountered a woman strikingly similar to Yi Xie. That adorable little tiger tooth when she smiled, those familiar dimples, her crescent-shaped eyes. It felt so real. Was this all predestined? Was it fated that he would meet her once more? Lin Jie murmured, unknowingly finding himself beside Yi Xiaoxi. You all, get lost. Lin Jie spoke coldly, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Who dares to command me to leave? Are you seeking death? Lu Jian's countenance darkened as he turned his gaze toward Lin Jie. Oh, who might you be? Lu Jian recognized Lin Jie and burst into laughter, exclaiming, so it's the useless hound of the Lin family. What? You think you can play the hero and save the damsel? Kneel before me. Sever one of your hands. Let this matter be settled, or I shall ensure you never return to the Lin family. Ha. A group of young ruffians gathered around, laughing heartily, completely disregarding Lin Jie. Indeed, Lu Jian had reached the late stage of the Hunyuan realm, possessing the strength to look down upon Lin Jie. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Jie's eyes, his expression gradually turning cold and stern. Lu Jian was a cousin of Lin Ju and the young master of the Lu family, one of the three major clans in Songlin City. The deaths of Lin Jie's parents and his grandfather were inextricably linked to the Lu family. Now, this Lu Jian dared to attempt to humiliate Yi Xiaoxi, barking fiercely in his presence. This was sheer folly. Oh, it appears you are still unconvinced. I truly wonder how a worthless wretch like you can have the audacity to exist in this world, Lu Jian mocked. Just yesterday, while drinking with Lin Ju, he mentioned how your meridians were severed by a single sword strike. That must have been quite an experience. Shall I give you another taste? Haha, you seek death. Lin Jie replied coldly, suddenly unleashing a formidable presence. He raised a finger, and instantly, a torrent of fierce and piercing sword energy erupted, striking like thunder. And with a thunderous roar, Lin Jie raised his hand, channeling an immense surge of energy that manifested as an invisible hand, forcefully striking Lu Jian and forcing him to kneel. Thud! Lu Jian's knees slammed against the ground, shattering his patella and causing blood to spatter. He was rendered incapacitated, unable to rise again. How dare such an insignificant being dare to shout in my presence? Lin Jie sneered, flicking his fingers to unleash a cascade of glimmering sword light. The splitting light sword technique erupted, and with a series of swift movements, piercing sword energy surged into Lu Jian's body, mercilessly tearing apart his flesh, shattering his dantian, and severing his meridians inch by inch. Ugh! Ah! Lu Jian emitted a wretched scream, his face contorted in terror and agony. Ah! You worthless dog! Daring to pierce my dantian! You are doomed. Lu Jian howled in madness, his expression filled with resentment and unwillingness. I refuse to accept this. You were clearly crushed by Lin Ju's dantian. How could you still possess such formidable power? Lin Jie chuckled coldly, replying, A dead man has no need for such knowledge. As he spoke, Lin Jie raised his hand, conjuring a lethal aura of lightning in his palm, ready to obliterate Lu Jian with a single strike. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touching it means certain death. Lu Jian dared to target Yi Xiaoxi. He must perish. Boom. With a decisive strike, the terrifying lightning erupted, instantly engulfing Lu Jian's form, reducing him to mere dust and scattering him into the ether. Ah, you dare to slay the young master. Hurry back and report this matter to the family. Inform the elders in the manor. The few servants and followers of Lu Jian were seized by fear, screaming in terror as they fled in a frenzy. Lin Jie gazed indifferently at the fleeing servants, refraining from taking their lives. Such insignificant creatures were not worth the tarnishing of his hands. Lin Jie? Is that you? Thank you for rescuing me. Yu Xiaoxi exclaimed with delight. However, a flicker of concern crossed her face. But you have killed Lu Jian, and it will undoubtedly bring you considerable trouble. The Lu family will seek revenge. It's a trivial matter. There's no need for concern, Lin Jie replied with a nonchalant air, as the Lu family truly did not weigh heavily on his mind. I previously heard that you had your cultivation abolished by Lin Ju, which caused me some worry. It is truly a relief to see you unharmed now, Yi Xiaoxi said, her face brightening with a smile. Suddenly, her smile faltered, and a shadow of darkness crept across her features, rendering her aura exceedingly frail. Oh no. The cold poison within me is acting up, Yi Xiaoxi said weakly, her body suddenly going limp and collapsing. Lin Jie's expression shifted as he swiftly caught her, cradling her in his arms. He gazed intently at Yi Xiaoxi, and suddenly, intricate golden runes began to swirl in his eyes. This is the Tying mystic body, Lin Jie thought in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Yi Xiaoxi possessed the exceedingly rare pure divine body, the Tying mystic body. Such a physique, even in a vast world, was an exceptionally rare pinnacle of divine bodies. When cultivated to its zenith, it could rival that of a divine king. In the realm of cultivation, what did it mean to be a divine king? Below the emperor, there stood the divine king. What a gem hidden in the dust. Lin Jie mused silently. Yu Xiaoxi was clearly a natural divine body, yet no one from the Yi family could recognize her true potential. Instead of utilizing the fiery elixir to suppress her condition, such actions not only proved futile, but also inflicted harm upon her frail body. A group of ignorant individuals. The Taijin Xian body, inherently composed of pure yin essence, naturally circulates the chilling aura of pure yin. To fundamentally resolve the affliction of extreme yin cold poison within her, one must correctly awaken the essence of the Taijin Xian body, allowing Yi Xiaoxi to master this force herself. External interventions are utterly incapable of unraveling it. Indeed, in a modest place like Songlin City, even the most formidable masters barely reach the unity realm, rendering them incapable of accessing the wondrous techniques required to awaken the Taijin Xian body. Moreover, the confines of this region are exceedingly narrow, even with the utmost effort. It is impossible to nurture a Taijin Xian body. However, encountering a reincarnated emperor like myself, the awakening of a divine body becomes merely a trivial matter. Upon discerning the source of Yi Xiaoxi's cold affliction, Lin Jie's mind swiftly devised a solution. With a flick of his finger, he conjured a wisp of golden flame and suddenly pressed it against Yi Xiaoxi's wrist. He then sequentially tapped various acupoints on her abdomen, back, and finally the crown of her forehead, steadily infusing her with the golden flame to dispel the cold poison. This flame, imbued with the vital essence from the blood of Emperor Lin Jie, possesses an extraordinarily potent life force capable of suppressing the eruption of the pure yin essence. Yet, this merely serves as a temporary measure against the cold poison and does not fundamentally address the physical shortcomings inherent to Yi Xiaoxi due to her Taijin Xian body. Lin Brat, what are you doing? Do you wish to harm Xiaoxi? Suddenly, a voice filled with aged fury resounded. HM? An initial stage Unity Realm cultivator? Lin Jie gazed with keen interest, observing an elder approaching with deliberate steps. He donned a distinctive, loose-fitting robe, adorned with an exceptionally conspicuous azure flower. The robe, symbolizing the esteemed identity of an imperial alchemist of the Zhongmu dynasty, also represented the Zhongmu Dan Pavilion. Alchemists are revered as one of the most respected figures in the realm of cultivation. The Zhongmu robe, in particular, stands as a symbol of immense prestige within the Zhongmu dynasty. This elderly man was indeed an imperial alchemist. Chapter 006. Refining the 9-turn condensing yin pill. I am Fu Qianxiu, the head of the Songlin Chamber of Commerce, and also Yi Xiaoxi's mentor. The aged cultivator, his face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "Are you still not ceasing your actions? Yi Xiaoxi has been afflicted by extreme cold poison. If you recklessly manipulate her meridians, you will endanger her life." Lin Jie merely cast a glance at Fu Qianqiu, remaining silent and focused on dispelling the cold energy from Yi Xiaoxi. Seeing Lin Jie's indifferent demeanor, Fu Qianqiu's beard bristled with fury as he sternly declared, "The extreme cold poison within Yi Xiaoxi can only be subdued using the Lu family's fire spirit pill, along with the assistance of an alchemist of the 3rd rank or higher. You are being foolish and obstinate." Lin Jie shook his head, disregarding the admonition, and continued to channel his vital fire into Yi Xiaoxi. "If you do not cease this instant, I will not hesitate to take action against you," Fu Qianqiu bellowed, unleashing the terrifying might of a Unity Realm cultivator. A cold glimmer flickered in Lin Jie's eyes as he too unleashed a formidable pressure. In that fleeting moment, 2 invisible forces collided in the void, resulting in a turbulent ripple of elemental energy. Fu Qianqiu was forced back several steps, just as tensions escalated. The cold energy surrounding Yi Xiaoxi dissipated, and a rosy hue appeared on her cheeks as she began to recover. "Master Fu, I'm all right now. Lin Jie has truly helped suppress the cold poison within me," Yi Xiaoxi said softly. "Humph." Fu Qianqiu cast a cold glance at Lin Jie, swiftly approaching to take Yi Xiaoxi's pulse and assess her condition. Indeed, the cold poison has genuinely been suppressed. Upon observing that Yi Xiaoxi was unharmed, Fu Qianqiu's expression softened considerably, and he re-evaluated Lin Jie, marveling at his abilities. He intended to engage Lin Jie in a gentler manner, but recollecting Lin Jie's previous demeanor ignited his ire. Fu Qianqiu scoffed, "You young scion of the Lin family, you are truly a calamity. By killing Lu Jian, you have stirred a tremendous disaster. If the Lu family ceases to provide the fire spirit pill, Xiaoxi's hope of completely eradicating the extreme cold poison will be utterly extinguished. Do you not realize that you have indirectly severed Yi Xiaoxi's path to survival? As a royal alchemist, you cannot even discern her ailment." Lin Jie shook his head and let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe that only the fire spirit pill can assist Xiaoxi in eliminating the cold poison from her body? How utterly misguided." Fu Qianqiu was greatly displeased with Lin Jie's attitude, pondering how a mere junior in the Hunyuan realm dared to criticize a distinguished royal alchemist for his medical understanding. With a furrowed brow filled with concern, he turned to Yi Xiaoxi and sighed, "Very well, Xiaoxi. I shall personally visit the Lu residents to implore them to continue supplying the fire spirit pill. However, given that the Lu family's only heir is now deceased, their lineage has been extinguished, and I fear that even my intervention may not win their cooperation." "How foolishly naive!" Lin Jie sneered repeatedly, a surge of anger rising within him. "Do you truly believe that using fire-attributed elixirs to counteract the cold poison will not harm Yi Xiaoxi's body? Are you aware of the immense side effects that the flame spirit pill inflicts upon her? It fails to address the root cause of the cold poison." Fu Qianqiu remains utterly oblivious to the fact that Yi Xiaoxi possesses a naturally divine body, the Taiyin Xian body. To treat her condition as merely a common cold poison is nothing short of reckless. Such actions could lead to her demise. Only by aiding Yi Xiaoxi in awakening the essence of her Taiyin Xian body, allowing her to master the pure Yin energy within her, can we achieve a lasting solution. This not only eradicates the extreme Yin cold poison, but also transforms her into an exceptionally gifted cultivator. "You claim that I am foolish?" Fu Qianqiu erupted in fury. As a 3rd-grade alchemist of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, he was accustomed to reverence wherever he went. Yet, for the first time, he found himself questioned about the art of alchemy by a mere child. "I am the imperial alchemist of the Tsangmu royal family, an elder of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. How dare you challenge my expertise in elixirs? Then enlighten me. If not with fire-attributed elixirs to suppress the extreme cold poison, what alternative elixirs would you propose?" Fu Qianqiu shouted, his anger reaching a boiling point. Lin Jie replied calmly, "I possess an ancient formula, the 9 transformations of Yin condensation pill. Once Yi Xiaoxi ingests this elixir, infusing her body with extreme Yin energy, she can counteract the poison with poison, naturally reversing the meridians and unblocking her blood vessels, thereby eradicating the extreme Yin cold poison. The 9 transformations of Yin condensation pill is a recipe that has been lost since antiquity, one that I gathered during a great calamity before my reincarnation. It can be said to be a divine remedy specifically designed to awaken the Taiyin Xian body. Moreover, the medicinal herbs required for concocting this elixir are quite common in the cultivation realm, necessitating no high-tier spiritual medicines. Thus, Lin Jie possesses unwavering confidence that he can assist Yi Xiaoxi in awakening her divine body's origin. The 9 Revolutions, Condensation Pill? I have devoted 30 years to the study of alchemy and have never heard of such a thing. Elder Fu exclaimed with a disdainful expression, utterly disbelieving Lin Jie's claims. It is simply absurd. Infusing extreme energy into Xiaoxi's body? Are you attempting to bring about her instantaneous demise? What a jest! Yi Xiaoxi is already afflicted by the extreme cold poison, and you want her to consume a pill containing such energies? Fighting poison with poison? This is utterly contrary to the fundamental principles of alchemy. Lin Jie replied calmly, with your level of expertise in alchemy, it is understandable that you cannot comprehend this. Very well, I shall commence the pill concoction now, so you may grasp the true essence of alchemy. Lin Jie, do you truly possess the means to eradicate the cold poison within me? Yi Xiaoxi's eyes shimmered with hope as she gazed at Lin Jie, her visage radiating anticipation. Having spoken, I possess the confidence, Lin Jie stated earnestly. Yi Xiaoxi nodded obediently, saying, I believe in you. What audacity! Fu Qianqiu scoffed. A mere child dares to assert that my alchemical prowess is inferior to yours, and you claim to completely resolve Xiaoxi's internal cold poison. Today, I shall clear the alchemical chamber for you, to witness what this so-called 9 Revolutions Condensation Pill truly entails. Come, let me behold your alchemical abilities. Elder Fu, consumed by anger, led Yi Xiaoxi to the 2nd floor of the Zonglin Merchant Association. As a devoted alchemist, he could not endure the slightest doubt cast upon his alchemical skills. Lin Jie entered the Zonglin Chamber of Commerce, a cold smile playing on his lips, remaining silent. Soon, he and Fu Qianqiu arrived at an opulent loft. The space was vast and airy, adorned with numerous wooden shelves, laden with an array of medicinal herbs and jade vials, which exuded a rich aroma of medicine. At the very center stood a colossal bronze medicinal cauldron, intricately engraved with myriad runes, continuously belching forth torrents of scalding flames. This is my alchemical chamber. Let us see if you, a mere child, possess the ability to refine within this cauldron. What is there to discuss regarding the art of alchemy? Fu Qianqiu spoke in a grave tone, harboring little belief that Lin Jie, a young lad, could truly grasp the intricacies of alchemical practice. Lin Jie merely chuckled, maintaining his silence as he stepped toward the cauldron. His expression shifted to one of solemnity as he raised his hand, conjuring an exquisitely profound seal. With rapid movements, his hands danced in intricate patterns, executing the hand seals of his technique. The crimson flames within the cauldron appeared to respond to an unseen force, erupting in tendrils of flame. The previously chaotic fire now exhibiting a newfound order. Gradually, the vibrant red flames began to compress and coalesce, transforming into a verdant hue, swirling in accordance with Lin Jie's seals, manifesting like dragons in flight. The purity of the flames reached an unparalleled state. Such was the mastery of Lin Jie's alchemical technique. Despite his youth, he displayed an astonishing proficiency in the art of fire control. Could it be that this lad is a genius in the realm of alchemy? Fu Qianqiu's face revealed a look of astonishment, his heart filled with admiration, and his perception of Lin Jie underwent a monumental shift. Perhaps this young man truly possesses the means to dispel the extreme cold poison within Yi Xiaoxi. Fu Qianqiu murmured to himself, a bold notion taking root in his mind, his expression gradually becoming more grave. With Lin Jie's unparalleled mastery of fire control, he resolved to place his trust in him. Young friend Lin, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you will not take offense. May I inquire what materials you require for the refinement of the 9 turn? Fu Qianqiu spoke earnestly, his tone and demeanor having undergone a remarkable transformation. He addressed Lin Jie as young friend Lin, indicating a desire to engage with him as an equal. Lin Jie, uninterested in trifling matters, aimed solely to assist Yi Xiaoxi in concocting the 9 turn. He replied calmly, extreme stone, Qingming lotus, candle demon vine, purple blood ginseng, frost. He listed over 50 varieties of spiritual herbs in succession. Fu Qianqiu listened attentively and soon began to act, moving deliberately to retrieve one luminous herb after another from the wooden drawers, presenting them before Lin Jie. All the materials you require have been gathered, Fu Qianxiu declared solemnly, his tone devoid of any trace of condescension. Fully engrossed in fire control, Lin Jie deftly lifted each herb and placed them into the cauldron. As the ingredients were added, a flicker of spiritual light illuminated the interior, and a wave of pure essence emanated, accompanied by a rich aroma of medicinal fragrance. His movements were fluid and precise, devoid of any superfluity, exuding a unique rhythm akin to a profound Taoist principle. In that moment of alchemy, he embodied an ineffable essence, reminiscent of a master seasoned in the art of potion making. Such a method of alchemy is truly exquisite. Fu Qianxiu was utterly astonished. Whether it was the mastery of heat control or the precise timing for the fusion of medicinal ingredients, everything was impeccable. Lin Jie's cultivation in the primordial realm, coupled with such a commanding presence in alchemy, was beyond his expectations. The performance exhibited by Lin Jie far surpassed his imagination. He bore no resemblance to a mere youthful novice. Rather, he embodied the demeanor of a master alchemist. Lin Jie, remaining silent and shaking his head, reflected on his past life, where he forged elixirs using the heavens as his furnace, the mountains and seas as his ingredients, and the stars as his flame. Such a grandiose aura was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Although his current cultivation was relatively modest, his alchemical techniques remained unparalleled by ordinary alchemists. After half an hour, within the alchemical chamber, an extreme coldness suddenly enveloped the air, causing frost to form instantly upon the ground. Subsequently, a delicately translucent spirit elixir rose from the cauldron, radiating a brilliance reminiscent of the stars. At the moment the elixir was completed, a magnificent phenomenon arose in the void. Purple chi emerged from the east, and auspicious clouds coalesced. The elixir was successfully concocted. What grade of elixir could this be? The emergence of such a phenomenon during the alchemical process. Could it be a heavenly grade elixir? Elder Fu marveled, his eyes filled with astonishment. It was truly incredible that such a spirit elixir could be crafted from low-grade materials. As a third-grade alchemist serving the Tsangmu royal family, he could easily discern the extraordinary nature of the 9 transformation that Lin Jie had refined. Just the technique employed by Lin Jie in alchemy was already astonishingly remarkable. At this moment, he was completely awestruck by Lin Jie's alchemical prowess, no longer doubting the method of using poison to counteract poison that Lin Jie had previously described. Lin Jie chose not to elaborate further. He calmly approached and administered the 9 transformation to Yi Xiaoxi. As the 9 turns yin condensation pill entered her body, Yi Xiaoxi suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura of extreme yin and coldness, exuding strands of pure yin energy, transforming her entire presence dramatically. Before long, a silvery radiance flickered in her eyes, and she appeared revitalized, brimming with an extraordinary vitality. No longer did she resemble the frail figure ensnared by the chilling energy. A smile crept onto Lin Jie's face, for he understood that Yi Xiaoxi's divine origin had awakened, liberating her from the affliction of the extreme yin poison. The poison had dissipated. I can still sense a wondrous energy within me. Yi Xiaoxi's face was alight with joy as she gazed at Lin Jie with admiration. Fu Qianxiu, with a serious expression, took her pulse. Soon after, his pupils constricted, and an expression of profound astonishment crossed his face. Fu Qianxiu's emotions were complex. He had spent years seeking a remedy for Yi Xiaoxi's cold poison without any progress, only to have it resolved by this young man, Lin Jie. Who would have thought that such a talent in alchemy resided in the humble Songlin city? Fu Qianxiu sighed, realizing that he had underestimated Lin Jie, who was indeed a prodigy in the art of alchemy. After this revelation, Fu Qianxiu suddenly had a thought and said earnestly, "Young friend Lin, I would like to recommend you to join the Tsangmu Alchemy Pavilion. What say you?" Chapter 007, The Proposition. Fu Qianxiu's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoxi stood by, stunned at this rare occurrence. It is noteworthy that Master Fu Qianxiu, despite possessing only average innate talent in cultivation, exhibits extraordinary aptitude in alchemy. He has always held disdain for ordinary individuals, and when it comes to accepting disciples, he is exceedingly stringent. Even when she initially joined his tutelage, it was only after demonstrating her exceptional alchemical skills that she garnered Fu Qianxiu's favor, rather than due to the prominence of her Yi family. Today, Fu Qianxiu astonishingly took the initiative to recruit Lin Jie into the Tsangmu Alchemy Pavilion, an unprecedented occurrence. Countless individuals have strained themselves in vain to gain entry into the Tsangmu Alchemy Pavilion, which is backed by the formidable Songmu dynasty, a power of great repute within the realm. Once one becomes a member of the Songmu Alchemy Pavilion, they could navigate the imperial territory with considerable influence. And even in Songlin City, the major factions would hesitate to act against its members, fearing repercussions. Naturally, someone who could attract Fu Qianqiu's attention must possess remarkable qualities. Yi Xiaoxi's gaze lingered on Lin Jie, who, at that moment, displayed no signs of delight, instead maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Fu Qianqiu, seemingly awaiting more favorable terms. This left Yi Xiaoxi feeling anxious, hoping he would secure an even greater advantage. Observing Lin Jie's reaction, the seasoned Fu Qianqiu discerned his thoughts and smiled, saying, "As far as I know, your Lin family is currently in dire straits, and you find yourself nearly trapped in a hopeless situation. In the entirety of Songlin City, only the Songmu Alchemy Pavilion can offer you some protection. Lin Jie, once you join the Songmu Alchemy Pavilion, even your family would think twice before imposing harsh measures upon you." Yi Xiaoxi interjected, "Regarding the affairs of the Lin family, rumors have already begun to circulate in Songlin City. Many families are acutely aware of Lin Jie's precarious situation. Without external intervention, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Jie to turn the tide on his own. In this context, the Songmu Dan Pavilion undoubtedly represents the most suitable force for Lin Jie to leverage. It is the inherent responsibility of the Songmu Dan Pavilion to protect its members. Not only I, but any member of the pavilion would be entitled to such benefits." However, Lin Jie merely chuckled lightly. "To think that such trivial advantages could entice me to join the Songmu Dan Pavilion is rather underestimating my worth, I assent it." Yi Xiaoxi continuously exchanged glances. While others were devising various methods to gain entry into the Songmu Dan Pavilion, Lin Jie audaciously dared to demand benefits from Fu Qianqiu. Fu Qianqiu's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. The Songmu Dan Pavilion, with its exalted status, had always been the one to select others. How was it possible that they were now being extorted by someone in such a lamentable state? Instinctively, he wished to disregard Lin Jie. The Songmu Dan Pavilion has its own temperament. How could it be so easily coerced? Yet, recalling Lin Jie's remarkable alchemical skills, Fu Qianqiu found himself unable to suppress his desire to recruit Lin Jie into the pavilion. After a moment of internal conflict, Fu Qianqiu ultimately could not restrain himself and reluctantly asked, "If such benefits do not sway you, then what is it that you seek?" Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the typically haughty Fu Qianqiu would truly lower his pride before Lin Jie. Lin Jie, however, seemed to have foreseen this outcome and did not exhibit excessive excitement. "I do not ask for much. If the esteemed leader can agree to my 2 requests, I shall consent to join." "What are the 2 requests?" Fu Qianqiu exhaled with relief. Lin Jie's stubborn demeanor had led him to believe that there were numerous demands, but it now appeared he had overthought the matter. "The first request is that, although I am a member of the Songmu Dan Pavilion, my freedom shall not be constrained by it, apart from the essential alchemical duties. I should be free to enter and exit the pavilion at my discretion, and no one shall question this." "Is this still considered membership in the Songmu Dan Pavilion?" Yi Xiaoxi murmured aside, finding it far too casual. Fu Qianqiu echoed her sentiments internally, yet such a request was not impossible to acquiesce to. It merely implied a lack of constraints. He nodded and inquired, "What is the second point?" As for the second point, Lin Jie chuckled softly, resting his chin on his hand, while both Lin Xiaoxi and Fu Qianqiu's eyes flickered with unease. Lin Jie continued nonchalantly, "As a new member of the Songmu Dan Pavilion, I hope you will bestow upon me a modest gift. Behold, I have prepared a list of gifts in advance, which surely will not pose a challenge for the pavilion." With that, a piece of paper appeared in Lin Jie's hand. Yi Xiaoxi took it, glanced at it briefly, and her delicate face turned tense as she handed it to Fu Qianqiu. "This is a modest gift?" Fu Qianqiu's hands trembled. The items listed were exceedingly rare and precious medicinal herbs. While the Songmu Dan Pavilion housed numerous cultivators of exceptional alchemical talent and had a substantial stock of herbs, the sight of those Lin Jie had enumerated caused his lips to twitch. "Master, Lin Jie was merely jesting. He need not receive everything on the list. Even a few would suffice, right?" Yi Xiaoxi hurriedly supported Fu Qianqiu. "You, too, are siding with this insufferable brat." Fu Qianqiu felt an acute pang of heartache. Although Yi Xiaoxi was the daughter of the Yi family, she had always been by his side. Now, having only recently interacted with Lin Jie, She had already begun to lean towards him. "Master, I do not wish to see genuine talent in alchemy slip away," Yi Xiaoxi said, her luminous eyes blinking as she tugged at Fu Qianqiu's arm. "You have always cherished talent. Can you truly bear to witness such a promising alchemical prodigy miss the opportunity with our Tsangmu Alchemy Pavilion? Moreover, Lin Jie has just rescued me, alleviating my cold poison, sparing me from enduring that torment again. There is a significant possibility that my cultivation will advance greatly. Such a profound kindness deserves reciprocation, does it not? Master, you cannot possibly think that your disciple is unworthy compared to those illustrious herbs, can you?" Yi Xiaoxi's playful demeanor was a delightful sight. A subtle smile began to form at the corners of Lin Jie's mouth, yet Fu Qianqiu felt a growing frustration as he cast a resentful glance at Lin Jie. "You rascal, I see that you have me at your mercy. Very well, our Tsangmu Alchemy Pavilion shall spare no effort to meet your demands." "Oh, no, Elder Fu. You are merely valuing talent and not holding grudges against a mere child like me. If you were to stamp your foot, the entire Songlin city would tremble. How could you possibly fear someone as insignificant as I?" Lin Jie's clear eyes sparkled with sincerity. Yi Xiaoxi, feeling a twinge of apprehension, gently patted her chest. Fu Qianqiu shot Lin Jie a venomous glare. "Be quiet and follow me." The group hastily made their way to the Tsangmu Alchemy Pavilion. Yet, the innocent and harmless aura surrounding Lin Jie was abruptly replaced by a chilling and domineering presence as he gazed towards the Lin and Lu families, his eyes revealing an intense, murderous intent. Chapter 008. Arrival at the Tsangmu Merchants Guild. Before the opulent loft of the Tsangmu Merchants Guild, numerous attendants were bustling about. This was the domain where the Tsangmu Dongye handled mundane affairs, and all transactions transpired within these walls. The alchemists of the Tsangmu Dongye, however, had their own sanctum for contemplation. "Master Fu, what brings you here?" An elder in charge hastily approached to greet him. It was quite rare for Fu Qianqiu to concern himself with such transactions. His responsibilities lay solely in managing the alchemists of the Tsangmu Dongye. Thus, his presence was indeed an extraordinary occurrence, prompting many busy individuals to pause and bow in respect. "There's no need for such formality. Pray tell, how much can our guild procure from these medicinal villages?" Fu Qianqiu gestured dismissively, then handed over the parchment Lin Jie had provided. The elder accepted it with reverence, scrutinizing it for a moment before revealing a look of consternation. "Purple scale fruit, frost flower, thousand-star vine, golden crowgrass, vermilion bird divine gall. Master, these are all exceedingly precious herbs. As you know, our guild is solely responsible for external elixir transactions. Such rare and valuable herbs are seldom available. They are typically reserved within the Dongye for the alchemist's crafts. Take as much as you can. I will retrieve the remainder from within the Dongye," Fu Qianqiu instructed, casting a stern glare at Lin Jie. Having gained an advantage, Lin Jie remained unperturbed. Before long, the elder returned with a selection of the specified precious herbs, after which Fu Qianqiu led Lin Jie into the Dongye. "While your freedom is not constrained, it would be prudent to become acquainted with some of the alchemists within the Dongye. Today, we shall not only procure these rare herbs, but also introduce you to everyone, establishing a foundation for mutual assistance in the future," Fu Qianqiu advised as they arrived at the Tsangmu Dongye. "Rest assured, master. You go ahead and procure the precious medicinal herbs. I shall accompany Lin Jie to familiarize him with the surroundings," exclaimed Yi Xiaoxi with exuberance. Although the distance between her and Lin Jie was not excessively close, an unmistakable sense of reliance enveloped her. This inadvertently instilled in Fu Qianqiu a poignant realization of his own superfluity, causing his heart to ache profoundly. "Little girl, exercise caution. The Lu family is still intent on having you as their daughter-in-law and has been in discussions with your family's head regarding this matter. If you appear overly intimate with Lin Jie, the neutral stance of the Yi family will undoubtedly crumble, and you will be swept into the tempest of power struggles engulfing Songlin City. Let it come. I am not afraid as long as I am here," Lin Jie declared confidently, thumping his chest. Yi Xiaoxi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Fu Qianqiu realized that no amount of admonishment would alter Yi Xiaoxi's affections for Lin Jie. So he sighed and instructed others to gather the numerous essential herbs Lin Jie required. "Who compiled this list?" someone queried, astonished. "These are exceedingly precious items. Each herb listed here is highly esteemed by our Tsangmu Dan Pavilion." Upon seeing the list presented by Fu Qianqiu, the individual muttered incessantly. Fu Qianqiu felt a deeper pain, glaring at the person and retorting, "What nonsense! Why fuss over it? Just gather as many as we need. Insanity, sheer insanity, to request such a vast amount of rare medicinal herbs without hesitation. The resources accumulated by our Tsangmu Dan Pavilion over the years could vanish. The person stepped back, still discontented. Though his voice was low, it was not lost on Fu Qianqiu, further deepening his sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoxi was as joyful as a woodland sprite, merrily introducing Lin Jie to the various alchemists within the Dan Pavilion. I'm Lin Jie, a new member. I hope for your guidance, he said politely. What do you mean by that, Brother Yuyan? Yi Xiaoxi pouted, gazing indignantly at a man clad in a fiery red robe, who happened to be Yu Yuan, known for his close relationship with her. How can you ignore Lin Jie's courteous greeting? Is this how a senior brother behaves? A smirk crossed the faces of those present, as they anticipated Yu Yuan's response. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Jie had cast some spell that seemed to endear him to Xiaoxi. Rumors had circulated about the dire situation of the Lin family, yet it was unexpected that Lin Jie would find his way into the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. With Xiaoxi treating him so kindly, truly, it seemed unjust. But that was not their concern. The affairs of Songlin City were beyond their reach. And they turned their attention back to Yu Yuan, who was fully immersed in his alchemical practice. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoxi's complaint, he promptly ceased his work and approached Lin Jie, saying, I am Yu Yuan. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will not stand idly by on behalf of Xiaoxi. What do you mean by on behalf of me? Yi Xiaoxi placed her hands on her hips, adorably glaring at Yu Yuan. Lin Jie is now also a member of our Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Master will soon bestow upon him the Pavilion's token. If he is in trouble, shouldn't you rush to his aid immediately? How can you say it's on my behalf? The onlookers erupted in laughter. Having long since grown accustomed to such antics, the alchemists of Tsangmu Dan Pavilion primarily engaged in two activities each day. One matter pertains to alchemy and self-enhancement, while the other involves observing. Yi Xiaoxi playfully teased Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, scratching his head, repeatedly offered apologies and assured that he would lend his utmost support to Lin Jie in the future. Only then did Yi Xiaoxi, satisfied, lead Zhang Shanxing towards others. The other alchemists, having witnessed the bond between Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie, were eager to avoid any unwarranted misfortune and warmly welcomed Lin Jie, promising their unwavering assistance should he encounter any troubles. Indeed, as I have long stated, joining the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion brings myriad benefits. After the introductions, Yi Xiaoxi playfully winked. Lin Jie nodded profusely, wishing to remark that this was merely due to her formidable presence. However, Yi Xiaoxi's existence had made his initial foray into the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion considerably less alienating, allowing him to acclimate. As the two continued to Fu Qianlai emerged with a stern expression. This is your identity token. Henceforth, as long as you present the token of our Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, anyone who dares to harm you will think twice. Fu Qianqiu handed Lin Jie a token. Upon receiving it, Lin Jie felt its smoothness. The surface was intricately carved with elaborate patterns, while the center bore the characters Tsangmu. As he subtly channeled his energy, the token emanated a dark red glow, enveloping him. Before the radiance receded, yet, Lin Jie found himself bound by a connection to the entire Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. This is the grand elixir you seek. Once Fu Qianqiu confirmed Lin Jie's identity, he tossed a storage pouch towards him. Lin Jie opened it, and a smile graced his lips. The quantity of potent medicines was significantly less than he had listed, but he had initially exaggerated, never truly expecting to acquire such a vast amount. Nevertheless, the current supply exceeded his expectations, and he was astonished that the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion within Songlin City could produce so many potent medicines. With these medicines, his cultivation would accelerate remarkably. In Chapter 009, Alchemy, Lin Jie expressed his gratitude. Thank you today. Standing gracefully at the entrance of the Yi family, Lin Xiaoxi was a vision of elegance. Lin Jie, momentarily entranced, recalled Yi Xie standing there delicately, and he spoke with deep affection. Why be so polite with me? Protecting you is my duty. His tone was gentle, yet imbued with a commanding presence. Lin Xiaoxi's youthful heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed with color. After a brief moment, she gradually regained her composure, though concern clouded her expression. Lin Jie, I should return now. You should too. Be cautious regarding your Lin if anything were to happen to them. A heavy cough resonated from within the courtyard, silencing her words. Lin Jie cast a fleeting glance at the grand estate of the Yi family, saying nothing, merely offering a faint smile as he departed. He understood Lin Xiaoxi's concern and the implication of the cough. As one of the three great families in Songlin City, the Yi family was uniquely distinct. They had consistently maintained a stance of neutrality, showing no excessive enthusiasm for power, and had never engaged in the struggle for dominance. For many years, both the Lin and Lu families had sought to align with the Yi family, yet they remained steadfastly neutral, refusing to favor either side. Clearly, the recent cough served as a reminder to Yi Xiaoxi that she must not allow her burgeoning affection for Lin Jie to compromise the principles upheld by the Yi family. However, Lin Jie remained unfazed. All he needed was the knowledge of Yi Xiaoxi's sentiments. As for the impending turmoil between the Lin and Lu families, he deemed it best to confront it alone. Lin Jie, once an unparalleled sovereign, had traversed countless battles through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. What fear could he possibly hold against his current predicament? The Lin residence was solemn and heavy with grief. The funeral coffin of the late patriarch lay prominently in the hall, with numerous Lin family disciples vigilantly standing guard. Meanwhile, several elder members of the family discreetly investigated the true circumstances surrounding Lin Dongfeng's demise and the death of the patriarch. Thus, Lin Jie's return to the Lin estate stirred little commotion. Many merely cast indifferent glances his way, allowing him to come and go without much attention. After all, they were merely required to comply with the elder's directive of remaining within Songlin City, rendering them apathetic to Lin Jie's actions. Indeed, Lin Jie was no longer the Lin Jie of old. With the loss of his grandfather and parents, he had been stripped of any status or respect. Even though he had miraculously reconnected his severed meridians and restored his cultivation, few believed he could make significant waves again. In the current Lin family, Lin Dengfeng wielded absolute power. Rest assured, having taken possession of your body, I shall avenge you. Lin Jie mused as he quickly glanced around before hastening back to his quarters. There, he swiftly arranged several protective formations, rendering his abode impervious. Subsequently, he sought out an ancient, dilapidated cauldron. After the infusion of crystal-clear spring water, a sudden applause reverberated. The dilapidated cauldron emitted a resounding thud, while the dark, aged debris scattered and fell away, revealing a radiant brilliance. On the surface of the cauldron, distinctive magical seals emerged, forming an extraordinary pattern reminiscent of flickering flames or beings offering sacrifices to the heavens. These designs appeared almost alive, imbued with a unique. As Lin Jie ignited the flames, the patterns were instantly suffused with fiery textures, and with a resounding pop, a roaring azure-purple flame materialized, more terrifyingly profound than during the refinement of the 9-turn condensing yin pill. The surging flames danced like an incessant fire dragon, tightly encircling the entire cauldron. Under the intense heat, the water within swiftly reached a boil. Lin Jie plunged his hand into the bubbling liquid, sensing its essence for a considerable time. Only when his golden-hued hands began to blush faintly did he abruptly flip open his storage pouch, unleashing a flurry of medicinal herbs he had procured for concocting the extreme spirit pill and those grand elixirs gifted by Fu Qianxiu, which swirled around the cauldron in a mesmerizing display. With a mere gesture, he directed one type of herb into the cauldron. As the herb completely transformed into a torrent of medicinal power, releasing a rich aroma, another herb was cast into the cauldron. This meticulous sequence continued, each step executed with unwavering composure, devoid of any haste. The order in which he introduced the ingredients was remarkably peculiar, likely leaving Fu Qianxiu in a state of astonishment had he been present. Once all the herbs had entered the cauldron, Lin Jie swiftly clapped his hands, unleashing a multitude of intricate magical seals that cascaded towards the cauldron. In an instant, the intricate patterns surrounding the cauldron's wall underwent a transformation, shifting from a celestial offering to an endless congregation of beings, as if engaged in a sacred rite. It was as though all creatures from myriad realms were united in harmonious recitation. Consequently, the grand cauldron was enveloped in layers of violet mist, imparting an aura of profound mystery. Amidst the flames, reminiscent of a fiery dragon, flickered unique symbols of power, resonating with the celestial principles. And together they emanated an overwhelming force, ultimately refining the elixirs within, intensifying their fragrant essence, accompanied by an intoxicatingly special rhythm of the Tao. The resounding cauldron vibrated, as the essences within gradually melded, coalescing into strands of medicinal potency that intertwined with the flickering symbols, resembling the decisive stroke that brings a painting to life. This fusion birthed formidable energies that transformed into avian and beastly forms, qilin, colossal dragons, and soaring phoenixes, striving to break free from the confines of the cauldron. Yet, The ritualistic patterns encircling the cauldron appeared even more vivid, releasing subtle sounds that forged a unique force, ensnaring the emerging beings like a celestial net. As they surged towards the cauldron's opening, they were met with a resounding thud, reverting to concentrated medicinal essence, which subsequently enhanced the potency of the concoction. Thus, this cycle continued. Beings emerged, the cauldron restrained them, and the process repeated. The medicinal power within underwent continuous refinement, while the liquid diminished, paradoxically enriching its potency. Undoubtedly, this exemplified an exceedingly advanced method of alchemy, harnessing the forces of universal principles and the veneration of myriad spirits, thereby bestowing a qualitative transformation upon the elixirs produced. It seems I must hasten my progress. In my current state, although I am able to employ some of my former techniques, the results are significantly diminished, leading to a considerable waste of medicinal energy. Otherwise, had I utilized the heavens and the earth as a furnace, with myriad paths as the essence, all the medicinal power could have been perfectly preserved within, without a trace escaping. Afterward, Lin Jie withdrew his hand and quietly settled into a meditative posture, practicing the indestructible tribulation body. Time passed, though I cannot say how long, when suddenly, the fierce roar of a primal beast echoed in his ears. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Jie beheld that the liquid in the cauldron had completely vanished, leaving behind a single pill, radiant in purple and gold, adorned with divine patterns. It resembled a ferocious beast, violently thrashing within the cauldron, causing the entire vessel to tremble and emit a deafening sound. The binding forces created by the surrounding patterns had begun to waver, struggling to contain the pill within, as it threatened to break free and escape into the cosmos. Unexpectedly, having reached this level of mastery, I am still capable of refining such a high-grade pill. It seems the heavens desire me to assist in your vengeance. With this pill, there shall be a substantial enhancement to my strength. Lin Jie smiled, his hand glowing with golden light as he reached toward the cauldron. The cauldron shook violently, as the purple-gold pill, akin to a true beast, suddenly broke through its confines, transforming into a dazzling beam of light while emitting sharp, piercing roars, swiftly surging towards the array. With a thunderous clap, Lin Jie's hand descended, the indestructible tribulation body activated, unleashing boundless power. With a sudden sound, the terrifying potency of the pill swiftly dissipated its formidable impact, firmly ensnared within Lin Jie's grasp. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not escape the confines of his palm. Such a pill, if traded, could procure countless essential herbs for alchemy. Gazing at the pill imbued with profound essence, a resolute determination flickered in Lin Jie's eyes. However, this body is ultimately too frail. If the true self wishes to recover expeditiously, it must be consumed first. This pill remains an extraordinary elixir, yet under his meticulous refinement, it has transformed into the supreme purple-gold primordial elixir. It would yield tremendous effects not only for ordinary primordial realm practitioners, but even for those in the oneness realm. Without hesitation, Lin Jie swallowed it. It slid down his throat and into his abdomen. The terrifying medicinal force surged violently through his flesh, rapidly dispersing to every limb and bone. An intense pain akin to being torn asunder coursed through his body, beads of sweat pouring forth, as his veins brimmed with blood, threatening to erupt at any moment. After Lin Jie's rigorous refinement, the pill's potency had become overwhelmingly tyrannical. His body struggled to endure. However, Lin Jie had prepared for this moment. As the potent energy erupted, threatening to rend his flesh apart, blood gushing forth and his meridians severely damaged, he activated the undying calamity body. Rising from destruction, an obscure scripture escaped his lips. The infinite mystique of profound incantations within his consciousness began to resonate. From within him emanated a series of majestic, almost divine, whispers. He appeared dignified and resplendent. His corporeal form, once marred and time-worn, now emanated delicate strands of golden radiance from within the labyrinth. This effulgence enveloped every iota of his flesh as the potency of the purple-gold primal spirit pill was swiftly drawn in, coalescing with his very being. Gradually, his ravaged physique began to exude a luster akin to that of resilient gold and stone. His meridians, once severely wounded, were rekindled under the golden illumination, reconnecting and radiating a similarly robust sheen, demonstrably more formidable than before. More crucially, Lin Jie's dantian was replete with a viscous, golden fluid, the very essence of the great emperor's blood, imbued with the supreme Tao insight. Having initially assumed control of this physical form, he could only superficially meld the blood essence and Tao insight. Now, under the impetus of the purple-gold primal spirit pill, it truly coursed through his dantian, permeating his entire being, such that every corpuscle of his blood now contained the great emperor's blood essence, enabling him to comprehend the supreme Tao at every moment. Thus, the true fusion was achieved. Little did you anticipate, he mused, that despite your machinations to seize my life, I would not only survive but ultimately integrate the supreme Tao with my very essence. As Lin Jie regulated the medicinal potency, he gazed upward at the boundless firmament, vowing, "As I rise step by step, the day shall come when I personally exact my vengeance upon you all." The absorption of the medicinal potency persisted for an extended duration. Lin Jie's body was thoroughly invigorated, radiating a resplendent golden hue, akin to the dazzling light of divine gold. Even from afar, one could discern the formidable nature of his physical form. Such was the awe-inspiring power of the indestructible calamity body, reborn after a million tribulations. Much like a phoenix rising from the ashes, growing ever stronger through death and rebirth. And so, a protracted period elapsed. The medicinal power of the purple-gold mixed origin pill gradually waned. Lin Jie gently urged it, sensing a smooth and unimpeded flow of energy coursing through him. However, he was soon struck with astonishment, for after a brief circulation of power, he abruptly perceived that the barrier of his realm shattered like porcelain, releasing a surge of even more formidable energy. Late stage of the mixed origin realm, he was taken aback by the rapidity of this advancement. Yet, realization dawned upon him. At this moment, he could not be measured by ordinary standards. He had once ascended to the pinnacle of strength, and though he now existed in a borrowed body, he retained the terrifying experiences and insights from his previous life. Thus, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners, even those hailed as peerless geniuses. Nevertheless, he did not grow overly complacent. He quickly immersed himself in contemplation, attuning to the changes within himself. In the Lin family's secret chamber, Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan, with their aged eyes gleaming with murderous intent, gazed coldly at the old servant Lin Zhong kneeling before them. "Speak. Who was it that instigated you to poison Lin Aoyin and his wife, Lin Dahai? Respected elders." "It was truly Lin Jie who commanded me." Lin Zhong trembled as he spoke. "I do not comprehend his reasons for poisoning his parents and grandfather, but I was indeed threatened by Lin Jie into purchasing the deadly heartless pill from the Liu family. You both are aware that my entire family serves the Lin clan. Had I not complied with Lin Jie's orders, he would have used my family as leverage against me. I was left with no choice." Lin Aoyun's murderous intent intensified. A terrifying power erupted, silencing Lin Zhong, who dared not utter another word. "Do you truly believe we have become senile? The heartless poison is a unique toxin of the Liu family, one that ordinary individuals would never encounter, let alone procure. Even if you are a mere servant of the Lin family, you would have no opportunity to acquire the heartless poison, unless you were already colluding with the Liu family. So, who exactly is pulling the strings?" Lin Aoshing, growing increasingly impatient, coldly remarked. "What is the point of conversing with a dog servant who has poisoned our patriarch? Let us proceed directly and allow him to experience the torment of our Lin family's exclusive technique, the thousand blades piercing heart punishment." With a clap of his hands, the walls of the stone chamber parted, revealing a chilling scene within. Gloomy flames flickered to life, and in the constricted darkness lay a peculiar instrument of torture, glinting ominously in the dim light. "I will speak, I will speak." The old servant Lin Zhong prostrated himself. As a senior servant of the Lin family, he was acutely aware of the horror of the punishment and dared not resist, promptly confessing. "It was Lin Dengfeng. He desires to become the next head of the Lin family, and thus conspired with Liu Haiki, the master of the Liu family who seeks to dominate Songlin City, to obtain the heartless poison and poison Lin Dahai and the elderly patriarch Lin Aoyin who stood in his way. I was acting under their orders to frame young master Lin Jie. I had no choice. My family was under their control, and if I did not comply, they would perish. I beseech the two esteemed patriarchs to show leniency and not implicate my family. Indeed, it is Lin Dengfeng, a treacherous and ungrateful wretch, to poison his own kin." Lin Aoyan and Lin Aoshin rose abruptly, their terrifying power surging forth as they turned to Lin Zhong. "Do you possess any evidence to substantiate that it was Lin Dengfeng who orchestrated this?" Indeed, indeed." Lin Zhong incessantly bowed his head. Chapter 011. The trap at the Lin Manor. Lin Zhong led the way, while Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan followed closely, their expressions grave. With such a significant incident occurring at the Lin Manor, their anger was matched only by their caution. After all, this matter involved Lin Defeng and even his father, Lin Aoding. It was imperative to gather irrefutable evidence. Otherwise, not only would they fail to bring the father and son to justice, but they also risked alerting them, which could lead to the silencing of witnesses and the destruction of crucial evidence. How much longer? Why are we veering further off course? Lin Aoyun questioned, perplexed. After some time, we're straying increasingly away, nearly arriving at the abandoned quarters of the Lin Manor, where human presence has long ceased to exist. Even the servants seldom come to clean, Lin Zhong cautiously explained. Please forgive us, esteemed elders. The matter of poisoning old Lady Lin and the couple Lin Dahai is, after all, exceedingly shocking. I fear being implicated and having evidence destroyed, hence my heightened caution. We shall arrive shortly, Lin Zhong continued earnestly. Lin Aoshan cast a sidelong glance and urged, hurry along. The sooner we expose Lin Dengfeng's crimes, the safer the Lin Manor will be, and that child, Lin Jia, will not have to endure such unjust treatment. Yes, yes. Lin Zhong nodded repeatedly, hastening ahead. Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan followed him, winding through the paths. Yet they never arrived at the location of the evidence Lin Zhong had mentioned. Instead, upon entering the abandoned quarters, Lin Zhong led them deeper into more desolate areas. Do not play tricks. Lin Aoyun's hair bristled with fury. Lin Dengfeng can annihilate your family. I, Lin Aoyun, can do the same. If we continue to meander, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. He discerned the problem. Lin Zhong was undoubtedly acting with intent to deceive. Otherwise, no matter how cautious he was, he would not have concealed the evidence so deeply. After all, frequent visits to the Lin family's abandoned courtyard would inevitably arouse suspicion. Given his understanding of Lin Zhong's character, it was inconceivable that he would engage in such a foolish act. Alas, the two of you may no longer have such an opportunity. The fear on Lin Zhong's face dissipated entirely. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity akin to that of a hawk. Confronted by the formidable pressure exerted by Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan, a terrifying power emanated from within him. Observing this, Lin Aoyun smirked, concealed, and yet you possess a strength nearing the realm of unity. But do you truly believe that a mere individual like you can contend with us? The full force of Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan surged forth, causing the abandoned courtyard of the Lin family to tremble and the earth to rumble ominously. Lin Zhong's power was swiftly overwhelmed, leaving him at a disadvantage. But at that moment, what if we were to join forces? A voice laced with mockery echoed through the air. Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan exchanged glances and turned towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the depths of the Lin family's abandoned courtyard were three figures: the white-haired Lin Aoding, the fierce Lin Dengfeng, and Lu Heiqi, the head of the Lu family, whose sharp brows and bright eyes, coupled with a broad back and imposing aura, exuded an air of dominance. The trio approached from three directions, and with Lin Zhong's position, Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan found themselves ensnared in a trap. You, indeed. This is merely a trap. Lin Dengfeng chuckled lightly. He gazed upon his two elders, Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan, not with a modicum of respect, but rather with a sense of triumph as if he could manipulate them at will. Do you truly believe that uncovering the affairs of Lin Dahai and that old wretch Lin Aoyun would be so facile? The reason I deliberately allowed Lin Zhong to assist you in your investigation is precisely to send the two of you along with them on their journey. You are nothing but a hindrance. As long as you remain, my ambition to seize control of the Lin family will not come to fruition so easily. Ha. You two old fools, how blind you are. Such an evident trap, and yet you have stumbled right into our midst. Lin Aoyun's eyes blazed with fury as he turned to Lin Aoding, his voice sharp. Is this truly your intention? We are brothers. Is the control of the Lin estate so vital that you would resort to poisoning your own elder brother and nephew, even conspiring against your grandnephew? Since ancient times, a general's success is often paid for with the desolation of many. For the prosperity of the family, do not think it extraordinary for brothers to sacrifice one another, even their own flesh and blood. It is regrettable that you are so entrenched in your antiquated ways, oblivious to the changing tides, Lin Aoding replied coldly. Then let us first rid ourselves of you, to appease the spirit of our elder brother in the afterlife. Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan surged forward, their hands outstretched, charging directly at Lin Aoding. The fury of their combined strength, at the pinnacle of their realm, surged forth. In an instant, Lin Aoding found himself engulfed by their terrifying might. Old wretch, eliminate him. Lin Dengfeng bellowed, leaping into the fray to strike at Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan. Lin Zhong and Lu Haiki swiftly joined the assault. In an instant, a terrifying force surged forth, causing nearby rocks to shatter and trees to wither. However, Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan were acutely aware that they could not escape death today. They exhibited no regard for their own safety and adopted a reckless approach, directing all their attacks towards Lin Aoding. The onslaught left Lin Aoding bleeding profusely, swiftly plunging him into a perilous situation. Lin Dengfeng continued to press forward. Yet he could not compel Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan to relent. I shall see how long you can endure. Once those sent to eliminate that scoundrel Lin Jie succeed, it will be your turn to meet your demise. Lin Dengfeng exclaimed with a cold sneer. Indeed, Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan were affected by his words. What did you say? Their assault faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Dengfeng launched a counterattack. Swiftly coordinated by Lin Zhong and Lu He, Lin Aoding suddenly struck out with a palm and swiftly leapt out of the fray. Do you truly believe that our intentions are solely directed at you two? I must inform you that while Lin Zhong escorted you here, several late-stage experts from the Lu family and our Lin family have already set out to hunt for Lin Jie. Lin Jie has likely been reduced to a mere pile of flesh, regardless of how he recovered last time. This time he is undoubtedly doomed. Upon hearing Lin Aoding's words, Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan spat out blood. Lin Jie was the only descendant of their elder brother. They had previously permitted him to suffer indignities, and now he was on the brink of death. Why? He was merely a child, posing no threat to your control over the Lin family. Because he deserves to die. Lu Haiki's eyes glimmered with a chilling murderous intent. His fists clenched tightly as he spoke with deliberate emphasis. A mere bastard of the Lin family dares to cripple my son? How can I quell the hatred in my heart without tearing him to shreds? Moreover, I have summoned a master to imprison his soul. I shall use his spirit as a lantern, tormenting him for eternity, depriving him of any chance at reincarnation, forcing him to endure the agony of the mortal realm. Lu Haiki was consumed by fury. Lu Jian was his sole son, the future heir of the Lu family, and yet he had been so brutally incapacitated by Lin Jie. Thus, Lin Jie would undoubtedly be subjected to his boundless wrath. Chapter 012. Unbearable blow. Lin Jie's residence was ablaze with golden light, intermittently erupting with intense sounds. This phenomenon was a manifestation of his insights gained after advancing to the late stage of the Hunyuan realm. Although his current level could not compare to his former prowess, even a fraction of his regained abilities allowed him to unleash a force that far surpassed that of ordinary Hunyuan cultivators. The crumbling cloud fist. Lin Jie gradually withdrew his hands, the overwhelming power slowly subsiding and the golden light receding. Yet, he felt inadequate. He had yet to grasp the true essence of the crumbling cloud fist, only able to demonstrate its form. If he had truly mastered it, this simplest of techniques would have been capable of shattering clouds and splitting mountains. The memory of his first execution of the crumbling cloud fist surfaced in Lin Jie's mind. Alas, despite the myriad insights swirling within him, his current strength hindered him from showcasing its intricacies. Suddenly, Lin Jie's brow furrowed in concentration. He sensed the approach of 8 formidable cultivators at the late stage of the Hunyuan realm, who were rapidly making their way toward him, engaged in hushed conversation. Several fellow cultivators, upon entering, should refrain from employing excessive force and directly slaying him. The Golden Guard, clad in a moon-white robe, earnestly implored, I have come at the behest of the Lu family head to confine his spirit. If you were to kill him outright, I would be unable to fulfill my mission, and it would be difficult to explain later. We beseech you. We never strike with moderation. What if, by chance, we inadvertently kill him? The group erupted into boisterous laughter. The Golden Guard grew increasingly anxious. My esteemed friends, please, I implore you. If I am unable to confine his spirit, I will have no explanation to offer the Lu family head, and you too may find yourselves implicated. You are well aware of his temperament. The laughter subsided, and after a moment of silence, one among them spoke. Rest assured, we shall not be excessively ruthless. At most, we shall torment him for a time. Then, you can confine his spirit. Torturing his essence will be far more exhilarating than a swift execution. That is acceptable. That is indeed acceptable. The Golden Guard sighed in relief. The 8 swiftly made their way to Lin Jie's abode. Are we so impatient? Very well. Let us see how formidable my power truly is. Lin Jie proclaimed as he rose. The formation dissipated, and the tightly shut door creaked open. With a single step, silence enveloped the outside world, as if time itself had frozen, devoid of sound and color. The 8 cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. Yet when they looked up, they beheld Lin Jie standing there like a plum blossom in a winter gale, exuding an aura that struck fear into their hearts, leaving them inexplicably apprehensive. This young man is indeed uncanny. In just a few days, a remarkable advancement has been achieved. He is now in the late stage of the merging sphere, and his aura has become even more formidable. A few powerful members of the Lin family gazed at him in astonishment. They distinctly recalled the chaos at the Spirit Hall when Lin Ju had been rendered powerless. At that time, Lin Jie's aura was not nearly as terrifying. What is there to fear? It is but a minor enhancement. Even if he has grown stronger, can he truly contend with all 8 of us? Moreover, our companion, the valiant Jin Wuxia, possesses a formidable spirit. He is naturally adept at soul attacks. With his presence, even if we 7 are slightly inferior to that insufferable brat, we can easily vanquish him and confine his soul. The strong man from the Liu family remained unconcerned. Jin Wuxia narrowed his eyes and calmly reassured, "Rest assured, my friends, you may proceed. Should anything go awry, I shall strike at his soul from the sidelines, rendering him incapable of putting up a fight." "Your words are exceedingly tedious," Lin Jie retorted impatiently. "As a test subject, one must possess the awareness befitting such a role. I am pressed for time. Let us proceed swiftly, including you, the one who fancies himself an expert in soul attacks." He pointed at Jin Wuxia. Jin Wuxia trembled. They had just communicated through thought. How could Lin Jie have discerned their conversation? A dreadful thought flickered through Jin Wuxia's mind. However, the accompanying strongmen from the Liu and Lin families were enraged. "You insolent fool, seeking your own demise. We shall send you to the underworld this very moment," they cried, their fury palpable. It was audacious for a mere weakling from the Lin family to consider them as testing stones. A tremendous force erupted in the area as the 7 unleashed their powers. Employing various martial arts and wielding swords, they charged toward Lin Jie with lightning speed. The terrifying force enveloped Lin Jie, and the relentless assaults around him fell like rain. Yet, as he beheld the myriad of powers converging upon him, a faint smile graced his lips. Subsequently, the indomitable calamity body surged forth, golden energy erupting from his arms, swiftly coalescing upon his fists. A mystical seal materialized above his knuckles, radiating an ominous brilliance. It was the emblem of the crumbling cloud fist. With a resounding crash, Lin Jie struck downwards. The golden light burst forth, confronting all incoming attacks. The air resonated with dreadful sounds as those assaults met the golden radiance, disintegrating instantaneously. Nevertheless, the potency of the crumbling cloud fist remained undiminished, relentlessly pursuing the 7 adversaries. The 7, gripped by terror, attempted to flee, but the speed of the crumbling cloud fist was unparalleled. Just as they initiated their escape, the horrifying fist energy descended upon them. Blood spewed forth as the 7 were violently hurled away, crashing through a series of buildings. "You!" Jin Wuxia exclaimed in astonishment. Such combat prowess was utterly inconceivable. These were 7 formidable beings at the late stage of the primordial unity realm. Not even a practitioner at the early stage of the unity realm could confront them head-on without retreating in despair. In that instant, Jin Wuxia found himself regretting his acceptance of Liu Haiqi's invitation. Lin Jie was undeniably absurdly powerful. "Now it is your turn. Let us see if your soul attack techniques can penetrate me." Lin Jie strode calmly towards Jin Wuxia. "You misunderstand, my friend. I merely came to be a guest at the Lin family, harboring no intention of hostility towards you." Jin Wuxia's heart quaked. A glimmer of light arose beneath his feet, swiftly propelling him towards the exit of the Lin estate. He possessed no vestige of combat intent, though Lin Jie remained composed. The overwhelming strength he exhibited had thoroughly intimidated him, vanquished with such ease. Yet, the resonance of Lin Jie's voice echoed intimately in his ears. A swift turn revealed Lin Jie unmoved, still in his initial stance. However, Lin Jie's eyes shimmered with a dense, sanguine mist. Through this haze, the Imperial Guard beheld mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and the ceaseless slaughter of countless beings. A torrent of terrifying visions surged into his mind, assailing his very soul. With a resounding crash, the Imperial Guard collapsed. Intense agony emanated from his spirit, causing him to writhe on the ground, clutching his head in torment. Soon, he was drenched in sweat, his garments soaked. Streams of horrifying blood trickled from his eyes, gradually dilating and becoming lifeless until all light had faded. His spirit had been shattered, leading to his demise. "Did you truly believe that mere pawns could contend with me?" Lin Jie murmured, resuming his approach towards the fallen. A similar fate befell them all. Chapter 13. Encounter. Such brazen audacity indicates that the Lin family is now entirely under the dominion of Lin Dangfeng and Lin Aoding. Lin Jie's mind raced, swiftly grasping the crux of the matter. Otherwise, regardless of their arrogance, Lin Dangfeng and Lin Aoding would have had to consider the supreme elders, Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan, and would not have openly led the Lu family's experts to eliminate him. This was the reason Lin Dangfeng had chosen to poison Lin Dehai and his wife, as well as Lin Aoyun. "I must depart immediately." Lin Jie acted swiftly. Scouring the body's original memories, he rapidly made his way out of the Lin residence along a secluded path. His audacity to challenge Lin Dangfeng and Lin Aoding stems not only from his belief in his own ability to contend with Lin Dangfeng, but also from a greater reliance on Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan. It has become apparent that the two esteemed elders are in dire straits. If they linger within the Lin residence any longer, the Lu family will soon realize that the formidable forces they dispatched have all perished and will undoubtedly come for him. At that juncture, despite his formidable experiences and insights, his own inadequate strength renders it nearly impossible for him to escape the relentless pursuit of the Lu family. As he traversed the path, the signs of civilization dwindled. This route lay long abandoned in the memories of Lin Jie's true self. Historically, the Lin family seldom frequented this area, save for Lin Jie's youthful mischief, which had rendered him somewhat familiar with the terrain. Thus, he navigated it with ease and soon found himself amidst lush greenery and abundant birdsong, allowing his anxieties to gradually abate. However, in the next moment, his heart once again tightened. Voices emerged from a short distance away. You resort to any means necessary, slaughtering your kin and betraying our ancestors. You shall face retribution." It was Lin Aoyun's voice. Lin Jie felt his heart plummet and swiftly concealed himself within the underbrush. Following this, Lin Aoshan's exasperated voice echoed, "Is there no pain in your heart for such fratricide? We are, after all, blood brothers." The two had been subdued, their wounds profuse and grievous. They remained alive, albeit under the control of Lin Aoding and Lin Dangfeng. But death had not yet claimed them. The silver-haired Lin Aoding remained unfazed, his gaze drifting languidly towards the place where Lin Jie was concealed. A cruel smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, "This little fellow possesses some skill." Neither of the 8 formidable warriors from the Lin and Lu families could slay him, yet he managed to escape. However, this may serve well, allowing you 2 old wretches to witness his demise, lest you traverse the underworld alone in your frail state. Lin Jie felt a surge of dread at being discovered, never anticipating such a direct confrontation. Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan's expressions darkened as their injured bodies once again summoned their strength. They launched a fierce assault against Lin Dangfeng and Lin Aoding, shouting towards Lin Jie's hiding place, "Lin Jie, flee." A resplendent golden light erupted from the grass. The indomitable body of calamity surged forth, an overwhelming force radiating through his limbs. Lin Jie resembled a magnificent beast, aglow with golden brilliance, as he hastily retraced his steps, propelling himself forward with great speed. The inexhaustible energy flowed from his dantian throughout his being, allowing him to advance rapidly, the foliage on either side swiftly retreating hundreds of feet in an instant. The 2 severely injured elders did not lend a hand. He understood that remaining would lead only to death. Survival was his sole opportunity. Yet, his heart sank as Lu Haiki appeared before him, his piercing eyes brimming with lethal intent. "I underestimated you. I dispatched numerous individuals to capture your spirit, seeking vengeance for my son's ruin, yet you emerged unscathed. I must concede, you have exceeded my expectations. But so be it." Lu Haiki was enveloped in a swirling, black luminescence akin to waves of water. "I have personally imprisoned your soul, using it as fuel to ignite the ghostly flame, so you may witness the fate that befalls one who dares to undermine my son." With a thunderous eruption of black light, Lu Haiki's hands were suddenly adorned with scales of darkness, exuding a chilling aura as he unleashed a direct assault upon Lin Jie. It was the serpent fist. His fury was palpable. Lu Jian, his only son, had been rendered utterly powerless. Although Lin Jie managed to evade the onslaught of 8 formidable adversaries, it only served to intensify Lu Haiki's rage, compelling him to unleash his most ferocious attack. Let it be known, not only those at the late stage of the primordial Unity realm, but even those of the Unity realm, had fallen before this fist countless times. This strike encapsulated over 30 years of Lu Haiqi's dedication and fervor. The rolling black radiance surged forth, exerting a terrifying pressure that prompted Lin Jie to recognize the formidable nature of the serpent fist. In an instant, golden seals manifested in his eye, and he invoked the 10,000 calamities eye technique, emanating streams of brilliant gold. The serpent fist was markedly different from before. Though it appeared ferocious, it was, in truth, far less intricate than his own cloud-crushing fist, riddled with vulnerabilities. As the monstrous blow approached, Lin Jie deftly sidestepped, evading the fist's lethal edge, while simultaneously executing his cloud-crushing fist, channeling gold into his dual fists, and crashing them down upon the serpent fist with a resounding impact. The collision of the two punches produced a fearsome sound, as golden and black luminescence erupted, incinerating nearby flora into mere ashes. Subsequently, both combatants were forced to retreat. Yet Lu Haiqi's eyes reflected profound shock and bewilderment. The scale python fist, a signature technique that had brought him renown, had vanquished countless formidable opponents. Within the confines of Songlin City, few could rival his prowess. Yet, to his astonishment, that very punch had been intercepted by Lin Jie. Even more incredulous was the fact that as their fists collided, his power-infused scales shattered into fragments, blood gushing from his knuckles, while Lin Jie remained utterly unscathed. A prodigy? To achieve such a feat in the later stages of the Hunyuan realm was nothing short of astonishing. Suddenly, Lu Haiqi cried out in shock. In that fleeting moment of disbelief, Lin Jie launched an assault using his soul. Like the Golden Guards, the vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surged forth, an onslaught of the deceased, fiercely assailing him as if to rend him apart, causing excruciating pain that elicited a heart-wrenching scream. Lu family head, Lin Dengfeng sensed impending doom. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of punches, swiftly eliminating Lin Aoyun and Lin Aoshan, and charged forward. Lin Jie had initially intended to seize this opportunity to swiftly end Lu Haiqi's life. However, upon noticing Lin Dengfeng and Lin Aoding hastening towards him, he begrudgingly retreated, his legs aglow with golden light as he made his way toward the outskirts of the Lin residence. Dengfeng, don't mind me. Pursue him. He must not escape. This boy is a great calamity. If we fail to eliminate him, not just I, but your Lin residents shall know no peace. Lu Haiqi, with his superior realm and formidable soul, found the agony within his spirit alleviating as Lin Jie ceased his assault, urging Lin Dengfeng and Lin Aoding to pursue the fleeing Lin Jie. Chapter 14. A desperate situation. Lin Jie fled in a frenzy. The speed he attained was pushed to its utmost limit, to the point where even his legs struggled to endure the explosive force. Fortunately, he practiced the indestructible calamity body, which thrived under immense pressure. The closer he was to collapse, the more his potential was unleashed, allowing his velocity to remain unyielding. Lin Dengfeng and Lin Aoding pursued him closely, but failed to catch up. Before long, they entered the Lin residence. The numerous members of the Lin family were already alarmed by the ferocity of the battle. A group of them stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fearsome Lin Jie with trepidation. Lin Jie had committed the heinous acts of rebelling against his kin and poisoning his parents and grandfather, showing no remorse. Now, he had slain 2 esteemed elders, intending to frame them for his crimes, an act of treachery that warranted severe punishment. What are you all waiting for? Why do you not swiftly restrain this deranged beast? Lin Dengfeng bellowed. However, many were skeptical of his one-sided claims. Nevertheless, the Lin family members soon realized that with the demise of several elders, Lin Dengfeng's faction had become the sole authority, and no one could challenge him. After a moment of hesitation, some stepped forward to confront Lin Jie. Lin Jie, you are guilty of treachery. Surrender at once. Get lost. Lin Jie kicked the assailant aside, sending him crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, unable to rise. The others, filled with dread, no longer dared to advance. At that moment, Lin Jie's eyes sparkled with a fierce light, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, as if he were a Shura emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. A mere glance at him felt like facing a god of slaughter. Instantly, no one dared to approach. Lin Jie moved through the Lin residence as if it were an uninhabited realm, departing with haste. Useless, a pack of useless fools. Such a multitude. Yet they are unable to apprehend a single transgressor. Of what use are they? Lyndon Peak exclaimed in vehement indignation. Lin Outyan's countenance was likewise ashen with displeasure. Should Lin Jie escape the confines of the Lin Manor, the clandestine elimination thereof would become an impossibility. To succumb to ire at this juncture, the expedient course of action lies in the swift mobilization of forces in pursuit. I shall forthwith return and, under the aegis of Jian'er, dispatch individuals to encircle and obstruct. On this occasion, by no means shall we permit this scion to survive. Lu Haiki conveyed in surreptitious tones, before departing the Lin Manor with haste via a concealed portal. Lyndon Peak, having regained his composure, promptly assembled the formidable, giving chase in close pursuit of Lin Jie. Simultaneously, Lu Haiki, under the guise of Lu Jian, initiated the pursuit of Lin Jie, furthermore issuing a bounty, thereby casting the entirety of Azure Forest City into a tempest of fervor, with numerous cultivators stirred to action. Joining in the pursuit of Lin Jie. When has this venerable one ever been reduced to such a state of disarray? Amidst Azure Forest City, Lin Jie, resplendent in golden radiance, akin to a cheetah, traversed with celerity, albeit with a sense of chagrin. Possessing an abundance of techniques, yet constrained by the limitations of his strength, he found himself unable to fully unleash their potential. Observing the increasing congregation of cultivators, he was compelled to incessantly evade and flee, rather than engage in direct confrontation. It appears that the only recourse is to venture into the is an exceptionally unique locale situated beyond Azure Forest City. Within its confines lie both rare medicinal flora and spiritual avian fauna, yet it is also perpetually enshrouded in mist, harboring formidable perils, such that even those of the Gi realm dare not venture deep within its recesses. For once ensnared by the enigmatic mist within, one may inadvertently attract bizarre entities, leading to dire consequences. Some formidable beings have met their demise, their life essence drained within a mere half-year, while others have suffered relentless lightning strikes until death finally grants them peace. As long as he approaches the abyssal ridge, even Lin Dengfeng, Lin Aoding, and Lu Haiki, despite their fervent desire to eliminate him, would hesitate to recklessly venture into the abyssal ridge. Thus, this remains Lin Jie's most reliable means of. Although entering the abyssal ridge presents its own perils, urgency compels his pursuers. Hurry, catch up to him. That fool intends to enter the abyssal ridge. Once he steps foot within, none of us will be able to capture him. The pursuing cultivators discerned Lin Dengfeng's intentions. Most had come in response to the Lu family's bounty and were unwilling to see their imminent reward slip away. I challenge any of you to dare. Lin Jie halted abruptly, his clear eyes swirling with crimson mist. A dense aura of malevolence enveloped him, intermittently releasing chilling, mournful howls reminiscent of Ashura. Many gazed upon his fearsome visage, their trepidation palpable as their rapid advance faltered. Only a few, overestimating their own prowess, charged forward, only to be swiftly obliterated by Lin Jie, leaving the surrounding cultivators in stunned silence. They understood that unless their cultivation vastly surpassed Lin Jie's, they stood no chance against him at an equal level. Any rash attempt would result in instant death. Consequently, they hesitated, simply following Lin Jie without daring to launch an attack. Unperturbed, Lin Jie continued his journey towards the abyssal ridge. However, when he finally arrived at the infernal ridge, his expression tightened. Lu Haiki had already brought the formidable members of the Lu family to guard the entrance of the infernal ridge, fully aware that this would be Lin Jie's last refuge. Thus, upon the issuance of the bounty notice, they had hastened their arrival. You dare to escape? After incapacitating my Jian'er, I wonder who will come to your rescue this time. With the Lu family ahead and the bounty hunters along with the members of the Lin family behind, Lin Jie felt a surge of helplessness as he surveyed the gathering throng. A once mighty warrior, though reborn, he had not anticipated finding himself in such dire straits, facing overwhelming odds before even having the chance to grow stronger. Yet, almost immediately, the indomitable spirit within him reignited. The golden essence within his dantian surged throughout his being, illuminating him in a resplendent glow. Numerous intricate techniques began to operate as he braced himself for battle once more. Did they seek his life? It would not come easily. At the very least, he would ensure they accompanied him to the grave before his demise. Lin Jie's eyes shimmered with determination, and an aura of defiance permeated the air around him, akin to a cornered tiger refusing to relinquish its ferocity and dignity, his fighting spirit undiminished. All the cultivators participating in the hunt had bounties, and those who could capture Lin Jie alive would receive a joint reward from both the Lin and Lu families. A chilling voice echoed through the air as the crowd parted, revealing Lin Dangfeng and Lin Aoding, accompanied by the formidable members of the Lin family, advancing with lethal intent. Gazing at the trapped Lin Jia, Lin Dangfeng proclaimed with righteous indignation, "This wretch has committed heinous acts against humanity. He has poisoned both his grandfather and biological parents, and has even attacked the esteemed elder. He has transgressed the sacred rules of the Lin family, rendering him a most rebellious scoundrel. I implore you all to show him no mercy." Provoked by his words, the encircling crowd tightened their grip. Lin Jia, catching sight of the sinister Lin Dangfeng amidst the throng, burst into laughter and remarked, "Lin Dangfeng, I once believed that despite your malicious intentions and unscrupulous methods, you might at least possess the qualities of a formidable leader, capable of guiding the Lin family to greater glory. Yet, it appears you are nothing more than a coward, a spineless wretch. You wish to take my life, but lack the courage to confront me directly, instead coercing others to act on your behalf. How audacious! Even at the brink of death, you dare to speak so insolently. Today, I shall ensure you comprehend the meaning of suffering." Lin Jia's intent was unmistakable. The cultivators drawn by the bounty wished to laugh, but refrained, for Lin Dangfeng's murderous aura was palpable, and his fury was ignited by Lin Jia's mockery. Lin Aoding remained composed. This was a world where strength reigned supreme, and people would only remember the powerful. The words of a dying man, no matter how stirring, would quickly fade into oblivion with his demise, for none dared to speak ill of the head of the Lin family in secret. After all, once Lin Jia was dealt with, Lin Dangfeng would effortlessly ascend to the position of family head. Without further ado, Lin Aoding directed his gaze towards Lu Haiki at the front of the abyssal ridge and inquired, "This wretch has committed grave offenses. The Lin family wishes to eliminate him swiftly. What is your stance, Master Lu? This young man has caused the downfall of my Jenner. It has become a blood feud for the Lu family. If I were to slay him, the Lu family would naturally rejoice. However," Lu Haiki's eyes glinted with a cold light, "to simply kill him would be far too lenient. I intend to imprison his soul, and I hope the Lin family does not perceive my actions as excessively cruel." This remark was directed at the cultivators present. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure clad in monk's robes emerged, adorned with a string of shumi beads. A wave of unease washed over the crowd. It was a formidable figure from the Buddhist sect, particularly skilled in matters concerning the soul. The shumi beads emitted faint, melodic murmurs, suggesting they contained an overwhelming number of suppressed souls. Undoubtedly, this monk, despite his seemingly benevolent demeanor, was a quintessential evil cultivator, drawing power from the souls of others to enhance his own abilities. One could only imagine the horrific torment that awaited any soul that fell into his grasp. At this moment, everyone began to grasp the depth of Lu Haiki's hatred for Lin Jia. It was far from mere words. Lin Dangfeng nodded in acknowledgement. The monk pressed his palms together in prayer and advanced step by step towards Lin Jia. The shumi beads radiated brilliance, resonating with the chants of countless beings, producing harmonious sounds that were, in truth, chillingly disquieting. The cultivators present felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively retreating, fearful of becoming inadvertently entangled in the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, many gazed at Lin Jia with profound sympathy. Faced with the might of both the Lu and Lin families, compounded by the monk's presence, there was seemingly no hope at all. "Uncle Lu, Uncle Lin." Just as the spectators presumed this grand spectacle was nearing its conclusion, a lively voice floated through the air, followed by two figures hastening towards them from the direction of Songlin City. "Behold, it is Yi Xiaoxi." Linden Peak, possessing keen eyesight, recognized her at once. Lin Jia also discerned Yi Xiaoxi's voice, yet his brow furrowed with concern. Trailing behind Yi Xiaoxi was Fu Qinxiu. The pair swiftly made their way through the throng, though Yi Xiaoxi remained slightly breathless, having hastened her arrival. Her fair countenance was flushed with a rosy hue, captivating the gazes of many cultivators who surrounded her. "Pavilion Master Fu Xiaoxi, what brings you here?" Linden Peak's gaze swept past the naturally beautiful Yi Xiaoxi, settling upon Fu Qinxiu behind her. The arrival of the Azurewood Pill Pavilion's master gave him pause, even as the current head of the Lin family. Across from him, a shadow of unease flickered across Lu Haiki's face as well. Fu Qinxiu, with his hands clasped behind his back, remained silent. "Uncle Lin, Uncle Lu, might I implore you to entrust this person to my care? Our Yi family shall offer compensation to your satisfaction." Yi Xiaoxi entreated Linden Peak and Lu Haiki opposite him with sincerity. "Absolutely not," the latter retorted. "This scoundrel crippled my Jian'er. Even tearing him limb from limb would scarcely assuage the hatred in my heart. Yi Xiaoxi's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced at Lin Jie, whereupon her melodious voice rang out once more. If only Uncle Lu would consent, I would willingly enter into matrimony with Lu Jian, joining the Lu family. Provided Uncle Lu would deliver Lin Jie into my hands. Lu Haiqi's eyes narrowed, for such a proposition was indeed unexpected. It was known that when Yi Xiaoxi was previously afflicted by the torment of chilling poison, he had exploited the opportunity to coerce Yi Xiaoxi into marrying Lu Jian. Yet she had remained steadfast in her refusal. Now, she was proactively making the offer. Lu Haiqi nearly acquiesced. For the Lu Jian of today was not the same as before, and women from ordinary families were unwilling to marry him. Yet, as he considered Lin Jie as formidable prowess, he realized that if he were to let the tiger return to the mountain, given time, Lin Jie would undoubtedly become the most terrifying adversary for both the Lin and Lu families, leading to the inevitable downfall of the Lu clan. With a grim expression, he gritted his teeth and declared, "No, under any circumstances today, he must die." He issued the command without hesitation. The radiant light of the Shumi pearl intensifying. From the depths of the pearl, phantoms emerged, clawing and leaping rapidly towards Lin Jie. Simultaneously, several formidable figures from the united Lin and Lu families surged upward, charging towards Lin Jie. Yi Xiaoxi trembled, nearly losing her balance, but was steadied by the firm grip of Fu Qianqiu, who offered her a reassuring glance before stepping forward. "Will no one afford me respect? Do the Lin and Lu families truly presume so much?" he proclaimed. "Today, within the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, I shall protect Lin Jie, and I wish to see how you will proceed." A powerful aura emanated from him. The previously charged figures from the Lin and Lu families halted, gazing in astonishment at the imposing Fu Qianqiu, a figure of unparalleled standing in Songlin City. He stood alone, without the support of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, and even his cultivation did not surpass that of Lu Haiqi or Lin Defeng. Yet, in that moment, he resembled an insurmountable mountain. Shielding Lin Jie from the onslaught of swords and blades, his gaze filled with admiration for Lin Jie, who remained undeterred in the face of overwhelming pressure. His intentions laid bare, he was determined to safeguard Lin Jie. No one had anticipated such a scene. Although the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion holds a unique status within the Tsangmu dynasty, it has historically refrained from participating in any power struggles, maintaining its independence. Only when someone dares to assault a member of the pavilion will they invoke the pavilion's fierce retribution. Lu Haiqi and Lin Dengfeng wore expressions as dark as stormy waters, their countenances quite grim. Today, Lin Jie found himself in an inescapable predicament, and the sudden emergence of Fu Qianqiu cast a shadow over the hearts of all present. If they allowed Fu Qianqiu to take Lin Jie away today, it would not be long before both their families faced utter catastrophe. As Lin Jie was advancing far too rapidly, "Master Fu, while we hold the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion in high regard, this is a matter concerning the Lin and Lu families, and your interference seems rather excessive." Lu Haiqi restrained his rising ire and inquired coldly. Yet, his discontent was evident. Fu Qianqiu understood his implication but merely snorted dismissively and replied emphatically, "Because he is a member of the Tsangmu Dan." "Are you implying that you would target a member of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion? As the pavilion master, should I merely stand by and allow you to handle this as you please?" Many cultivators, including Lin Jie, Lin Aoding, and Lu Haiqi, looked at each other in confusion regarding the significance of being a member of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. The monk, who had been poised to attack Lin Jie while holding a Shumi pearl, hesitated, retracting the numerous phantoms he had summoned, unwilling to take such a risk. The Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, a formidable entity, was beyond his capacity to confront. Even though the Songlin City and the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion may not boast the strongest combat prowess, the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion stands as a formidable force within the entire Tsangmu dynasty. Offending them could lead to an inescapable fate. However, much like the members of the Lin and Lu families, there remains a semblance of doubt regarding Lin Jie's true identity. Whenever a new member joins the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, it is customary for them to announce it widely, allowing various factions within the city to take note and avoid inadvertently antagonizing the pavilion. Thus, most cultivators are well aware of the members of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Yet the name Lin Jie had never been heard before. Lord Fu, to falsely accuse someone in the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion is no trivial matter. Lu Haiqi remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The implication was clear. One could not simply assert Lin Jie's affiliation with the pavilion without corroboration. Fu Qianxiu snorted coldly and turned to Lin Jie, saying, Lin Jie, what are you waiting for? Becoming a member of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion is nothing to be ashamed of. Otherwise, some may think I, Fu Qianxiu, am a mere fabricator of tales. Lin Jie produced a token, channeling his energy into it, which instantly ignited a radiant glow. A seemingly ethereal pavilion materialized, and at its center, the two characters Tsangmu floated and swayed. Moments later, the pavilion vanished. Amidst the dazzling light, Lin Jie's name emerged. This was indeed the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion's unique method of verifying identity. Even possessing their token did not automatically confer membership. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes fixed on Lin Jie, filled with disbelief. In such dire circumstances, facing imminent demise, it is almost unfathomable that one could endure such a predicament. Simultaneously, many are astounded by Lin Jie's prowess. It is well known that to become a member of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, one must possess extraordinary alchemical talents. This clearly indicates that Lin Jie is not only exceptional in his cultivation but also harbors formidable alchemical abilities. Alchemists are highly sought after among practitioners, as their skills encompass various aspects of cultivation. Many cultivators, seeking advancement, inevitably find themselves in dealings with alchemists. Lin Dengfeng and Lin Aoding wore grim expressions. Lu Heihua clenched his fists tightly, producing a cracking sound, as pent-up frustration brewed within him, just as he was on the verge of eliminating this remnant. An unexpected protection from the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion emerged, leaving him with no outlet for his fury. After all, even without the matter concerning Lu Jian, he was keen to slay Lin Jie. He had gained profound insight into Lin Jie's capabilities during this journey. Should Lin Jie escape his predicament, it would be akin to a dragon plunging into the sea. In a matter of time, both the Lin and Lu families would face catastrophic ruin. Kill him, Lu Haiqi transmitted to the monk. The monk remained unmoved. Lu Haiqi's brow furrowed, his murderous intent surging as he glared at the monk with resentment. Yet, he understood that the monk would not offend the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion for trivial gains. Gritting his teeth, he said, You are neither a native of Songlin City nor a subject of the Tsangmu dynasty, unbound by the constraints of the Tsangmu dynasty. The mere Tsangmu Dan Pavilion cannot restrain you. If you can slay him, I shall grant you a year to comprehend the Wanhun Zimu banner of the Lu family. The monk's eyes immediately gleamed with interest. His purpose for entering the Tsangmu dynasty and arriving in Songlin City was precisely to attain the Wanhun Zimu banner. With comprehension, his cultivation would surely advance further. In his grasp, the Sumeru Pearl thrived, enhancing his formidable aura. The Lu family's 10,000 souls mother banner was a treasure of malevolent origin, harboring thousands of evil spirits. Serving as an exemplary reference for his refinement of the Sumeru Pearl, Amitabha chanted the monk, reverberating the sacred mantra. The Sumeru Pearl radiated once more, casting a hazy luminescence from which emerged a multitude of ethereal apparitions. Some were fierce and clawing phantoms, while others were bizarre beasts reigning supreme in the mountains and forests, now shrieking eerily, rushing forth with a stench of blood and an oppressive aura of darkness. Nearby cultivators recoiled in terror. Such a sinister technique was not to be trifled with. Are you not afraid of offending the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion? Lin Jie is a member, Yi Xiaoxi exclaimed anxiously. The Tsangmu Dan Pavilion? The monk chuckled softly. Merely a faction of the Tsangmu dynasty. I am not affiliated with the Tsangmu dynasty. I am merely a wandering monk traversing the horizon. Why should I concern myself with the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion? They can only intimidate people like you. As he spoke, the phantoms had already enveloped Lin Jie. A chilling wind swirled around him, accompanied by piercing cries. These apparitions, resembling bloodthirsty entities, ravenously lunged at Lin Jie, eager to devour him. It was truly horrifying. The Lu family's intent to eliminate Lin Jie was unmistakably severe, having summoned a wandering monk for this purpose. Even Master Fu seemed powerless in this situation. Many shook their heads, doubting Lin Jie's chances of survival. It was a pity that the opportunity to hunt Lin Jie was now unwittingly handed to the monk. Lin Jie. Yi Xiaoxi's figure shifted with urgency. However, he was abruptly pulled back by Fu Qianxiu. Fu Qianxiu steadied Yi Xiaoxi, his expression grave as he swiftly advanced towards the monk. Lin Dengfeng and Lu Haiqi blocked his path, stating calmly, We have matters to discuss with the pavilion master. We kindly request a moment of your time. Are you challenging the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion? Fu Qianxiu erupted in fury, a terrifying force surging forth that shattered nearby rocks with a resounding crash. Yet, Lin Dangfeng and Lu Haiki remained unmoved, steadfast in their stance, showing no intention of retreating. Clearly, they were confident in their ability to withstand Fu Qianqiu. Despite Fu Qianqiu's extraordinary talent, his cultivation fell short compared to theirs. Frustrated, he found himself unable to break free from their grasp. As he watched Lin Jie's figure vanish and observed Xiaoxi's sorrowful demeanor, Fu Qianqiu suddenly resolved to employ a secret technique. At that moment, Lin Jie's voice resonated softly, revealing that the attack was merely a borrowed essence of the malevolent spirit. While formidable, it was but a clever trick. A fleeting display of power that did not reflect true strength. Subduing you will suffice, the monk interjected, interrupting Lin Jie's words. Lin Jie laughed heartily, declaring, such short-sightedness. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength entails. As he spoke, Lin Jie summoned his indomitable form. The energy within him surged forth, illuminating him like a radiant sun, emanating brilliant golden light. The malevolent spirits that approached him, upon contact, emitted agonizing cries before dissipating into wisps of smoke. Chapter 017. Repelling the enemy. How is this possible? The monk recoiled in horror, as the Shumi pearl contained hundreds of souls. There exist the souls of human cultivators, as well as the formidable spirits of the powerful beasts dwelling in the mountains and forests. These can be deemed as embodiments of utmost malevolence. For ordinary cultivators of the same realm, it is nearly impossible to withstand such an assault. They quickly find their souls overwhelmed and subsequently tainted, unwittingly drawn into the Shumi pearl, where they are refined into treasures of the sinister path. However, this Shumi pearl has only undergone initial refinement and has not yet reached the level of the Lu family's 10,000 souls banner. Yet, for Lin Jie, who is merely at the late stage of the Hunyuan realm, it should be a trivial matter. In reality, however, Lin Jie radiated with resplendent golden light, seemingly capable of purging all forms of malevolence from the world. As the malevolent spirits lunged toward him, they disintegrated into nothingness under the brilliance of his aura, not in defeat, but in true annihilation. In a fleeting moment, the number of living souls within the Shumi pearl diminished by dozens. The power of the Shumi pearl was significantly reduced, instilling a sense of foreboding in the monk. Reluctantly, he ceased his pursuit, and with a surge of light beneath his feet, he swiftly retreated into the distance. Yet, just as he stirred, a sudden eruption of bloodlight surged forth from the radiance enveloping Lin Jie. Initially, it was but a faint glimmer, but it soon spread like a tidal wave. The indelible imprint settled deep within the monk's consciousness, rendering the experience increasingly vivid and oppressive, enveloping him in a suffocating dread. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony while clutching his head. In a short while, his mind shattered, plunging him into unconsciousness, leaving him a soulless simpleton, vacantly sprawled on the earth. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers held their breath, transfixed by the scene before them. The monk's final, harrowing visage struck terror into the hearts of all present, causing many to awaken from their stupor and gaze at Lin Jie with trepidation, muttering in hushed tones, "Is this truly the Lin Jie of the past? How could he be so terrifying?" Even the monk, who practiced the dark arts, was rendered powerless against him, meeting such a tragic fate instead. Many instinctively distanced themselves from Lin Jie. Although the cultivators were baffled by his methods, they were undeniably shaken. Lu Haiki wore a grave expression. He had briefly experienced the horror of such an attack. Lin Dangfeng and Lin Aoding displayed reluctant expressions, for the monk had been their last hope to vanquish Lin Jie. Yet now, at the very outset, he had suffered such a cruel fate at Lin Jie's hands, leaving them with no further opportunity to act against him. At least outwardly, they dared not confront Lin Jie any longer, for the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion was an adversary they could not provoke. "What? Do you wish to obstruct me?" Fu Qianqiu snorted coldly, maneuvering past Lin Dangfeng and Lu Haiki. He swiftly approached Lin Jie, joined by Yi Xiaoxi, both wearing expressions of astonishment. Previously astounded by Lin Jie's alchemical prowess, he was equally taken aback by Lin Jie's formidable combat strength, able to effortlessly vanquish the malevolent practitioner's adept in soul attacks. A sigh of relief escaped him. At least for now, Lin Jie's life was spared. "Lin Jie, are you all right?" Yi Xiaoxi inquired with genuine concern, supporting him gently. Lin Jie remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Xiaoxi's exquisite visage, asserting with an air of dominance, "Such occurrences may only transpire once. You must never again compromise yourself for my sake." Yi Xiaoxi, blushing, lowered her head, softly uttering a timid acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Fu Qianqiu could not help but smirk at the absurdity of the situation, even while being pursued. This young man was ensnaring the affections of a beautiful maiden. "We must depart," commanded Lin Dengfeng, alongside Lu Haiki, as they hastily withdrew. Although they could not eliminate Lin Jie this time, they understood that allowing him to live would perpetually be a threat. They needed to return and devise a more effective strategy. Many practitioners drawn by the bounty soon dispersed. Only Lin Jie, Yi Xiaoxi, and Fu Qianqiu remained before the enigmatic Yuyo Ridge. The Songmu Alchemy Pavilion can shield you from overt attacks, but secretly. The Lin and Lu families will undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate you. Your current strength poses a significant threat to them. They would not wish to release a tiger back into the mountains, allowing you to grow stronger. Fu Qianqiu surveyed the mist-laden Yuyo Ridge. What are your plans henceforth? Will you remain in Songlin City, or shall you accompany me back to Tsangmu Imperial City? I have no intention of returning to the Tsangmu Alchemy Pavilion today. Yi Xiaoxi remarked. Master has already made preparations to return to Tsangmu Imperial City. Lin Jie, come with us to the Imperial City. There, superior resources await, and a broader expanse of opportunity lies before us. Your cultivation will progress at a swifter pace, and besides, the Lin and Lu families' reach will not extend to the Imperial City, allowing you to cultivate in peace. Lin Jie readily acquiesced. For him, the Lin family was merely a burden of identity, devoid of any emotional ties. Gaining access to the Imperial City and its abundant cultivation resources was his utmost priority. For his current capabilities were woefully inadequate, a mere shadow of his true potential. However, the trio did not depart immediately. Lin Jie requested Fu Qianqiu to send a message to Yu Yun, requesting a shipment of alchemical materials. Do you intend to refine pills here? Fu Qianqiu questioned, perplexed. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to squander it here. The longer we delay, the greater the peril. As the Lin and Lu families could attack at any moment, he deemed Lin Jie's decision to refine pills at this juncture as imprudent. Yi Xiaoxi and Yu Yun also sensed the urgency, for they were still within the treacherous confines of Yuyo Ridge, where the Lin and Lu families could retaliate. If that were to occur, their escape would be nearly impossible, forcing them to hastily retreat into Yuyo Ridge. Do you truly believe the Lin and Lu families are unaware of our potential departure from Songlin City? Lin Jie stated while shaping clay into a furnace. If we fail to make any preparations now, we risk encountering their assassins shortly after leaving Songlin City. At that point, we would hardly make it to the Imperial City and could meet our demise instead. Yi Xiaoxi and Yu Yun's expressions shifted in response. Fu Qianqiu gazed deeply at Lin Jie, admiring the intricacy of his thoughts. I shall now send messages to the other Tsangmu Dangu in the cities along the way, requesting their assistance, he stated. As he spoke, the Tsangmu token in his hand shimmered. Infusing it with his energy, names began to materialize upon its surface. He selected several names in succession and dispatched a message. Meanwhile, Lin Jie hastily prepared a makeshift stove, busying himself with fetching water and kindling a fire. Fu Qianqiu, puzzled, inquired, what elixir do you intend to concoct in such haste? Certainly, it is a potion for offensive purposes, otherwise, how could we possibly contend with the assassins from the Lin and Lu families with just a few of us? Lin Jie replied, not lifting his gaze. Chapter 018, Knowledge of Alchemy, Offensive Elixirs. Yu Yun looked on with a face full of confusion. Aren't elixirs meant for cultivation? How can they also serve as weapons? In his understanding of alchemical theory, he had only encountered elixirs that enhanced cultivation, healing potions, or various poisons, which merely exploited the inherent toxicity of the ingredients. Yet, he had never heard of elixirs designed specifically for offense. Fu Qianqiu was equally bewildered. As Lin Jie focused his energy, flames erupted, igniting the wood beneath. With a series of hand claps, golden seals materialized around the earthen stove. As the flames transformed into a fierce purple blaze, swirling like a dragon, he calmly remarked, alchemy encompasses far more than mere cultivation. Why have I never heard of this before? Fu Qianqiu's heart stirred. He had immersed himself in the study of alchemy for quite some time. Yet this was knowledge entirely foreign to him. Lin Jie initially hesitated to elucidate, but upon reflecting on their limited understanding of alchemy, he sighed and remarked, I came across this in an ancient text, which asserts that alchemy encompasses a vast array of knowledge. The elixirs crafted for cultivation are merely one aspect. In reality, there exist numerous varieties, including those used for offensive purposes in battle. The materials brought by Yu Yun serve as the raw ingredients for these potions. Both Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi nodded in partial comprehension, yet their skepticism lingered. Lin Jie recognized the overwhelming nature of his revelations for them, understanding that they might struggle to digest such concepts, so he refrained from further elaboration and focused on the alchemical process. Before long, the elixirs were complete. As he opened the furnace, dozens of resplendent, glistening pills emerged within. At that moment, Fu Qianxiu felt a surge of trepidation. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that each of these pills contained the formidable power of the Unity Realm, exuding a wild and overwhelming energy. Even a practitioner of the Unity Realm would likely sustain injuries while attempting to withstand the impact of a single one of these elixirs. And here lay a veritable multitude. Without a doubt, Fu Qianxiu acknowledged Lin Jie's philosophy of alchemy. His heart ignited with a desire to engage in deeper discourse with Lin Jie, while simultaneously feeling a newfound sense of security regarding their journey to the imperial city. Yuyan, are you truly unwilling to join us? As the group prepared to set forth, Yi Xiaoxi inquired. Yuyan hesitated momentarily, but upon witnessing Yi Xiaoxi's sweet demeanor, a hint of melancholy crossed her face as she replied, I am originally from Songlin City, and my parents are still here. It would be unwise for me to travel far. You should proceed without me. I will convey your safety to Uncle Yi and will visit him regularly, so there is no need for you to worry. The ethereal figure waved goodbye, swiftly departing. Lin Jie glanced at Yi Xiaoxi beside him and said, Let us be off. Though the world is vast, we shall meet again one day. His stay in Songlin City is for the best. At least he will evade the tumult and lead a tranquil life. Should he accompany us, he may face the trials of upheaval in the future. In the mountainous woods between Songlin City and the Imperial City, a narrow official road wound through the trees. 3 figures, glowing with light, swiftly traversed the path, the hastening Fu Qianxiu, Yi Xiaoxi, and Lin Jie. After half a day's rapid travel, they had slain numerous ferocious beasts that obstructed their way. As anticipated, the Lin and Lu families had dispatched formidable pursuers, hot on their heels. Fu Qianxiu carried with him several acceleration talismans, which enabled them to maintain their high speed, evading immediate capture. This is the last of the talismans. We must use them quickly. I hope we can reach Kangwu Mountain ahead of schedule, where the Lord of Linyuan City should be awaiting us, Fu Qianxiu remarked. Producing 3 talismans, he kept one for himself and handed the other 2 to Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie. Upon receiving the talisman, Lin Jie saw Fu Qianxiu preparing to use his and hurriedly interjected, One talisman, based on my previous calculations, can cover approximately 500 miles. However, Sangxi Mountain lies at least 1,000 miles ahead. We will not make it. We should refrain from using them now, lest they be wasted. What shall we do then? Yi Xiaoxi frowned. If we do not use them now, the assassins from the Lin and Lu families will soon catch up to us. Given their determination, it seems they are intent on eliminating Lin Jie. Once we halt, we will be like sheep entering the tiger's den. As the cart approached the mountain, a path inevitably unfolded before them. Lin Jie swiftly advanced, leading the way. The trio soon arrived at a location of peculiar topography, reminiscent of the vermilion bird, where the underground occasionally revealed signs of surging geothermal activity. After circling the area, Lin Jie discerned that this site had once been the setting for a vermilion bird formation. Although most of its power had been depleted over the years, a residual force still lingered, which, if exploited wisely, could impart a lesson steeped in blood to the pursuers hot on their trail. Rest for a moment, Lin Jie instructed. Both Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qianxiu wore expressions of curiosity, but upon observing Lin Jie's confident demeanor, they refrained from questioning him, instead casting puzzled glances in his direction. Lin Jie's eyes sparkled with a golden radiance as numerous golden seals materialized. He had activated the 10,000 Calamities Eye, which allowed him to perceive the once clear vermilion bird formation with perfect clarity. To his delight, he discovered that the formation, having undergone years of self-cultivation, had developed a subtle vitality. The surging geothermal energy had, in fact, nurtured a miniature vermilion bird. Fate is on my side, this time. You shall truly comprehend the meaning of suffering. With the 10,000 Calamities Eye in action, he discreetly dispersed the elixirs he had concocted according to the formation's layout. Initially brimming with explosive power, these elixirs were easily detectable, yet due to the vermilion bird formation, their auras were subdued and tranquil, revealing not a hint of their presence. Subsequently, he hunted a deer and remarked, After such a long journey, it is time to satiate our hunger. Let us roast some meat over the geothermal flames. "You foolish boy," retorted one of the Lin family members. "The Lin and Lu families are already hot on our heels. And you still have the leisure to think about feasting." Fu Qianqiu cast a fierce glance at Lin Jie, utterly bewildered by the enigma that Lin Jie represented. It was not a matter of coming soon. They had already arrived. Yi Xiaoxi, with a sense of resignation, pointed towards the rear. There, clouds of dust rose, and the earth trembled. Nearby rocks were violently hurled into the air. From the swirling dust, dozens of terrifying presences surged forth, and soon figures from the Lin and Lu clans emerged. Their faces twisted into savage grins as they approached the resting Fu Qianqiu, Yi Xiaoxi, and Lin Jie, step by deliberate step. "You truly have our interests at heart." Lingering in this desolate wilderness, seemingly unperturbed by Songmu Dan Pavilion. In doing so, should we choose to eliminate you, Songmu Dan Pavilion would undoubtedly be oblivious to our actions. Moreover, you, my dear fellow, have shown remarkable insight by taking the initiative to hunt a deer. Given your diligence, we shall make our end swift, sparing you undue suffering. Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qianqiu exchanged grave expressions, silently channeling their powers. Meanwhile, Lin Jie remained engrossed in preparing the deer, seemingly oblivious to the peril that surrounded him, exuding an air of tranquility. Chapter 019. Extinguishing enemies in jest. Lin Jie leisurely roasted the venison over an open flame. As the fire crackled, the rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi, enticed by the delectable scent, felt their stomachs rumble with hunger. Yet, as they beheld the advancing assassins from the Lin and Lu clans, a sense of foreboding began to envelop them. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, nearly 100. Each one at least at the primordial realm. They appeared menacing and fierce, their faces twisted with malice, clearly not of the Lin or Lu families, but rather those who lurk in the shadows, reveling in bloodshed. Such individuals are devoid of any moral compass, their eyes gleaming solely with avarice. They resort to any means necessary to achieve their ends. Should one fall into their clutches, a dire fate is inevitable. This lad, so composed, is he merely feigning confidence to intimidate these ruffians, or does he possess the unwavering assurance to drive these marauders away? Fu Qianqiu felt an unsettling uncertainty within. Although Lin Jie's earlier arrangements had brought him a modicum of comfort, the sheer number of these brigands rendered true tranquility elusive. The ground trembled violently, dust and debris swirling as the once tranquil earth fissured like a spider's web. The nearly 100 assailants showed no intention of tempering their ferocity, brazenly unleashing their might, plunging the surroundings into chaos and forming a tempest that surged towards Lin Jie and his companions. In no time, they were perilously close. Suddenly, a scrawny figure emerged, his features sharp and unappealing. His furtive gaze glinted with lascivious intent as he brazenly scrutinized Yi Xiaoxi's flawless visage and figure, finally fixating on her with a drooling stare, as if ready to pounce. He caressed his palm, trembling with anticipation, and lewdly uttered, "My friends, do be gentle. We must not harm such a beautiful fairy. Allow me to indulge in her charms before we dispatch her. It would be a grievous loss for such a stunning creature to simply wither away so soon. Xiao Yunzi, truly, you are a lecherous fiend. This is the daughter of the Yi family. Do you not fear incurring their wrath, leading them to castrate you?" A towering figure, his face adorned with a thick beard, rumbled with laughter. Xiao Yunzi's gaze remained fixated on Yi Xiaoxi's enchanting form, showing no signs of restraint as he sneered. "What of it? We have no intention of sparing any of them. We have already offended the Yi family. Since we are destined to provoke them, we shall not let this opportunity slip away. Under normal circumstances, I would not dare lay a finger on a lady of the Yi family, but now." Xiao Yunzi gestured lewdly as if to seize her. The burly man erupted into laughter, and the other ruffians joined in, reveling in the belief that Lin Jie and his companions were already at their mercy. Yi Xiaoxi, filled with disdain, retreated behind Fu Qianqiu. Xiao Yunzi, emboldened, continued his lewd antics. "It seems you are courting death," Lin Jie declared, setting aside the venison as he rose to his feet. A terrifying aura surged from within him, akin to a colossal hand overshadowing the heavens, suddenly enveloping Xiao Yunzi. Everyone felt a heavy oppression, as if confronted by an unparalleled powerhouse, gasping for breath. The ruffians, once laughing madly, now drew in sharp breaths, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld Lin Jie. Though he was merely at the late stage of the Hunyuan realm, his overwhelming presence plunged all present into a chilling dread. Lin Jie was genuinely enraged. How dare they dare to besmirch Yi Xiaoxi? Had it not been for the consideration of leading these villains further into the Zhuge formation, he would have rushed forward to obliterate Xiao Yunzi's head, annihilating those lecherous eyes fixated upon Yi Xiaoxi and the hands engaged in lascivious gestures. Yet, he ultimately tempered his ferocity, and the terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant. The villains in Xiao Yunzi suddenly felt a lightness, and with a taunting glare at Lin Jie, he proclaimed, "You brat! Let me show you how I shall meet my demise. But before I perish, you shall witness how your beloved woman succumbs to my desires." Xiao Yunzi showed no signs of retreat. Lin Jie's fury simmered within him, his fist clenched tightly, yet he restrained himself, focusing instead on roasting the venison. Believing he had instilled fear, Xiao Yunzi grew bolder, beckoning the others. "What are you all waiting for? Capture him first and accomplish the tasks of the Lin and Lu families." With a tumultuous crash, a throng surged forth like a tide. Vibrant hues swirling as figures darted towards Lin Jie. Xiao Yunzi, enshrouded in a hazy pink glow, advanced towards Yi Xiaoxi like swirling dust, his lips curling into a grotesque smirk of depravity. The earth trembled violently. The raging flames surged forth with the ferocity of a wildfire. The Zhuge formation beneath activated, completely encircling the intruding villains. The fierce flames, akin to a fire dragon, surged forth, forming a colossal Zhuge that unleashed devastating attacks from every direction, mercilessly suppressing the assailants. Cursed be it! It is indeed a grand formation. Let us unite to dismantle this array. After a brief moment of panic, the villains regained their composure. After all, they traversed the shadows, having indulged in numerous perilous endeavors, and thus possessed a wealth of combat experience. They quickly convened, uniting their efforts to relentlessly assault a singular direction in an attempt to breach the encirclement of the grand formation. At that very moment, however, Lin Jie let out a thunderous shout. With a sweep of his hand, a golden radiance surged toward the earth. An immense force cascaded, triggering the red elixirs that had long been buried. The uncontrollable fury of their power erupted violently. With a series of explosive sounds, dozens of volatile elixirs detonated, unleashing the full might equivalent to that of the Unity realm, which instantly melded into the vermilion bird formation, creating a tempest of scattered energy that engulfed the likes of Xiao Yunzi and other marauders. The force they had just coalesced disintegrated in an instant before it could penetrate the formation, only to be consumed by the rampant energy of the elixirs, an overwhelming force equivalent to the Unity realm. Within moments, anguished cries filled the air. Faced with such terrifying power, their defenses crumbled as if made of mere paper, proving utterly ineffectual. Moreover, spurred by the elixir's eruption, the already damaged vermilion bird formation regained even greater, its boundless flames coalescing into a colossal form of the vermilion bird, akin to a divine phoenix soaring into the heavens. With a gentle sweep, it unleashed a cataclysmic torrent of fire that crashed downward, exacerbating the injuries of those within. In that instant, the area was filled with the sound. After igniting the elixirs, Lin Jie calmly resumed roasting venison. Not far off, Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi stood in stunned silence, gazing at the endless inferno and the frantically struggling figures within, their astonishment directed toward Lin Jie, who appeared unfazed by the chaos unfolding before them. Chapter 020. Solo handling the venison continued to roast, while nearly 100 assailants were effortlessly subdued. With Fu Qianqiu's limited imagination, he could not have envisioned any cultivator of the Hunyuan realm achieving such a feat. Even a practitioner of the Yi realm would have no chance against such a multitude. This individual, Fu Qianqiu's admiration for him deepened. Particularly, he was intrigued by Lin Jie's method of concocting potent elixirs. If he could seek guidance from Lin Jie, his shortcomings as an alchemist could be significantly remedied, allowing him to transcend merely relying on the prestige of the Cangmu Dan Pavilion to suppress others, rather than depending solely on his own strength. Yi Xiaoxi's mouth formed a na shape in astonishment. She could hardly believe that Lin Jie could confront enemies in such a manner. The fierce flames blazed intensely, and the heart-wrenching sounds echoed in their ears, the anguished cries of cultivators engulfed by the flames. They relentlessly surged forward, yet were forever unable to breach the vermilion bird array. Gradually, the cacophony faded, and the assaults weakened. Undoubtedly, many of the nearly 100 assailants had perished. Truly, they were no match. The meat was not yet fully roasted, and they had already met their end. I still wish to hear the most exquisite sounds of this world. Lin Jie lamented softly while flipping the venison. Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi were speechless. While others faced the threat of pursuit in panic, He remained leisurely, roasting meat, even expressing disdain for the weakness of his adversaries. Some portions were already cooked. Come and have a taste. After such a long journey, you must be famished. Lin Jie tore off a large piece of venison and handed it to Yi Xiaoxi. Yi Xiaoxi had long been famished, her stomach pressing against her back. She hurriedly took the food, savoring a few bites, contentedly saying, "You should eat too. Don't always be occupied. You all eat first. I still have matters to attend to," Lin Jie replied with a smile, rising from his seat. He activated the immortal calamity body and made his way to the heart of the vermilion bird array. As he traversed the space with ease, the imposing aura of the array gradually diminished, and the surging flames of the earth receded. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled through the air. A figure, enveloped in swirling pink mist, lunged toward Lin Jie. "Lin Jie, be careful." Yi Xiaoxi's heart raced once more. Her fists clenched tightly, and the power within her surged in readiness to spring forward. However, Lin Jie merely shifted his legs slightly, resembling a weeble wobble, and deftly sidestepped by an inch. The ferocious punch barely grazed Lin Jie, leaving no significant impact. Instead, he gazed at the pink figure, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "Foolhardy creature, do you truly believe you can ambush me? Those of greater prowess have perished within the array, yet you remain unscathed. Do you genuinely think you surpass them in strength?" The pink figure trembled, revealing itself to be the sharp-featured Xiao Yunzi. With a perplexed expression, he stared at Lin Jie, who radiated golden light, suddenly grasping the essence of the situation. You intended this. You wished to slay me yourself in the end. Otherwise," Lin Jie sneered, for he had not forgotten Xiao Yunzi's earlier affront toward Yi Xiaoxi. Yi Xiaoxi is the cherished woman of his heart, and no one shall dare to offend her, not even with words. He is exceedingly sensitive to this matter. Thus, at the moment the earth trembled, he intentionally alleviated the pressure faced by Xiao Yunzi, with the purpose of personally dealing with this detestable scoundrel. "This rascal truly considers you his wife," Fu Qianqiu scoffed. Yi Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she sat down, bowing her head to gnaw on venison, her heart brimming with sweetness. The sensation of being so fiercely protected is delightful. "Do you wish to kill me?" After a brief moment of panic, Xiao Yunzi disdainfully glanced at Lin Jie. "You are also at the late stage of the primordial unity realm, yet your combat experience is likely far inferior to mine. In a one-on-one encounter, I see no chance for you to slay me, unless you allow them to join." Xiao Yunzi cast his gaze towards Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi. "However, in that case, I would have an even greater opportunity to make you hesitate. I am eager to witness how you intend to slay me. In that moment, not only will you fail to kill me, but you may also end up losing both your lady and your soldiers." He swept his eyes over Yi Xiaoxi, revealing a glimmer of greedy desire. Upon witnessing this expression, Lin Jie's fury ignited once more, and with a thunderous sound, he unleashed the cloud-crushing fist, striking forth. Unaware of his impending doom, "Let me show you how I shall end your life." A blazing golden light surged forth. The tumultuous force surged like monstrous waves, rapidly advancing towards Xiao Yunzi. The air vibrated as Xiao Yunzi gazed at the increasingly enlarged fist within his pupil, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. However, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he swiftly crouched down, evading Lin Jie's punch, and propelled himself towards Lin Jie with remarkable speed, nearly gliding along the ground. During this maneuver, his wrists suddenly revealed a pair of crimson cleavers, glinting ominously with a chilling light. As he closed in on Lin Jie, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. With a swift flick of his wrist, the dual blades were firmly grasped, and his speed intensified as he lunged towards Lin Jie's feet with a swift slicing motion. Every action unfolded with astounding rapidity, occurring in an instant. Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qianqiu, upon noticing, found themselves unable to issue a warning in time, their hearts racing with concern for Lin Jie. Xiao Yunzi, however, wore a cold smirk, reveling in the brilliance of his strike, confident that Lin Jie would be unable to react in time. Yet, in a mere moment, the smile at the corner of his lips vanished. For just as the dual blades were about to pierce Lin Jie, it appeared as though Lin Jie had anticipated Xiao Yunzi's assault. With a mighty stomp, he launched himself into the air with a resounding thud, his feet enveloped in a radiant golden glow. Mysterious seals materialized beneath him, swiftly descending back down. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted forth. Xiao Yunzi, who had just approached, felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mountain bearing down upon him. The blades he had thrust out emitted a piercing screech, fissures appearing on their surfaces, while his hands erupted in a cloud of crimson mist under the sheer intensity of the force. In a state of panic, Xiao Yunzi attempted to withdraw his hands. But it was already too late. With a resounding crash, Lin Jie descended heavily, causing the twin blades to shatter. Xiao Yunzi's hands burst apart, transforming into a mist of crimson, followed by a heart-wrenching howl that echoed through the forest like a wild beast's lament. In agony, Xiao Yunzi collapsed onto the ground, rolling in torment as his hands succumbed to the immense pressure, severing at the elbows, blood gushing forth in a sight both horrifying and tragic. Chapter 21. The Imperial City. I have arrived. I beseech you. I implore you to spare me. I have been blind and have offended you. If you grant me mercy, I shall serve you loyally in the future. After rolling for a while, Xiao Yunzi struggled to kneel before Lin Jie. At this moment, he comprehended deeply that this seemingly youthful individual was far from the fragile figure he had imagined. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his combat prowess was beyond the ordinary. Faced with such an opponent, even with his extensive battle experience, Xiao Yunzi felt utterly hopeless. Regret washed over him. He lamented having harbored any intentions towards Yi Xiaoxi. It was too late. Lin Jie spoke not a word. His golden fist glimmered with light as it descended with formidable force. No. Xiao Yunzi instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, even while airborne, the golden radiance had already surged toward him. With a thunderous boom, an overwhelming force penetrated his body, leading to a cataclysmic explosion that scattered him like blood rain. His final cries lingering in the air. Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi stood in astonishment. Lin Jie consistently shattered their preconceived notions. They truly could not fathom the extent of Lin Jie's formidable strength. So, how does the venison taste? In the next moment, the formidable aura surrounding Lin Jie dissipated, and a gentle smile graced his face as he approached Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi. He tore off a piece of venison and devoured it ravenously, as if the recent events bore no significance to him. It's delicious, hurry and eat, he urged, while Yi Xiaoxi assisted in tearing the meat. Like a tempest sweeping through, they soon finished their meal. Fu Qianqiu stood upright, gazing at the numerous corpses strewn across the ground, his brow furrowed. There's no need to concern ourselves. We must simply press onward, Lin Jie stated calmly. Yi Xiaoxi expressed her worry, but in doing so, the Lin and Lu families will easily discover our whereabouts. It is precisely for them to uncover our trail, Lin Jie replied with a light chuckle. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi, he continued, only in this manner can they grasp that we are not as feeble as they might presume. Imagine, if they witness all these ruthless villains perishing here, what would they think? Would they dare to pursue us further? Fu Qianqiu suddenly understood and clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, you truly possess a remarkable intellect. This is brilliant. Consequently, the Lin and Lu families would undoubtedly not yet the villains yearning to undertake the task would have to reconsider our strength. Having eradicated so many of their kind, they would naturally be filled with trepidation. Once this spreads, few would dare to continue the hunt, for these villains also cherish their lives. Fu Qianqiu's admiration for Lin Jie grew. The ability to swiftly comprehend the present situation and leverage it was truly extraordinary. Even with his years of experience, it was only through Lin Jie's insights that he grasped the underlying truths. Of course, they could not simply depart without further action. Lin Jie once again approached the lifeless bodies. The Lin and Lu families were undoubtedly in collusion with these marauders. After a prolonged silence, they would certainly pursue him. At this juncture, he could not allow them to escape unscathed. They must suffer a measure of hardship. To leave Songlin City in such a cowardly manner would be utterly disgraceful. As he spoke, potent elixirs were discreetly placed around the corpses. Should anyone dare to touch them or come too close, an explosion would ensue, equivalent to the power of the Unity Realm. Even if they would be gravely injured. One could only envision the chaos that would ensue when the Lin and Lu families arrived. You would do well to stay away, or refrain from disturbing these bodies. Otherwise, a cold, ruthless intent flickered across Lin Jie's face. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Hence, he would not overlook any opportunity to inflict harm upon the Lin and Lu families. Not long after Lin Jie, Fu Qianqiu, and Yi Xiaoxi departed, several figures indeed appeared as Lin Jie had anticipated. It was Lin Deifeng, accompanied by Lu Haiki, leading the formidable forces of the Lin and Lu families. Unable to quell their concern and coming to investigate what had transpired. What on earth has happened? How did all these individuals perish here? A shadow of gloom settled upon Lu Haiqi's countenance. This outcome was far from what they had envisioned. Simultaneously, he pondered how Lin Jie had managed to annihilate so many powerful adversaries at once. Wait, there may be a trap, Lin Defeng cautioned, grasping Lu Haiqi's arm. He then cautiously commanded a strong member of the Lin family to advance and assess the situation. Reluctantly, the warrior approached, treading carefully, but as he neared the corpses, before he could even begin his examination, the explosive elixirs planted by Lin Jie detonated with a resounding blast. The terrifying force of the unification realm erupted in full force. The formidable warrior had no time to react, becoming engulfed in the overwhelming tide of power. The dreadful energy did not relent. It surged towards the vicinity of Lu Haiqi and Lin Dengfeng, swallowing them almost instantaneously. Startled, the two hastily summoned their own formidable allies to shield themselves and retreated swiftly, managing to escape by a hair's breadth, albeit sustaining significant injuries. Consequently, the Lin and Lu clans suffered losses. Curse it! Should I catch you? Your remains shall be scattered beyond recognition. Lu Haiqi seethed with fury and frustration. The extent of the damage was astonishing. If word of this spread, both the Lin and Lu clans would be utterly humiliated. This young man is advancing far too quickly. We cannot allow him to continue his ascent unchecked, or we may find ourselves at his mercy in due time. Immediate action is required. Issue a higher bounty for the ruthless individuals heading to the imperial city, demanding the assassination of Lin Jie. Lin Dengfeng commanded decisively. However, as Lin Jie had anticipated, those ruthless individuals were quite well informed and soon learned of the prior events. They held a profound respect for the strength of Lin Jie, Fu Qianxiu, and Yi Xiaoxi, with some even speculating that formidable protectors stood behind the trio. Although these mercenaries yearned for the rewards promised by the Lin and Lu clans, none dared to accept the task in the face of the fearsome Fu Qianxiu, Yi Xiaoxi, and Lin Jie. After Lin Jie and his companions converged with the next city, Songmu Dan Pavilion, they were continuously safeguarded by formidable warriors dispatched from various cities, ensuring their journey was remarkably devoid of peril, save for the occasional encounter with ferocious beasts. After several days of travel, they could finally behold the magnificent imperial city. Its vast expanse now within sight. The imperial city, it had been 30 years. Fu Qianxiu gazed melancholically at the horizon where the boundless city lay, seemingly overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. In contrast, Yi Xiaoxi looked upon the imperial city with eyes brimming with boundless anticipation, harboring great expectations for the future and eager to step within its gates. Lin Jie cast a backward glance at the path they had traversed, and his eyes sparkled with golden brilliance as he fixated on the imperial city, which loomed like a ferocious beast. A surge of ambition welled within him. In this vast expanse, my name shall echo. I have arrived, regardless of the challenges that awaited him. He was resolute in his determination to rise with vigor in the shortest possible time. As for what would follow, it would be a return to Songlin City to resolve matters between the Lin and Lu families. Chapter 22. Hierarchical structure. That Songmu dynasty had been established for many years, leading to the flourishing development of the entire Songmu imperial city. As Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi, accompanied by Fu Qianxiu, stepped into the imperial city, they were instantly dazzled by the vibrant array of goods before them, ranging from ordinary daily necessities to potent elixirs and medicinal pills essential for practitioners, all overwhelming the senses. The architecture within the city featured soaring eaves and intricate designs, a testament to grandeur that far surpassed that of Songlin City. Despite Lin Jie's experience on the path of ultimate strength, he was still subtly influenced by the remnants of this body's original consciousness. Left astounded by the sights before him, everything appeared novel and intoxicating, akin to a rustic villager entering the city for the first time. Filled with a desire to explore further, the young girl was strikingly beautiful. Suddenly, a woman resembling an elderly matriarch approached Yi Xiaoxi with a smile, offering, "Would you care to follow me? I assure you a life of wealth and splendor, free from the hardships of wandering. You shall enjoy a life of luxury and abundance." Lin Jie, incensed, exuded an aura reminiscent of a roaring lion. The audacity of this old woman to covet Yi Xiaoxi was intolerable. Yet, in that moment, several powerful presences swiftly converged from all directions, and the atmosphere grew tense. Fu Qianxiu revealed the token of Songmu Pavilion, causing the old woman to retreat in fear, while the other auras gradually dissipated. To engage in such sordid dealings beneath the imperial city undoubtedly indicated a formidable backing. Resorting to violence would only exacerbate the situation and invite even greater troubles. Fu Qianqiu gently patted Lin Jie's shoulder and whispered, "Remember, unless you possess absolute confidence, do not rely on brute force to resolve matters. This is the imperial city, not Songlin City. While Songlin may seem rife with conflict, it pales in comparison to the complexities of the imperial city, where treacherous undercurrents prevail. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Do you truly believe that the shops within the city are merely run by ordinary folk?" Fu Qianqiu gestured towards the myriad of shops lining the street, indicating those in charge, and remarked with a languid tone, "These are merely the managers. The true proprietors reside within the imperial city, individuals of great stature. Should one wish to provoke these figures, let it be known that not even the exalted Songlin king would dare to claim such endeavors could be easy. For an ordinary person, navigating the imperial city is fraught with peril, as it is replete with the enterprises of formidable powers. A single misstep could incur their wrath, rendering the environment exceedingly treacherous." Yi Xiaoxi blinked, her expression laden with concern. "You worry too much," Fu Qianqiu chuckled softly as they continued their stroll. Though these great powers boast formidable backgrounds and are not easily shaken, their ambitions do not typically extend to the common folk. Their focus lies instead on rival factions of similar stature, engaged in perpetual overt and covert struggles, thus minimizing the likelihood of entanglement with ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, one must tread carefully to avoid causing these powers to lose face or jeopardize their enterprises. Fu Qianqiu proceeded to elucidate certain unspoken rules of the imperial city to Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi. Lin Jie listened intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The expansive imperial city, while appearing resplendent, is governed by a rigid hierarchy. Each stratum of society has its rightful place, and any attempt to ascend beyond one station invites collective suppression from those of higher rank. Success in such endeavors could elevate one to the ranks of the elite, while failure could lead to irrevocable downfall. The imperial city is, indeed, a voracious edifice. Lin Jie reflected upon this sentiment as he gazed at the shops flanking the street. He harbored a premonition that with his arrival, should he rise with vigor, it would undoubtedly incite discontent among certain factions, prompting them to suppress him. In the aspiration to ascend steadily seemed nearly impossible. Yet, regardless of the rigid hierarchy, he resolutely declared his intent to rise. Who could obstruct him? Lin Jie stood tall, exuding an air of unyielding authority. Those around him instinctively recoiled, as if a formidable beast had intruded upon the imperial city. None dared to meet his gaze. In a secluded alley, a particularly majestic palace loomed. Two enormous stone lions stood guard at the entrance, radiating an aura of majesty. Fu Qianqiu led Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi to the front, gazing at the plaque inscribed with the characters Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. His voice tinged with complexity. "This is the headquarters of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion of the Songlin dynasty, far grander than our own Tsangmu Dan Pavilion in Songlin City." Yi Xiaoxi blinked her eyes, excitement evident in her tone. At that moment, a voice laced with disdain emanated from within. "This is the imperial city. How could the mere Songlin City compare?" Yi Xiaoxi pouted in annoyance. A figure emerged from the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. This individual had a pale countenance and lacked facial hair, appearing somewhat scholarly. However, his triangular eyes exuded an aura of cunning and treachery. As he stepped forward, an unmistakable air of arrogance, dismissive of others, was apparent. Yet, upon spotting Fu Qianqiu, a fleeting expression of triumph crossed his face, quickly replaced by a feigned hearty laugh as he warmly approached Fu Qianqiu. "It is Senior Brother Fu. I was wondering why a practitioner from Songlin City graced us today. It turns out you have returned to the headquarters of our Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. I must apologize for my earlier thoughtlessness. Please forgive me, Senior Brother Fu." He fervently grasped Fu Qianqiu's hand, yet Fu Qianqiu's demeanor was somewhat aloof. Undeterred, the man continued with even greater enthusiasm. "Brother Fu, Master is currently immersed in alchemical refinement and is unable to attend to you for the moment. Allow me to assist in arranging your stay. It has been 30 years since you departed from Tsangmu Imperial City, and as your junior, I have missed you dearly. I am eager to learn how you have fared over the years, whether your cultivation has advanced, and if your mastery of alchemy has flourished. To be candid, I have been diligently practicing these past few years under Master's careful guidance, and am on the cusp of ascending to the rank of a fourth-rank alchemist. Even my own disciple possesses remarkable talent in alchemy." His words were evidently a display of pride. Both Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi felt a twinge of displeasure. It appeared that Fu Qianqiu's status at Songmudan Pavilion was not as esteemed as one might have imagined. After all, his departure from the pavilion had its reasons. Let us postpone discussions of cultivation for now. Hiyun, Fu Qianqiu replied calmly. We have been traveling tirelessly day and night and require a place to rest. Once Master completes the alchemical concoction, we shall pay him a visit. Regrettably, brother, I have pressing matters that compel me to be away, so I cannot personally arrange your accommodations, Hiyun said with a faint smile. However, my disciple, Li Maching, will see to your needs. I hope you will not take offense. With a wave of his hand, a young man emerged. He possessed a piercing gaze and an upright stature akin to a sword, clearly indicating considerable cultivation. Yet, as Lin Jie met his eyes, he perceived a profound disdain and mockery reflected within. And the youth did not extend excessive deference towards Fu Qianqiu. Chapter 023. Humiliation. Leave this matter to Mo Chun, Hiyun said, waving his hand and turning to depart. However, a glance at Fu Qianqiu revealed a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Do not presume that your 30 years of concealment in Songlin City renders you invulnerable. Now that you have returned to Sangmu Imperial City, you shall still be subject to my authority and humiliation. Enjoy it well. After walking a short distance, he abruptly halted. Turning back, the menace on his face vanished, replaced by an unexpectedly warm smile as he addressed Mo Chun. Mo Chun, ensure that our guest is treated with utmost care and respect. Do not neglect him. Rest assured, Master, Mo Chun replied, bowing respectfully. As Hiyun departed, Mo Chun led the way, saying, Please, Master Fu, and fellow disciples, follow me. Fu Qianqiu followed calmly behind. Although Lin Jie detected the underlying tension, he was intrigued to observe how this master and disciple intended to humiliate them, so he and Yi Xiaoxi silently trailed behind, saying nothing. Senior brother Mo Chun. Someone called out. Ah, busy as always, Mo Chun replied. Along the way, many greeted him, indicating his notable standing within the Sangmu Dan Pavilion. Before long, they arrived at the rear courtyard. Mo Chun guided them through a series of elegant gardens, ultimately arriving at a dilapidated courtyard. Please do not take offense, Master. Recently, an influx of brothers from various cities into the Imperial City has left us with no available rooms. This courtyard, as Master mentioned, was once your humble abode. So I earnestly requested the ancestor to reallocate it to you. I kindly ask for your patience. Temporarily residing here is the best we can offer. In due time, when the situation stabilizes, we shall arrange a more suitable accommodation for you. As he spoke, he pushed open the door. A chilling wind rushed forth, stirring up clouds of dust. The sounds of birds and beasts fleeing in panic echoed from within, revealing that the place had long been abandoned, its condition deplorable. Lin Jie approached, his brow furrowing even deeper. Who could possibly reside here? Aside from the intact courtyard walls, the buildings within were nearly in ruins. Rotting wood lay scattered, and vegetation thrived to waist height, with spider webs woven throughout, accompanied by a pungent odor of bird droppings. It was evident that no one had entered this place for 30 years, nor had it been cleaned. It had fallen into utter disrepair. Yi Xiaoxi felt a surge of indignation. Typically possessing a kind heart, she was now enraged. How could she not perceive the humiliation directed at them by Hiyun and Mo Chun? If they truly wished to extend a warm welcome, would they have brought them to such a dilapidated courtyard without arranging for accommodations or preparing the space beforehand? Observing Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi's reactions, a sly smile crept across Mo Chun's face. He then feigned concern, suggesting, if junior sister is dissatisfied, we can make other arrangements. Staying at the inn outside Songmudan Pavilion is also an option. That won't be necessary. We shall stay here, Fu Qianqiu interjected, his aged eyes shimmering with complex emotions as he gazed at the derelict courtyard. In a hushed tone, he remarked, It has been 30 years since I last saw this place. I am grateful to my junior brother for preserving this courtyard and not allowing it to be destroyed. Please convey my thanks to him, and let him know that I have not forgotten the events of those years. Fu Qianqiu's expression shifted. To Lin Jie, it was clear that something profoundly significant had transpired in this courtyard 30 years prior, undoubtedly connected to Hiyun. Otherwise, why would Fu Qianqiu have remained away from the Imperial City for so long without returning? Mo Chun, however, was even more pleased, leisurely remarking, My master once said that everything from 30 years ago remains unchanged. I only wonder if it has decayed entirely through the years of storms and rains. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you for the time being. Yet the words that lingered on his lips were forcefully swallowed back down. Fu Qianqiu's voluminous sleeves billowed suddenly without wind, a torrent of power surging forth. His hair and beard bristling with ferocity. He appeared as a hedgehog, exuding an aura of terrifying murderous intent. Master, uncle, I am unaware of the events that transpired back then. If I have caused any offense, I implore you to consider my youth and ignorance and grant me leniency. Not to hold my folly against me. Mo Chun trembled in fear, his body quaking. The blazing power within Fu Qianqiu grew increasingly formidable, causing the entire courtyard to emit a low, mournful sound, nearly unable to withstand his might. Observing this, Fu Qianqiu reluctantly began to temper his aura, yet abruptly turned. His eyes glinting with an icy chill, coldly fixing his gaze upon Mo Qin. Return and inform your master that I, Fu Qianqiu, having left for 30 years, have truly set aside the matters of the past. It is time to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Let him await my return. Uncle, have you perhaps misunderstood? You have been absent for 30 years, and my master has not only welcomed you with kindness, but has also warmly arranged accommodations for you. Yet you, instead of expressing gratitude, seem prepared to repay benevolence with malice against my master. Such behavior might be deemed rather ungrateful, don't you think? Mo Chun retreated in terror, gazing at Fu Qianqiu. Ungrateful? Fu Qianqiu scoffed. I, Fu Qianqiu, ungrateful. Why do you not inquire about the actions of your master, He Yun, during those bygone years? Why did I depart from the headquarters of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion and remain in that remote town for a full 30 years? The memories of those past events ignite a fury within Fu Qianqiu that he can scarcely contain. Even after 3 decades of residing in Songlin City, cultivating his character and tempering his nature, he remains unable to truly let go. That incident lingers within him like a venomous thorn embedded in his flesh, impossible to extract. The closer he approaches the imperial city, the more vivid those memories become, as if they transpired but yesterday. What wrath does my master's uncle harbor against me? Mo Chun, on the contrary, feels no fear. The Tsangmu Dan Pavilion strictly prohibits internal strife. Could it be that my master's uncle, in a fit of humiliation, wishes to discipline me? Let it not be forgotten that you are merely humble cultivators traveling between the remote town and the Tsangmu imperial city. Perhaps you hold some significance in Songlin City, yet here, in Tsangmu imperial city, you amount to nothing. Even if you were indeed the soaring dragon of that day, you must still yield to me within these walls. He no longer conceals his intentions. His sole purpose for arriving this time is to humiliate Fu Qianqiu. Thus, when he sees Fu Qianqiu provoked by his words, he feels no need for pretense, but rather intensifies his assault on Fu Qianqiu's heart, ruthlessly exposing the scars that lie deep within him. Do not presume that after 30 years away from Tsangmu Imperial City, or even after just 3 months, you can wield power as you once did. The Tsangmu Dan Pavilion has undergone profound changes. It would be wise to accept the present circumstances and abide by your master's directives for a favorable outcome. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I cannot guarantee what unforeseen consequences may arise. Fu Qianqiu's veins bulged, and his body trembled, thoroughly enraged. Yi Xiaoxi hurried forward to console him, yet her efforts proved futile, as the provocation from Mo Chun only intensified the fury simmering within him. At that moment, a radiant golden light enveloped Lin Jie, who suddenly appeared before the smug Mo Chun. His eyes, gleaming with a golden hue, fixed coldly on Mo Chun as he commanded, "Leave." A tremendous aura erupted like a cataclysm, reminiscent of a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing. Mo Chun, in a fit of rage, had never encountered anyone so audacious before him. He could no longer conceal his fury and sought to teach Lin Jie a severe lesson. However, the instant he met Lin Jie's gaze, the flames of his anger were swiftly extinguished. Lin Jie's eyes shimmered with a chilling light, exuding an irresistible authority, as if he were not merely a youth in his teens, but rather an unparalleled being who had existed for countless eons, standing at the pinnacle of power. The awe-inspiring presence and might he radiated rendered Mo Chun uncontrollably alarmed. The strength he had just summoned dissipated in an instant. He dared not entertain any malicious thoughts towards Lin Jie, as if such thoughts would summon unimaginable terror. Mo Chun could not fathom why this was the case. Before him stood Lin Jie, who, despite only possessing late-stage primordial unity cultivation, should have posed no threat given Mo Chun's current prowess. Yet, the oppressive force he felt was palpable, leaving him breathless and provoking an instinctual desire to flee. Without conscious thought, Imo Chun found himself retreating. After breaking free from Lin Jie's oppressive aura, Imo Chun gradually liberated himself from the atmosphere of terror. Observing Lin Jie, who stood as straight as a steel spear, he swung his fist in displeasure and declared with resentment, "You, young man, I have matters to attend to and no time to waste here with you. You would do well to pray that you do not cross my path. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it." A mere boy from a remote town dares to act recklessly in the imperial city. Lin Jie's eyes emitted two beams of cold light, akin to sharp swords slicing through the void, aimed directly at Imo Chun. The latter, still boasting bravado, felt a sinking sensation in his heart and hastily retreated, rolling away in fear, unwilling to linger for even a moment. 30 years had passed, and I believed that the events of that time had faded from memory. I thought my return would bear little consequence, yet I find myself still dragging you two young ones and this old man into such a dilapidated place. Fu Qinxiu gazed at Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie with a heavy heart. "Master, it matters not where we are. We shall tidy up and soon make this place our home," Yi Xiaoxi responded sweetly, using her powers to swiftly clear the overgrown weeds in the courtyard. Lin Jie quickly joined in, organizing the area as he spoke. "If there is any burden, it is I who have burdened you. Had it not been for the pursuit by the Lin and Lu families, you would not have had to accompany me to the imperial city, a place you despise. Nor would you endure such humiliation today. That has nothing to do with you, you insolent boy," Fu Qinxiu interjected, interrupting Lin Jie. "This was destined 30 years ago. I merely chose to evade it, never confronting it head-on. Even if you had not come to the imperial city, I would eventually have faced such humiliation. Therefore, dear boy, do not burden yourself with guilt. The current circumstances are rather dire. With the two of you accompanying me, it seems there will be little opportunity for genuine cultivation, rendering our time spent futile." A sense of melancholy clouded his eyes, accompanied by profound remorse. Lin Jie observed from a distance, his thoughts in turmoil. The betrayal from his brothers, compounded by the tribulations faced by the true master of his corporeal form, had filled him with a deep-seated malice towards this frigid world. Yet, witnessing Fu Qinxiu's sincerity towards Yi Xiaoxi rekindled a rare warmth in his gradually numbed heart. He yearned to alter this reality, to shield Fu Qinxiu from further humiliation. He understood that no matter how eloquently Fu Qinxiu might explain, the most direct reason for their return to the imperial city remained himself. Had they remained in Songlin City, with the esteemed status of Songmu Dan Pavilion, Master Fu could have lived in comfort, devoted himself to the art of alchemy, and continuously procured medicinal herbs for cultivation or alchemical pursuits. At the very least, he would not have to endure such desolation. Can you recount the events of those years? Lin Jie swiftly arranged several formations, reinforcing some structures anew. Fu Qinxiu's expression darkened. Fearing that Fu Qinxiu might blame Lin Jie, Yi Xiaoxi hurriedly interjected, "Master, some matters are best spoken aloud. Holding them in can lead to inner turmoil, adversely affecting our state of mind and hindering our path of cultivation." Fu Qinxiu remained silent, his gaze gently fixed on the pear tree in the courtyard, which had grown askew. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. "This is the pear tree she planted with her own hands years ago. She promised that when it bore fruit, she would marry me." Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie fell silent, listening to Fu Qinxiu recount the events of that time. It turned out that Fu Qinxiu, He Yun, and He Yun's sister, He Bingchen, had studied together at Songmu Dan Pavilion, sharing a bond akin to childhood sweethearts, progressing together in their cultivation amidst joyful camaraderie. However, later on, during one of her travels, He Bingchen was gravely injured, and the chilling energy of Xian Yin accumulated within her, gradually sapping her vitality. Despite consuming numerous elixirs, the coldness within her could not be dispelled. Eventually, it was learned that only a practitioner with a naturally born Shaoyang constitution could utilize pure Shaoyang energy to nurture her body and slowly expel the coldness, potentially leading to unforeseen advancements in cultivation. Yet, the practitioner who attempted to heal her risked damaging her foundation, causing their progress to slow significantly or even stagnate. Fu Qinxiu possessed the Shaoyang constitution. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to treat He Bingchen. During this process, He Bingchen planted that pear tree, declaring her intention to wed him. Eventually, He Bingchen did regain her health and experienced significant advancement in her cultivation. Initially, she and Fu Qinxiu shared a tender connection. But after meeting a young master from a prominent family in the imperial city, her demeanor toward Fu Qinxiu changed drastically, and she never mentioned their past again. It was evident that she had sought to climb the social ladder, drawn by the allure of the other family's power. Completely disregarding the sacrifices made by her master for her healing, Yi Xiaoxi clenched her fists in frustration and disdain. There was nothing wrong with aspiring for greater heights. After all, I had sacrificed my own foundation to save her, and now my cultivation progressed at a crawl, leaving me with no prospects in her company. Fu Qianqiu's voice remained gentle. Therefore, I do not blame her. She was equally concerned that the man's influential family might seek to hold her accountable, prompting her to request training in a remote city, thus remaining in Songlin City. The master was deeply invested in her emotions. Yet, what was the worth of such profound feelings when the other party exhibited complete indifference? Now that she had just returned to the Songmu Dan pavilion, her brother deliberately humiliated the master. What value did such relationships hold? Yi Xiaoxi could hardly tolerate it. Lin Jie felt a flare of anger within, and upon activating the 10,000 Calamities Eye, he discovered that Fu Qianqiu's foundation had indeed suffered damage. The power within her not only failed to grow but gradually dissipated over time. It became evident why He Bingqian had made such considerable sacrifices in the past. Regrettably, the other party exhibited no gratitude, repaying kindness with enmity. Even after 30 years, they still harbored a desire to humiliate Fu Qianqiu, a heart as cruel as a wolf's, more beastly than a mere animal. The pavilion master likely harbored further secrets. The decision to leave was not solely for He Bingqian's sake. It also bore the intent of evasion. For if the pavilion master remained in the imperial city, given the other party's power, they would undoubtedly devise a method to eliminate her. Conversely, by coming to this remote city, not only did it assure the other He Bingqian and He Yun's actions are not merely those of ingratitude, they embody a profound betrayal, harboring a desire to eliminate Fu Qianqiu from existence. They have never wished for Fu Qianqiu to remain in this world. In Chapter 25, titled Collaborative Performance, we find ourselves at the Songmu Dan Pavilion in the Imperial City, at the Lakeside Cottage. Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi accompany Fu Qianqiu to this location. The other disciples have already arrived and gaze upon Fu Qianqiu and his companions with a mixture of curiosity and barely concealed disdain. Their lofty expressions akin to those directed at a country bumpkin. Some disciples, who once stood in line with Fu Qianqiu, have since moved to another row. When forced to return due to lack of space, they intentionally maintain their distance from him. Such behavior is truly abhorrent. Yi Xiaoxi clenches her fists in frustration, deeply dissatisfied with the contempt these individuals display. Today, the three of them have come to this place at the behest of Fu Qianqiu's revered master, Elder Tianxin. They ought to be accorded respect. Even amidst dissatisfaction, they should at least feign civility. The way these individuals shun them is painfully cold. Is this truly the imperial city she once yearned for? The intrigues here are more intense than those in Songlin City, with even fellow disciples embroiled in a web of rivalry and competition. It is worth noting that Fu Qianqiu held a prestigious position among his peers. It is disheartening to see him reduced to such a state after 30 years of absence. Lin Jie gently pulls Yi Xiaoxi's sleeve, urging her to calm her emotions. He understands that in a world where strength reigns supreme, only formidable prowess commands respect. Otherwise, the so-called status and camaraderie will swiftly crumble under the weight of self-interest. Thus, the occurrence of such events today is entirely ordinary. Lin Jie's sole glimmer of hope resides in the demeanor of the venerable Tianxin. Given Fu Qianqiu's current plight, one cannot help but ponder whether the elder Tianxin had intervened to exacerbate the situation. Qianqiu, you have finally returned. As this thought crossed his mind, a melodious voice resonated through the air. Lin Jie felt a gentle breeze ripple across the lake's surface, and in the next, a slender old man clad in a Taoist robe appeared within the small abode, standing among the crowd, exuding an ethereal charm, untouched by the mundane world. Moreover, his prowess was evidently beyond the realm of unity. His alchemical mastery likely reached the ranks of a 4th or 5th grade alchemist. Undoubtedly, he was a figure of formidable, and even Lin Jie, as a supreme being, could not help but regard him with admiration, recognizing him as anything but ordinary. Master, Fu Qianqiu bowed respectfully. The other disciples followed suit, chanting, "We humbly welcome our master." Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi promptly joined Fu Qianqiu in their reverence. The venerable Tianxin, with a warm smile, waved his hand, signaling the crowd to rise. He then took Fu Qianqiu's hand and strolled towards the central seat, gently chiding. "It has been 30 years since we last parted, and how could you be so heartless as to keep your master worrying for 3 decades? Why have you not returned to the royal city to visit me? He continued, expressing a desire to share a seat with Fu Qianqiu. However, Fu Qianqiu, in a state of trepidation, quickly declined, exclaiming, Master, that is quite unnecessary. You have always held a special affection for my elder brother Qianqiu. We are all aware of it. Over the years, you have often thought of him and have urged us repeatedly to visit him in Songlin City. We all understand this. Yet the rules must remain intact. The distinction between elders and juniors must be preserved, lest we lose the essence of propriety in the future. He stepped forward earnestly. The elder Tianxin's face revealed displeasure as he glared resentfully at He Yun and the others. You people, your concern for me has always been feigned. Whenever I invite you to visit your senior brother, you invariably claim to be busy. Now that Qianqiu has returned with great difficulty, you obstruct him so. Master. Fu Qianqiu expressed his gratitude, tears shimmering in his eyes. The elder Tianxin's actions stirred a mixture of emotions within the kind-hearted Fu Qianqiu. It had been far too long since he had felt such warmth and care. Yi Xiaoxi's tense expression also softened slightly, evidently. The elder Tianxin's gestures had eased her worries as well. However, Lin Jie remained a detached observer, unmoved. How disingenuous. Everything feels like a performance, staged solely for Fu Qianqiu's benefit. At this moment, Lin Jie was convinced that the elder Tianxin, despite not having directly intervened in Fu Qianqiu's 30 years of tribulations, had likely turned a blind eye to the mistreatment inflicted by He Yun and He Bingchen. I shall observe what tricks you intend to play. Fu Qianqiu was too kind-hearted, easily deceived. Yet he was different. He had weathered countless storms. He was determined to uncover the bloody knives lurking behind these people's facade of hypocrisy. The elder Tianxin continued to feign affection in order to win over Fu Qianqiu, who, indeed, appeared to be the embodiment of a tender-hearted man in Lin Jie's eyes. He was soon overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears profusely. At that moment, had the elder Tianxin offered Fu Qianqiu a dagger, he would have likely accepted it without a trace of hesitation. In truth, it was not only Fu Qianqiu who was moved. Yi Xiaoxi was likewise swept away by her emotions. Had Lin Jie not endured the betrayal of his own brothers and the bloody strife within the Lin family, he too might have fallen prey to the elder Tianxin's remarkable performance, which was executed with such finesse and authenticity. Yet, surely there must come a time when the truth is revealed? Indeed, following the wave of emotions, elder Tianxin's gaze drifted indifferently towards a middle-aged man with a somewhat darkened complexion standing beside He Yun. The man promptly stepped forward and knelt down fervently, exclaiming, Master, I am aware of your fondness for senior brother Qianqiu, yet the rules of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion cannot be disregarded. Any member of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion who has descended to other cities must undergo an examination to return to the royal city, with the approval of their respective masters. Impudence. Elder Tianxin erupted, his hands shimmering with radiant energy, directing a sword-like aura towards the middle-aged man. Old Yangchun, do you mean to suggest that I cannot summon back my own disciple? Qianqiu possesses exceptional talent. He is one of our headquarters students. What is improper about his return to the royal city? Master, reconsider. This is a matter of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion's rules. Should you violate them, you too shall face repercussions. He Yun and the other disciples hastily knelt in submission. Elder Tianxin's hair flew wildly as he seethed with fury. You all possess truly remarkable acting skills. Lin Jie's smile grew ever colder. Have you no qualms about collectively bullying the benevolent Master Fu? Indeed. Fu Qianqiu has fallen victim to deceit, kneeling and pleading in despair. Master, without rules, there can be no order. Since the regulations are thus, I shall participate in the examination. Should I succeed, I will naturally remain. If I fail, it is a reflection of my own inadequacy, and I cannot blame others. You have been absent for 30 years. How could you? The elder Tianxin's face twitched, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, his performance truly remarkable. Fu Qianqiu's tears flowed uncontrollably as he clung to elder Tianxin's legs, saying, Master, your kindness towards your disciple fills my heart with gratitude. Yet I cannot allow you to be punished on my behalf. If that were to occur, what face would I have to remain in the imperial city? Chapter 026. Not qualified. Lin Jie shook his head in disapproval. Fu Qianqiu, though admirable in many respects, is far too easily falling effortlessly into the traps set by elder Tianxin and the others. Yang Chun and He Yun did not wait for elder Tianxin to refuse again, asserting, Brother Qianqiu harbors sincere filial piety. If you insist on protecting him, he may feel uneasy and, in fact, might choose to leave the imperial city. This, Elder Tianxin was indeed troubled. Unaware of the deception at play, Fu Qianxiu quickly added, I beseech Master to understand my earnest intentions. Below, Hiyun and Yang Chen exchanged glances of triumph. Elder Tianxin continued to express concern for Fu Qianxiu. Yet Lin Jie noticed a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth, a smile of triumph that, despite his efforts to conceal it, could not be wholly hidden. However, he remained deeply concerned, stating, after all, Qianxiu has been away for 30 years and is not well acquainted with the current examinations of the Songmu Dan Pavilion. If there is anything unclear, Qianxiu should consult with fellow disciples. I am not particularly busy these days, so feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Master. Fu Qianxiu expressed his gratitude. The elder Tianxin nodded with satisfaction, uttering words of genuine concern, yet his gaze flickered towards Hiyun. Hiyun understood the implication and wore a knowing smile as he glanced towards Lin Jie. However, he was soon taken aback. For Lin Jie was likewise observing him with a mischievous glint in his eyes. That look seemed to convey to Hiyun that Lin Jie was already aware of their scheme. Could it be that this young man has seen through their ruse? Hiyun pondered, but a flash of ruthlessness crossed his features. Even if you know what of it, upon arriving in this imperial city, I possess countless ways to eliminate you. You are not welcome here. Tianzhong, Hiyun transmitted coldly. Immediately, a disciple with a sinister demeanor stepped forward from behind him. He cast a fleeting glance at Lin Jie before suddenly kneeling, banging his head repeatedly on the ground. Master Ancestor, I dare to request a contest in alchemy with the disciple of Master Fu. What trick are you trying to play now? Elder Tianxin responded with a furious glare directed at Hiyun. Tianzhong is one of your disciples, is he not? What is the meaning of this? Tianzhong, return at once. Hiyun commanded sharply. Tianzhong stood firm, meeting Hiyun's gaze, and declared, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely act in accordance with the rules. Anyone returning from the Songmu Dan Pavilion in the cities below must either participate in the examination or accept a challenge. Only by surpassing these trials can one remain in the Songmu Dan Pavilion. This has been an unwavering rule for our esteemed pavilion for centuries, unaltered for any individual. Hiyun was momentarily taken aback, as was Elder Tianxin. Yang Chun then stepped forward and said, Respected Master, what disciple Tianzhong stated is indeed correct. Our Songmu dynasty's Songmu Dan Pavilion is spread across various cities. If every member from each city were to gather, the imperial city would simply not have the capacity to accommodate them. Thus, it has long been established that only those who demonstrate a certain level of prowess may remain in the Songmu Dan Pavilion. Let us not forget, it is not just those two. Even senior brother Qianxiu must partake in the examination. In a contest against Tianzhong, he may employ some clever tricks to facilitate his success, but when the time for the examination truly arrives, there will be no opportunity for any underhanded advantages. At that moment, Elder Tianxin fell silent. Fu Qianxiu furrowed his brow. Now calm, he sensed the unusual tension in the atmosphere. Though kind-hearted, he was no fool. First, they targeted him, then they turned their attention to Xiaoxi and Lin Jie. Even if they used the rules of the Songmu Dan Pavilion as a pretext, it seemed rather far-fetched. It was evident they sought to expel the three of them from the pavilion. Furthermore, the one leading this charge was none other than his respected master, Elder Tianxin. Fu Qianxiu felt a chill run down his spine. 30 years of sincere devotion had culminated in such treatment. As he glanced around, he found there was not a single familiar face to trust. What profound sorrow! What deep desolation this was! The master understood that Songlin City, after all, was remote and could not be compared to our imperial capital. The members it attracted naturally differed vastly from those gathered in the imperial city. If placed in a true examination, they would likely stand no chance whatsoever. Yang Chen continued. Surely that cannot be the case? Fu Qianxiu coldly interjected. Elder Tianxin was evidently displeased, yet Fu Qianxiu, having discerned the cold demeanor of these individuals, chose not to linger on the matter. He stated, although Songlin City is distant, it is not a place where just anyone can enter the Songmu Dan Pavilion. In terms of alchemical talent, our members are not inferior to those from the imperial capital and may even surpass the strength of your disciples. Are you jesting, brother? Can Songlin City truly compare to the imperial capital? Have you never seen the world, or are you merely boasting? Another chimed in, Songlin City is but a trifling place, utterly insignificant in the grand scheme of Songmu Imperial City. What exceptional talents could possibly emerge from there, daring to claim superiority over the disciples of the imperial capital? One ought to be wary of their own hubris. Though we may not be the most outstanding disciples of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, we are certainly not to be easily suppressed by any random individuals. I implore our revered ancestor to allow us to challenge these too, so we may ascertain what remarkable qualities they possess that embolden them to speak so audaciously. The disciples erupted in a fervor, each one fervently demanding an immediate battle. He-yun, Yang-chun, and other elders were equally incensed, yet a subtle smile flickered in their eyes. This was precisely the scene they wished to witness, for it presented an opportunity to hasten Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi's departure from the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion in the imperial capital. Elder Tianxin felt a sense of relief in his heart. He genuinely did not wish for Fu Qianxiu, Lin Jie, or Yi Xiaoxi to remain. Thus, he would no longer be able to continuously obtain cultivation resources from He Bingqian, hindering his rapid advancement. In pursuit of He Bingqian's resources, he must adopt a more ruthless demeanor. However, he was reluctant to completely sever ties and maintained a semblance of cordiality, stating, "Qianxiu, you have gone too far." Throughout history, each city has indeed birthed its own prodigies, but overshadowing the disciples of the imperial city is no simple feat. Let us proceed as follows. Retract your words, and I shall pretend not to have heard. Allow your disciple Yu Xiaoxi to face off against Tian Ciyu, and I shall instruct Tian Zhong not to exert his full strength, merely to hold back. Your goodwill, I shall decline. Lin Jie yearned to shed the pretense he had been maintaining in this gathering. Under the gaze of many, his eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity as he stepped forward, directing a dismissive glance at the kneeling Tian Zhong, remarking disdainfully, "This junior brother possesses remarkable talent in alchemy. Having attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist at such a tender age, given time, he might indeed achieve great things, but, with such talent, he is hardly qualified to challenge me." His cold voice resonated throughout the lakeside pavilion. The assembled disciples were ignited with fury, glaring at Lin Jie with palpable resentment. Chapter 027, A Punch Returned. How audacious for a mere lackey from Songlin City to speak so brazenly. Do you think this is your Songlin City? This is the imperial city, not a place for your reckless antics. To claim we are unworthy, I shall see just how capable you truly are. Anger surged through the crowd, and among them, Tian Zhong's figure suddenly sprang to life. A terrifying power surged forth, enveloping him in layers of pale green light. With a sudden push against the ground, he propelled himself like a gust of wind, swiftly charging towards Lin Jie. His fury was palpable. He intended to teach Lin Jie a lesson. Previously, they had dismissed Lin Jie entirely, focusing solely on dealing with Fu Qianxiu. Little did they anticipate that Lin Jie would be so utterly arrogant. He-yun and Yang-chun were equally incensed. How dare this insufferable fellow act so heedlessly? I can easily manipulate Fu Qianxiu. How could a mere nobody like you pose a challenge? The elder Tianxin felt an undeniable discomfort within. This brash young man was astonishingly presumptuous. Thus, when Tian Zhong made his move, they had no intention of intervening. On the contrary, they eagerly anticipated that Tian Zhong would adequately discipline Lin Jie, making him understand that the so-called genius of Songlin City was utterly insignificant before the disciples of the imperial city. Teaching him a lesson would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The explosive force surged forth. Tian Zhong unleashed the full extent of his late-stage Hunyuan realm power, his fists radiating a layer of emerald light, the sharp aura spreading instantaneously. This was the wooden blade fist technique. Some recognized it with delight. Though it was merely a fist technique, it concealed the essence of a blade. Against even those alchemists lacking in martial prowess, and especially against highly gifted cultivators, such a punch was nearly impossible to defend against. This young man should prepare for defeat. Many disciples wore smiles of anticipation, ready to witness Lin Jie's disgrace. Only Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi, standing aside, anxiously reminded, "Lin Jie, this is the imperial city. A slight reprimand will suffice. Do not strike too hard." He-yun let out a chuckle, and Yang-chun and the others erupted into hearty laughter. Was senior brother Qianxiu trying to be humorous, advising him to temper his blows? One could only hope for his own good that he would endure the assault from Tian Zhong. Tian Zhong was not merely a genius in alchemy. He possessed extraordinary prowess in cultivation as well. For an ordinary practitioner, confronting Tian Zhong was akin to facing insurmountable odds. And yet they suggested moderation in Lin Jie's response. It was evident that senior brother Qianxiu had spent too long in the quaint town of Songlin, his thoughts becoming somewhat peculiar. He-yun mocked him, and Yang-chun chimed in, "This is our fault as well. We were so concerned for senior brother Qianxiu that we overlooked the 30 years of separation, which must have influenced his mindset in such a remote place. It seems we must guide him more diligently henceforth, so he may better comprehend the imperial city. Enough of this chatter. Lin Jie interjected, furrowing his brow, cutting through the banter of He Yun and Yang Chun. They were infuriated. When had they ever been treated so dismissively? Yet Lin Jie paid no heed to their indignation. Under the dismissive gazes of the onlookers, he subtly clenched his fist, a torrent of radiant golden light swiftly enveloping and coalescing around his knuckles, illuminating them as if forged from divine gold. With a resounding crash, Lin Jie surged forward. The two fists collided in an instant, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. The golden and green lights surged forth like a tidal wave, stirring a tempest around the tranquil lakeside pavilion, sending ripples cascading across the once calm surface of the lake. Numerous disciples of lesser cultivation hurriedly retreated, fearing the potential fallout. Tian Zhonglin exchanged positions with lightning speed, and after a fierce clash, the brilliant golden light struck like a razor-sharp blade, shattering the green glow and casing his fist with a series of cracking sounds. A tremendous force acted upon him, resulting in a sharp crack echoing through the air. His fist was marred by a web of fractures, blood gushing forth, and he was sent flying like a kite caught in a violent gust. His body arched as he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Tian Zhong cried out in agony, his hand nearly rendered useless. The meridians within suffering severe damage. "Endure it." He Yun swiftly intervened, delivering several rapid strikes to staunch the bleeding, then promptly retrieved a medicinal pill. After consuming it, the deterioration of the injury ceased, yet He Yun was left trembling with fear. Had the previous attack been even slightly more forceful, Tian Zhong would have been irreparably damaged. It became evident how formidable Lin Jie truly was. He Yun's expression turned grave. He had previously held Lin Jie in disdain, never anticipating such terrifying strength. With just one punch, even someone as powerful as Tian Zhong could not withstand the onslaught, nearly meeting his end. Moreover, this was clearly Lin Jie holding back, otherwise. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The disciples who had been so boisterous moments before now stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what lay before their eyes. They had first-hand experience of Tian Zhong's might, yet he had crumbled so easily, unable to withstand even a single blow from Lin Jie, suffering such grave injuries. Could it be that the young man from Songlin City had indeed grown so powerful as to disdain the disciples of the imperial city with such ease? Recalling their earlier words, a flush of embarrassment surged across their faces, as if Lin Jie had delivered a stinging slap. Well, Fu Qianqiu thought to himself, gazing at the unscathed Lin Jie, a glimmer of uncontainable delight evident on his countenance. However, he quickly feigned anger, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! Do you not know where you are? This is the imperial city, not your humble Songlin city, a place where you can run rampant. I instructed you to hold back, yet you struck with such ferocity. Fortunately, junior brother He Yun intervened in time. Otherwise, you would have incapacitated junior nephew Tian Zhong. How could you act in such a manner? Do you not consider the weight of your actions? Not everyone can withstand your reckless power." Yet, He Yun and Yang Chun wore dark expressions. This was not merely a reprimand for Lin Jie. It was an obvious rebuke directed at them for their lack of discernment. However, they found themselves unable to refute his words, for they were simply echoing their previous statements. A wave of frustration washed over them as they turned their gazes toward the elder Tianxin, the only one capable of tempering Fu Qianqiu's haughty demeanor. Elder Tianxin regarded Lin Jie with a profound gaze, secretly astonished by his prowess. Yet, he felt powerless against Fu Qianqiu. Although Fu Qianqiu's words were laden with meaning, he maintained a humble demeanor and had even preemptively chastised Lin Jie, preventing him from seeking trouble. Otherwise, it would have been a case of the strong bullying the weak, tarnishing Fu Qianqiu's reputation at the Cangmu Dan Pavilion. Elder Tianxin composed himself and smiled kindly, saying, "Qianqiu, you truly are remarkable, and the ones you train are equally formidable. Let today's challenge be deemed successful. They shall remain at the Cangmu Dan Pavilion and become part of our ranks." At this moment, any further stalemate would only serve to heighten the awkwardness of the situation. Thus, the venerable Tianxin, with astute discernment, chose to acquiesce and not dwell further on the matter. However, Lin Jie had no intention of complying. He did not wish to be associated with the lineage of Tianxin. Meeting the feigned benevolence of Tianxin's gaze, he softly remarked, I hail from a modest place like Songlin City, with limited prowess. How could I possibly pass so easily? I would prefer to participate in the forthcoming examination of Songmu Dan Pavilion, lest I become the subject of idle gossip. Chapter 028. The Break Instantaneously. Dozens of eyes turned towards Lin Jie, brimming with a spectrum of emotions, anger, mockery, and disdain. If gazes could inflict harm, Lin Jie would have perished countless times over. The disciples of He Yunyang, under the tutelage of the venerable Tianxin, seethed with fury. How utterly lacking in tact. Tianxin had already made concessions, extending considerable courtesy to Fu Qianqiu and his companions. Little did they anticipate Lin Jie's obstinacy in outright rejecting the elders, effectively delivering a resounding slap to Tianxin's face in front of all. As a member of Tianxin's lineage, such an affront was intolerable. Young man, do not be so arrogant. Even if you have bested Tianzhong, it amounts to little. That victory merely reflects your progress in cultivation, not an indication of exceptional talent in alchemy. In the face of the distinguished disciples of Songmu Dan Pavilion, you stand no chance. Do you truly believe that your fleeting glory in the small town of Songlin grants you the right to act imperiously? Yang Chun and others fumed. For Tianxin's humiliation was also a stain on their honor. At this moment, the venerable Tianxin gazed at Lin Jie with piercing eyes that gleamed like cold steel, his expression as sharp as a divine blade. Yet, being an elder, he refrained from succumbing to anger, swiftly suppressing the flame of indignation within him and mustering a semblance of a benevolent smile. He remarked, "Youthful exuberance is understandable, but you must comprehend your current predicament. Without my guidance, the three of you would find it exceedingly challenging to remain in the imperial city's Songmu Dan Pavilion. Do you truly wish to partake in the examination? As I am aware, there are only 10 days until the test. The time available for preparation is alarmingly brief, and it may prove difficult to be adequately ready. Should you recklessly decide to proceed, the outcome could be quite disheartening." "Master," Heian interjected coldly, stepping forward to glare at the composed Lin Jie. "Why waste our breath on him? He is a stubborn fool. No matter how kindly we treat him, he will always suspect our intentions. Is that not the case?" Lin Jie's eyes sparkled with golden light as the 10,000 tribulations I flickered, locking gazes with Heian and delving into his psyche. "Indeed, we hail from a humble place like Songlin City, but we are not fools. Do you truly believe that your hypocritical charade escapes our notice, that we would allow ourselves to be manipulated by you? If that were the case, you would be gravely mistaken. Without you, we could just as easily remain in the imperial city's Songmu Dan Pavilion. Moreover, absent your covert disruptions, our chances of staying would likely be enhanced. You know full well what you have done. Are you unaware of how Master Fu has ended up in this predicament?" Heian found himself at a loss for words. Through the lens of the eternal calamity, he seemed to behold a deity, standing amid the heavens and the earth. A pair of eyes shimmered with boundless power, exuding an overwhelming majesty that made Heian tremble, rendering him speechless, forced to silently embrace the terror akin to the chill of autumn winds and the restlessness of locusts. It seemed, with a gentle clap of the hands, he would be reduced to a mist of crimson. Senior brother. Yang Chen nudged Heian. It was only then that Heian abruptly emerged from that dreadful atmosphere, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Turning his gaze toward Lin Jie, his soul quivered, and he found himself unable to adopt an aggressive stance any longer. A persistent voice echoed within him, questioning, why? Why did he emanate such a terrifying aura? Though merely a youth of no more than a few years, regardless of how prodigious he might be, Heian's cultivation surpassed his own, rendering him immune to any influence. Yet, through his eyes, a dreadful sensation enveloped him. A chill coursed through Heian, giving rise to an ominous premonition. He feared that he and his sister, He Bingchen, might face irreparable doom due to this young man. Yang Chun observed Heian's expression with astonishment. Heian, who had been so eager to drive away Fu Qianqiu, Yi Xiaoxi, and Lin Jie, now regarded Lin Jie with a hint of trepidation, unable to meet his gaze directly, which was utterly perplexing. At that moment, Elder Tianxin could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. His sleeves billowed as a terrifying force surged forth, unleashing a tempest upon the lakeside pavilion, stirring waves that crashed violently. In an instant, a mist of water enveloped the surroundings, instilling fear in all present. His wrath was overwhelming. He too had wished to expel Fu Qianqiu, but had refrained from making it explicit, maintaining a facade of cordiality. Even after Lin Jie exhibited astonishing strength, he took advantage of the situation to allow Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi to remain. Little did he expect that Lin Jie would not appreciate his gesture at all. Not only did he reject it on the spot, but he also boldly accused them of hypocrisy and targeting Fu Qianxiu. Such words were utterly devastating for the elder Tianxin, who had always cherished his reputation and valued his standing in society. How audacious! Is this something a junior can casually utter? A radiant red light swirled as a colossal hand, glowing with crimson energy, reached out towards Lin Jie. Lin Jie! Yi Xiaoxi cried out in alarm, her petite figure swiftly darting towards him. Fu Qianxiu, with a furrowed brow, stepped in front of the two, coldly meeting the elder Tianxin's furious gaze. The elder's eyes blazed with wrath, yet the massive red hand ultimately halted in midair, refraining from descending. Qianxiu, will you also indulge this child? If you truly protect someone who shows such disrespect to his elders, you will find it exceedingly difficult to remain in the imperial city Songmu Dan Pavilion. The elder warned. Fu Qianxiu steadfastly stood his ground, but the pain and turmoil previously reflected in his eyes had transformed into a resolute clarity under the elder's relentless interrogation. His demeanor no longer exuded the softness of the past. He resembled a blade, unsheathed and displaying its terrifying sharpness. Master, I have brought these two juniors merely to pay my respects. After 30 years away, I have often thought of your well-being. Now that I see you in good health, I have no further concerns. Therefore, I kindly ask you not to worry about my affairs. I have my own means to remain in the imperial city Songmu Dan Pavilion. You. The elder Tianxin trembled, realizing that Fu Qianxiu had severed their bond. To everyone's astonishment, the usually affable Fu Qianxiu uttered such chilling words. Yang Chun and He Yun were equally taken aback, unable to fathom that this was the same Fu Qianxiu who had previously endured their bullying without retaliation. His demeanor had transformed completely, exuding an aura of undeniable sharpness. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, Yang Chun spoke with a fierce tone. Senior brother Qianxiu, do you truly believe that without the protection of our lineage, you can easily remain in the royal city Songmu Dan Pavilion? You lack the qualifications. Who says? Lin Jie attempted to step forward, but Fu Qianxiu shot him a glance, signaling him to retreat. According to the rules of Songmu Dan Pavilion, every member of its branches is entitled to participate in the examinations held in the royal city, and even a branch master enjoys certain privileges, contrary to what the master and junior brothers have claimed. Thus, their concerns were unwarranted. Sheer, Lin Jie, let us return and prepare diligently for the upcoming exam. Fu Qianxiu declared as he turned away, his resolve absolute, devoid of any lingering attachment. All right. Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie hastened to follow him. Chapter 029. Turning point. The trio, Fu Qianxiu, Yi Xiaoxi, and Lin Jie, departed with a composed yet resolute stride, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. The once passive and uncontentious Fu Qianxiu finally unveiled his fierce countenance, akin to a dagger that plunged mercilessly into the heart of the elder Tianxin. Witnessing Fu Qianxiu's unyielding departure, the elder trembled violently. The immense crimson hand that had coalesced slammed furiously against the lakeside pavilion. The explosive force shattered nearby structures into mere fragments, sending waves crashing skyward. His fury was unparalleled. Fu Qianxiu had become akin to a mere plaything in his grasp, subject to his every whim. One may also sacrifice at will in exchange for the cultivation resources he desires. For instance, the reason he had an interest in He Bingqian's recovery was that he had long since obtained promises of resources from He Bingqian and the forces backing him. Unbeknownst to Fu Qianxiu, who mistakenly believed that He Bingqian harbored genuine intentions toward him, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to healing He Bingqian. Of course, Elder Tianxin had experienced moments of unease, as it felt rather unjust to deceive such a kind-hearted disciple. However, once He Bingqian married into a prominent family and acquired even more abundant resources, all his discomfort dissipated into nothingness, leaving him devoid of any guilt as he comfortably enjoyed the cultivation resources provided by He Bingqian. Throughout the years, his cultivation advanced rapidly. Having manipulated Fu Qianxiu for so long and taken advantage of him, he was eventually confronted by a day when that puppet suddenly developed self-awareness and no longer wished to be controlled, a scenario he was willing to accept. The root cause of all this turmoil could very well be Lin Jie. Reflecting on Lin Jie's prior defiance against him and He Yun, he felt an overwhelming urge to capture Lin Jie and swiftly end his life. Despicable, infuriating, a terrifying force surged within him as his crimson hands relentlessly struck. nearly obliterating the entire lakeside abode. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Elder Tianxin's fury began to subside, but he soon summoned He-Yun, instructing, "Contact others to prevent Fu Qianxiu and his companions from remaining in the imperial city, especially that Lin Jie. If the opportunity arises, he must be utterly destroyed." "Master," He-Yun replied, his eyes glinting with cold light. "I shall now reach out to the other disciples, and I will promptly inform my sister. Please keep an eye on that impudent Lin Jie from the Morong family. Should he recklessly depart from the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion with the might of the Morong family, crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. No one would dare to protest, not even our pavilion master, who would not openly sever ties with the Morong family. The Morong family is formidable, wielding nearly absolute power within the Tsangsan dynasty. Aside from the royal family of Tsangmu, the Morong family represents the most fearsome force in the entire Tsangmu dynasty. The other three prominent families are of equal standing in name, yet they lack the strength to threaten the Morong family, clearly not operating on the same level. Go ahead." Elder Tianxin waved his hand and swiftly departed, his gaze lingering ominously in the direction of Fu Qianxiu's humble courtyard, filled with a chilling intent. The dilapidated courtyard, after some tidying up, regained a semblance of. Upon returning, Fu Qianxiu, Yi Xiaoxi, and Lin Jie were far from their previous carefree composure. Instead, a heavy cloud of unease loomed over them, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. After all, breaking ties with Elder Tianxin meant that they truly had no allies left in the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. "I am sorry, Pavilion Master, for dragging you into this." Lin Jie hesitated for a moment before expressing his sincere regret. He understood that, given Elder Tianxin's character, as long as Fu Qianxiu maintained his usual demeanor, he would not target him too severely, at least not to the point of life-threatening danger. However, the current situation was unpredictable. "Brat, what good is saying sorry now?" Fu Qianxiu shot Lin Jie a sharp glance. "Master." Yi Xiaoxi tugged at Fu Qianxiu's arm. At last, Fu Qianxiu chuckled softly. "Look at how frightened you two are. I made my own choice. How can I blame Lin Jie? In truth, had it not been for Lin Jie, I might still be reluctant to believe that my esteemed master would treat me in such a manner. I had long harbored doubts, merely concealing them like an ostrich, unwilling to confront the reality. Lin Jie shattered my final vestiges of weakness, as well as my last lingering attachments. This, in fact, was for the best. Otherwise, my life would have been rendered utterly futile, destined to be exploited by them for eternity." Fu Qianxiu experienced a profound awakening. No longer entangled in confusion, nor clinging to the past, he instead found a sense of liberation and tranquility following the rupture. This unprecedented state of mind subtly indicated a shift in his cultivation, particularly in the latent injuries within his body, which began to exhibit slight changes. Lin Jie, employing the eye of eternal tribulation and secrecy, illuminated the darkness. Upon revelation, the so-called latent injuries, accumulated over 3 decades, underwent astonishing transformations. Though Fu Qianxiu's cultivation had stagnated for 30 years, being of the Shaoyang constitution, the continuous erosion of yin energy had instigated a ceaseless agitation of his yang essence, thereby further stimulating the very nature of his Shaoyang physique, ultimately unleashing his latent potential. Moreover, the ongoing clash between yin and yang energies led to a remarkable fusion. Fu Qianxiu was no longer merely a bearer of the Shaoyang constitution. He had become a convergence of yin and yang. However, the lack of complete synergy had prevented the manifestation of numerous wonders. Once true and complete convergence is achieved, the benefits will far surpass those obtained by He Bingqian in the past. This represents a transformation that has been 30 years in the making, an accumulation of unfathomable depth. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as we possess confidence and exert effort, we shall undoubtedly secure our place in the esteemed Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. I have faith in your innate talents. Thus, let us commence our preparations, for we have but 10 days, which must not be squandered." Fu Qianxiu gently patted Yi Xiaoxi's shoulder, his gaze tender. "Very well, master," Yi Xiaoxi replied obediently. However, Lin Jie remained still. "Master Fu, there is no need for concern. With my alchemical aptitude, entering the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion poses no difficulty. Moreover, Xiaoxi possesses the Tianxian body, and I happen to know a secret technique for manipulating in fire. After imparting this knowledge to her, her entry into the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion will also be assured. The true concern lies with you, master." Fu Qianxiu was momentarily taken aback. He then waved his hand dismissively, stating, Whether I enter or not is inconsequential. As long as the two of you successfully reach the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion in the Imperial City, the relentless pursuit by the Lin Lu family from Songlin City will no longer pose a threat to you. My wish will be fulfilled. After all, I already bear hidden injuries. Even if I remain in the Imperial City, advancing further will be exceedingly challenging. But what if the injuries within you are not a curse, but rather a catalyst for your progress, enabling your cultivation to soar to unprecedented heights? Lin Jie said with unwavering conviction as he gazed at Fu Qianxiu. To be candid, Master, I possess some understanding of medicine. The yin energy within you has long since merged with the yang energy. If we can achieve complete harmony, not only will the past injuries fail to hinder you, but they will also become a significant asset in your future cultivation. Chapter 030. The Union of Yin and Yang. Splendid. In that case, Master need not worry about the injuries within, Yi Xiaoxi exclaimed, her excitement evident as she shook Fu Qianxiu's arm. Fu Qianxiu felt a surge of excitement. The hidden injuries within him had tormented him for 3 decades, and his cultivation had stagnated for just as long. If he could eradicate these internal afflictions, even without the supposed fusion of yin and yang, his lesser yang physique alone would allow him to ascend rapidly. However, the brilliance in his eyes soon faded. With a bittersweet expression, he gazed at Lin Jie and said helplessly, I know you possess a kind heart and wish to spare me the sight of my desolation, but I am acutely aware of my own condition. For 30 years, I have endeavored to concoct various elixirs to dispel these hidden injuries and have sought to comprehend the nature of my ailments, yet there has been no sign of improvement. Where is the fusion of yin and yang? How could there be any hope for recovery? It was not that he lacked belief. Rather, he had been disappointed too many times. Each time he harbored hope, it inevitably culminated in disillusionment. Now, Fu Qianxiu approached any prospect of hope with a stance of rejection. His reasoning was flawed. Yet Lin Jie insisted, much like the condition of Xiao Shi, who, despite being a pure yin body, should have had her constitution activated rather than suppressed. Employing a suppressive approach only exacerbated her suffering from the chilling poison. The same applies to you, Master. You should not focus on expelling the yin energy, but rather on harnessing it, transforming the yin energy for your own benefit. You can try this. Once the power within you flows through these acupoints, it can be projected forth through the major meridians of the hand and lesser yang. Lin Jie proceeded to point out several key acupoints on Fu Qianxiu. Though Fu Qianxiu remained skeptical, he chose to give it a try. As the energy within him circulated through the acupoints Lin Jie indicated, he indeed began to experience an unusual sensation. In the past, every attempt he made to harness the power within himself was fraught with difficulty and resistance. However, this time, he felt an unprecedented sense of fluidity and freedom. With a soft whoosh, 2 beams of light shot forth, each measuring a full yard in length, manifesting in the dual forms of yin and yang. Yet, they were not starkly divided nor in opposition. Instead, they had begun to intertwine and merge, albeit not completely, as they had not yet fully opened up. This sight left Fu Qianxiu in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment at the extraordinary scene before him. Indeed, the yang and yin energies had merged as Lin Jie had described. Although the strength of the yang energy had not increased, after 30 years of cultivation, it had become remarkably pure. His overall power far surpassed that of other practitioners in the same realm, and as he attempted to utilize the dual energies, he discerned a remarkable amplification of strength. It was an unparalleled experience. If he could indeed resolve this completely, a rapid enhancement might be within reach. Master, it's true. You've really grown stronger, exclaimed Yi Xiaoxi, her excitement palpable. Having spent most of her time studying alongside Fu Qianxiu, who treated her with the affection of a biological daughter, she naturally hoped for his recovery and even further advancement. Seeing Fu Qianxiu manifest the potential that Lin Jie had spoken of filled her with genuine joy. While the natural fusion of yin and yang was a significant step, it was still insufficient for them to flow freely within him. It requires more than this, Lin Jie stated calmly. What should we do? Yi Xiaoxi inquired anxiously. What preparations are needed? Just say the word. Fu Qianxiu's spirit soared. Lin Jie was able to articulate this with confidence, for he possessed a strategy that was not particularly difficult to comprehend. He spoke with a languid tone. One of the catalysts is already in place, that being the essence of extreme yin. Xiaoxi's Tianxian body can continually supply this energy, thereby invigorating the sect master Xiaoyang body, resulting in a more robust manifestation of yang energy. And what of the other component? Xiaoxi inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. The other requires a medicinal elixir known as the Xian Inqi Yang Gong Ji Dan. When Xiaoxi uses the essence of extreme yin to stimulate the Xiaoyang energy. Consuming this elixir will allow the two forces to harmonize completely, effectively eliminating the hidden dangers within the sect master. Here is the list of required herbs. As he spoke, Lin Jie swiftly compiled a list. Yi Xiaoxi snatched it from him, her mouth forming a na shape in astonishment. The herbs enumerated were exceedingly rare. Even during her previous visit to the Songlin City's Sanmudan Pavilion, she had only encountered a few of them. Collecting all the listed materials would prove to be quite a challenge. Xiaoxi, may I see that? Fu Qianqiu extended his hand calmly. Only then did Yu Xiaoxi pass the list to him. The document detailed 36 varieties of herbs, and aside from a handful of common ingredients, the most elusive were 3 specific items. After a brief glance, Fu Qianqiu furrowed his brow. Qianfuzi, can we substitute with herbs of similar properties? Lin Jie shook his head. Every item listed here represents the absolute minimum requirement. None can be altered. If even one is changed, the Xian Inqi Yang Gong Ji Dan may encounter slight discrepancies. Should that occur at the moment of consumption, it is likely that the yin and yang energies will fail to truly merge, rendering our efforts futile. However, Fu Qianqiu only possesses a singular opportunity. The Xian Inqi Yang Gong Ji Dan can be utilized but once. Should he fail to achieve the necessary fusion, not only will he be unable to advance further, but he may also exacerbate his injuries. The yin and yang energies within him are akin to water and fire, jointly ravaging his body. Master, is it truly so difficult to obtain Qianfuzi? Yi Xiaoxi inquired with a hint of concern. Fu Qianqiu sighed, ultimately responding with resignation. It is not overly difficult. Though rare, it is not entirely uncommon. However, Qianfuzi has always been a specialty of the Murong family. If others were to attempt to purchase and the price were agreeable, there might be a chance of acquisition. But if it is I... A glimmer of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Though he had ostensibly moved on, the past could not be entirely dismissed. He Bingshan's marriage into the esteemed Murong family complicates matters. Given the sentiment held by He Bingshan and the Murong family towards Fu Qianqiu, how could they possibly allow him to procure Qianfuzi? Could we not exchange with other cultivators? Yi Xiaoxi urged anxiously. If one is insufficient, we could seek several. Surely we can amass the quantity master requires. Do not fret, Xiaoxi. Allow your master to speak at his own pace. Fu Qianqiu replied with a gentle smile and a wave of his hand. Although Qianfuzi is indeed precious, its practical applications are rather limited. Most cultivators, barring urgent necessity, would not purchase it in large quantities. Thus, acquiring a sufficient amount through exchange would prove exceedingly challenging, unless we solicit the assistance of unfamiliar cultivators for procurement. Yi Xiaoxi's expression fell into despair. Having just arrived in the imperial city, they were unfamiliar with the surroundings and unsure where to seek assistance. Fu Qianqiu was only acquainted with the lineage of the Tianqin elder, but given the current rift with him, he found himself at a loss. But you have me, Xiaoxi. Lin Jie waved his hand before Yi Xiaoxi. We have just arrived in the imperial city. It is likely that the Murong family has not yet taken notice. I shall hasten to procure Qianfuzi. There may yet be a stroke of luck. Hurry, hurry, urged Yi Xiaoxi. Lin Jie showed no signs of delay, swiftly rising to his feet. Thank you, Lin Jie. If circumstances dictate otherwise, do not force it. The Murong family is formidable. We are not yet in a position to contend with them. Under no circumstances should you provoke them, cautioned Fu Qianqiu solemnly as he stood. Rest assured, I am confident. Lin Jie replied, rapidly departing. Yet, his entire demeanor emanated an increasingly terrifying aura. The Murong family? What of a conflict? In the Tsangmu imperial city, if memory serves. I once discovered an infant here. Chapter 031. Encountering the Lin and Lu families again in the imperial city, the streets were bustling with activity. A myriad of goods were on display, ranging from the imaginable to the utterly fantastical, catering to the whims of the affluent who delighted in novelty. Thus, astute merchants tirelessly sought after such peculiar items. However, Lin Jie's attention was not captivated by these distractions. Amidst the lively throng, his gaze continually scanned the apothecaries lining the streets. He strained his ears, eager to catch snippets of conversation, hoping to locate the Murong family's apothecary and find Qianfuzi, in order to avoid any unforeseen complications. Though he harbored no fear, it was prudent to minimize unnecessary trouble. Ah, have you heard? Our family's ancient ancestor, who has lived for countless years, has unexpectedly emerged from seclusion. Could it be? After a millennium, one must have aged significantly, rendering them unable to emerge from seclusion. Are they perhaps wishing for an early departure from this world? The murmurs gradually subsided, yet every word fell distinctly upon Lin Jie's ears. Feigning the act of selecting merchandise, Lin Jie stealthily approached the group engaged in discussion. Who knows? In any case, the atmosphere within the manor has been exceedingly tense of late. What could be the reason? Why has there been a sudden emergence from seclusion after such a long time? I am not entirely certain, but I have heard through various channels that the venerable ancestors sensed the presence of an old acquaintance from years past in the imperial city, prompting this unexpected emergence. An old acquaintance from those days. How exaggerated could that be? The ancestor has lived for at least a millennium, and no one knows his true age. If he had an acquaintance from back then, it implies they share a similar age, or perhaps even an even more distant past. How formidable must such a being be? Otherwise, their lifespan would have long since expired. A cultivator in the mixed yuan realm typically enjoys a lifespan of merely 150 years, while those in the unified realm, given ample opportunities, may live up to 500 years at most. To attain the age of someone in your manor would likely require a level of cultivation that is nearly unfathomable. However, there is a contradiction. If the cultivation level truly were that exalted, the imperial city would not exhibit such a lackadaisical response. It should have been placed under strict martial law. After all, the entry of such a powerful figure poses a grave threat, one that could potentially undermine the entire dynasty with a single misstep. So why does the imperial city continue as if nothing has transpired? I am uncertain about that. However, the sensation brought by the ancestor is never mistaken. The acquaintances from years past must undoubtedly reside within this imperial city. Yet, for reasons unknown, their presence has been shrouded from perception, akin to a droplet merging into the vast ocean, leaving no trace behind. Even the ancestor remains oblivious to the whereabouts of that old friend. It seems the winds of change are once again stirring within the imperial city. But this does not concern us. We are but inconsequential figures, merely striving to navigate our limited existence. As for those formidable personages, let them bear the weight of their own concerns. Indeed, Lin Jie absorbed every word with unwavering attention. However, he soon furrowed his brow and departed. What could have exposed me? How is it that upon my mere arrival in the city, that child from years ago sensed my presence? Lin Jie comprehended that the ancestor referenced by the other party must be the one who had rescued the child long ago. The reason for the child's prolonged life was not solely due to the impartation of certain techniques. It also stemmed from the alterations made to their body at that time, granting them a longevity that far surpassed that of others at a similar cultivation level. Yet, Lin Jie felt a twinge of unease, judging by the other party's reaction. It did not convey a warm welcome, but rather a sense of scrutiny, perhaps even wariness. Did that child, once innocent, now seek to betray me like those few brethren from the past? Lin Jie's gaze turned icy. It is best not to let that be the case. Otherwise, I shall have to take decisive action. Why do I sense a chill in the air? I too perceive it, a pervasive coldness. The few individuals around them cast fearful glances, observing the throng of heads, yet failing to identify the source of the chill. Meanwhile, Lin Jie had already vanished into the crowd, continuing his quest for information. After an extensive covert investigation, I finally discovered a pharmacy belonging to the Morong family. It truly lives up to the reputation of a prestigious family business. Not only is the decor lavish, but the establishment also enjoys bustling trade. The constant flow of patrons is accompanied by a dozen individuals tirelessly attending to their needs. Clearly, this pharmacy possesses certain exclusive resources that others lack, allowing it to attract such a significant crowd, thriving to an extraordinary degree. Just as Lin Jie was about to enter, he suddenly turned around. A chilling aura emerged from behind him, as if dozens of icy blades had been drawn. Although the weather was neither hot nor cold, he felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar, overwhelmed by an intense coldness laced with a palpable intent to kill. It was as if a myriad of long knives had been unsheathed, exuding a daunting and ominous atmosphere. Lin Jie furrowed his brow as he beheld Lin Dangfeng from the Lin family and Lu Haiki from the Lu family, accompanied by numerous formidable warriors. Each pair of eyes gleamed with a fierce, killing intent, resembling tigers poised to strike, their gazes piercing and fearsome. Their hands were clenched, gathering immense power, fully prepared to hunt Lin Jie at any moment. These individuals are remarkably swift, Lin Jie thought. unperturbed and even smiling as he stepped confidently between Lin Dangfeng and Lu Haiki. "You little brat, today marks your demise. Let us see who can save you now," Lu Haiki declared ominously, his fists tightening, scales appearing on the surface of his skin as he activated his scale python fist. On the other side, Lin Dangfeng was equally resolute, his hands coalescing with the intent of a blade. The accompanying warriors also erupted with a fierce killing intent in an instant. The pedestrians on the street scattered in a flurry, fleeing in terror. Lin Jie, devoid of any fear, drew closer to Lu Haiki and coldly stated, "Understand this. We are in the Imperial City, not Songlin City. Although the status of Tsangmu Dan Pavilion is diminished here, I hail from its ranks. Should you dare to take my life in public, the Lu and Lin families would face utter annihilation. The authority of the Imperial City is sacrosanct. No one may wield violence here, especially one from Tsangmu Dan Pavilion." "You." Lu Haiki seethed with rage, yearning to end Lin Jie's life on the spot. Yet, considering the repercussions, he swiftly restrained his fury. Nonetheless, his animosity towards Lin Jie remained unabated, as he grimaced and declared, "You may live a few more days. But do not present me with any opportunity. Otherwise, I shall ensure you wish for neither life nor death. The matter concerning Jian cannot be so easily dismissed. If you wish to let this go, I have no intention of doing so," Lin Jie replied, the smile evaporating from his face as his eyes glimmered with golden light, his aura shifting dramatically. "Do not rush. I shall soon return to Songlin City and eradicate you treacherous fiends to the root. I hope that by then, you will still possess the same bravado you exhibit now." In Chapter 032, Arrogance Unfettered, an unsettling chill crept into the hearts of Lu Haiki and Lin Dangfeng. Despite Lin Jie being merely at the late stage of the Hunyuan realm, he emanated the presence of an unparalleled powerhouse, instilling fear within them. They found themselves utterly defeated in spirit, lacking even the inclination to resist. Lin Jie chose to disregard them and turned to leave. Just then, a clear and melodious voice resonated through the air. The young gentleman exuded an air of coolness. A gust of wind swept in, bringing with it a delightful fragrance. In the next instant, Lin Jie felt a small figure cling to his leg. Startled, he glanced down to behold a little girl of perhaps 7 or 8 years. Clad in a tender green palace gown, her hair styled in delicate buns, and her bright, sparkling eyes gazing up at him with an expression of pure innocence. Lin Jie smiled. Despite his general indifference towards the world, the sight of such an adorable little girl stirred within him an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. However, just as he was about to indulge this whim, he suddenly sensed a surge of formidable presences emerging from the bustling crowd. Had he acted upon his impulse, he would have undoubtedly encountered unimaginable peril. The level of her guardians was astonishing. It was evident that even a simple outing was accompanied by numerous powerful protectors of the highest caliber. Lin Jie sighed inwardly. Through the lens of the 10,000 tribulations eye, he discerned an elderly man nearby, who, despite his appearance, was a formidable late-stage practitioner of the unification realm, his hands poised as if gathering immense power. Additionally, he sensed other formidable beings positioned in various directions. "Little sister, be good. Your elder brother has matters to attend to," Lin Jie gently conveyed, relinquishing his earlier intention to pinch her cheeks. Yet, the little girl clung to him, her arms wrapped around his leg as she blinked her large, expressive eyes. With an endearing innocence, she implored, "Can you take me along, big brother? I want to be as cool as you." "Then you must let go of your brother, and I shall take you with me," Lin Jie replied softly. All right, she exclaimed, momentarily releasing her grip. But in an instant, she clung to him once more. "No, big brother is deceiving me. Big brother doesn't like me." Lin Jie was taken aback. The adorably charming young girl is remarkably intelligent, which explains why the discreet guardians dare not approach too closely. However, he cannot engage excessively with her, as it is evident she hails from a distinguished background. Even if he harbors no ulterior motives, her family would undoubtedly remain wary of him. "I assure you, dear sister, I have come here to purchase medicine," Lin Jie declared, pointing towards the Murong family's apothecary. The little girl glanced in the direction of his finger, her eyes spinning with curiosity as if deep in thought. Moments later, she clung tightly to Lin Jie's leg, climbing up to wrap her arms around his waist like a koala, and sweetly implored, "Big brother, take me with you." Reluctantly, Lin Jie could not bring himself to decline her request. Thus, he set off towards the apothecary with the little girl in tow. Amidst the crowd, an elderly man wore a perplexed expression. This situation was utterly difficult to explain. Yet, it was clearly the young girl's initiative, making it awkward for him to intervene. He subtly signaled to the others to swiftly secure the Murong family as apothecary while he adjusted his attire, dissipating his imposing aura, and promptly followed them inside. Upon entering the apothecary, Lin Jie surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted Qian Fuji. He then blended into the crowd, approaching the individual in charge. Throughout the process, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the Murong family might recognize him and refuse to sell him any medicine. However, as customers departed one by one, Lin Jie breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared no one had noticed him, as everyone was preoccupied with gathering their remedies. 20 portions of Qian Fuji, please. Lin Jie finally stated as he reached the counter. The pharmacist briefly raised their head to glance at Lin Jie and inquired, "Do you have a prescription for Qian Fuji?" "No, I only require Qian Fuji." "I apologize for the trouble," Lin Jie responded, his heart fluttering with apprehension yet maintaining a courteous demeanor. "Very well, please wait a moment." The person gathering the herbs replied, rising to approach the Qian Fuji cabinet. The young girl observed quietly, and once the herb gatherer had distanced himself, she turned to Lin Jie with a curious expression, inquiring, "Big brother, what exactly is Qian Fuji, and why are you purchasing it?" Little sister Lin Jie began, smiling as he attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. Qian Fuji is an exceptionally precious medicinal herb, utilized in the concoction of remarkable elixirs and for cultivation purposes. Even a modest quantity of Qian Fuji can bestow unexpected effects when added to ordinary medicines. Is it truly that effective? The young girl blinked in surprise. Lin Jie glanced at the speaker, his expression darkening. The individual was none other than Imo Chun. "Lin Jie, my junior brother, you must be worried that your alchemical creations for the upcoming examination will lack quality. Hence your early procurement of Qian Fuji as a medicinal catalyst to enhance the elixir's potency," Imo Chun remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he lightly tapped the counter. "Regrettably, with my presence here, your chance of acquiring Qian Fuji is non-existent. Our Tsangmu Dan Pavilion has never had an affinity for opportunistic individuals. If you genuinely wish to remain in the Imperial City, you must showcase your true capabilities and astonish our Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, rather than resorting to petty tricks and shortcuts. As long as I am here, you shall have no opportunity," Imo Chun declared, his spirits high, having not forgotten the humiliation he had once endured. At last, he has seized upon Lin Jie's vulnerabilities, and he certainly would not let this opportunity slip away without inflicting a proper humiliation upon him. Why should he? The young girl pouted, her lips tightly pressed together, glaring at Imo Chun with indignation. "You mustn't bully my big brother. You are a villain." "Oh, really?" Imo Chun sneered. "You're quite the character, aren't you? Just arrived in the Imperial City and already found a little girl to act as your shield, but I assure you, her presence is futile. To speak frankly, my master is closely related to the Murong family, and I often assist them here. With just a word from me, I can guarantee that every apothecary under the Murong name will refuse to sell to you, Qian Fuji. Don't think for a moment that even the young scions of noble families would be of any use. Our business is simply not open to you." Imo Chun articulated each word with a deliberate cadence. The young girl leaped down from Lin Jie's leg, barely tall enough to see over the counter. With her hands placed defiantly on her hips, she glared up at Imo Chun, her chin raised high. "You, try saying that again. Oh, do you think I am intimidated by you?" Imo Chun grinned. "You're merely a little girl, still in her youth, and you dare to threaten the Murong family? If you didn't catch that, I shall repeat myself. We will not engage in business with Lin Jie. Qian Fuji will not sell. If he desires it, he must procure it himself." The little girl stomped her foot in frustration. "This Imo Chun is utterly intolerable. Here they come. Here they come," an aged voice resonated from the crowd. Lin Jie sensed an overwhelming presence approaching, akin to a ferocious beast descending from the mountains. A terrifying aura swiftly enveloped the entire apothecary as the elderly figure ambled forward. Chapter 033. A forceful confrontation. The atmosphere in the pharmacy was stifling. The elderly man, appearing frail and delicate, exuded an aura that intensified the pressure within the Murong family's establishment with each deliberate step he took. Particularly affected was Imo Chun, who found himself utterly ensnared by the elder's profound presence. His body trembled violently, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as if he were on the verge of collapse. The old man reprimanded him for his audacity and arrogance, for bullying the young gentleman. A young girl, visibly indignant, stood nearby. The elder approached her with a tender smile. Yet his eyes swiftly transformed, emitting a piercing gaze that seemed to cut through the air, coldly fixating on Imo-chun. I require an explanation from you, he demanded, his formidable presence now completely unrestrained. The force of his demeanor erupted like a torrent, bearing down upon Imo-chun. Despite his utmost effort to muster his strength, he crumbled beneath the weight of the elder's terrifying power, letting out a cry of despair as he fell to the ground. After a considerable time, Imo-chun gritted his teeth and managed to rise, casting a fearful glance at the elder. Who are you? Are you not aware that this is the Morong family's pharmacy? Do you wish to oppose the Morong family? Apologize at once and provide satisfactory compensation, or you shall not leave here today. Oh, is that so? What kind of compensation do you seek? The elder's gaunt visage suddenly broke into a smile. Lin Jie observed this exchange with keen interest. It was a derisive smile, as if he were savoring an amusing spectacle. This was evidently the demeanor of someone of considerable nobility, leaving Lin Jie momentarily astounded. What a remarkable coincidence it was to encounter such a distinguished individual, one who seemingly regarded the Morong family with disdain, simply while strolling through the streets. In the realm of the Zhongmu dynasty, the influence of the Morong family is undeniably unrivaled, and the only possibility capable of subduing them lies in the identity of a young maiden, one who hails from the royal lineage of Zhongmu. Moreover, she is exceptionally favored. Imo-chun, believing he had intimidated the elder, rose slowly, striving to compose himself, and then coldly declared, to relinquish your cultivation. Serve as a slave for 3 years, and provide me with 100 satisfactory spirit elixirs. Under such terms, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, what then? The elder gently extended a hand, placing it upon the counter. Without exerting any apparent force, the counter erupted with a thunderous crash. Imo-chun, who had just regained his composure, was once again nearly frightened into retreat. Such a commotion caught the attention of the apothecary's manager. Who dares to wreak havoc here? Do they not comprehend the significance of this place? Do they truly believe that the Morong family's apothecary can be treated with such impudence? The manager, accompanied by several formidable individuals, hastened to the scene. The business of the Morong family is always cloaked in the protection of powerful allies. It is imperative to teach these intruders a harsh lesson. Otherwise, the dignity of the Morong family would be irreparably tarnished. In a flurry, Imo-chun scrambled to his feet, pointing at the elder, Lin Jie, and even the young maiden. Were it not for the girl, he would not be in such a dire predicament. Thus, despite her striking beauty and charm, resentment brewed within him, and he yearned to exact a severe retribution. You. The manager was on the verge of unleashing his wrath. Upon witnessing the imposing demeanor of the elder and the unspoken nobility exuded by the young girl, the seasoned observer immediately discerned that neither were of humble origins. His tone softened considerably as he spoke. This is the pharmacy of the Morong family. Even when dealing with a dog, one must consider its master. From which household do you hail? If there exists any connection between us, I kindly request that you proceed to the Morong residence to extend your apologies. If not, be forewarned. The Morong family is not to be trifled with. Imo did not interject, particularly not with that individual. He pointed at Lin Jie. The entire situation stemmed from him, and it was imperative that he receive a proper lesson. Otherwise, even the intervention of your family's head would prove futile. Grandpa, hey, he has bullied my brother again. Grandpa, hey, what are you doing? You must strike him. Hit him hard. He is utterly detestable. The young girl's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her expression one of poignant vulnerability. Seeing her, the elder felt a pang of sympathy and gently assured her, I am here. I will not allow anyone to bully your brother. The girl calmed somewhat, but her gaze remained filled with animosity towards Imo-chun. Imo-chun held his head high and scoffed. In response, the elder's countenance darkened abruptly, and he slowly produced a medallion, displaying it with a flourish. Are you certain you wish for our family head to personally apologize? Just a worthless token. Meant to intimidate whom? I can produce hundreds of such medallions in a single day. Imo-chun retorted disdainfully. Suddenly, a resounding slap landed squarely on his face. Instantly, several teeth were dislodged, and half of his face swelled grotesquely, resembling a pig's head, as he tumbled a considerable distance across the ground. Insolent cur! You presume upon borrowed authority, yet you are but a dog yourself. Do you not perceive who stands before you? You have no right to speak here. The shopkeeper, with resounding slaps, struck Imo-chun repeatedly, causing him to see stars. Even if your master's sister were merely a concubine of a minor scion of the esteemed Morong family, and even were her status more elevated, it would still be of no consequence to you. We indulge you by allowing you to tend the shop, out of respect for your master. Yet you fail to appreciate this favor, instead becoming tyrannical. Now you dare to provoke those whom you should not. Strike him. Strike him mercilessly, the shopkeeper commanded with a wave of his hand. The other strong men rushed forward in a throng, each delivering lethal blows. Soon, Emo-chan was barely clinging to life. His consciousness clouded. He remained ignorant of what had transpired. How could the shopkeeper, with whom he had always enjoyed amiable relations, not only fail to protect him, but instead inflict such grievous injuries? Unaware, the shopkeeper hastily corrected himself with deference, unaware of the esteemed senior's distinguished arrival. Please forgive us. We, in our ignorance, failed to recognize your eminence. Should we have offended the young lady, I shall inform our master, who, I am certain, will personally pay a visit to offer his apologies. Please, senior, temper your anger. This ignorant and impudent wretch shall be dealt with severely. The elder remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the young girl. The young girl, clutching Lin Jie's sleeve, said in a delicate voice, "Are you satisfied now, dear brother?" Lin Jie's face betrayed his consternation. The young girl was certainly adept at inciting animosity. Suddenly, all eyes were upon him, particularly the shopkeeper's, whose expression was one of utter astonishment. Who is this remarkable individual, capable of commanding such respect from both the elder and many are astonished that Lin Jie has the discernment to recognize such a person. It is evident to numerous onlookers that the elder's identity, particularly that of the young girl, is of the utmost nobility. Otherwise, how could the Morong family, renowned for their arrogance and dominance, possibly yield in such a manner? For years, the Morong family has been notoriously overbearing, often instigating trouble even when faced with provocation. In an instant, many speculate about Lin Jie's own identity. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Jie regained his composure and calmly stated, "I merely wish to purchase 20 portions of Qianfuzi." Did you hear that? 20 portions of Qianfuzi, the young girl echoed. Chapter 34, Obtaining Qianfuzi? Nearly 20 portions? The shopkeeper felt his heart tremble as he gazed at the battered Emo-chan on the ground, a murderous intent flickering in his mind. To offend such a person over a trivial matter of 20 portions of Qianfuzi. Upon reflection, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the esteemed members of the Morong family. Contemplating this, he could hardly contain his anger towards the foolish Emo-chan, whose incompetence was nothing short of infuriating. His usual arrogance was forgivable, but his inability to discern the presence of such distinguished individuals was inexcusable, provoking individuals far beyond his station. Strike him fiercely, the shopkeeper barked through clenched teeth. Simultaneously, he turned, forcing a conciliatory smile as he said, "Ah, so it is for Qianfuzi. I shall attend to it personally. Just a moment, please." "Humph, hurry," the young girl retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. The shopkeeper, still smiling ingratiatingly, promptly made his way to the cabinet containing the Qianfuzi. The steward, who was just preparing the meal, extracted 20 portions of money and was about to hand them over to the shopkeeper when the latter abruptly snatched the entire cabinet, stuffing it into a large bag, and directly brought it over. "This is the money you require. I sincerely hope you will accept it," the shopkeeper said cautiously. Lin Jiao glanced at it, remaining unperturbed. "It is too much. I only need 20 portions. Is it so difficult to understand that I only want 20? The young girl, hands on her hips, expressed her displeasure. The shopkeeper, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cast an irritated look at Lin Jiao, almost wishing to give him a sound thrashing. "Why must you be so obstinate? Just take what you are given." Yet, seeing the girl's furious demeanor, he ultimately complied and prepared the 20 portions of money, presenting them to Lin Jiao. "How much?" Lin Jiao inquired as he accepted them. "Money?" The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, instinctively hesitant to demand payment. However, witnessing Lin Jiao's stubbornness and the girl's impending fury, he reluctantly replied, 5 pieces of fine jade." "Very well," Lin Jiao said, retrieving 5 pieces of fine jade before turning to leave. The young girl tugged at Lin Jiao's sleeve, cheerfully trailing behind him as they exited. The elderly man cast a cold glance at the shopkeeper before swiftly departing the apothecary. The previously oppressive atmosphere gradually lifted, and the apothecary regained its lively ambience. Who is that person? Even the Morong family dares not act recklessly. Hush! Such individuals are beyond our discussion. Let them contend with their celestial conflicts. We must simply live our lives. If we inadvertently offend them, it could spell our doom. Some whispered amongst themselves. The shopkeeper sighed with relief only after the figures of the young girl and the elder vanished down the street. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gestured to assist the battered Mo Chun, administering treatment for his injuries. Gradually, Mo Chun began to recover, finally regaining consciousness. Yet he remained utterly perplexed as to why he had been assaulted. Shopkeeper Sure, what on earth happened? That young man seemed to bear a grudge against us, he queried. Regardless of any personal animosity, do you have any idea of the young girl's identity? Shopkeeper Sure retorted, his frustration palpable. You would do well to pray that the head of the family can suppress this incident. Otherwise, not just you and your master, but even my own family member will face dire consequences. This burden of blame is one you cannot bear. A chilling dread enveloped Mo Chun, as if he had been thrust into a realm of ice. A faint frost formed upon his brows. He gazed at Shopkeeper Sure in terror, rendered speechless. He had never witnessed such fury emanating from him before. In the past, no matter how outrageous his actions had been, Shopkeeper Sure had always turned a blind eye, treating matters with indifference. Yet today, he found himself subjected to such treatment because of Lin Jie. Who exactly is that young girl? How is it that even our Morong family cannot contend with her? Shopkeeper Sure, of course, harbored no fear of Lin Jie. The only individual capable of instilling fear in the Morong family must surely be that adorable young girl. I must once again caution you, some knowledge is best left undiscovered. Otherwise, you may invite calamity upon yourself, implicating not only your master, but also the Morong family. Should that occur, no amount of suffering you endure will suffice to atone for your transgressions. The shopkeeper's expression grew increasingly stern as he coldly declared, during this period, do not come here. Return and inform your master that his disciples are to remain within the Tsangmu Dan pavilion, strictly prohibited from venturing outside. Puffing, Mo Chun sat dazed on the ground. This was indeed an exceedingly severe punishment. Once he returned, his master would surely impose an even more dreadful consequence upon learning of today's events. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, after a time, as he gazed at the throng of passers-by, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. That wretched Lin Jie, how fortunate he is to have encountered such a person of stature. He understood that his life would be irrevocably altered from this day forward. On the bustling streets of the imperial city, a young girl tugged at Lin Jie's garments, lingering at each small shop. In her other hand, she held an array of delectable treats, joyfully savoring them. However, among the crowd not far behind, an elderly man followed closely, his countenance dark enough to exude water. As Lin Jie strolled along the thoroughfare, he occasionally helped the girl select trinkets. He was aware of her distinguished background. Indulging in such frivolities was undoubtedly rebellious and possibly forbidden, yet the girl persisted in her pleas, making it exceedingly difficult for him to extricate himself. Thus, he resigned himself to the moment, allowing her to revel in the splendor of the world around them. Gradually, the sun began its descent, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. The elderly man, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward and said, Miss, it is time to return. The sky is darkening, and if you do not leave soon, your parents will surely grow anxious and send out a citywide search for you. No, I will not. I want to play with my big brother. The young girl hid behind Lin Jie, while the elder gazed at him with a troubled expression. Understanding the unspoken message, Lin Jie lowered his head and gently caressed the girl's face, causing the elder to furrow his brow. In a soft voice, he said, Little sister, it is getting late. If you do not return soon, your parents will begin to worry. Moreover, I too must head back. The little girl remained silent, clutching her dress with tiny hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears of grievance. Lin Jie, unable to bear the sight, crouched down to meet her gaze and reassured her. Be a good girl. I promise I will visit you often. You must not lie. You must come see me, the girl replied, on the verge of tears. I will not lie. I will watch you return home, Lin Jie assured her, gently patting her head. With reluctance, the girl turned towards the elder, who slowly guided her into the thinning crowd. She looked back, her voice tinged with longing. You must promise to visit me, brother. Rest assured, I will definitely come. Lin Jie replied with a steadfast smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the imperial city in a soft, ethereal glow, casting a delicate sheen upon the towering pavilions, as if they were draped in golden silk. The streets were gradually becoming less crowded, with small vendors on either side tidying up their stalls, concluding their day's toil. The elder, accompanied by a dozen formidable figures, walked through the thinning throng, casting their gaze towards the distant royal city, which loomed like a ferocious beast crouched upon the earth, swiftly departing with the little girl. The girl's spirits were low, clutching tightly the various trinkets Lin Jie had bought for her. Despite the elder's repeated admonitions to discard them, she held them firmly in her grasp. It appears to be the most precious treasure in the world, deserving of careful preservation. The elder understood that any further reminders would likely provoke the girl's temper, and soothing her would be a daunting task. Thus, he chose to let her be, yet summoned a few formidable companions, instructing them to investigate the background of Lin Jie, as he intended to report to the king. Given the current demeanor of our young princess, it would certainly be distressing for her if Lin Jie did not make an appearance soon. If Lin Jie proves to be of sound character, let him accompany the young princess. After all, every royal prince or princess is entitled to their fair share of companions. The princess is in anguish. Having watched her grow, he could not bear to see her in such a state. Several strong figures swiftly vanished into the encroaching darkness of the night. At the Tsangmudan Pavilion, Lin Jie returned just before nightfall. Having delayed for so long, he felt a twinge of concern for Fu Qianqiu and Xiao Shi, as ideally he should not have taken long to procure the money for the precious item. Is that not the lad from Songlin City? After wandering outside for such a duration, he must be eager to savor the final moments in the imperial city. It is only natural, for once the examinations are over, he will no longer have the opportunity to remain in the imperial city. It would be wise to seize the moment and explore thoroughly. Otherwise, returning home would render the journey futile. If I were in your position, I would take full advantage of this splendid time, enjoying the lively entertainment venues and seeking out several charming maidens to fully relish the wonders of the world. For once you return to that remote Songlin city, it will be exceedingly difficult to find such unforgettable places again. Upon entering, a mocking voice pierced the air. Lin Jie frowned in displeasure, noticing He Yun's disciple Tianzhong and others gazing at him with derision, much like one might regard a country bumpkin, bursting into laughter. However, he found no inclination to engage with these inconsequential individuals. As a supreme powerhouse, his vision and experience far surpassed theirs. Entangling himself with them would only serve to diminish his own stature. Thus, Lin Jie chose to ignore them entirely and hastened towards the small courtyard where they gathered. "Stop right there," Yin Fei bellowed. "Do you think this is your playground? You can't just come and go as you please. This is the headquarters of the Tsangmudan Pavilion in the Imperial City, not your branch in Songlin City. Don't think that just because you are a mere member, you can disregard the rules. Even your pavilion master must adhere to them." His fury was palpable. This rustic fool had dared to overlook him. Yin Fei was a prominent figure within the Tsangmudan Pavilion, highly regarded not only by his master but also by his peers, who frequently circled around him. Yet, this Lin Jie exhibited such blatant disregard that Yin Fei found it intolerable. Lin Jie continued forward, paying no heed to Yin Fei's rude outburst. Yin Fei could no longer contain his frustration. It was infuriating. How could a mere brat from Songlin City be so audacious? "Brother Yin, why are you even bothering to converse with him? Just teach him a lesson, so he understands that the disciples of the Tsangmudan Pavilion in the Imperial City are not to be trifled with. Indeed, let him receive a proper reprimand. Such individuals, if not dealt with harshly, may lead others from different cities, particularly those from the Tsangmudan Pavilion, to follow suit upon their arrival in the Imperial City. It is imperative that they face severe punishment to prevent the proliferation of such pernicious influences." Tianzhong insidiously incited further outrage among the other disciples, who were equally incensed. Yin Fei could no longer contain his fury. With a fervent surge of energy akin to a tidal wave, he swiftly unleashed a fist towards Lin Jie. "You insolent fool! I shall not let you escape unscathed." The overwhelming force of his punch erupted with tremendous intensity, shaking the narrow corridor violently. Nearby disciples hastily evaded, fearful of being caught in Yin Fei's wrath, yet their expressions betrayed a sense of anticipation, as if they were spectators eagerly awaiting Lin Jie's imminent downfall. Meanwhile, Lin Jie continued his stride, unperturbed by the chaos surrounding him, maintaining his steady pace, as if Yin Fei's furious assault were of no consequence. This only deepened Yin Fei's sense of humiliation at being so brazenly disregarded. In a fit of rage, he propelled himself towards Lin Jie, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to Lin Jie's back. As his punch descended, an aura of formidable power radiated in vibrant purple hues from Lin Jie's back, converging upon him. Yet, just as the fist was about to connect, Lin Jie's shoulder dipped suddenly. Allowing the blow as Lin Jie sank downwards with remarkable speed, he abruptly pressed his arms against the ground, executing a swift somersault to face Yan Fei directly. His fists clenched. A surge of golden energy surged forth like a tempest, rapidly coalescing into his fists to meet the oncoming strike from Yan Fei. The two forces collided with a resounding bang, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that erupted around them, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Nearby, blinding lights surged into the air, and the corridor trembled violently, triggering numerous protective arrays that steadfastly shielded the passage. A crackling sound echoed as fractures appeared. The two combatants quickly separated, with Lin Jie remaining unmoved, his expression cold and indifferent. Did this reckless fool truly believe he held any significance? On the other side, Yan Fei clutched his injured fist tightly, blood streaming from numerous lacerations that threatened to shatter his hand. He hastily retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it, gradually stanching his wound. The surrounding disciples were filled with dread, struggling to comprehend that Lin Jie possessed such formidable strength. In such a precarious situation, he had managed to injure the remarkably talented Yan Fei so severely. A wave of fear rippled through many hearts. This individual from Songlin City was far from the weakling that Tianzhong had described. Yet soon, the pent-up fury ignited within them. This was the imperial city of Songmu Dan Pavilion, and no matter how formidable Lin Jie was, he could not be permitted to harm others so recklessly. How audacious! How dare you inflict harm upon someone? Is there no decorum left? Come with us to the law enforcement hall for punishment, or no one will be able to protect you. Tianzhong and his companions bellowed, encircling Lin Jie. However, they all maintained a considerable distance from Lin Jie, hesitant to approach him too closely. What a useless bunch! Is this the virtue of the disciples from the Songmu Dan Pavilion in the imperial city? Observing the expressions of Tianzhong and the others, Lin Jie disdainfully shook his head and continued forward, declaring, "If you do not wish to be like him, then step aside." When faced with defeat, they resorted to intimidating him with rules. Lin Jie was genuinely disappointed in the Songmu Dan Pavilion. It was no wonder that Fu Qianxiu was manipulated by the elder Tianxin. That Songmu Dan Pavilion had rotted from the bottom up. No one dared to obstruct Lin Jie. Although his words were harsh, they merely maintained a surrounding stance while retreating. Seeing this, Lin Jie's opinion of the Songmu Dan Pavilion plummeted even further, and he shook his head as he pressed on. "What are you all waiting for?" Yan Fei, whose injuries had subsided, shouted. He was but one man. No matter how formidable he was, could he truly contend with everyone? They should unite, overpower him, and deliver him to the enforcement hall for proper handling. Did they genuinely believe that a mere disciple from Songlin City could act arrogantly in the imperial city, treating this place as if it were his own? Then come at me. Lin Jie chuckled lightly. As they beheld his smile, the few disciples at the forefront exchanged glances, their resolve wavering. Though they were numerous, should a battle erupt, they would undoubtedly be the first to face Lin Jie's most direct assault. Given their cultivation levels, they did not feel capable of withstanding his attacks, thus lacking the determination to fight, and instead leaning toward retreat. Their expressions, however, were unmistakably with his astute perception, he swiftly discerned the thoughts of the individuals before him. His eyes gleamed with an icy intensity as he coldly commanded, "Leave." A terrifying radiance emanated from his gaze, resembling a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, instilling fear in those present. The group, momentarily dazed, found themselves unable to resist and instinctively stepped aside. Others naturally followed suit, allowing Lin Jie to depart unchallenged, as none dared to obstruct him. Alas, how disgraceful it was! Yan Fei shook his head in disbelief. A multitude could not even muster the courage to confront a single Lin Jie. Just then, at the corridor's end, a formidable force surged forth, akin to a colossal mountain, blocking the passage with unwavering might. Yan Fei and the others turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. Clad in a gray robe, her figure was somewhat plump. A middle-aged woman stood there, her eyes glinting with latent murderous intent, fixated on Lin Jie. While an oppressive aura enveloped him, her sleeves billowing, power surging. "Greetings, Master Yuha." Yan Fei and the others exclaimed with delight. Master Yuha was known for her protective nature, especially when it came to the disciples of the Songmu Dan Pavilion in the imperial city. With her appearance, there was hope that Lin Jie might face some consequences. "We implore you, Master Yuha, to act on our behalf. This Lin Jie is utterly arrogant, showing complete disregard for the Songmu Dan Pavilion." and has even stealthily injured senior brother Yan Fei with vicious intent, nearly incapacitating him. Tianzhong and the others hastened to voice their grievances. Yuha's brows knitted tighter, her overwhelming presence becoming increasingly formidable. Yet, in the end, she refrained from striking, coldly stating, all disciples of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion must adhere to its regulations, regardless of their origins. Your excessive use of force against a fellow disciple warrants a grave consequence. Lin Jie shook his head, initially believing that the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion in the Imperial City was distinct from other powerful families, only to find it less pure than the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion of Tsonglin City. Is that so? He mused. What did you say? Yuha, incensed, questioned, astonished by his apparent disregard for the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Tianzhong, seizing the moment, fanned the flames of discord. Why waste words with this brat? He is nothing but a layabout, showing no respect for the rules, nor for the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. It would be wise to teach him a lesson, otherwise, he remains oblivious to our pavilion's might. The other disciples echoed in agreement, urging, indeed, Master Uncle. Let us take him directly to the law enforcement hall. Yuha, swayed by their fervor, demanded, will you go willingly, or shall I take you by force? Lin Jie raised an eyebrow. It is astonishing that someone of your character can hold a position among the esteemed disciples of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, unceremoniously apprehending others without discerning right from wrong. You truly embody the pavilion's ethos. Yuha's sleeves billowed with indignation as a large hand materialized before Lin Jie, only to halt abruptly. Is it not justified to apprehend you for your unprovoked aggression? Lin Jie remained unperturbed. After scanning the surroundings, Tianzhong and the others, he spoke. So, you intend to condemn me without seeking clarity on the events that transpired? His eyes suddenly emanated a golden light as the eye of the infinite calamity activated. A surge of profound power radiated outward, instantly filling the corridor with an enigmatic energy. Particularly for Yu He, the scene before her dramatically transformed. It was as if she no longer beheld a mere disciple, but rather a towering figure of unparalleled might, capable of obliterating mountains with a mere his stature immense enough to encompass the sun and moon, to tread upon rivers and mountains. She felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate herself before Lin Jie. Suddenly, Yu He struggled, and the boundless visions began to dissipate. With a face filled with trepidation, she gazed at Lin Jie, who stood silently. Who are you? What have you done to me? She exclaimed, bewildered by the presence of what she deemed a mere practitioner from a remote city. Lin Jie's calm voice broke the silence. What are you afraid of? Can I truly inflict harm upon you? Yu He was momentarily stunned, realizing the absurdity of her fear towards a junior. Lin Jie disregarded her reaction and continued forward. The events of today are not difficult to investigate. If you truly wish to uphold the rules, then you should thoroughly examine the rights and wrongs, rather than rely solely on their one-sided accounts to determine my guilt. Instinctively, Yu He stepped aside, allowing Lin Jie to gracefully leap past her and exit the corridor. Yan Fei and Tianzhong stared in disbelief, taken aback by his audacious departure. Yet soon, Lin Jie's voice echoed once more. I am aware that your faction desires both Master Fu and myself to leave the Imperial City. Yet, if you wish otherwise, I implore you to concentrate all your efforts on the examination and refrain from employing these petty tricks and clever maneuvers. Otherwise, in the future, it shall not be merely one person who suffers, nor will it be just a mere trickle of blood. My patience is finite. You would do well to avoid testing my limits. Tianzhong's expression was one of deep discomfort. He understood that these words were directed at him and the lineage of the elder Tianxin. Chapter 037, Elevating Standards. A deathly silence enveloped the air, so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Lin Jie departed with unwavering resolve. The disciples present, including Yan Fei, Tianzhong, and Yu He, did not attempt to impede his exit. Moments later, as Lin Jie's figure faded from view, Tianzhong seethed with resentment, muttering, how arrogant. He is but a mere disciple from Tsonglin City, yet he dares to stir the waters above us. Silence. Yu He glared fiercely at Tianzhong. Do not presume that I am unaware of the schemes from your lineage. You seek to exploit our strength to thwart the retention of that master and disciple in the Imperial City, do you not? Although we turned a blind eye to the actions of Master Tianxin in the past, it does not signify our endorsement of his methods. Now, you audaciously seek to sow discord among others, leveraging them to contend against Fu Qianxiu. Do you truly believe that the rest of us are fools, willing to be manipulated at your whim? Tianzhong shrank back amidst the crowd, rendered mute by fear. Yan Fei stepped forward and said, Master Yue, please temper your anger. Indeed, Tianzhong and the others have gone a bit too far this time. However, Lin Jie is undeniably arrogant. Not only did he strike us, but he also shows complete disregard for his elders, treating you with utter disrespect. Even if you choose not to hold this against him, we cannot simply swallow our pride. Does he consider the disciples of our royal city to be mere playthings he can bully at will? He possesses strength, it seems. A flicker of discontent crossed Master Yue's face as he surveyed the disciples around him, adopting a look of disappointment. You outnumber him and yet still sought to provoke him. Not only did you fail to subdue Lin Jie, but you also allowed the villain to turn the tables, claiming that Lin Jie is oppressing you. Are you not ashamed to utter such words? While I feel a loss of dignity on my part, I have repeatedly urged you to focus on your training and not to neglect your responsibilities. Now that we are in a crisis, where were you when it mattered? Yan Fei fell silent, as did the other disciples, their heads bowed in shame. It was indeed a dismal state to be so thoroughly bested by a single individual. Nonetheless, this young man has shown blatant disrespect for his elders. Even if he harbors great grievances, such rudeness is unwarranted. Master Yue then coldly declared, let him see the consequences of his actions, so he understands that Songlin City cannot be compared to the royal city. Before true talent, he is nothing. Tianzhong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yue cast a languid glance at Tianzhong and remarked, for the other city Songmudan Pavilion to remain in the imperial city. The sole condition is that they must secure a position within the top 5 in the forthcoming examination, be it in the written test or the alchemy competition. Any one of them who enters the top 5 will suffice. Under normal circumstances, our Songmudan Pavilion headquarters would refrain from dispatching exceptionally talented disciples for the examination, but this time, I shall endeavor to persuade my fellow brothers to send forth their most gifted disciples to participate. I cannot fathom how, in such a high-stakes contest, this Lin Jie might possibly secure a place among the top 5. As she spoke, Yue had already drifted away. Yan Fei and the others exchanged glances, each one emanating a palpable chill. Lin Jie, merely a country bumpkin, dared to offend us. He should return whence he came, for the imperial city does not welcome him. Tianzhong observed this scene with a bemused smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In a small courtyard, Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi anxiously awaited. As the night deepened, and with no sign of Lin Jie's return, Fu Qianxiu could no longer remain seated. Xiaoxi, you stay here. I shall go find Lin Jie. This matter arose because of me, and if anything were to happen to him, my conscience would be tormented. I must go out now, and should I discover who has harmed Lin Jie, I shall fight to the bitter end. The interminable wait had drained his patience entirely. Coupled with the enmity the Tianxin elder's lineage harbored towards them, his concern for Lin Jie's safety intensified. Yet, he was also troubled by the thought that if Lin Jie were to return and not encounter them, he might instead begin searching for them, which restrained him from immediately venturing out. It was only as the night grew increasingly profound that he could no longer remain still. Master, be cautious. Once Lin Jie returns, I will inform you immediately. Yi Xiaoxi refrained from stopping Fu Qianxiu. Her heart nodded with worry. Fu Qianxiu nodded and swiftly left the small courtyard. Yet, no sooner had he stepped outside than Lin Jie's voice rang out. Where does the esteemed master intend to go? Lin Jie? Fu Qianxiu gazed blankly toward the distance, where Lin Jie approached with his garments billowing, moving swiftly toward him. Instantly, much of his unease dissipated, and he hurried forward, asking, why were you gone for so long? Did you encounter any trouble with others? Lin Jie, are you hurt? Let master examine you. Yi Xiaoxi, having heard the commotion, rushed out as well, grasping Lin Jie's arm and inspecting him closely. Seeing Yi Xiaoxi's anxious demeanor, Lin Jie felt a pang of guilt. He took her small hand and apologetically said, I'm sorry. The imperial city was too splendid, and I lost track of time, causing you to worry. It's all right, as long as you're back. Fu Qianxiu sighed in relief, and Yi Xiaoxi too felt her anxious heart ease. Did you manage to procure the medicinal herbs? Not only did I acquire them, but I also gathered all the other necessary materials. Lin Jie casually tossed a large bag into the air. Fu Qianxiu caught it, excitement bubbling within him. Indeed, all the required herbs were prepared. This signified that the hidden injuries that had troubled him for 30 years could finally improve, and he might even advance further. Master, time is of the essence. We must concoct the Xian In Qi Gong Ji Dan immediately. Lin Jie swiftly returned to the small courtyard. Fu Fu Qianxiu began to set up a series of isolation formations throughout the yard, while Xiaoxi assisted in arranging a weathered cauldron and replenished it with water. Soon, the blazing flames ignited with fervor. Linjia, it is best if you undertake the alchemical process, as you are well versed in the formula and should possess a profound understanding of the refinement, suggested Fu Qianxiu. Very well, Lin Jie replied without hesitation. With a flick of his hand, an overwhelming surge of golden energy rapidly surged forth. In an instant, his palm radiated a brilliant golden glow. He struck several times, and a series of intricate seals flew forth. With a resonating hum, they landed upon the cauldron, causing it to tremble. The cauldron's body and the flames beneath created a unique thermal array, intensifying the already vigorous fire, which roared like a dragon, enveloping the entire cauldron. The water within soon reached a boiling point, and as the steam billowed forth, various medicinal herbs were extracted. With a single hand strike, the herbs soared through the air, coiling like a dragon, and entered in a precise sequence. Each herb transformed rapidly into potent essence upon entry, and before one could fully blend, another followed suit. As all the herbs were added, their energies ignited, merging seamlessly at the right moment. The timing was impeccable, and the control exquisite, prompting silent admiration from Fu Qianxiu. Even after decades of immersion in alchemy, he could not match Lin Jie's finesse. Chapter 038. The profound classic of the lunar Yin. With all the herbs now in the cauldron, Lin Jie did not cease his actions. Instead, he executed dozens more seals, intricately binding the cauldron and the flames together, ensuring that all the heat was fully utilized for the alchemical process. Under the enhancement of the seals, the flames displayed distinct characteristics. How did he acquire such techniques? It is truly remarkable, devoid of any superfluous elements. Each action is executed with perfect precision, imbued with profound intricacy. The more Fu Qianxiu observes, the more he appreciates Lin Jie's extraordinary techniques. Little does he know that Lin Jie has not even resorted to extraordinary measures. Currently, due to Fu Qianxiu's presence, he is unable to employ the method of the universal offering to concoct elixirs, as that would undoubtedly raise suspicions regarding his true identity. After all, such advanced alchemical techniques are unheard of, not only to Fu Qianxiu, but even to the esteemed leader of the Zhongmu Alchemy Pavilion, as they pertain to a level far beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, even the most ordinary methods employed by Lin Jie surpass the capabilities of an alchemist like Fu Qianxiu. Each of his actions is executed with exquisite finesse, perfectly harnessing the properties of the herbs, a feat made possible by his exceptional experience and insight, qualities that cannot be attained merely through prolonged practice. To achieve true understanding is to behold an entirely different vista. Failure to comprehend results only in a descent into mediocrity. After concluding his work, Lin Jie withdrew his hands. With the elixir completed, the pavilion master may take it at his own discretion. However, he must remember not to consume the elixir without proper guidance, for doing so would prevent its full potency from being realized, rendering the negative energy within him ineffective and resulting in a complete loss of progress. This opportunity is unique for the pavilion master. Lin Jie offered a gentle reminder. Fu Pavilion Master inhaled deeply. Lin Jie, rest assured, I have persevered for 30 years and shall not falter at this final juncture. If you have matters to attend to, please proceed. Once you have concluded, I shall follow your guidance in consuming this elixir. Lin Jie nodded in acknowledgement and then approached Yi Xiaoxi, who was gazing intently at the alchemical process. Yi Xiaoxi possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy, yet she did not wish to miss such an enchanting scene of pill refinement. Merely observing it once offered her a glimpse of understanding, which she diligently endeavored to absorb. Xiaoxi, come here. Lin Jie gently tapped her shoulder. Yi Xiaoxi's gaze remained fixated on the grand cauldron, and only after a moment did she follow Lin Jie into a secluded chamber. Lin Jie took her hands in his and instructed, press your forehead against mine. Yi Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed instantly, her voice barely a whisper. Isn't this too hasty? We are still in the midst of fleeing. We haven't even secured our place in the imperial city yet. Must we proceed in this manner? It doesn't seem right. I have yet to inform my parents. If they knew we were engaging in such actions prematurely, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken. As she spoke, her forehead was suddenly drawn towards Lin Jie's, their foreheads meeting. At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. How can this be? Stay still and focus. Lin Jie's voice resonated in her ears, prompting her to quiet her thoughts. Her spirit trembled violently, and then she beheld an overwhelming torrent, akin to a mountain flood, surging rapidly into her mind. The intensity was so fierce that she felt as though her head might explode, an unbearable sensation of tearing coursing through her. Her body swayed violently, cold sweat streaming down her face. At that moment, Lin Jie clasped her forehead with his hand. A gentle force akin to a spring breeze enveloping her being, immediately diminishing the onslaught of sensations. Yet, the pain in her head remained excruciating. As torrents of energy continued to erupt from Lin Jie's mind, vast and magnificent, Yi Xiaoxi persevered through the ordeal, following the whispers of my heart. I felt a subtle essence of the primordial yin concealed within the mighty torrent. Lin Jie's voice resonated once more. Yi Xiaoxi nodded with great difficulty, then summoned her spirit to attune herself to the terrifying current. Yet, upon her first contact, she felt as if she would burst apart. She was akin to a mere pebble beneath the surging waters, utterly unable to withstand its force. Fortunately, just as she was on the brink of being overwhelmed, Lin Jie's gentle power enveloped her, sparing her from any substantial harm. Thus, Yi Xiaoxi endeavored to sense the torrent again, only to be immediately overwhelmed once more. This cycle continued, and as time elapsed, she discovered she could endure for longer periods, gradually grasping the boundless wisdom contained within the vast currents. It unveiled an infinite array of cosmic truths: the supreme blade path, the terrifying fist path, the imposing kingly way, and the ultimate path that devours all under heaven. Among countless others, each was profound beyond measure, and with her current level of cultivation, Yi Xiaoxi found it nearly impossible to comprehend, let alone truly absorb. Even approaching such profundities was a daunting task, as her spirit was assailed by excruciating pain, on the verge of shattering. Yet, amidst the endless paths, Yi Xiaoxi's spirit surged against the current, encountering refreshing streams akin to the gentle spring rain. Her spirit rejoiced, an indescribable sense of exhilaration and comfort enveloping her entire being. Unable to contain herself, Yi Xiaoxi surged forward, reveling in the coolness and comfort that awaited her. As she arrived, excitement coursed through her veins. Amidst the vast torrents, there exists a mass of profoundly cold mist, suffused with an icy power, suspended within the celestial pathways, causing everything around it to be enveloped in layers of frost. Yet, Yi Xiaoxi remains unaffected. In fact, her spirit is inexplicably invigorated. She swiftly approaches the mist, drawing near to its ethereal presence. The mist vibrates gently, and myriad rays of light burst forth, accompanied by the resonant sound of the great Tao. The ever-changing mist undergoes numerous transformations, at times ethereal, at times weighty, and at other moments exuding a chilling ferocity akin to the sharpest blades of battle or the delicate wisps of cloud drifting through the heavens. It possesses no fixed shape, no singular demeanor, yet harbors an indescribable profundity, formless and transient. Yi Xiaoxi remains in quiet communion with it. Her spirit no longer writhes in agony, and her body is still. She is at peace, occasionally revealing glimpses of joy. Lin Jie lets out a long sigh of relief, observing Yi Xiaoxi as she greedily absorbs the mysteries. He murmurs to himself, "This Taiyin Xiandian was an unintentional acquisition of mine long ago, lacking a suitable practitioner until now. It seems perfectly suited for Xiaoxi, though I wonder how much of the myriad profundities within the mist, transformed from the Taiyin Xiandian, she can comprehend." A complex expression crosses Lin Jie's face. Indeed, the ways of heaven are unpredictable and elusive. Despite his former cultivation, he never anticipated that one day, the Taiyin Xiandian would present such an opportunity. However, he is no longer the embodiment of flesh he once was. Now, he can merely recall the profound essence of the Taiyin Xianjing. Yet he is unable to procure the original text of the scripture. After all, his physical form has perished, and he can only impart this knowledge to Yi Xiaoxi in this manner, leaving it to her to grasp the extent of its significance. Chapter 39. The Resolution of Hidden Injuries. Yi Xiaoxi is utterly absorbed in her understanding. Lin Jie then separates from her. The essence of the Tai Xian Yin Jing has now entered Yi Xiaoxi's consciousness, and the depth of her comprehension relies entirely upon her innate talent and perceptiveness. Given that Yi Xiaoxi has yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery, instantaneous enlightenment is beyond her grasp. Upon exiting, Lin Jie finds Fu Qianxiu still guarding the Grand Cauldron, and he succumbs to slumber. The following day, as dawn breaks, Lin Jie awakens to a chilling aura. He soon realizes that the entire room is nearly encased in ice, shrouded in terrifying frost that has formed layer upon layer. Summoning the indestructible body of tribulation, he gently strikes with his palm, unleashing a vast force that disperses the encroaching ice. He swiftly makes his way to the courtyard, only to find that it too is enshrouded in frost, save for Fu Qianxiu and the Grand Cauldron, which remain unaffected due to the protective seals he had previously inscribed. This place is akin to an ice source, exuding an intense, penetrating cold. An ordinary person would scarcely endure in such conditions for long. To initially perceive such a formidable icy force, Lin Jie's eyes glimmer with delight. Indeed, the Tianxian body is unparalleled, making the practice of the Tianxianjing most fitting. It is worth noting that to freeze such an extensive area would typically require years of arduous cultivation. Moreover, this was due to the entire courtyard being shrouded by the isolation of the formation, preventing the chill from escaping. Otherwise, none could fathom the extent to which Yi Xiaoxi could freeze during her initial attempt at cultivation. It is conceivable how terrifying the combination of the Tianxianjing and the Tianxian body could be in practice. As the cold aura diminished, the ice within the courtyard swiftly melted. Without the relentless power of frost, such temperatures could not be sustained for long. With a creak, the door swung open. Yi Xiaoxi stepped out gracefully, still as agile, ethereal, and exquisite as ever, resembling a sprite from the realms of heaven and earth. Yet, a faint glimmer of coldness lingered in her eyes, and wherever she tread, delicate frost formed beneath her feet. This was undeniably a sign that she had begun to master the Tianxianjing. With just a little more time devoted to practice, Yi Xiaoxi would surely rise to prominence. This young woman, she is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Is she truly just a minor disciple of the Lin clan? How does she possess such profound knowledge? Fu Qianxiu stood in stunned silence. First, there was her astonishing alchemy, and now she wielded such a formidable technique. Even larger sects might not boast such depth of resources. The more he interacted with her, the more he felt that Lin Jie was unfathomable. Lin Jie, thank you, Yi Xiaoxi said, her cheeks flushed. Bathed in the hues of the setting sun, she looked extraordinarily beautiful. Lin Jie gazed at her in a daze. Yi Xiaoxi blushed and lowered her head. Beside them, Fu Qianxiu, with a smile, was about to speak when suddenly the great cauldron emitted a rumbling vibration, signaling the successful completion of the Xian Yin Qi Yang Gongji pill. The lid flew open with a whoosh, and a pill radiating two-colored brilliance swiftly darted away. Where do you think you're going? Fu Qianxiu exclaimed as he reached out to capture it. A radiant glow resembling a silken web emanated from his fingertips. The elixir was directly absorbed into his palm. Lin Jie examined the quality of the elixir, his heart swelling with joy. Master Fu is indeed fortunate. I originally hoped for it to merely be of high quality, yet it has turned out to be exceptional, faintly shimmering with a purplish golden hue. It seems that Master will surely be able to completely resolve his hidden injuries this time. How splendid! Master can finally continue his cultivation, Yi Xiaoxi exclaimed, her delight palpable. If he could not proceed, Fu Qianxiu's lifespan would become limited. Fu Qianxiu struggled to maintain his composure, though his hands trembled slightly with excitement. It was utterly impossible to remain unfazed. After 3 decades, hope had rekindled. No matter how steadfast his heart, tumultuous waves would inevitably rise within him. Time was of the essence, and Lin Jie showed no intention of delaying. He signaled Fu Qianxiu to commence. Simultaneously, he turned to Yi Xiaoxi and remarked, "The chill within you has intensified. This is fortuitous, as it significantly increases the success rate of Master Fu's recovery from his hidden injuries. Now, place your hands upon his Shanggong and Xiantai, channeling the cold energy into his body, while remaining attuned to the changes within him. Only when the yang energy within Master is entirely invigorated should you cease." Understood, Yi Xiaoxi nodded. With a graceful flourish of her hands, the cold energy erupted forth, and she gently struck the Shanggong and Xiantai. The chill surged like a swift ribbon through the 2 major acupoints, battering Fu Qianxiu's body. Frost began to form upon his surface, yet almost immediately, streams of flame erupted from Fu Qianxiu. The layers of frost rapidly dissipated, prompting Yi Xiaoxi to amplify the coldness further. F. Qin Qi's body was continuously enveloped in frost, melting and reforming. His form was in a state of perpetual transformation, subjected to 2 opposing forces. However, after a period, this transformation seemed to come to a halt. At the moment when Wei Shi Ox unleashed all her chilling energy, The yang fire within Qin Qi appeared to be completely sealed in ice, unable to emerge even a trace, rendering him powerless against the encroaching frost. LNG and Y Xiaox were both anxious. LNG was particularly tense as the 10,000 calamities I activated, casting a golden light over the scene. Beneath the frost, it became evident that the meridians within Qin Qi's body were still in turmoil. The flames, rather than dissipating, were undergoing a remarkable transformation. The originally pale blue flames now exhibited strands of golden hues, signifying a qualitative enhancement. Should this transformation succeed, it would not only advance him further, but also unleash immeasurable potential. Y Xiaox continued to sustain this force, while LNG solemnly urged her to maintain the pressure on Qin Qi's body. The lesser yang fire within Qin Qi endured tremendous strain, and finally, with a burst, a golden flame erupted forth, exuding immense power that instantly dispelled all of Y Xiaox's chill. Moreover, the cold energy within Qin Qi was also stimulated, visibly intertwining with the yang fire, merging swiftly. This was a natural evolution, the pinnacle of Qin Qi's transformation. A decisive action was imperative. To halt now would not only prevent the master from progressing further, but could also exacerbate his injuries. Master, the time is now, LNG reminded. With a swift motion, Qin Qi flipped his palm, sending a pill soaring into the air. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the pill, which dissolved instantly upon contact. He roared twice, echoing like a dragon's cry. The medicinal energy transformed into two entwined dragon essences, swiftly coursing through Fu Qianqiu's blood vessels. Subsequently, the rapidly merging yin energy and yang fire, under the enhancement of the medicinal power, intertwined and embraced each other. In merely a fleeting moment, they coalesced into a singular entity, indistinguishable from one another. Fu Qianqiu's entire aura underwent a transformation. It was no longer frigid, nor did it radiate the overwhelming yang vigor, but instead resembled that of an ordinary person, devoid of any sense of oppression. Yet, upon closer observation, one could discern that his strength had, at the very least, doubled from its original state, with the once stagnant power now flowing with remarkable fluidity. Master Fu, take your time to settle yourself. This signifies a change in your constitution, requiring further comprehension. You will experience a plethora of insights, which must not be overlooked. Lin Jie exhaled deeply, relieved. He had initially anticipated complications, yet the outcome was far less troublesome than he had envisioned. Perhaps it was due to the elevation of Shaoxi's cold essence that facilitated Fu Qianqiu's transformation of yang fire, making everything more accessible. Master can finally continue his cultivation. Yi Xiaoxi regarded Lin Jie with gratitude. Without him, neither she nor Fu Qianqiu could have attained such fortuitous developments. Chapter 040. The eve of the examination. As the examination drew near, Lin Jie not only assisted Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi, but also diligently continued his own training. Rapidly circulating the indestructible tribulation body, eagerly anticipating the day he could step into the realm of unity. Meanwhile, the Cangmudan Pavilion was also rife with hidden currents. The lineage of the venerable Tianxin, including He Yun and Yang Chun, along with their disciples, is incessantly instigating and enticing the younger generation of prodigies, preparing to target Lin Jie. On the eve of the examination, within a modest pavilion of the Cangmudan Pavilion, several talents congregate, engaged in lively revelry as they pass cups and exchange toasts. Among them are Mo Chun and Tian Zhong, disciples of He Yun. To you, senior brother Zhang Yuan. Mo Chun rises and raises a cup of wine to his lips, exclaiming, "May you achieve resounding success. Sweep aside that little fellow from Canglin City." Zhang Yuan, possessing a striking demeanor and an imposing presence, lifts his cup in kind, laughing as he responds, "Fear not. He is merely a disciple from Canglin City. Our Cangmudan Pavilion headquarters gathers the finest talents of the entire Cangmu dynasty in the realm of alchemy. No matter how extraordinary he may be, can he truly rival the collective brilliance of the Cangmu dynasty? Should he show humility, we might consider sparing him and allowing him to remain in the imperial city. However, his current arrogance is intolerable. Does he truly believe we are easy prey? Let us teach him a lesson, so he understands that there are greater heights beyond his own prowess and individuals beyond his reckoning. Wouldn't you agree, senior brother Danxiu?" As Zhang Yuan spoke, his gaze shifted to a rather handsome youth across the table, who bore an expression of solemnity amidst the lively gathering. Despite the festivity surrounding him, He exuded an air of detachment that commanded both caution and respect from those present. This individual is none other than the foremost young prodigy of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, an unparalleled master of alchemical knowledge. His skills in refining elixirs have reached an extraordinary level, surpassing even some of the esteemed elders who might pale in comparison to his brilliance since the day he entered the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Many elders hold great expectations, believing he is likely to become the foremost figure in the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion in the future. Everyone anxiously gazes at senior brother Dan Bing, particularly Mo Chun and Tian Zhong, for only if Dan Xiu expresses his stance can the alliance against Lin Jie within the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion be considered truly established. In recent times, they have exhausted all means, both overtly and covertly, yet Dan Xiu has remained non-committal, neither rejecting their invitation nor indicating a direct confrontation with Lin Jie, leaving them in a state of unease. Under the collective scrutiny, Dan Xiu slowly raised his wine goblet and drank it all in one go. Then, in a calm voice, he remarked, "From what you say, this Lin Jie possesses some skill. I am curious to witness the extent of his capabilities." "Very well. I shall join you in tomorrow's examination and engage in a genuine contest with him." "Splendid." Mo Chun and Tian Zhong rejoiced, while Zhang Yuan and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. With Dan Xiu's presence, they had found a pillar of support, and naturally, the other disciples would no longer hesitate, enabling them to collectively target Lin Jie. However, Dan Xiu cast a cold glance at Zhang Yuan and the others, stating icily, "I am only prepared for an exchange of skills, not to partake in your schemes. I care not how much you detest Lin Jie or how arrogant he may be. If he can ignite my fighting spirit, that is sufficient. As for everything else, you may proceed as you wish, but do not use my name in your actions, or else do not expect me to be courteous." A chilling aura emanated from Dan Bing, instilling trepidation in Mo Chen, Tian Zhong, and Zhang Yuan alike. With caution, they reassured, "Rest assured, brother Dan Xiu. We shall act with discretion and will not cause any entanglements." This seemed to lighten Dan Xiu's expression slightly. He then took another sip of wine. "Dear brothers, I am accustomed to retiring early, especially since I must partake in examinations tomorrow. Therefore, I must take my leave now, and I hope you will forgive me for not indulging with you fully." Indeed, brother Dan Xiu exhibited remarkable self-discipline. The others accompanied him in his departure. After Dan Xiu left, Zhang Yuan and the others erupted in laughter. "That lad has finally managed to sway Dan Xiu. Although we are not afraid of Lin Jie, having Dan Xiu on our side instills a sense of security in our hearts. Now that Dan Xiu has consented, regardless of his involvement in our scheme, our plans can proceed smoothly. As for Lin Jie, he shall not remain in the imperial city." The royal palace was heavily guarded under the veil of night, with sentinels stationed every 5 paces, and no fly could pass through. Within a lavishly adorned courtyard, lanterns illuminated the area as if it were daylight. At that moment, a 7 or 8-year-old girl donned in a crimson dress was angrily kicking the pillar before her. "Humph, I want to play with you. I want my older brother. I want to go out and find my brother to play. It's all your fault for not letting me out. I'll hit you." The little girl furiously directed her kicks at the servants nearby, who dared not mo. Indeed, it is the esteemed Wang Yunya of the Tsangmu dynasty. He cradles Yunluo tenderly in his arms, affectionately kissing her cheek, and softly inquires, "My dear, tell your father, who has upset you?" "It is father. Father does not allow me to go out. I miss my elder brother." A flicker of displeasure crosses Yunya's brow. However, he quickly pinches Yunluo's cheek and reassures her. "My sweet Yunluo, it is not that your father forbids you from going out. It is merely that your elder brother is currently preparing for an examination and likely has no time to see you. Thus, it is best for you to remain in the palace for now." "An examination?" Yunluo's large eyes widen with curiosity. "Is it difficult? Will anyone trouble my elder brother?" "Your elder brother is certainly no ordinary individual. No examination, no matter how challenging, could possibly thwart him." Yunya chuckles lightly. "Rest assured, no one can outmatch him. Otherwise, how could he be our esteemed elder brother?" "Oh, indeed." Yunluo giggles, her small hands flailing about as she kicks her legs. "My elder brother is the best." "Then let Yunluo rest. Once your elder brother has finished his tasks, I shall summon him to play with you." Yunya sighs contentedly. "Father must keep his word." Yunluo turns back with each little step. A servant carefully lulls her to sleep. Wang Yunya gazes at Yunluo peacefully slumbering and casually gestures. "Haishan, what have you discovered?" Lin Jie hails from the Lin family in Songlin City. It is rumored that he is a notorious criminal who has murdered his grandfather and parents. betraying the Lin family to seek refuge in the imperial city. An elder, who had been shadowing Yunluo in the darkness, appears. However, according to my investigations, there may be more to this tale. Lin Jie is not one given to indiscriminate violence. Tomorrow marks the examination at the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Convey my orders. You shall preside over the proceedings, ensuring that no injustice befalls them. Furthermore, this serves as an opportunity to further evaluate his character, as instructed by Wang Yunyo of Tsangmu. Chapter 41. The examination commences with the crimson sun rising. A new day unfolds. As the rosy hues bathe the courtyard, Fu Qianqiu, Yi Xiaoxi, and Lin Jie stand poised within it. Observing the spirited countenance of Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie, Fu Qianqiu feels no trepidation. Instead, he earnestly imparts his wisdom. I am aware that you have endured considerable hardships at the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion these past few days. However, we are set to remain here for a significant duration. Thus, unless disciples such as He Yun and Yang Chun provoke us again, exercise restraint with the other sect disciples. We must avoid escalating tensions, lest we become the common adversaries of Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, which would render our days here quite arduous. Fu Qianqiu harbors no concerns regarding Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie. As for Lin Jie, his ability to assist in alleviating hidden ailments speaks volumes. While Yi Xiaoxi has made remarkable strides in a mere 10 days, significantly enhancing her power to the extent of summoning the Tian Fire. It is anticipated that she will secure a place among the top 5 in the upcoming examination. Rest assured, Master, we understand the gravity of the situation. Yi Xiaoxi replies with a sweet smile. Lin Jie nods in agreement, stating, though we are youthful and impetuous, we are not oblivious to the weight of our actions. However, esteemed pavilion master, you must refrain from being overly accommodating as in the past. Some individuals fail to appreciate your kindness. Should they dare to provoke us again, you must showcase your true capabilities and allow them to witness the strength you now possess. Fu Qianqiu's expression was one of deep melancholy. He comprehended Lin Jie's intentions. Yet when faced with the inevitability of the situation, he found himself hesitating. Eventually, he exhaled a long breath and declared, rest assured, having chosen to sever ties with them, I have no intention of retreating. I have devoted 30 years to them, demonstrating utmost benevolence. If they refrain from provocation, all the better, but should they become aggressive, I am no longer the lamb awaiting slaughter. The Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, specifically the Yunlong Dan Hall, served as the venue for a grand event hosted by the pavilion. Historically, the pavilion's examinations were often conducted here. At this moment, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement as crowds gathered. Even those disciples who typically shunned the limelight arrived early. For this examination, seemingly a mere formality for Lin Jie and his companions to remain in the imperial city, had escalated in significance due to the participation of notable figures like Dan Xiu, Zhang Yuan, and Shui Yin. This was indeed the most gifted cohort of disciples that Tsangmu Dan Pavilion had ever seen. Even during ordinary grand events, assembling such prodigious talents was a formidable challenge. Thus, the news of their collective participation in this examination had prompted all disciples to mobilize, truly embodying the phrase the eyes of the entire Tsangmu Dan Pavilion are upon them, akin to a grand spectacle. This individual, seemingly unremarkable, yet somehow able to attract such a multitude of talents. Many gazed at the trio of Fu Qianqiu, Yi Xiaoxi, and Lin Jie as they entered, their expressions tinged with sympathy. Brother Dan Xiu was undoubtedly the foremost genius, while Zhang Yuan had also secured a place among the top 3 talents. Even the enigmatic Shui Yin, who seldom makes an appearance, is rumored to possess exceptional talents. Not to mention the other disciples, equally distinguished in their own right. This examination, in terms of its magnitude, is simply unimaginable. The prospect of remaining in the imperial city seems more like a dream than a reality. It is an endeavor fraught with impossibilities. Many voices are rife with speculation, and no one holds any hope for Lin Jie and his companions, overshadowed as they are by the brilliance of figures like Dan Xiu. Among the crowd, the disciples of Elder Tianxin display smug grins, confident in their superiority, having extended a thread of opportunity that was squandered by your incessant opposition. It appears you are destined to embarrass yourselves before all and be cast out of the imperial city. Brother Qianqiu, He Yun said with a smile, stepping forward. It just so happens that I shall serve as one of the gatekeepers for this examination. You are aware that I, as your junior, tend to exert myself fully and never hold back. Therefore, should I inadvertently injure you during the proceedings, I trust you will not take offense. The implication of a threat was unmistakable. How could Fu Qianqiu be unaware? Observing the smugness etched on He Yun's brow, he discerned his intentions clearly. With a smile, he replied, I recall 30 years ago, you frequently sparred with me, but it seemed you often left with bruises and a swollen face. Thus, I kindly ask for your understanding, should my strikes prove too forceful and cause you any harm. You. He Yun's eyes flared with anger at the mention of past grievances. However, he chose to withdraw, unwilling to continue the altercation with Fu Qianqiu. Without further ado, when the time for the examination arrives, you shall witness the consequences of your actions, and do not blame me for being merciless. Should you embarrass yourself in public, this is entirely of your own making. At that moment, as the discussion unfolded, the elder presiding over the gathering suddenly bowed deeply. The other disciples followed suit, inclining their heads in reverence. Then, a figure of considerable authority emerged, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, his eyes radiating an imposing light akin to that of a divine lantern. He did not wield any overt power, yet his presence commanded respect without the need for anger. This was none other than the esteemed master of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, Qisong Shangren. There is no need for excessive formalities, the master gestured dismissively. Once the assembly had risen, he continued, I have heard that this examination will gather a plethora of talents, which is indeed a rare occasion. I am keen to witness this splendid event, for it has been quite some time since our Tsangmu Dan Pavilion has experienced such lively affairs. Moreover, to ensure the fairness of this evaluation, how about enlisting the assistance of my friend, Hylan? As he spoke, Qisong Shangren indicated the elder beside him. It was then that the attendees realized there was another individual by the master's side. An astonished silence enveloped them, as they marveled at the fact that even at such close proximity, they had failed to perceive his presence. What a testament to the depth of his cultivation. Among the gathering, figures like Zhang Yuantian and Zhong Machin displayed subtle signs of unease. This was an unpredictable variable, beyond their control. Meanwhile, Lin Jie gazed at the elder with surprise. Recognizing Hylan as the guardian who had protected the young girl on that fateful day. Had he come here today for his sake? You may proceed according to the usual protocol, without concern for my presence, Hylan stated calmly. The presiding elder nodded, casting a glance at the master, then at Hylan. Before inquiring, shall we commence? The gaze of the venerable Qisong was also directed towards the dark-scaled figure. The profound and shadowy eyes of the latter traversed the assembly of disciples, ultimately landing upon Lin Jie. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, those eyes gently closed once more, reiterating, I have never been well versed in examination matters. You need only adhere to the customary procedures. Traditionally, the examinations at the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion are bifurcated into two categories, a written test and the actual alchemical practice. The elder did not linger any longer and declared in a clear voice, let us commence the written examination. Distribute the papers. As soon as the elder's voice faded, several disciples filed in, distributing the prepared test papers into the hands of their peers. Thus, the written examination at the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion officially commenced. Yi Xiaoxi received the paper, casting a brief glance at the questions before grasping her brush, dipping it into the rich ink, and commencing her answers. Imo Chintian found himself amidst the throngs of disciples, yet his gaze incessantly lingered upon Shui Yin and Yi Xiaoxi, appearing entranced by their beauty. However, he soon directed his attention toward Lin Jie, who was not far off, his eyes flashing with deep-seated animosity. Meanwhile, Dan Xiu, Shui Yin, and others remained remarkably composed as they focused on their answers. Lin Jie received his test paper, and, with a swift glance at the questions, a subtle smile graced his lips. He then picked up his brush, and the examination finally began. He was acutely aware that many within the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion were eager to witness his downfall, wishing to expel him from the imperial city. Regrettably for them, disappointment was inevitable. The questions were few in number, primarily centered around alchemical knowledge, progressing from the simple to the complex in a gradual manner. Many disciples found themselves capable of handling the challenges with ease. Lin Jie wrote with remarkable speed, swiftly addressing each question. One particular question piqued his interest, the method for concocting the Han Yin Dan. Lin Jie smiled faintly and swiftly began to answer the questions. This was the final one. Upon completing this question, the examination would conclude. The vast examination hall was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of disciples' pens scratching against the paper breaking the stillness. Everyone quietly observed the disciples as they filled out their papers. Naturally, certain individuals garnered more attention than others, such as the foremost young disciple, Dan Xiao. Following him, Zhang Yuan, Shui Yan, and others were also focal points of interest. Of course, Lin Jie and Yi Shaoxi were included as well. However, many were not eager to witness their brilliance, but rather to see how poorly they would perform. After all, compared to numerous prodigies, the identities of the members from the Songlin City Songmu Dan Pavilion appeared rather unremarkable, seeming quite mediocre in the eyes of most. Dan Xiao was indeed impressive. His pen never faltered. It was no surprise, as he was regarded as the most gifted alchemist of this generation, possessing extraordinary talent. Shui Yan was commendable too. She similarly exhibited minimal pauses and answered with remarkable speed. At her current pace, she would likely finish not much later than Dan Xiao. Indeed, the disparity was already apparent. Those truly endowed with exceptional talent answered without the slightest hesitation, completing their work in one fluid motion. The time they consumed was merely that of writing, as their speed could have been even greater. Many disciples had begun to murmur softly, offering their critiques of those taking the examination. With a swift glance at Yi Shaoxi, Lin Jie set down his pen. Though his voice was barely audible, it captured everyone's attention. How could this be? He was the first to finish. Many gazed at Lin Jie, their faces etched with disbelief. In their minds, it was only logical that Dan Xiao should have been the first to put down his pen. How could it be otherwise? If he simply refrained from completing his answers, he would naturally be the first to cease writing. Soon, a light chuckle emerged from the crowd, followed by a growing consensus of nods. Indeed, being the first to stop meant nothing at all. After all, it was not necessary to finish the questions. It held no significance whatsoever. I perceive that this lad has missed his chance this time. Logically speaking, the written examination was his sole opportunity to break into the top 5. If it came to the alchemy competition, the disparity with a prodigy like Dan Xiao would only widen, making it virtually impossible for him to secure a place among the top 5. But what does it matter? He was never one of our headquarters disciples. His departure from the imperial city posed no loss to us. The whispered discussions grew increasingly fervent. As the conversations persisted, more and more disciples completed their answers. Once all had finished, the exam papers were collected. The crowd began to await the results, as each examination culminated in an immediate announcement. The presiding elder, accompanied by other esteemed members of the Songmu Dan Pavilion, would swiftly review the papers. While they assessed the submissions, the disciples below felt a twinge of anxiety, and those observing gathered in small clusters, engaging in incessant chatter, punctuated by bursts of laughter. After a considerable time, a young disciple approached, holding the list aloft. Casting his gaze upon the seated disciples, all were aware that the names inscribed upon this list represented those who had ranked at the forefront of the examination. Feng Yun, Wang Yu, Feng Yan. As the young disciples recited each name, some among them displayed a sense of relief, while a few others wore expressions of disappointment. For the rankings were clearly not aligned with their aspirations. Yet, beyond these names, the crux of the matter lay with the top 5, as their positions would determine the fate of Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi. The onlookers were indifferent to the rankings. After all, figures like Dan Xiao would undoubtedly hold high positions. Their genuine concern was whether Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi would remain or depart. He Lin listened intently. If Lin Jie's name were absent from the list, it would indeed be a letdown for him, as he could hardly believe that a mere disciple from Songlin City could ascend to greater heights. He cast a glance towards Lin Jie in the crowd and shook his head slightly. Tian Zhongma gazed at Lin Jie with a smug expression, remarking, as expected, he will be disgracefully cast out of the imperial city. Yu He, Yang Chun, and He Yun, on the other hand, wore amused smiles. Arrogance. This is the price of arrogance. If he cannot even make this list, he should abandon any hopes of better rankings, especially considering the caliber of disciples participating this time. This realization left Yu He somewhat vexed. Initially, she believed Lin Jie to be exceptionally formidable and had rallied many to support him. Little did she know, Lin Jie was not as powerful as she had imagined, thus squandering her goodwill. Had she known that Lin Jie's alchemical knowledge did not match his cultivation prowess, she would not have expended such effort for him. To think he could not even secure a spot on this list, and still harbored dreams of remaining in the imperial city, one could only wonder where his misplaced confidence originated. Tian Zhong's icy voice drifted into Lin Jie's ears, revealing his unmasked sentiments. The list has not yet been fully revealed. Are you in such a rush to reincarnate? Lin Jie replied to Tian Zhong with a hint of indifference. Tian Zhong, furious, quickly suppressed his anger and retorted. Are you still harboring the delusion of squeezing into the top 5? Don't be so naive. In previous years, your name might have indeed appeared on the list. But this time, have you even considered the caliber of those participating? What do you possess that could possibly compare to these true geniuses? What makes you think you are superior to them? Because they are inherently inferior to me, Lin Jie replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Tianzhong let out a scoff, then lowered his voice. You truly are relentless. Very well, let us wait and see when the list is announced. At that moment, the final rankings were at last compiled. All eyes were intently fixed upon the young disciple, for they knew that soon, the illustrious names would be uttered from his lips. Chapter 43. Astonishment. The young man stepped forward, and the atmosphere fell silent as every gaze turned toward him. Tianzhong was somewhat exhilarated. Their names had not appeared in the previous list, yet they were confident that they would not be ranked poorly. Thus, it was highly likely that their names would be among the top contenders. 10th place, Tianzhong, the young man announced. Tianzhong clenched his fists in excitement. To place in the top 10 in such a prestigious examination was a testament to his considerable talent and the fruits of his recent labors. The elder Tian Xian's faction also nodded in approval, clearly pleased. 9th place, Li Jie. 8th place, Mo Chen. The names continued to be disclosed, and a hint of pride flickered across Mo Chen's lips. He gazed at Lin Jie with an expression brimming with derision and mockery. As the number of spots dwindled, the remaining places were almost entirely claimed by those genuine prodigies. He was eager to ascertain the source of Lin Jie's unwavering confidence, as he maintained his composure amidst the mounting pressure. 7th place. 6th place. 2 more names were announced, yet Lin Jie's name was still absent. Likewise, Yi Xiaoxi's name was not called, although many harbored no animosity towards the ethereal Yi Xiaoxi, and some even felt a certain fondness for her. Few held high hopes for her, considering she, like Lin Jie, hailed from the remote town of Songlin. How could she possibly compete with the true geniuses of the imperial city? 5th place. The young man paused. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed on the last remaining disciple whose name had yet to be revealed. After all, earning a spot in the top 5 was a testament to extraordinary talent at Songmu Dan Pavilion, a distinction that warranted exceptional training and treatment. Setting them apart from their peers, who would be among the elite 5? Might there be some unexpected names? Yi Xiaoxi. A gasp rippled through the assembly. All gazes converged on the enchanting Yi Xiaoxi. Many were astonished. The sight of this beautiful celestial being securing a position in the top 5 was beyond imagination, especially given the exceedingly high standards this time. Nevertheless, her achievement was a testament to her remarkable talent. With such beauty and extraordinary gifts, she was indeed a rare gem. Had she arrived at the imperial city sooner, her accomplishments would likely have been even more impressive. Some individuals whispered discreetly, clearly captivated by Yi Xiaoxi's beauty, as few harbored any disdain towards her. Even many elders regarded her with expressions of approval and admiration. Yet, under the scrutiny of all, Yi Xiaoxi tilted her head, her smile radiant as she gazed at Lin Jie beside her, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. Instantly, the anger of many was reignited. How could such a stunning and talented celestial being show favor to a mere bumpkin from a remote town? It was utterly outrageous. Humph. She is merely beautiful and happens to reside in the same city as Yi Xiaoxi. Otherwise, how could she possibly take an interest in him? Given her extraordinary beauty and talent, it was a real eyesore. Nevertheless, an intriguing spectacle was soon to unfold. Once all the names were announced, if his did not appear, the atmosphere would surely become awkward. Many disciples regarded Lin Jie with hostility. Mo Chintian and others observed this scene with smug satisfaction. The more Lin Jie provoked the ire of the other disciples, the better it was for them. The 4th name was announced, bringing a hush over the crowd. The young man proclaimed, Shui Yan. Only 4th? How could that be? Who could possibly rank above Shui Yan? Many were astonished, struggling to comprehend. They had assumed Shui Yan would at least secure a place in the top 3. Who could have anticipated her fall to 4th? The 3rd name was then revealed, Zhang Yuan. The commotion that ensued was even more pronounced, as even Zhang Yuan himself found it difficult to accept such a ranking. It is impossible, utterly inconceivable. Aside from Danqiu, no one should be able to surpass him. Who could it possibly be? Presently, curiosity envelopes everyone regarding the remaining 2 names, intensifying the atmosphere within the venue. Even the esteemed Master Qisong, the head of the Songmu Dan Pavilion, is deeply intrigued. The true geniuses have gathered here, and it is unimaginable that anyone else could secure a position in the top 2. After all, Danqiu is the only one universally recognized as a prodigy. His gaze swept over the composed Lin Jie, and a thought flickered through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He could not fathom that a disciple from Songlin City could achieve such a ranking, even with exceptional talent. The disparity in their training is insurmountable, far beyond what mere talent could compensate for. Upon reading the name for second place, the young man's brow furrowed slightly. The tension among the attendees escalated palpably. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure and uttered slowly, "Lin Jie." In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence. Not a sound lingered. No one could accept such a result. It was a staggering blow, particularly for Tian Zhongma, whose expression was one of utter dismay. He had indeed been outwitted by this young man. Lin Jie's performance was exceptional, astonishing to the point that it was hard for anyone present to come to terms with it. Many were left in a state of disbelief. They had contemplated numerous names, yet none had associated Lin Jie with the second place. A country bumpkin from the remote Songlin City participating in such a prestigious examination and achieving this remarkable result seemed like a dream, truly unbelievable. One must ponder that if it truly shone so brilliantly, it ought to have been presented to the imperial city long ago. With the emergence of a figure like Yi Xiaoxi, it is already difficult to fathom the terror of Songlin City, and now, astonishingly, a second Lin Jie has surfaced. Does this not imply that the caliber of disciples from Songlin City far surpasses that of the imperial city? Lin Jie, he, Yin Yang, and Yu He wore expressions of extreme discomfort. This examination, originally intended to humiliate and expel Lin Jie, unexpectedly served to elevate him, allowing his prowess to be fully displayed before the sect leader. This was beyond their expectations, utterly breathtaking. This lad, I must admit, I underestimated him. With such accomplishments, he might just surpass the top disciple with a modicum of nurturing in the imperial city. A look of approval surfaced on the face of He Lin as he gazed at Lin Jie amidst the crowd. At that moment, Lin Jie remained as composed as ever, devoid of any ripple of emotion, as if such an achievement was merely his due, even revealing a hint of displeasure upon closer observation. This lad has achieved such remarkable results, yet still appears somewhat discontented. Does he truly aspire to claim the title of first? The corner of He Lin's mouth twitched. Chapter 044. The discussion silence. The elder presiding spoke up, and the commotion in the arena gradually subsided. He continued to announce. The young man nodded, the displeasure in his brow dissipating. His tone was filled with joy, as if he himself had claimed the first position. First place, Dan Xiao. Upon concluding, he cast a glance at Lin Jie, clearly unsettled by Lin Jie's achievement of second place. Dan Xiao continued to maintain his dominance, suppressing Lin Jie, which allowed a slight sense of relief to wash over him. Excellent. Remarkable. Truly deserving of being hailed as the foremost genius of the alchemical realm. Many voices erupted in exhilaration. They had felt stifled moments before, but now their emotions surged forth uncontrollably. Although Dan Xiao had claimed numerous victories in the past, making this ordinary examination seemingly unworthy of celebration, many still found it difficult to conceal their excitement, for they genuinely did not wish to see Lin Jie basking in glory. In particular, the disciples of the elder Tianxin and Yu He let out a collective sigh of relief. Despite the outcome starkly contrasting their expectations, they found solace in the fact that someone could overshadow Lin Jie. At least their defeat was not utterly humiliating. Now, I declare the presiding elder gestured for silence among the crowd. This examination was merely a means to determine whether Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi could remain in the imperial city. With the results now revealed, he was eager to announce the final verdict without further delay. Wait. Zhang Yuan rose to his feet. The presiding elder frowned in displeasure, and even the esteemed Master Qisong appeared somewhat irritated. Yet, Zhang Yuan stood resolute, asserting, "You must be mistaken. Such results are implausible." He found it unacceptable to acknowledge this outcome. Were it any other competitor, even if Yi Xiaoxi were to place second, he would have no objections. But Lin Jie was different. If this were the case, would it not render his prior assertions a mere slap in the face? What have you misunderstood, Zhang Yuan? The presiding elder's voice dripped with frost. Such inquiries were a grave disrespect to those present. Zhang Yuan's heart trembled, yet he steeled himself and proclaimed, "I suspect that Lin Jie employed underhanded tactics during the examination, appropriating the answers of others. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could he possibly achieve such remarkable results?" Tian Zhongma's eyes gleamed, as though he had unearthed a plausible explanation. Otherwise, the outcome would be exceedingly difficult to accept. Preposterous, the elder thundered, his wrath surging forth like an avalanche. Do you presume that we are blind? Are you suggesting that we could not discern whether he employed deceit? Or perhaps you insinuate that we are complicit in shielding him, or that our grading is flawed, resulting in his unmerited high ranking? Many fell silent. For such accusations were indeed excessive. No one harbored any justification to protect Lin Jie. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuan remained unconvinced. Standing resolute before the furious elder, he continued. I believe that you esteemed seniors harbor no bias, and I trust in your grading proficiency, yet I simply cannot fathom how I could lose to him. The elder Qisong shook his head slightly. It is merely a single setback, and yet you are so distraught. Your temperament is truly wanting. Such a disposition, regardless of innate talent, will inevitably limit your future achievements. However, he soon recognized this as an excellent opportunity and halted the elder's fury, smiling as he suggested. It is good to have doubts. Now that we are all gathered here, why not disclose the answers of both participants? We could conduct a live demonstration, and any disciples who can grasp the lessons will undoubtedly benefit greatly. That seems appropriate, the elder mused, nodding in acquiescence. The atmosphere fell into a renewed silence. All present awaited with bated breath, eager to discern how Zhang Yuan might fall short compared to Lin Jie. The answers provided by the two of you are largely similar, with the sole exception being the method of concocting the frostfire pill. One of the elders overseeing the evaluation stepped forward and addressed Zhang Yuan. Please present your answer to the assembly. With unwavering confidence, Zhang Yuan rose and proclaimed, the frostfire pill is a fundamental elixir, yet it profoundly tests the disciples' understanding of alchemy. As its name suggests, it is crafted by amalgamating two herbs of contrasting attributes, whether it be the cold or the blazing fire. If both are refined simultaneously, it will inevitably deplete a significant amount of their medicinal properties, resulting in either an unattainable concoction or one of inferior quality. Therefore, beyond the conventional herbs, I have additionally incorporated a rare ingredient known as azure jade essence. This exceptional substance embodies both cold and yang attributes, harmoniously blended together. When crafting the elixir, a mere hint of it can further enhance the synergy of the disparate medicinal properties. With the inclusion of azure jade essence, the frostfire pill will assuredly succeed. Many among the audience displayed expressions of admiration, for such an answer was indeed remarkable. Even the venerable Qisong pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. However, his gaze then shifted towards Lin Jie, as he was eager to ascertain the reasoning behind Lin Jie's answer, which had evidently surpassed that of Zhang Yuan. Lin Jie, please share your response, the elder urged, directing his attention to Lin Jie. Rising to his feet and bowing respectfully, Lin Jie spoke clearly. The conventional materials for the concoction of the frostfire pill primarily consist of two types, the heavily frigid frostgrass and the zhuyang fruit. Under normal circumstances, the combination of these two medicinal materials not only proves difficult to harmonize, but their medicinal properties are significantly diminished. Thus, during the process of refinement, it is essential to separate the two ingredients, allowing their medicinal qualities to be activated before merging them together. This method ensures that there is no waste, while also addressing the issue of mutual depletion. It may sound effortless, Zhang Yuan countered, stating that within the same furnace, how could one separate the two medicinal materials? Your idea appears commendable, yet lacks any practical applicability and is fundamentally superficial. Listening intently, Lin Jie, the elder, cast a sharp glance at Zhang Yuan. Lin Jie went on, achieving this is not overly difficult, and I possess two methods. The superior technique involves controlling the flames to create three distinct types. One suited for the cold attribute, known as yin fire for the frost grass. The second, yang fire for the zhuyang fruit, and the intermediary, which requires the combination of wan and wu fire. With such control, the potency of the medicinal materials will not be wasted, and their quality will be exceptional. And what of the alternative? The elder of Qisong inquired with a slight nod. The second method is somewhat inferior. For practitioners who are not adept at flame control, one can pre-engrave a formation on the cauldron, the Hanyu formation for refining frostgrass, the Keiyang formation for zhuyang fruit, and the Shuang Lu formation for the transition. This approach can achieve a similar effect as the first method. Yet due to the inability to constantly perceive the changes within the furnace, it often results in minor imperfections, rendering it less effective than the former. The black-scaled figure clapped in admiration. Such ingenious ideas and meticulous efforts are truly commendable. The elder of Qisong nodded in approval, while Yi Xiaoxi gazed with wide, starry eyes. The disciples of Zhang Yuan and the elder Tian Xn bore expressions as dark as the depths of water, their faces reflecting utmost displeasure. Chapter 045. Do you still harbor dissent? The elder presiding over the proceedings inquired of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's lips twitched, yet he ultimately refrained from further speech. Indeed, Lin Jie's methods were superior. Moreover, his approach was rather impractical. After all, the value of the Qingyu liquid far surpassed that of the cold flame pill. Utilizing a higher quality of Qingyu liquid merely to produce a cold flame pill, whose quality remained uncertain, was rather counterproductive. Any sensible alchemist would avoid such a strategy. Thus, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to accept the outcome. Very well, I shall announce the results, the presiding elder stated, noting Zhang Yuan's silence. However, at that moment, Lin Jie rose to his feet. Lin Jie, do you have something to say? The elder inquired kindly, clearly favoring Lin Jie due to his impressive performance. Since the second and third place results have been disclosed, might as well reveal the first as well. I am quite curious to know what it is that could surpass my own, Lin Jie remarked. This young man truly aspired to claim the top position. The black-scaled figure shuddered. The elder's lips twitched in response. The commotion surrounding this examination had far exceeded expectations. The sect leader, Master Qi Song, regarded Lin Jie with a complex expression. This exceptionally gifted individual was indeed a genius in the art of alchemy. Yet his temperament suggested he was not one to let matters rest easily. Should he feel any grievance or dissatisfaction, it would not remain buried within. It seemed that the Songmu Alchemy Pavilion was poised for considerable upheaval in the future. The atmosphere in the hall was hushed. Soon, voices began to emerge. What are you thinking? Brother Danqiu, the foremost talent in alchemy, becoming the best is only to be expected. Asentia, do you truly believe that you could surpass him? Indeed, you ought to reflect on your own capabilities. Just because you triumphed over Zhang Yuan does not mean you can hold your head high. Brother Danqiu's innate gifts are unmatched. Not even the elders can be compared, merely due to their longer cultivation periods. It is astonishing that even Brother Danqiu is now facing doubts. Many harbor discontent towards Lin Jie. However, the faction of Tianxin, led by Tian Zhongma, spoke with a peculiar tone. Let him question as he pleases. Once he learns the answer from Dantian, the ensuing sense of defeat may extinguish any interest he has in the art of alchemy. Indeed, let Brother Danqiu give him a proper lesson. Otherwise, he might genuinely believe that we, the disciples of the imperial city, cannot compare to those from Songlin City. Others nodded in agreement. The presiding elder, somewhat reluctant, felt that things had dragged on for too long, as this was merely a minor examination and preparations for Fu Qianqiu's test were still pending. However, Hylan became intrigued, especially upon observing Lin Jie's unwavering demeanor, momentarily believing that Lin Jie might indeed be the one to claim the top spot. With a smile, he said, since the disciples have such expectations, perhaps you should acquiesce, as it is merely one answer. The presiding elder glanced at the master of Qisong, who nodded in agreement. In that case, Danqiu, please reveal your answer. Danqiu rose to his feet. Addressing the assembly, I conveyed that my answer bears resemblance to Zhang Yuan's. Yet the materials employed differ significantly. Zhang Yuan opted for the exquisite Qingyu liquid to harmonize the dual attributes of medicinal potency, whereas I utilized the commonplace Qiang Xingzi by Wanghua, Qingmu, and the ethereal spring water from Shanin. Prior to concocting the cold flame elixir, I commenced by igniting the furnace to dissolve the potency of these herbs. Once the medicinal essence was activated, I swiftly introduced the frost grass, allowing it to meld before incorporating the zhuyang fruit. A profound silence enveloped the room, as myriad thoughts raced through the minds of the attendees. Logically, my method should indeed surpass Zhang Yuan's, for the ingredients, Qiang Xingzi, by Wanghua, Qingmu, and the Shanin spring water, are quite ordinary and devoid of value, rendering my approach evidently superior. However, in comparison to Lin Jie's answer, many felt it fell short. Numerous individuals even deemed Lin Jie's response to be far more profound and splendid. Have you all deliberated upon Danqiu's answer? Zhisongzi inquired, casting a glance towards the elder presiding over the gathering. Before the elder could respond, several reviewing cultivators rose and declared, Honorable Sect Master. We collectively evaluated the top 10 submissions. We were indeed astounded by Lin Jie's answer, which is why it was ranked second. However, both the formations and the fire control methods mentioned are mere legends. Not only the younger disciples, but even we, who have immersed ourselves in this field for decades, are utterly unfamiliar with them. Therefore, do you believe this method is unfeasible? Do you consider Danqiu's to be superior, thus ranking it first? Chisongzi, though not enraged, radiated an undeniable aura of authority, subtly tinged with indignation. In the vast realm of alchemy, we have merely cracked open a window. Yet you dare to make such hasty assertions. This is nothing short of folly, a folly beyond measure. From within Chisongzi emanates an overwhelming aura of terror. The cultivators present, with the exception of a select few like Hylan, are lamenting their plight. The evaluators, drenched in cold sweat, bow low to the ground, fearful of uttering a word. Perhaps since the disappearance of that once mighty alchemical master, you have forgotten the vastness and inclusivity of the path of alchemy. There exist far superior answers. Yet you choose to pursue what you deem more feasible methods. Is this how you conduct yourselves as educators? Under your misguided tutelage, even the most gifted alchemical prodigy would be rendered ineffectual. Chisongzi's anger intensifies. The elder presiding over the gathering casts furtive glances at the evaluators. In unison, the evaluators declare, "We are indeed ignorant. Please forgive us, esteemed master. We shall rank Lin Jie first, and his answers shall be inscribed and disseminated for all disciples to study collectively." Ah, truly first. Many disciples' eyes widen in disbelief. The events of today are utterly surreal. A once overlooked individual has repeatedly astonished them. The disciples of the Tianxin elders' lineage appear despondent, their expressions more sorrowful than tears could convey. Just moments ago, they had contemplated reprimanding Lin Jie, only to find themselves inadvertently celebrating his triumph. Yi Xiaoxi gazes at Lin Jie with palpable excitement, her eyes brimming with admiration. With her understanding, it is only natural that Lin Jie would achieve such results. The master Qi Song gazed at the still and quiet Lin Jie amidst the crowd. Filled with admiration, a disciple of the alchemical arts like him is indeed a rare find. In contrast, the other host, He Lin, wore a complex expression. This fellow, in his pursuit of first place, has actually succeeded, something even an old man like me finds unfathomable. However, amidst the myriad gazes and voices, Dan Xiu stood resolutely, defiantly meeting the gaze of the elders, and spoke in a calm, yet unwavering tone. "Sirs, are you not being rather hasty? To strip me of my first place so easily?" Chapter 046. The alchemical contest to be deprived of first place? Even with his placid temperament, Dan Xiu found this hard to accept. Moreover, given his innate talent in alchemy, he did not believe himself inferior to Lin Jie. "What? Do you have any objections?" The elder in charge responded with a hint of impatience. A mere small-scale examination had already been delayed for such a long time. The process had been fraught with twists and turns, rife with disputes. Dan Xiu dared not voice any dissent. He merely felt that, regardless of how profound the answer might be, it must ultimately culminate in practical alchemy. If it merely remains as theoretical knowledge on paper, its significance is greatly diminished, as it offers no tangible benefit for our advancement and cannot translate into actual alchemical knowledge. Dan Xiu stated calmly. In response, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Indeed, practical application in alchemy is paramount. Mere theoretical discussions are most undesirable. While the intricacies of theory are well documented in alchemical texts, if they cannot be put into practice, they become irrelevant, gathering dust and forgotten. At present, it remains true that only achievable actions should be the focus of our daily practice. Many individuals engage in endless discussions. This is not driven by selfish motives. Rather, it is a challenge that every alchemist must confront. It is not the complexity of a theory that matters, but its practicality. Observing the ongoing debates, the venerable Tianxin exchanged glances with Mo Chun, who then remarked, "Brother Danxiu speaks with wisdom. Regardless of how brilliant a theoretical approach may be, it must ultimately yield tangible results. If it is merely a collection of fanciful words, then there is far too much room for judgment, rendering any comparison impossible. I urge all esteemed elders to reflect carefully." Incited by this provocation, nearly all disciples echoed similar sentiments. Even though the expression on Master Qisong's face had grown increasingly grim, it did little to alter the situation. Naturally, the presiding elder found himself in a more challenging position. To strip Lin Jie of his first place before Master Qisong would be utterly absurd, jeopardizing their own authority. He pondered for a moment before addressing Danxiu. "Since you harbor doubts, do you possess a solution? The essence of methods and theories ultimately lies in practical application. Therefore, I hope to collaborate with Lin Jie in the refinement of the cold flame pill. If he can indeed produce the cold flame pill using his approach, regardless of its quality, I shall be wholly convinced and will have no further objections. Dancio felt a surge of excitement. He was deeply passionate about alchemy and yearned to encounter genuine talent. Lin Jie's performance had piqued his interest. Although he doubted Lin Jie could execute his methods, the prospect of competing directly with him was exhilarating. The elder found himself in a conundrum. Such a method is indeed commendable. After all, true competition speaks through strength. However, it is a dilemma that Lin Jie has already secured a place among the top 5 in the written examination. According to the rules, the second round of the alchemy test need not be conducted. To demand that Lin Jie compete again at this juncture would be both unfair and unjust. Presently, others perceive your approach as somewhat superficial, perhaps incapable of genuine realization. Would you be willing to engage in a contest with Dancio, allowing everyone to witness your alchemical prowess? Upon inquiring about the elder's confusion, He Lin gazed intently at Lin Jie. Numerous pairs of eyes turned towards him in unison. This pinnacle showdown truly ignites boundless anticipation. It is worth noting that for the past several years, Dancio has consistently dominated others, rendering each competition less exhilarating than one might hope, often bordering on tedious, as the frontrunner was established before the contest even commenced. With Lin Jie's sudden emergence, many disciples are eager to witness what unique differences this spark-filled contest might unveil, along with the profound alchemical techniques that may emerge. Of course, there are also those with darker intentions, such as Mo Chun, Tian Zhong, and Yang Chun Hiyunyu, who, without waiting for Lin Jie's consent, whispered, "Could it be that he dares not compete?" Speaking so boldly, yet trembling at the prospect of action. However, they remained reassured that even if he were to lose this contest, he has already made his mark in the imperial city. Yet, should he shy away from participation, it is likely that many disciples would look down upon him, even if he remains in the imperial city. Suddenly, 2 piercing gazes turned towards them. Mo Chintian and the others, filled with trepidation, fell silent. Lin Jie's eyes shimmered with a terrifying blood pattern, which swiftly faded away, and he coldly remarked, "To presume the heart of a gentleman with the mind of a petty person, do you think all of us are like you, cowering in the shadows, whispering ill of others while shying away from confrontation?" He articulated each word with deliberate clarity. This display of magnanimity further delighted the members of Songmu Dan Pavilion, who laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent! Such a grand demeanor indeed marks you as a dragon among men. Let us commence right here. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask, and we shall accommodate your needs." As he spoke, the elder had already instructed the retrieval of 2 alchemical furnaces, along with the necessary medicinal herbs and the alchemical hill Lin Jie required. After inspecting the provisions, Lin Jie found that everything he needed was well prepared and clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "I require nothing more than a formation pen." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "Given his current circumstances, though he could not claim to master the art of fire control perfectly to concoct the cold flame pill, the results would not be unsatisfactory. However, such methods were too ostentatious for his taste. He preferred a more understated approach. Hence, he opted to use a formation pen for the engraving, rather than carving directly. The master of Qisong waved his hand, and a disciple promptly presented him with a formation pen. Lin Jie took it into his grasp, carefully sensing its ample supply of elemental magnetic force, and nodded in satisfaction. Observing their contentment, the elder presiding over the proceedings declared in a resonant voice, "Since you are all prepared, let us begin the concoction of the cold flame pill. Other disciples may visit the vicinity, but they must remember not to disturb the alchemical endeavors of the 2. Should any errors arise, the responsibility shall solely rest upon you. Lin, please do not hesitate." Dancio glanced at Lin Jie, speaking earnestly. Lin Jie cupped his hands in acknowledgement, then approached the alchemical furnace. He extended his palm, poised to strike the customary seal. However, midway through, he retracted his hand and opted for the array carving brush instead. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. It is no wonder that Brother Dancio possesses such extraordinary talent in alchemy." On the other side, gasps of admiration began to resonate. Lin Jie slightly turned his head to observe Dancio, who flicked his fingers, igniting the kindling beneath with a resounding roar. The flames surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast, dancing vigorously and providing ample heat. In but a moment, the water within the furnace was already boiling. Indeed, it is fitting for a genius of the younger generation, who has evidently delved deeply into the art of fire control. Lin Jie nodded slightly and directed the array carving brush toward the furnace. Chapter 47. Array carving. Lin Jie held the brush, lightly touching the surface of the furnace with a serene demeanor. A flash of magnetic force surged from within the brush, penetrating the grooves he had etched. A faint mark appeared on the surface of the furnace. Many disciples gathered around, keenly observing Lin Jie's actions. The brush danced like rain, leaving numerous marks upon the furnace in an instant. However, upon closer inspection, the surrounding disciples appeared bewildered. The marks were far too haphazard, lacking any semblance of structure. It hardly resembled the process of array carving. What is he doing? Wasn't he supposed to be carving an array? Why is he so carelessly wasting magnetic force? The array inscription technique is indeed quite precise and not easily wielded. Considering that primordial magnetic force is exceedingly rare, any waste would be regrettable. To see him casually sketching away was truly astonishing, prompting many disciples to shake their heads in disbelief. Even the venerable figures like Master Qisong and the elder with black scales wore expressions of bewilderment. Perhaps he felt he stood no chance against Senior Dancio. Hence his nonchalant scribbling. Should he falter, he could easily attribute it to insufficient primordial magnetic force, claiming he had done his utmost. It is quite possible that, despite all the lofty rhetoric, he would find himself utterly incapable of executing even the secondary array inscription methods he spoke of, revealing him to be nothing more than a foolhardy dreamer. Seizing the moment, Imo Chintianzhong remarked with a hint of derision. Upon hearing this, many disciples nodded in agreement before departing. The remaining disciples were mostly unable to approach Dancio and had no choice but to linger here. Only Yi Xiaoxi, cradling her head, attentively observed Lin Jie as he diligently continued to inscribe. She was acutely aware of Lin Jie's alchemical prowess, although he had now settled for the array inscription method. It undoubtedly held its own merits. Lin Jie, what purpose do all these dots serve? She inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Lin Jie affectionately glanced at Yi Xiaoxi and replied, Xiaoxi, these are not mere random points. The densely packed dots allow me to sense the intensity of the flames within the cauldron at any moment, enabling me to control the array's power and achieve a flawless fusion of the medicinal properties. To put it metaphorically, they serve as my hands and eyes, facilitating my perception. A realization dawned upon Yi Xiaoxi as she nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the other disciples could only shake their heads in silence, perplexed by the situation. Can formations still sense? Such utter nonsense. One dares to utter anything. Let us depart. This young man is unlikely to have the opportunity to refine any elixirs, and he is merely idling away his time here. Meanwhile, Brother Dancio has completed his preliminary preparations, having successfully combined the frost grass and the zhu-yang fruit as materials, and is now poised to concoct the cold flame pill. The remaining disciples shook their heads and left. In stark contrast to Dancio's side, Lin Jie found himself in a rather desolate situation, with only Yi Xiaoxi present. One must wonder about this young man's capabilities. Can those seemingly casual points truly be as remarkable as he claims? Can he genuinely manipulate the fire within the alchemical furnace at will, thus adjusting the formation? Master Qisong gazed thoughtfully at Lin Jie, his resolve wavering. In truth, both the black-scaled individual and the elder felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite Lin Jie's grandiose claims, he has produced nothing which could indeed be deemed mere bluster. Dancio, on the other hand, exhibited a level of composure and expertise that marked him as a true master of the craft, embodying the essence of a Taoist adept, handling his tasks with remarkable poise and precision, a testament to the genius of the younger generation in our Sangmu Dan Pavilion. The elder and Master Qisong turned their attention back to Dancio, who was steadily and methodically adding various herbs to the mix. The timing of his actions and the control of the flames were executed to perfection. Were it not for his relatively short cultivation period and minor deficiencies, he would already be in a position to accept disciples and teach others. Brother Dancio is indeed extraordinary. In my past experiences with alchemy, although I had a rough understanding in my mind, the actual process was often disrupted by external factors, making it difficult to maintain such a tranquil state of mind. Consequently, I frequently encountered notable flaws in my work. Isn't that to be expected? Within the entire Sangmu Dan Pavilion, there exists but a single Dancio Senior. Senior Dancio is known for his exceptional composure and never speaks frivolously, unlike another individual who, despite achieving nothing, still utters ambiguous remarks. The onlooking disciples do not hold back their admiration, inevitably accompanied by occasional jibes directed at Lin Jie. Time swiftly passes, and soon Dancio reaches a critical juncture. He gestures for many disciples to step back, his gaze sharpening as he observes the blazing flames, meticulously adjusting them. The rich aroma of herbs begins to emanate from within the alchemical furnace. Meanwhile, Lin Jie, after randomly igniting the entire furnace, divides it into three distinct sections: the lower, middle, and upper parts. The base, occupying the smallest area, serves as the foundation, while the middle section narrows considerably and the upper part elongates, resembling a gourd shape. At the very bottom of the gourd, the Keiyang array is inscribed, with the Shuangliu array etched in the middle and the Hanyu array at the top. Yet, each formation is incomplete, leaving the three grand arrays unformed, resembling a haphazard scattering of dots. Yi Xiaoxi, puzzled, whispers, "Why not complete the inscriptions? If I were to finish them, I would lose the ability to adjust the formations, thus rendering the control of the flames imperfect. This current state is optimal. Once I ignite the furnace, I shall swiftly add the final strokes, painting delicate, ethereal lines. Though these lines may not adequately display the array's power, they possess the advantage of allowing continuous adjustments, harmonizing with the scattered dots." With that, Lin Jie ignites the fire, and the flames dance eagerly. The roaring flames swiftly engulfed the alchemical furnace. At this moment, Lin Jie hastily set his brush to paper, and where there were once deficiencies, faint traces of light began to emerge, delicate and ephemeral, as if they could vanish at any moment. The furnace trembled, and the three formations activated in rapid succession. The Hanyu controlled the Yin fire, the Keiyang formation commanded the Yang fire, while the Shuanglu formation served as a conduit. One could observe the interplay of these three formations, causing the water within the furnace to assume various states. Under the influence of the Yang fire from the Keiyang formation, the liquid boiled vigorously. Conversely, the Yin fire from the Hanyu formation exhibited no signs of boiling, instead releasing wisps of chill, suggesting it was on the verge of freezing. The portion governed by the Shuanglu formation displayed a phenomenon of alternation between the two. "This is truly remarkable," Yi Xiaoxi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lin Jie, however, maintained an air of tranquility, intently observing the transformations within the furnace. The chaotic specks on the surface of the furnace now radiated brilliance, projecting visible information. Further adjustments are necessary. With this intensity of fire, the medicinal materials would likely be destroyed upon entry. Lin Jie swiftly resumed his work, the brush dancing across the surface as he made adjustments time and again. Eventually, the three grand formations reached a satisfactory equilibrium. Only then did Lin Jie gradually introduce the medicinal ingredients into the furnace. Chapter 048, Astonishing Firewaves Roiling. The fierce flames raged wildly, illuminating the entire alchemical furnace with resplendent light, particularly from the three gourd-shaped sections, each formation glowing with intensity. The burning flames were divided into three streams, each assuming a distinct form. The Keiyang formation concentrated the fire into yang, refining the Zhu-yang fruit, while the Hanyu formation focused the fire into yin, enveloped in chilling vapors, refining the Han Shuang grass. The double flow array serves as a facilitating an effective transition between the upper yin fire and the lower yang fire, allowing for the exchange of medicinal potency that arises from their fusion. Lin Jie has truly succeeded. Yi Xiaoxi blinked her enchanting eyes. Although she had witnessed Lin Jie's more exquisite techniques, the method of inscribing arrays still profoundly impacted her. Particularly, this method of inscription requires far less complexity in its execution, making it significantly simpler compared to the formation of seals, thus perfectly suited for practitioners like Yi Xiaoxi, who possess a lower level of cultivation. Despite the brief moment of contemplation, Yi Xiaoxi has already reaped substantial benefits. This is merely the beginning. As the alchemical concoction progresses, the intensity of the flames within the furnace will undergo various transformations. Lin Jie remained composed, intently observing the flickering light patterns above the cauldron. Therefore, one must continuously pay attention to the changes in these light patterns and swiftly adjust the array accordingly. In order to achieve perfect control over the flames and attain the reputed precision of fire manipulation, as he spoke, the inscription brush made its mark. The final stroke of the Sparrow Yang array altered the dynamics entirely, significantly diminishing the surging Yang fire. The Zhu Yang fruit, which was continuously merging into medicinal essence, also stabilized. Otherwise, if excessive heat were to persist, the temperature in that section of the furnace would escalate uncontrollably, jeopardizing the potency of the medicine. and potentially leading to its evaporation and loss, a tremendous waste. Concurrently, the inscription brush turned towards the cauldron above, leading to a transformation in the cold abyss array at the gourd's mouth. Instantly, the fire within the cauldron surged, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, emitting billows of white mist. The refining speed of the frost grass accelerated significantly. This young man appears to possess genuine prowess. His claims are not mere bravado. Upon witnessing this scene, Master Chisong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Perhaps this seemingly ordinary cold flame elixir could transform into an extraordinary masterpiece in his capable hands. Through the intricacies of the formation, the control over the flames had reached such an astonishing level that not only a mere novice like him, but even a seasoned cultivator would find it remarkable to achieve this feat. To his astonishment, he realized that he truly possessed such capabilities. This was the essence of an unparalleled genius in alchemy. Black Scale felt a tumultuous wave of emotion surge within him, as his perception of Linju underwent a significant transformation. Previously, he had regarded Linju as merely fortunate, having fortuitously encountered the little princess, thus securing such opportunities and continuous support from her. It was only at this moment that he began to truly acknowledge Linju's talent. Such an alchemical technique, not only within their Tsangmu Empire, but even across the entire Yunnan region, would undoubtedly make him a coveted figure among various empires. After all, a genius in alchemy signifies the promise of a steady supply of high-quality elixirs. What empire would not value that? A true prodigy, an authentic genius in the art of alchemy. The elder presiding over the proceedings trembled with excitement. Lin Ju's deft strokes had completely captivated his attention, while Dan Xiu's alchemical methods were more mature and poised. Exuding the aura of a master, they nonetheless seemed somewhat juvenile in comparison to Lin Ju's prowess. The disparity was indeed immense. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from Dan Xiu's station. Master Chisong, Black Scale, and the elder all turned their gazes in that direction, only to observe Dan Xiu steadily withdrawing his hands, signifying that the crafting of the cold flame elixir had reached completion. What remained was merely to allow the residual flames to fully integrate the final medicinal properties. Dan Xiu's speed is truly remarkable. In just a brief moment, he has already completed the alchemical process. Indeed, he lives up to his reputation as the foremost prodigy of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, and many have praised him for it. Clearly, Dan Xiu's charisma has once again captivated them. Among the crowd, Imo Chun Tianzhong, while expressing admiration, could not resist sneering at Lin Jia, casually remarking, "I wonder how our loquacious genius is faring. He isn't still scribbling aimlessly, is he? Ha ha ha." There's a possibility. Curiosity piqued. Many turned their gazes towards Lin Jia. Indeed, he was still intermittently sketching, and although the flames of his cauldron had ignited, the atmosphere around him was far removed from that of Dan Xiu's. Several onlookers could not suppress their derision. This fellow is still drawing aimlessly. Does he genuinely believe that such random sketches could lead to successful alchemy? While Dan Xiu is nearing the end of his refinement, Lin Jia has only just ignited his fire. It seems unlikely he will succeed. He is merely a disciple from Songlin City. Do you truly believe that his exceptional performance in answering questions can surpass Dan Xiu? Dan Xiu has dedicated years of diligent study to attain his current accomplishments. What could Lin Jia possibly compare? Just sit back and enjoy the spectacle. No one paid serious attention to Lin Jia's technique. All the disciples assumed those streaks of light were nothing but random doodles. Particularly, Tianzhong and Imo Chen's criticisms were harsh and nearly amounted to insults. "Impudent!" the elder Chisong exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. A terrifying aura enveloped the area, and the atmosphere suddenly, all eyes widened in fear as they regarded elder Chisong. What kind of place had this become? Such a splendid opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it, neglecting to observe and comprehend, instead resorting to ungracious words and uttering insults. Can it be that you possess the exquisite skill to manipulate the formation and control the flames? The venerable Master Chisong cast a cold glance towards the lineage of Tianxin. How could he be unaware of the animosity between these individuals and Lin Jia? He had anticipated that, in light of such an opportunity, they would not be excessively presumptuous, but rather approach the situation with humility and a desire to learn. Yet, he was taken aback by their continuous antagonism, which incited his ire. Tian Zhongma met Master Chisong's gaze, and a profound fear flickered in his eyes as he shrank back into the crowd, silenced by trepidation. The other disciples, attuned to the nuances of Master Chisong's words, exchanged glances with Lin Jia, initially filled with disbelief, but soon rendered speechless by astonishment. Those seemingly chaotic traces of light were not mere scribbles. They held profound significance. Each time a segment of light illuminated, Lin Jie would promptly take action, his brush deftly inscribing the formation. Although the underlying principles remained obscure to them, they recognized the extraordinary nature of his technique. As Lin Jie continually adjusted the formation, the intensity of the flames within the alchemical furnace fluctuated, allowing the medicinal ingredients to be thoroughly refined while their essences remained entirely confined within the furnace, without the slightest hint of escape. Thus, in contrast to the fragrant alchemical furnaces used in the pill mounds, there was no disturbance here, nor any scent to be detected. How could the essence remain sealed within the furnace and yet emit no aroma? How could this be accomplished? Many disciples widened their eyes in disbelief at the astonishing scene unfolding before them. This is a scene they have only ever imagined, yet never attained, resembling a dream. Chapter 49. The Formation of Elixirs. Hush! A disciple gestures for silence. All the gathered disciples then quiet down to observe. They understand that this is a rare opportunity. Should they glean even a fraction of Lin Jie's techniques, it could profoundly alter their future paths in alchemy. Thus, they suppress their astonishment and focus intently on the spectacle before them. Lin Jie remains remarkably composed, wielding the array engraving pen with neither. Only when the luminous traces above the alchemical furnace fluctuate dramatically does he wield the pen like a piercing sword, swiftly adjusting the Keiyang formation, the Hanyu formation, and the Shuangliu formation. The three formations undergo continual transformation, sometimes intensifying to amplify the furnace's flames, or at other times diminishing to slightly temper the heat within the furnace. Regardless of the scenario, the enigmatic techniques employed have utterly captivated all the disciples. One mountain surpasses another. Without witnessing the vast ocean, how can one comprehend its magnitude? It is only today that I realize the extraordinary methods documented in books, which once seemed unattainable, are not mere fantasies, but rather a reflection of our own inadequacies in achieving them. Many disciples feel a pang of regret, recognizing that their previous underestimation of Lin Jie stemmed from their own ignorance. Mo Qintianzhong found himself amidst the crowd, staring in a daze, astonished by Lin Jie's enigmatic techniques. However, he soon remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "It all seems rather mysterious, yet the true efficacy remains to be seen." After all, this competition with Danxiu Shixiang involves not merely methods, but also practical outcomes. In other words, the ultimate victor will be determined by the potency and quality of the elixirs produced. While such dazzling techniques may indeed bewilder the onlookers, who can truly ascertain their effectiveness? Regardless, Danxiu Shixiang's endeavor is nearing its conclusion. When the time comes, the stronger and weaker will naturally reveal themselves. Rather than relying on such methods to win over the hearts of the people, many disciples appeared disheartened, acknowledging the truth in Mo Qintianzhong's words. Superior techniques do not guarantee high-quality elixirs. Whether Lin Jie can produce superior potions remains uncertain. Conversely, Danxiu's steadiness in alchemy surely will not yield poor results. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. Yi Xiaoxi muttered discontentedly. Mo Qin was momentarily speechless, yet he soon retorted with mockery. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. For now, revel in your arrogance. We shall see how matters unfold when it is time to refine the elixirs." Time sped by swiftly. Danxiu's alchemy was drawing to a close, with the final flames in the furnace extinguished, leaving only residual warmth. It was evident that the moment of success was imminent. Danxiu attentively observed, calculating the time, and suddenly pointed at the alchemical furnace. With a resounding clang, the lid of the furnace flew open, releasing a rich fragrance of herbs that filled the grand hall, intoxicating all present with its delightful aroma. Meanwhile, a fragrant breeze surged forth, and a pill of dual colors danced around the alchemical furnace like a fluttering insect. With a gentle reach, Danxiu caught it softly in his hand. The pill gleamed with a crystalline luster, its surface adorned with two flowing hues reminiscent of intricately carved symbols. This was the harmonious fusion of the chilling essence of the Hanyu herb and the fiery potency of the Zhuyang fruit, each intertwined with the other, embodying a perfect unity, yielding exceptional medicinal properties. Truly remarkable, indeed. It is noteworthy that, although the Han Flame pill is considered ordinary, achieving such a high caliber is exceedingly rare. Most available in the market are of mediocre quality, with only a scant few of superior grade, commanding exorbitant prices. The Han Flame pill in Danxiu's possession with its exquisite blend of medicinal powers and mutual activation of had already attained the status of a superior grade pill, an extraordinary feat. The presiding elder nodded in approval, while the venerable Qi Song also regarded him with a look of admiration. Dan Xiu undoubtedly stood as a paragon among the younger generation. Such proficiency is indeed a rarity. Not only can ordinary disciples not compare, but even some elders of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion would find it arduous to rival him. Crafting a superior grade Han Flame pill requires masterful alchemical skills, a challenge that only the most adept can surmount. He Lin regarded the Han Flame pill in Dan Xiu's hand with appreciation. Indeed, the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion is replete with prodigious talents, and this young man possesses a commendable level of skill. The Han Flame pill serves as a stringent test of an alchemist's capabilities, and Dan Xiu's achievement speaks volumes. Given time, it seems inevitable that he will ascend to become the most gifted alchemist within the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. In that moment, many disciples were left in awe of Dan Xiu's extraordinary prowess. Only Mo Chun, Tian Zhong, and others remained fixated on Lin Jie, sarcastically remarking, "Well, you've had your fun. It's time to reveal your true abilities, isn't it? Brother Dan Xiu has already completed his alchemy. How much longer must we wait? Are we to languish here while you squander our time? Others have their examinations to undertake." He Yun and Yang Qin Yu also chimed in. "We do not have the luxury of time to waste here. If you can concoct the elixir, do so swiftly. If not, do not prolong the inevitable." Losing to Dan Xiu is not a disgrace. After all, you have already passed the written examination and secured your place in the imperial city. No one will dare to mock you. They claimed they would not mock him, yet their expressions were laced with derision. Lin Jie cast a disdainful glance at them and replied, "Very well. If you wish for expedience, allow me to demonstrate what true alchemy entails." As he spoke, Lin Jie wielded the array pen and pointed it towards the alchemical furnace. Instantly, the Keong array, the Hanyu array, and the Shuang Lu array underwent drastic transformations. Previously 3 separate formations, they now merged into one under the weight of Lin Jie's forceful stroke, simultaneously activating yet harmoniously refining the medicinal essence. The gradual amalgamation was abruptly transformed. The alchemical furnace vibrated incessantly, reminiscent of a throng of galloping steeds within. Dense mist billowed forth, only to be forcefully pressed back down by a surge of energy, plunging it deep into the furnace, intensifying the tumultuous vibrations. This, many stood agape, utterly astonished by the spectacle. They had never imagined that formations could be wielded in such a manner. Although they could not perceive the subtle transformations occurring within the alchemical furnace, they sensed that the ingredients were rapidly melding, with the already fused components blending seamlessly. This process unfolded almost simultaneously, presenting a formidable challenge to the alchemist's skill. However, Lin Jie felt no pressure. Instead, with a single stroke, he etched a profound inscription, intensifying the furnace's activity. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the furnace gradually ceased its tremors, and the flames beneath flickered out. Lin Jie, still enveloped in a glimmer of brilliance, delivered a decisive strike, causing the lid to soar away. Success! With the lid cast aside, a thunderous roar erupted from within. The cultivators, still reeling from Lin Jie's astonishing prowess, beheld a figure radiating a resplendent glow, akin to a true beast, surging with unmatched vigor as it charged towards the exit of the grand hall, ready to escape. At that moment, an intoxicating aroma began to permeate the chamber, rich yet subtly refreshing, reminiscent of a cool breeze on a sweltering summer day, evoking a profound sense of comfort and exhilaration. What grade of elixir could possess such qualities? A wave of curiosity surged within all present. Yet, witnessing the impending flight of the elixir filled them with regret. Meanwhile, the elderly host, who had been observing intently, cast a deep glance at Lin Jie, murmuring in frustration, realizing that if this individual could concoct such a potion, he surely possessed the means to retrieve it. Allowing it to escape was clearly a ploy for them to pursue it back, indicative of considerable cunning. The elder made his move. A verdant glow surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a colossal hand of jade-like brilliance, which appeared directly before the grand hall. It reached out to seize the approaching elixir, yet the pill seemed to possess a will of its own, abruptly veering aside to evade the grasp and darting in another direction. However, the hand was remarkably swift. It suddenly closed in, and before the pill could alter its course, it was firmly ensnared, immobile within the elder's grip. In the next moment, it materialized in the elder's palm. "Behold for yourselves," he intoned. gradually retracting his hand to reveal an elixir that shimmered with a translucent, jade-like luster. It lay still, devoid of any peculiarities, with the exception of a myriad of purple veins adorning its surface, lending it an air of ineffable mystery. Yet, many disciples exchanged glances, feeling an unsettling calmness. In stark contrast to the vibrant pill from Danxiu, this one appeared unervingly tranquil. The crowd was left pondering the quality of this elixir. After a brief moment of scrutiny, disciples like Mo Chun and Tian Zhong, belonging to the lineage of the elder Tian Xian, could not suppress their scornful laughter. They had expected something formidable, only to discover it was merely a substandard concoction. After such a dazzling display of skill, it turned out to be a useless pill. Was not all that spectacle merely an exercise in futility? Now it was clear. Alchemy demands a methodical approach, grounded in reality. Fanciful ideas are often mere flights of fancy. Did they truly believe that the legendary methods could be realized in practice? Their frustrations had been pinned up for far too long, and now they erupted in a cacophony of derision. Even some elders, like Yu He and Yang Chun, had descended to the arena, nearly pointing fingers at Lin Jie and vociferously berating him for his lack of diligence. With a cold sneer, Lin Jie fixed his gaze upon those individuals, his expression replete with disdain. Initially, I believed your frenzied targeting of me stemmed solely from Master Fu's influence. However, it has become evident that not only are you petty-minded, but your judgment is also profoundly lacking. I find it truly perplexing how individuals such as yourselves can assume the role of mentors, offering guidance in the art of alchemy. You audacious fool! He Yin bellowed in fury, a surge of immense power erupting forth. A radiant beam surged directly toward Lin Jie. Your capabilities are insignificant. You are hardly in a position to critique a mere alchemist who produces inferior elixirs. Today, I shall impart a proper lesson upon you, so you may comprehend the stature of the Tsangmu Alchemy Pavilion in the Imperial City. It is not a place where a mere disciple from Tsonglin City can casually provoke its authority. The brilliance intensified, swiftly reaching Lin Jie's side. Yet, at that moment, a figure swiftly interposed itself before Lin Jie. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, for it was none other than Danxiu. Danxiu, step aside, He Yin commanded urgently. This insolent wretch, oblivious to the heavens above and the earth below, must receive a profound lesson. Otherwise, he shall continue to act with such reckless abandon. If that is the case, then allow me to share in the lesson as well. Danxiu asserted, standing resolutely in front of Lin Jie. He furrowed his brow, the impact of the radiant force trembling violently. The other disciples were rendered speechless in their astonishment. They could hardly fathom that Danxiu, who had always remained detached from disputes, would actually shield Lin Jie from an attack. Why was this so? Was it possible that Lin Jie had not concocted an inferior elixir? All the disciples turned their attention in unison toward the pill in question. Regrettably, there remains not a hint of anomaly. Everything appears exceedingly ordinary. How absurd! The authoritative voice of the venerable Master Qi Song resounded, his piercing gaze emanating a terrifying brilliance as it fixed upon the elders of, "You have truly disappointed me. I have always turned a blind eye to your disputes, never prying into the sordid deeds you have committed, for your actions are not solely your own. Countless times, I have witnessed your bullying of others without intervening. However, I never anticipated your abilities to be so woefully inadequate." He Yuan trembled, overwhelmed by the formidable pressure exuded by Master Qi Song, which instilled a sense of dread within him. Accustomed to the impunity afforded by the Murong family, he was unprepared for the sight of Master Qi Song in such a formidable state, leaving him at a loss and for the first time feeling genuinely threatened. Yet, he could not fathom what was amiss with his own capabilities. Though not among the absolute elite, his aptitude in alchemy was by no means feeble. Every medicinal concoction possesses a grade, classified into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with the rarest of all being the legendary supreme grade elixirs. Master Qi Song continued, any disciple studying at our Tsangmu Alchemy Pavilion should be aware of such distinctions in grading. It may be excusable for the younger disciples, lacking experience, to be oblivious, but can you truly not discern that this elixir is a supreme grade cold flame pill? Supreme. Supreme? He Yuan's face twitched in disbelief. How could this be? Such extraordinary elixirs are not easily produced. Even a true master would find it immensely challenging to concoct a supreme grade pill. Moreover, how could a mere child like Lin Jie, barely in his teens, possess such capability? Moreover, the cold flame pill is notoriously challenging to concoct. It is already commendable for a master alchemist to produce high-quality pills, let alone the rare few who can create mid-tier ones. The skill required of an alchemist in practical application is exceedingly high. Yet, it was asserted that Lin Jie had refined an exceptional cold flame pill. No matter how he pondered, he found it hard to believe. However, since this claim originated from the esteemed Master Qisong, he dared not question it. Thus, he, along with others, observed intently as the hall fell into a brief silence. Moments later, a cultivator nodded and remarked, "It is said that exceptional pills contain traces of the heavenly Tao, which manifest as purple patterns on their surfaces, resembling dragon veins that harmonize with the entire pill. This particular pill aligns perfectly with the descriptions of such legends. The purple patterns appear naturally, without any signs of craftsmanship, evidently formed at the moment of its creation, confirming its status as an exceptional pill. Indeed, our inability to discern this earlier stems from our limited vision. We implore the pavilion master for leniency," many elders collectively expressed. He Yun's body trembled violently. Chapter 051, The Martial Arts Platform. Countless gazes fixated on Lin Jie, who had become the focal point of attention. All present found it inconceivable that this disciple from Songlin City possessed such profound capabilities. Not only were his alchemical methods astonishingly remarkable, but they also demonstrated genuine practicality. He was undeniably a true genius, even surpassing the likes of Danqiu. Even the previously aloof Black Scale, who had come to shield Lin Jie, could not have anticipated the latter's increasingly dazzling and unfathomable prowess, showcasing an extraordinary talent in the realm of alchemy. This young man possesses profound depth and exudes a remarkable composure. In the face of such skepticism, he continues to unveil his plans step by step, without revealing all that he is capable of from the outset. One cannot help but wonder how many more surprises he harbors. His true identity appears to be far more intricate than the investigations suggest. Senior brother Lin demonstrates exceptional skill, and I hope to seek his guidance in the future. Danqiu respectfully bows. The crowd gasps in astonishment as Danqiu humbly regards himself as lesser. It is worth noting that while Danqiu is modest, he also possesses a proud nature and has never yielded to anyone in the realm of alchemy. Senior brother Danqiu entered the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion before me, which truly humbles me. Should senior brother Danqiu require assistance, he is always welcome to engage in discussions. It is through continuous exchange that one's alchemical skills can flourish. Lin Jie promptly returns the gesture, holding Danqiu in high regard. The moment when Danqiu stood before him was particularly touching. Regardless of whether Danqiu recognized that he was concocting a supreme elixir, the very act of shielding him at that critical juncture required a benevolent heart. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take such a risk. "Master, may I request that this supreme cold flame pill be entrusted to me?" Black Scale inquired languidly. This particular question bears significant weight, as it was collaboratively devised by Black Scale and Master Qisong. He had originally hoped that this examination would yield someone capable of refining the necessary cold flame pill, as there were members of the Tsangmu royal family in dire need of it. He had previously conferred with Master Qisong regarding this matter. To his astonishment, the outcome surpassed his expectations, resulting in the emergence of a supreme cold flame pill. The elder Qisong shook his head and remarked, "In principle, all elixirs concocted by the disciples of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion should rightfully belong to the pavilion, particularly those produced during examinations. However, this particular elixir is exceedingly precious, and I do not intend to claim it for the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Therefore, it is imperative to seek Lin Jie's consent. If he agrees, he may take it away. We at the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion shall not obstruct him." Turning to Lin Jie, the elder Black Scale inquired, "Might you part with?" Meeting Black Scale's gaze, Lin Jie smiled and replied, "The cold flame pill holds no value for me. If the elder requires it, I would gladly present it." "Very well. I shall not be polite." Black Scale exhaled in relief. "Today, I have not brought any precious items, but I shall bestow something upon you another day. Or if there is something you desire, do not hesitate to voice it." "The elder's kindness is duly noted," Lin Jie responded. "However, if the elder insists, it would be prudent to offer some benefits to the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. As for myself, I shall forego any personal reward." Black Scale was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Very well, I shall grant you this for the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion." Elder Qisong beamed with delight, and the officiating elder was equally gratified. Such a considerate individual who understands the importance of reciprocation towards the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion is indeed endearing. He Yun, Yang Chun Yuhi, Elder Chi Song suddenly called out. He-yun, Yang Chun, and Yuhi emerged, trembling, too fearful to meet the gaze of the pavilion master. I shall not delve into your past transgressions, but your current capabilities bring great shame to the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Henceforth, you are to face the wall at Blackwater Cliff for 1 year. Elder Chi Song declared. The three felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Blackwater Cliff is a place of bitter cold, and during a year there could very well lead to their demise. Disciples such as Mo Chun and Tian Zhong held their breath, fearing they too might face punishment. Let them contend against Master and Lin Jia. Yi Xiaoxi cast a glance at them, feeling quite indignant. Fu Qianxiu, who had been silent amidst the crowd, finally mustered the courage to speak. Esteemed sect leader, it is now my turn to face the examination. I have heard that I must confront He-yun. I implore you to grant me this opportunity for a duel. Oh. The elder Chi-song expressed surprise, mirrored by many disciples. Everyone was aware that He-yun had persistently targeted Fu Qianxiu. Logically, choosing an opponent with no grievances would make the ordeal simpler. Thus, Fu Qianxiu's decision was perplexing. However, observing Fu Qianxiu's resolute demeanor and sensing the formidable elder Chi-song surmised Fu Qianxiu's true intentions and nodded. Very well. He-yun, step forward. We shall commence the next phase of the examination. He-yun emerged, casting a cold glance at Fu Qianxiu. His current predicament was entirely due to Fu Qianxiu and Lin Jia. Initially, he believed he had no opportunity to retaliate against Fu Qianxiu, but now that Fu Qianxiu had voluntarily sought a duel, he felt no inclination to hold back. He was determined to make Fu Qianxiu suffer, for how could he release the pent-up frustration within him otherwise? Proceed according to the established protocol, murmured He. The elder overseeing the proceedings nodded in acknowledgement. Traditionally, when a division leader returned to the imperial city, they were required to undergo 3 examinations. The first 2 were akin to those faced by Lin Jia and the others, while the third was a genuine test of combat prowess. According to the rules, you are to engage in a contest of strength. Let us move to the arena. All gathered proceeded towards the arena. Though perhaps not as captivating as Lin Jia and his companions' examinations, it is undeniably enticing, for this is a genuine battle. For the cultivators arriving at the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, opportunities for combat are exceedingly rare, given their primary focus as alchemists. A throng of young disciples encircled the martial platform, while the venerable elder Highland presided over the event. Surely, Master will be all right? Yi Xiaoxi expressed her lingering concern. However, Lin Jia harbored confidence in Fu Qianxiu, assuring her, do not worry. Pavilion Master Fu has eradicated his hidden ailment. His current cultivation has advanced remarkably, and even without a rise in realm, his strength has increased by a substantial 30 to 40% compared to just a few days prior. Furthermore, the enigmatic power of the fusion of yin and yang renders him formidable. It would indeed be difficult for He-yun to emerge unscathed this time. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, He-yun's chances appear bleak. He-yun, relying on his sister, had never truly dedicated himself to rigorous cultivation. His prowess was hardly extraordinary, and his alchemical skills were rather mediocre. Unbeknownst to He-yun, Fu Qianxiu had already resolved his hidden ailment. He still perceived Fu Qianxiu as the same individual he had previously bullied. Upon stepping into the center of the martial platform, he cast a cold glance at Fu Qianxiu and icily declared, though you are my senior brother, this is the royal city of Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, and not everyone is permitted to remain. Therefore, I shall not hold back in the slightest. Should you falter, do not blame me for being too ruthless. I fear you may not achieve your desires, even with your utmost effort. Fu Qianxiu retorted coldly, his entire demeanor markedly transformed. He radiated the presence of an unsheathed sword, poised to strike at any moment. Now he has arrived at this point, no longer the easily manipulated good-natured individual he once was. Anyone who dares to bully him shall undoubtedly pay a heavy price. In Chapter 52, the arena is set. Fu Qianxiu and He-yun stand at opposite ends, their fighting spirits soaring high. The surrounding disciples are equally fervent, their gazes fixed on the two combatants. Many hold their own predictions regarding the outcome, whispering amongst themselves. Yet, these are merely conjectures. Although the majority favor He-yun, a considerable number of disciples believe Fu Qianxiu's unwavering confidence must stem from formidable strength, thus increasing his chances of victory. In contrast, Mo Chintian and other disciples of He-yun scoff at such notions. They are overthinking it. The confident frog in the pond is so because it has never witnessed a broader world. unaware that within the vast expanse, there exist cultivators far more powerful than themselves. In a mere provincial place like Songlin City, the cultivation resources are inherently inferior to those in the imperial capital, and without the guidance of renowned masters. 30 years of accumulation creates a significant disparity. What could Fu Qianqiu possibly compare to his master? As long as he does not suffer an utterly humiliating defeat, that would already be the greatest semblance of dignity. Yet, is that even feasible? The expressions of several individuals are marked by ruthlessness. The recent exploits of Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi have brought shame upon their lineage, and they have suffered collateral consequences. Now is the perfect opportunity to take Fu Qianqiu to task and teach them a harsh lesson. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie can only chuckle coldly. Such eloquent words. Yet it seems some remain unaware that they are the ignorant frogs. Just wait and see. Mo Qin's complexion flushed crimson, his fists tightly clenched. This time I couldn't deal with you, but Fu Qianqiu, do not think you can remain in the imperial city. My master will undoubtedly give you a severe lesson. Then you better open your eyes wide and see who truly teaches whom. Yi Xiaoxi couldn't help but retort coldly. The atmosphere between the two parties reached a boiling point. The elder presiding over the event declared, "Let the contest begin. There are no rules. Save for one, do not kill." The martial arts platform trembled. As soon as the elder's voice faded, He-Yun was enveloped in a resplendent crimson glow, resembling a fierce leopard ablaze with flames, launching into the sky with a swift motion. His fists radiated an intense red light as they struck heavily towards Fu Qianqiu, exuding a chilling intent to kill. It was evident that the continuous defeats had ignited the fury within him. Now, standing upon the martial arts stage, he showed no intention of holding back. Many disciples gasped in shock. He-Yun's ruthless approach demonstrated a complete disregard for brotherly bonds. The elder's expression darkened as well. Such a terrifying attack could indeed lead to unforeseen consequences for those of lesser strength. In that moment, many spectators found themselves anxiously sweating for Fu Qianqiu. Only Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi remained composed. Fu Qianqiu stood calmly, observing the ever-enlarging figure of He-Yun in his line of sight. With a subtle movement of his hands, a robust and mixed grayish energy surged forth, coalescing around his fists. As He-Yun's attack approached, Fu Qianqiu retaliated with his own punch, and the two forces collided. A terrifying shockwave reverberated through the martial arts platform, accompanied by a deafening sound. Then everyone witnessed as He-Yun, in pain, flung his hand away, soaring several zhang backward, while Fu Qianqiu remained steadfastly grounded, showing no sign of movement. This, Mo Qintian's expression darkened. The onlooking disciples were equally astonished. Even the elderly host of the Black Scale and the master of Qisong were taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Fu Qianqiu would so effortlessly make He-Yun suffer a minor setback on the very first strike. He-Yun's heart was tumultuous. He had exerted 90% of his strength in his initial assault, intending to vanquish Fu Qianqiu with a single blow to vent his frustrations. To his surprise, he found that he had made no impact on Fu Qianqiu whatsoever. Instead, Fu Qianqiu's power was imbued with both cold and heat, rendering He-Yun unable to respond effectively. Cold and hot. Evidently, the hidden ailment from years past had yet to be eradicated. You wield such powers, yet I am keen to observe how long you can endure. The moment you can no longer suppress the chilling aura is when your defeat shall unfold. He-Yun glared fiercely at Fu Qianqiu and suddenly propelled himself upward with a powerful kick. He leaped high like a fiery projectile. Then, he abruptly transformed his fist into an open palm, striking down heavily towards Fu Qianqiu. Instantly, a crimson light surged forth like a descending sword, swiftly descending upon him. The entire training platform trembled violently as a result. Many were astonished by He-Yun's ferocity, while Fu Qianqiu maintained an air of tranquility, still confronting him with clenched fists. At the moment He-Yun's palm descended, a layer of frosty luminescence flickered across the surface of his fist. The two forces collided with a resounding impact. The frost-hued light clashed against the crimson brilliance, and in but an instant, the red glow was swiftly engulfed and shattered by the frosty radiance. The frost-laden radiance retained its formidable intensity, swiftly extending towards He-Yun. He-Yun, filled with trepidation, attempted to evade, yet he was too late. A chilling force enveloped him, shrouding him in layers of frost, trembling like a grasshopper caught in an autumn breeze. Suddenly, He-Yun pivoted sharply, evading at a rapid pace. Fortunately, Fu Qianqiu showed no inclination to pursue. He continuously summoned his strength, quickly dispelling the terrifying chill. However, He gazed at Fu Qianxiu in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Weren't you afflicted by the chilling force back then? How can it have no effect on you? And instead, you harness it as a weapon." The pervasive cold was unmistakably not a sign of being afflicted by the chilling force, but rather an indication that Fu Qianxiu had fully mastered it, wielding it against his foes. "Thanks to you, I have stagnated for 30 years, my cultivation continuously waning. Yet, amidst adversity lies opportunity. I am not only unweakened, but have gained unimaginable benefits. Is there anything difficult to comprehend?" Fu Qianxiu took the initiative, his fists gleaming with icy brilliance, striking rapidly. He Yun dared not linger, evading with haste. Nevertheless, he was struck multiple times by Fu Qianxiu, his form appearing thoroughly beleaguered beneath the frost. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how the battle on the arena had unfolded into such an uneven contest so swiftly. The disciples of the Tianxin elder were engulfed in a profound sense of dismay, having initially believed they could completely subdue Fu Qianxiu, only to inadvertently elevate him instead. He Yun found himself at a disadvantage, utterly unable to withstand Fu Qianxiu's onslaught. After a series of evasive maneuvers, He Yun, consumed by indignation, struck his chest with great force, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swiftly enveloped the martial arts arena. His demeanor transformed dramatically, his face marred by dark, ominous patterns, exuding an aura of sheer terror. His voice became somewhat garbled as he declared, "You have pushed me to this point. I had intended to reserve this power for a critical moment, yet here I am, forced into such a predicament. Fu Qianxiu, even in defeat, your name shall bear the mark of honor." In a flash, He Yun launched his attack. The arena trembled with the force of his movements. Surrounding him was a peculiar radiance, with his hands and feet shimmering with an ethereal light reminiscent of Buddhist halos, albeit tainted with darker hues. This interplay of light imbued He Yun with a radically altered presence. With a swift kick, he materialized mere paces akin to a predatory beast in pursuit of its prey. His fists, enveloped in luminous patterns, descended upon Fu Qianxiu with formidable intensity. The sequence of events unfolded with such rapidity that Fu Qianxiu could only hastily raise his fists in defense. In an instant, their fists collided, producing a cataclysmic sound that reverberated throughout the arena, engulfed in a dazzling shockwave, rendering both figures momentarily invisible. Such terror! It was as though a different individual had emerged, suddenly imbued with extraordinary strength. Many disciples observing this spectacle were left in silent astonishment. Yi Xiaoxi anxiously clutched Lin Jie's garment, her tension palpable. Clearly, He Yun's sudden transformation had astonished many disciples. The intertwining patterns imbued with Buddhist light were mesmerizing. However, Master Qisong's expression grew solemn. "Can you discern the cultivation technique he employs, which enables such a remarkable surge in combat power?" "The sect leader need not test me further," Blackscale interjected with a smirk. "Such an extraordinary technique, apart from the Morong clan's immovable king body. Our Tsangmu dynasty has yet to witness any family capable of amplifying strength so swiftly. This young man has concealed himself profoundly. The immovable king body has reached an impressive level, to the extent that even you were unaware. It appears his ambitions are considerable. Had he not been forced into this predicament, he might never have revealed himself." A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Blackscale's lips. "However, there lies a significant flaw in his cultivation process. His immovable king body is not merely a manifestation of Buddhist light. It bears signs of demonic transformation, quite distinct from the Morong clan's version. Should we fail to intervene in his training, it may ultimately corrupt his character, leading him further down a dark path." Master Qisong nodded thoughtfully, redirecting his gaze towards the training platform. As the mist dissipated, He Yun and Fu Qianxiu emerged. He Yun's demeanor was chilling, with a haunting aura of malice etched across his features, while Fu Qianxiu appeared disheveled, his garments torn and hands stained with blood, clearly having suffered a hidden disadvantage in the previous exchange. "Master!" Yi Xiaoxi's anxiety deepened, while Mo Chintian and others erupted in excited cheers, their disbelief palpable. He Yun looked disdainfully at Fu Qianxiu. "Although you have resolved the hidden ailments from years past, you remain no match for me. Thus, 30 years ago, I could expel you from the imperial city, and 30 years hence, I can do so again. This time, you are destined to fail. Is that so?" Fu Qianxiu replied with a light laugh. Then, his robes billowed, and a torrent of formidable power surged forth like a tidal wave. causing the entire training platform to resonate with a thunderous roar. Waves of luminescence emanated from him, and his aura ascended rapidly. He had broken through. From the mid-stage of the unification realm to the late stage, the surging strength flowed ceaselessly, and the injuries he had just sustained healed in an instant. He was radiating brilliance. To think he would break through at this moment. Damn it, he can truly fight back. Mo Qianhong ground his teeth in frustration. Yet, Lin Jie observed the scene with calm composure. He had anticipated Fu Qianqiu's breakthrough, knowing that the timing was simply impeccable. 30 years of forbearance had yielded an even more ruthless counterattack. There was no need for further restraint. With his own strength, he would cast down the one who had once pushed him into the abyss. Lin Jie's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Fu Qianqiu, who was still growing in power. This was the immense advantage of the fusion of yin and yang energies. Once the realm was attained, the intertwining yin and yang would continuously generate ever more formidable strength through their relentless clashes. Not merely a doubling or tripling of power, but something far more terrifying. You have already recovered and can ascend even further. I had always thought you to be a guileless, good-natured person, but it seems you harbor ulterior motives after all. He Yun presented himself as a victim, gazing into Fu Qianqiu's eyes, exuding an even more intense aura of malevolence. Nevertheless, you must leave the imperial city this time. Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Fu Qianqiu's voice turned sharp. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged forward like a ferocious beast, directly attacking He Yun. His hands surged with a boundless chill, and wherever he passed, layers of ice emerged around him. The air thick with frost, as if winter had suddenly descended upon them. Are you afraid of me? He Yun instantaneously retaliated. The unmoving King's body activated. Radiating circles of Buddhist light intertwined with dark patterns. A colossal fist materialized, striking towards the oncoming Fu Qianqiu. Fu Qianqiu let out a cold snort. His mouth slightly parted, and flames surged forth, akin to a fiery dragon racing towards the menacing fist. The two forces collided instantly, yet no sound emerged. He Yun's formidable fist simply vanished. Everyone was left in astonishment. How terrifying! He Yun's strike had proven utterly ineffective. Simultaneously, many began to realize the sheer terror of Fu Qianqiu. Not only could he wield the power of ice, but he could also unleash flames. These two distinct forces coexisted harmoniously within him, devoid of any discomfort. Undoubtedly, Fu Qianqiu's future was boundless. With a swift motion, He Yun retreated in haste, unwilling to engage Fu Qianqiu directly. It was only then that he recalled Fu Qianqiu was a body of lesser yang, inherently adept at harnessing the essence of lesser yang energy. Now, witnessing its true manifestation, he comprehended its terrifying nature, especially when ice and fire confronted him simultaneously, an onslaught that was nearly impossible to defend against. Thinking of escaping? Fu Qianqiu sneered, advancing step by step towards He Yun. With each step, the air surrounding the arena crystallized into layers of ice. In an instant, only He Yun remained unaffected. However, as Fu Qianqiu advanced relentlessly, He Yun found himself with no retreat left. Should he step onto the ice that Fu Qianqiu had tread upon, he would be entirely at his mercy. I will fight you to the end. He Yun roared, his fists clenched tightly. The immovable King's body surged with fervent energy, layers of Buddhist light radiating as he charged toward Fu Qianqiu with a thunderous force. Fu Qianqiu had anticipated this assault. Rather than evade, he steadied himself, his hands coalescing into a seal imbued with the dual forces of cold and heat. With a gentle strike, the seal hurtled towards He Yun. The collision of the seal and He Yun unleashed an explosive torrent of energy. The alternating forces of frigid and fiery might swiftly dismantled He Yun's own power. And like a ferocious dragon, it engulfed him entirely. His defenses crumbled under the onslaught, and he collapsed to the ground like a marionette severed from its strings, devoid of any further fighting capacity. Chapter 54. Calamity. He Yun lay prostrate, unable to rise. Fu Qianqiu gradually retracted the dual forces of cold and heat. The arena fell into a profound silence, all eyes transfixed on the scene before them. No one had anticipated the battle to conclude so swiftly. Was this truly a practitioner from the remote forest city of Songlin? Reflecting on the dazzling performance of Lin Jie and Xiaoxi earlier, many began to waver in their beliefs. Was it not said that the imperial city, gathering all resources, should inherently possess practitioners stronger than those from distant towns? This assertion, without a doubt, had been rendered invalid. Fu Qianqiu's victory was decisive and unambiguous. From the moment the elder host announced the commencement to the suppression of He Yun, and then He Yun's attempt to unleash the unmoving king body, followed by Fu Qianqiu's breakthrough, everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, He Yun was already defeated. All right, Master has triumphed. Yi Xiaoxi's exuberant exclamation shattered the silence. The other disciples expressed their astonishment. Yet only Mo Qintian and a few others wore expressions clouded by gloom. Prior to the match, they had harbored hopes that Master He Yun would vanquish Fu Qianqiu, thereby salvaging the dignity their sect had lost today. However, not only did they fail to achieve their objective, but the defeat was even more catastrophic. Aside from the fleeting moment when He Yun managed to momentarily suppress Fu Qianqiu while invoking the unmoving king body, the remainder of the encounter was merely a one-sided display of Fu Qianqiu's dominance. It was not a contest of equal standing at all. I have not been defeated. I can still fight. He Yun strained to rise, a cascade of Buddhist light enveloping him. Yet, he remained unable to stand. And the dark luminescent patterns emanating from his body intensified with each passing moment. This He Yun must be dealt with swiftly, should the delay extend. He might succumb to his own overwhelming arrogance, rapidly descending into madness. By that time, he would prove exceedingly difficult to manage. His unmoving king body harbors not merely issues. It is an aberrant technique cultivated for the purpose of demonic transformation. He Lin gazed at He Yun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He Yun's technique originated from the Morong family. What was the purpose of the Morong family in indulging He Yun? Besides He Yun, who else had cultivated the unmoving king body? How many practitioners were there? This matter must not only be resolved but also conveyed to the king with utmost urgency, lest a great upheaval ensue. The elder presiding over the event, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly declared, "Very well, the contest has concluded. Fu Qianqiu emerges victorious. According to the rules, you shall remain in the imperial city at the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. With your current knowledge of alchemy, you may either take on disciples or dedicate yourself to furthering your studies in this field. As for the specifics, you may communicate your intentions to the responsible fellow cultivators in due course." Fu Qianqiu descended from the stage, his gaze scanning the crowd for Lin Jie. No one understood better than him that his triumph today was entirely attributable to Lin Jie. It was Lin Jie who had resolved his hidden afflictions and facilitated his progress in cultivation. His strength had surged rapidly, enabling him to effortlessly defeat He Yun today. Otherwise, it could very well have been he who faced humiliation. "Do not be hasty in your gratitude, Fu Pavilion Master," Lin Jie subtly transmitted. "The technique that He Yun practiced harbors issues. Your pressure has compelled him to reveal it prematurely, which may have disrupted his covert arrangements. Therefore, our troubles are likely only just beginning." The unmoving king body. Lin Jie was no stranger to this concept. He had once encountered a true master of the Buddhist sect. When the unmoving king body was unleashed, it represented an indomitable force exceedingly difficult to penetrate. Moreover, the adversaries' power would exponentially increase, allowing them to summon strength surpassing their own realm within a short period, a most sinister phenomenon. In his youth, he had contemplated pursuing this path, but upon studying their techniques, he realized that it necessitated the cultivation of Buddhist practices, leading him to abandon the idea. Nevertheless, he had thus come to understand the secret of the unmoving king body. It was not solely about cultivating the nature of Buddhism, it was also intertwined with demonic attributes, thereby requiring Buddhist methodologies for containment and transformation. It is evident that He Yun has not cultivated the Buddhist arts. As his cultivation progresses, the demonic nature within him will gradually intensify, becoming more pronounced until he is completely consumed by it. Behind He Yun stands the Morong family. Logically, even though He Bingchen does not hold a significant position within the Morong clan, there should be no intent to deliberately target He Yun and lead him into demonic corruption. Yet, the outcome suggests otherwise, indicating a singular possibility. This may be a conspiracy orchestrated by the Morong family, with numerous practitioners secretly cultivating the immovable king's body. This was meant to be conducted covertly, only to be revealed in dire circumstances, unless they commence their actions. Ultimately, Fu Qianqiu's relentless pursuit has prematurely exposed He Yun, which spells disaster for the Morong family. Consequently, Fu Qianqiu and his companions are bound to face the wrath of the Morong clan. "This is all my fault," Fu Qianqiu lamented. "I intended to lead you away from the troubles of Tsonglin City, yet I did not anticipate being ensnared in an even greater vortex. Now, it is too late for us to extricate ourselves. There is no need for you to blame yourself, esteemed leader, came the reply. Every action, every sip and morsel, has its consequences. It is likely that He Bingchen's injuries from years past are also related to this matter. The Morong family should not have merely acted in the last moment. They must have been preparing for many years, plotting in the shadows. Regardless of our intentions, residing within the Tsangmu dynasty makes it impossible to remain uninvolved. The Morong family is already the preeminent force within the Tsangmu dynasty, shrouded in secrecy with clear motives. They are unwilling to remain merely as the royal family shadow. They aspire to become the true sovereign of the Tsangmu dynasty. Yet, those cultivators who have mastered the immovable King-S form but have not practiced the Buddhist teachings are mere pawns in their pursuit of this objective. As they spoke, Master Chisong's murderous intent surged, his gaze radiating brilliant divine light as he coldly fixed his eyes upon He-Yun. Yang-chun, Yu-He, you shall be cast into the black water cliff and face the wall for a year. Capture He-Yun at once. Summon Tianqin here. No, please, no. He-Yun cried out in terror, but he was swiftly apprehended by the arriving cultivators. As for Yang-chun and Yu-He, they were rapidly taken away. All the disciples stood in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable. Wasn't this merely an examination? Even if the Tianqin lineage had exhibited some erratic behavior in recent years, such severity seemed unwarranted. Moreover, with the support of the Morong family behind He-Yun, could this be seen as a provocation against them? My friends, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot remain with you, Black Scale said gravely as he rose. This matter was of utmost importance and required immediate communication with the king. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Please, my fellow cultivators, Master Chisong nodded solemnly. Then addressed the elders. Elder Xuanxin, Elder Mingchen, take 10 of your strongest disciples each and ensure the safe escort of our friend. Should anything befall him, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, esteemed master, the two elders replied, stepping forward to select 10 of their most formidable disciples before departing the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion alongside Black Scale. All the disciples gazed at this scene, their hearts tumultuous. What should have been a routine examination had escalated into such a significant upheaval. Did today's test conceal an immense peril? Was the entire imperial city on the brink of upheaval? Everyone is aware that the identity of the Black Scales is undoubtedly extraordinary. The fact that they are now being escorted in such a manner suggests the gravity of the situation. Should the opposing party dare to take action, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos in the imperial city. In Chapter 055, titled The Purple Order, Elder Ku, responsible for their daily needs, arrives. Fu Qinqiu Yixiaoxi and Lin Jie come forth to greet her. From this day forth, you shall be members of the headquarters of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Here are your new tokens. Ku states, handing over 3 tokens. Fu Qinqiu, Yixiaoxi, and Lin Jie receive the tokens and activate them, their names appearing in the records of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion headquarters. Fu Qinqiu, you may now enjoy the resources of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion in accordance with your status as a senior disciple. You may take on apprentices or immerse yourself in research. Do you have any thoughts on this? If you wish to take on apprentices now, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Ku inquires after observing their activation of the tokens. Thank you, Elder. I have grown accustomed to a solitary life. Taking on apprentices is not a priority for me. As long as I can continue to delve into the art of alchemy, I shall be content. I have no significant aspirations beyond that, Fu Qinqiu replies. Ku then turns to Yixiaoxi and Lin Jie, her eyes reflecting admiration. Although you hail from the remote city of Tsonglin, your talents in alchemy are remarkable, even within our Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Therefore, while your status is that of disciples, you shall enjoy the privileges of first-class disciples, akin to Dan Xiu and Zhang Yuanxue. Thank you, Elder. Yixiaoxi and Lin Jie respond in unison, bowing respectfully. The prospect of receiving first-class disciple privileges upon their arrival is truly astounding. It is important to note that, under normal circumstances, one must undergo rigorous trials and selections to ascend to the rank of first-class disciple. For instance, as resplendent as Dan Xiu, he became a distinguished disciple only after excelling in several examinations. As for Zhang Yuan, there is no need to elaborate further on Shui Yan. Lin Jie and Yixiaoxi, having only recently settled in the imperial city, achieved the status of distinguished disciples, which attests to the high regard that Tsangmu Dan Pavilion holds for them. Ku, observing their expressions, felt a deep sense of relief. and then turned her gaze towards their modest courtyard, revealing profound remorse and self-reproach as she spoke. I regret the hardships you have endured during those past days, residing in such a dilapidated abode. Rest assured, now that you have become independent from Tianxin, he no longer possesses the authority to interfere with your lives. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. The Sangmu Dan Pavilion will ensure your living quarters are appropriately arranged, sparing you further distress. Ku harbored no fondness for Tianxin. Under normal circumstances, not only would the disciples of her own sect be afforded decent accommodations, but even those from other cities visiting the Sangmu Dan Pavilion in the imperial city would not find themselves in such dismal conditions. Yet, Tianxin, fixated on targeting Fu Qianxiu, had the audacity to confine them to such a wretched place, which was utterly unconscionable. Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi expressed no dissent. They quietly regarded Fu Qianxiu, awaiting his decision. Fu Qianxiu gazed at the courtyard, his eyes lingering on the pear tree within, and after a prolonged silence, he softly replied, I appreciate the elder's goodwill. This is indeed the place where I once resided. Although it has fallen into disrepair, it still carries a sense of warmth that makes me reluctant to move elsewhere. I would only request that the elder oversee some repairs, as certain areas are in dire need of restoration. Some matters, though one may wish to let go, are truly difficult to release. Although Fu Qianxiu's decades of experience have been fraught with hardship, this small courtyard holds a wealth of cherished memories. Very well. I shall relay this immediately. Ku promptly conveyed the instructions to those around her and finally inquired, do you have any other requests? Feel free to voice them. Before your arrival, the pavilion master specifically instructed that all your needs, provided they are not excessive, can be accommodated by the Sangmu Dan Pavilion, especially yours, Lin Jie. Lin Jie was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the pavilion master would hold him in such regard. However, having lived for so long and possessing considerable experience, he quickly grasped the pavilion master's intentions. With heartfelt gratitude, he replied, Thank you for your kindness, pavilion master. I have no further requests. I simply wish not to be overly constrained by rules, while, of course, I will not contravene the regulations of the Sangmu Dan Pavilion. This concern had already been anticipated by the pavilion master. Elder Ku smiled brightly, producing a token that shimmered with a purple glow, and handed it to Lin Jie. This is the Sangmu Dan Pavilion's Purple Extreme token. The bearer of this token may enter and exit all areas of the pavilion, save for certain restricted zones, and is not subject to the usual obligations required of ordinary disciples. The revelation of the Purple Extreme token left Fu Qianxiu astounded. It was reputed to be the highest symbol of status. Within the entire Sangmu Dan Pavilion, only the pavilion master possessed such a token. Even Xuanxin, Mingchen, and Elder Ku did not have the privilege to hold it. The fact that Lin Jie, as a member of the Sangmu Dan Pavilion, was granted this token speaks volumes of the pavilion master's esteem for him. The significance of this token is beyond imagination. It represents far more than mere access to certain locations. Forgive my impertinence, but I cannot accept such a gift, Lin Jie exclaimed. Lin Jie, with his insightful mind, discerned that this command token was far from ordinary. Lin Jie, this is the Master's recognition of your extraordinary talent in alchemy. Do not let the master down. You should accept it, Elder Ku solemnly stated. Even if you refuse, it is tantamount to possessing this token. For the master has already reported your situation to the reclusive sages of the Sangmu Dan Pavilion, and they have unanimously agreed on this matter. Thank you for the master's graciousness, Lin Jie acknowledged, realizing that he could no longer decline, and thus accepted the Ziji token. Yet, he was acutely aware that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. As a disciple, being reported to the sages of the Sangmu Dan Pavilion carried profound implications. Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi also recognized this point. Sometimes, excessive favor could be a double-edged sword, potentially inviting unimaginable troubles, and this was precisely the case now. As if sensing Lin Jie's concerns, Elder Ku smiled gently. Do not bear undue pressure, Lin Jie. Although the master's kindness is overwhelming, it is not intended to place you in perilous situations. After all, a talent like yours in alchemy is sought after not only by our Sangmu dynasty, but also by the most formidable forces in this domain. Moreover, your true strength has yet to be fully revealed. After some amiable exchanges, Elder Ku and her party finally took their leave. Fu Qianxiu watched their figures disappear completely before swiftly closing the courtyard gate and setting up several isolation formations. It seems I have indeed drawn you into a vortex. Now that the master has bestowed upon you the ZG token, it compels us to choose between the Tsangmu royal family and the Murong clan. The two factions are undoubtedly at odds, yet both still hold reservations and have not openly clashed. Fu Qianxiu felt a deep sense of guilt, while Yi Xiaoxi shared his concerns. In such a dynasty, amidst these two formidable factions, a tempest brews, heralding the ominous possibility of irrevocable calamity. There is no need for the pavilion master to worry. Several days have elapsed, and the imperial city remains eerily silent, indicating that both sides are still in a phase of cautious probing. To them, I, a disciple of modest cultivation, still hold some value, which is why the situation persists in this manner. This at least suggests that when true conflict arises, they will not hastily discard me. For now, I am safe. Furthermore, I shall not allow myself to be manipulated. Lin Jie's expression was resolute. Chapter 056. The autumn hunt unexpectedly. The imperial city grew ever quieter. Lin Jie, Fu Qianxiu, and Yi Xiaoxi remained vigilant, attuned to the myriad happenings within the imperial city, yet they gleaned naught in terms of information. The city maintained its usual tranquility, mirroring the bustling atmosphere of the past. It was as if no incident had transpired between the royal family and the Murong clan, continuing in an untroubled manner. Moreover, the royal family announced the commencement of the autumn hunt, an event that drew eager participation from the scions of various noble families, becoming the most lively occurrence in the imperial city of late. As for He Yun's cultivation of the unmoved king's body and the potential clandestine schemes of the Murong clan, no inquiries were made, as if such matters had never occurred. At this juncture, the royal family hosts such an event, suggesting that tensions with the Murong clan have truly reached a breaking point. Otherwise, the royal family would not remain silent regarding He Yun, nor would the Murong clan stay inactive. This implies that genuine confrontations are already unfolding in the shadows, or that each side is mobilizing its respective forces. Fu Qianxiu wore a grave expression, while Yu Xiaoxi was beset with concern. To unwittingly become embroiled in such events is indeed a source of great unease. In contrast, Lin Jie remained remarkably calm, smiling as he remarked, "The fact that they have not yet fully torn apart their fade indicates that both sides still hold reservations and are vying for certain influences. While this situation may pose dangers for us, it does not mean we are merely pawns at their disposal. Should we take the initiative, there exists a possibility to turn the tide and become a decisive factor in the entire game. We appear too insignificant before them. How could we possibly become the deciding factor?" Fu Qianxiu replied with a bitter smile. "Circumstances are shaped by human actions. Larger forces have their constraints, while smaller ones possess their own advantages. If we can adeptly leverage these, we can maneuver with ease." Lin Jie remained composed, regarding the experience of combat. As a former supreme powerhouse, there was no one in this realm who could rival him. Moreover, he had his own contingencies. The child he had taken in years ago, regardless of any change of heart, could be brought back under his influence, firmly aligned with him for his purposes. Suddenly, the Tsangmu Dan pavilion became bustling with activity. On that very morning, a charming little girl clad in fiery red attire, accompanied by a retinue, arrived at the entrance of the Tsangmu Dan pavilion, expressly requesting to see Lin Jie. It was none other than Yun Luo. The Tsangmu dynasty possessed only one Yun family member, that being the royal family of Tsangmu. Although many could not recognize Yun Luo, the spectacle of her entourage made her noble status evident, prompting immediate reports to the authorities. Consequently, the pavilion master, Master Qisong, along with several elders, accompanied her to Lin Jie's courtyard. What a terrifying display! Even our pavilion master has been mobilized. What is her true identity? The disciples witnessing this scene were left in astonishment. However, some disciples, upon seeing Yun Luo, displayed a grave expression before swiftly vanishing into the crowd. Soon, the group arrived at the dilapidated courtyard. Yun Luo tilted her head, regarding the shabby abode with evident discontent. "Is this truly where my elder brother resides? Have you all been mistreating him, allowing him to dwell in such squalor?" "My lady, we have not mistreated Lin Jie. It was Lin Jie himself who requested to stay here." Several elders trembled with trepidation. Yun Luo strode directly inside. "Humph, whether he has been wronged or not, I shall inquire with my elder brother." Lin Dong, hearing the commotion outside, hastily emerged from his room. He was immediately met with a fiery figure racing towards him like a blazing flame, and suddenly felt a weight on him as a small girl clung to him with a look of grievance. "My elder brother is a liar. He promised to play with me, but has not come. My dear sister, I have not deceived you. I have been quite occupied these past few days and simply lacked the time to seek you out. Please do not cry, Lin Jie soothed her gently. Yunluo ceased her tears, instead glaring indignantly at the elders. You still claim you Haven Tea bullied my brother? You don't even allow him to step outside. It is your doing that has forced him to live in this wretched place. The elders exchanged glances, bewildered. The Red Pine Master, feeling utterly exasperated, turned to Lin Jie for assistance. It is my brother who has had his own matters to attend to these past few days. It has nothing to do with them. They have treated me quite well, Lin Jie quickly clarified, attempting to shift the subject. Little sister, you arrived so early today. Is there something on your mind? I wish to invite the young gentleman to my home, and I would like him to participate in the autumn hunt. I desire the most exquisite fur of wild beasts to fashion a fan. What do you think, young gentleman? Yun Luo's eyes sparkled. Oh, what a lovely and beautiful little sister. Yi Shaoxi emerged, gazing at Yun Luo, unable to resist pinching her delicate face. Bashfully, Yun Luo hid behind Lin Jie, looking at Yi Shaoxi and saying, Sister, you are also so beautiful. I aspire to be as lovely as you when I grow up. Such charming words from a little sister. Yi Shaoxi held her hand. The attendants who accompanied Yun Luo exuded a palpable aura of menace. Yet upon witnessing Yun Luo's delight in Yi Shaoxi's company, they gradually calmed. The master of Qisong and several elders breathed a sigh of relief. Yet their gaze remained fixed on Lin Jie, awaiting his response. Does the young gentleman acquiesce? Yun Luo inquired in a sweet tone. Lin Dong's face retained its smile. Yet tumultuous waves surged within him. The royal family indeed knows how to exploit all resources. He had merely been acquainted with Yun Luo, yet they had the audacity to calculate upon her. Apart from the Ziji Ling from the Cangmu Dam Pavilion, he still felt insecure. And they even required Yun Luo to extend a personal invitation. It was evident that once the autumn hunt commenced, if he aligned himself with the royal family, he would be positioned entirely against the Morong family. Lin Jie surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, among the attendants, some harbored silent anticipation. The master of Qisong and several elders also exhibited the same expression. Simultaneously, other disciples were quietly observing this scene. Clearly, Yun Luo had become a pawn of the royal family. Now, he found himself entangled in a web of conflict, whether he agreed or disagreed. He would inevitably offend a faction. The young man, I yearn for a feather fan. All the other brothers possess one. Yet I desire the most exquisite and beautiful feather fan. Yun Luo gazed at Lin Jie with a pitiful look, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yi Shaoxi, already captivated by Yun Luo's adorable demeanor, could no longer bear to remain silent and implored, since the little sister is so fond of it. Lin Jie should acquiesce. Very well, I shall partake in the autumn hunt, Lin Jie sighed, gently caressing Yun Luo's head. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the Red Pine Sage and several elders, all of whom appeared to exhale deeply in relief. Meanwhile, among the crowd, numerous disciples who had been observing discreetly seized the moment of chaos to quietly depart from the scene. Lin Jie did not impede them. He was merely astonished at the significance both parties placed upon him. This once tranquil courtyard could no longer remain so, as he found himself truly ensnared within it. Chapter 57. Murong Feng. The Murong residence, nestled deep within the imperial city, spans several miles and boasts grand gates and expansive courtyards. At this moment, the atmosphere within the estate was solemn. The head of the family, Murong Yin, listened intently to the report from a visitor, his expression betraying no sign of change. Beside him, an exceptionally beautiful woman suddenly cast her teacup to the ground with a loud clatter. This insufferable wretch has caused my brother such misery, she thought. Considering his considerable influence and potential for alliance, she had refrained from confronting him, only to discover that he had allied himself with the royal family. This woman was He Bingchun, one of Murong Yin's many consorts. Although she had entered the household later, she had gained immense favor and frequently conferred with Murong Yin on significant matters. As the elder sister, she naturally felt a profound anger regarding the affairs of He Yun. However, due to the significance of the Murong family's grand ambitions, they chose not to seek revenge. Thus, Fu Qianqiu Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie remained securely within the Cangmu Dam Pavilion. It was only upon hearing the news that Lin Jie had agreed to join Yun Luo for the autumn hunt that she truly became enraged. Wishing to eliminate Lin Jie to prevent future troubles and also to avenge Yun. After all, he was merely a minor cultivator. Morong Yin set down her cup, remaining exceedingly composed. Indeed, his talent in alchemy is exceptional, but if he cannot be of use to us, he is ultimately nothing. Moreover, he is yet to truly mature. Even if the royal family attempts to court him, what significance would it hold? The master already has countermeasures in place. He Bingshan chuckled lightly. Understanding that Murong Yan's words implied she had devised a plan, Murong Yin continued to sip her tea calmly, softly stating, "The original plan remains unchanged. We must rally any forces we can to our side, no matter the cost. As for that little brat Lin Jie, we shall leave him to Feng." This time, the royal family did not publicly announce our crimes. Instead, they still proceeded with the autumn hunt, seeking to win hearts and draw in nobles and various factions. Thus, the Morong family would naturally not miss this opportunity. During the hunting process, if Fenger were to accidentally kill Lin Jie, a cruel smile crept across Murong Yan's lips. No matter how dissatisfied the royal family might be, what could they do? Unless they openly declared war on us. During the autumn hunt, they would have no choice but to watch Fenger act as she pleased. The master truly is always calculating every detail. He Bingshan smiled sweetly as she continued to support Morong Yin. Morong Feng is the 8th son of Morong Yin, renowned for his exceptional dedication to cultivation from a young age. Thus, he has gained considerable fame in the imperial city, standing at the forefront among the 4 prominent young talents. Not only does he possess striking looks, but he also wields formidable strength. At merely 20 years of age, he has already attained the initial stage of the Unity Realm, rendering him unmatched among his peers. Currently, Morong Feng participates in the autumn hunt, effortlessly dealing with a mere Lin Jie. After all, according to the intelligence gathered, although Lin Jie possesses extraordinary talent in alchemy, his cultivation is only at the late stage of the primordial realm. Faced with Morong Feng, who is at the early stage of the Unity Realm, he stands no chance of victory. Yet, Morong Yin does not display any signs of joy. Instead, she remains composed and inquires, "To what extent have the assassins cultivating the immovable king body reached?" "Reporting to you, my lord, I have been closely monitoring this matter for some time. They have been diligently cultivating the immovable king body, making rapid progress. Many are now struggling to control their inner rage, showing signs of demonic transformation. If this continues, they will likely reach the level we require for our plans," He Bingshan replied. "We must hasten our efforts. We are in a race against the royal family. Any delay could lead to irreversible consequences. If necessary, we should employ alternative methods to provoke them into demonic transformation sooner. Only through their descent into madness do we stand a chance. Otherwise, even if we rally all the powerful factions from other cities, it will be exceedingly difficult to contend with that individual from the royal family." Upon recalling that individual from the royal family, Morong Yan's expression grew grave. The reason behind her clandestine machinations was precisely to counter that formidable opponent. Otherwise, with the current power of the Morong family, 25 of the 36 city lords and generals are their affiliates, and they could have easily overthrown the royal family. However, as long as that individual remains in power, they have yet to dare to take action. Indeed, I shall hasten my efforts. He Bingshan was acutely aware of the time constraints. Morong Yin embraced He Bingshan and playfully teased her for a moment. "You have worked hard recently, with little time for rest," he remarked. "Master, you flatter me." "Assisting you is my privilege," He Bingshan replied softly. A moment of silence ensued as the others in the courtyard departed, occasionally interrupted by distant murmurs. After matters were settled, Morong Yin enjoyed caressing He Bingshan's delicate form and gently inquired, "How is He Yun faring now?" "I have heard that the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion was handed over to the royal family, but to avoid direct conflict, it has been returned. Currently, He Yun is imprisoned within the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, where practitioners of profound Buddhist teachings have been invited to recite scriptures daily, aiming to dispel the growing demonic energy within him," He Bingshan responded. Morong Yin paused momentarily, then nodded. "That is indeed a relief. He Yun has always taken advantage of our inability to act against him, committing numerous misdeeds. Even with my repeated warnings against cultivating the body of the immutable king, he secretly acquired it, nearly leading to his own ruin and jeopardizing my plans, putting me in a passive position. Although the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion is affiliated with the royal family, it has historically maintained a sense of peace. If they have indeed summoned adept practitioners, it is possible they may be able to counteract his demonic nature. If he truly succumbs to darkness, even I would be powerless. The cultivation of the immutable king is no simple feat. This is indeed a consequence of his own actions. He Bingchen's face darkened with indignation. He has never troubled himself to share my burdens. Instead, he incessantly stirs up conflict. Even his disciples take advantage of my influence to flaunt their power in this imperial city. Well, after all, he is your beloved younger brother, the only scion of your family, and until now, he has not left a single descendant for the He clan. He may do as he pleases, as long as he does not endanger himself. Morong Yin interjected. As for those troubles, let me handle them. Morong Yin rose to his feet, and He Bingchen quickly smoothed his garments. He gestured for someone to enter. Let Fenger come in, Morong Yin instructed. The person swiftly delivered the message to Morong Feng. He Bingchen cast a glance and then exited hastily. Father, what do you need from me? Morong Feng entered, puzzled. Morong Yin signaled for him to take a seat and said, I know that Fenger has always been fond of martial arts and relishes engaging with true masters. Recently, a prodigy in the art of alchemy has arrived in our imperial city, possessing not only extraordinary talent in alchemy, but also formidable strength. Oh, father, do tell who it is, Morong Feng inquired with keen interest. He was not fond of socializing, yet he had always enjoyed sparring with the strong. There is a young man named Lin Jie from the Tsangmu Dam Pavilion, and the king has summoned him for the autumn hunt. The autumn hunt. I shall participate. Morong Feng declared immediately. Morong Yan's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he remarked, Isn't it true that Fenger has always found such mundane activities uninteresting? Why this sudden enthusiasm for the autumn hunt? Does father not wish for me to partake? Morong Feng, feeling displeased, remarked, If that is the case, there is no need to trouble my father. I have my own means to participate in the autumn hunt. Oh, child, Morong Yin quickly interjected. I have already registered you. However, given that this event is organized by the royal family, there are certain protocols to adhere to. Therefore, I have arranged for a few attendants to guide you. If you do not refuse, you shall have the freedom to act as you wish, without any restrictions. Morong Feng furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 58. Princess Qingluo. The royal city was rife with undercurrents. Yet, ultimately, no significant upheaval occurred. As this subtle competition unfolded, the royal autumn hunt commenced. Early in the morning, outside the gates of the royal city, a bustling crowd gathered, stretching for miles, composed of various noble families bringing their younger generations. Surrounding them were countless ordinary spectators, entirely unaware of the monumental crisis brewing within the royal city, a potential upheaval that could alter their very world. They continued to observe the grand spectacle of the royal event with keen interest, either enviously or engaged in discussions, eager to share tales and future conversations. At the forefront of the crowd stood Lin Jie, accompanied by Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi, both wearing expressions of concern. Lin Jie, the royal city is fraught with peril. Neither the royal family nor the Morong clan is someone we can afford to provoke. Now that you have been unwittingly drawn into their conflict, remember to prioritize your own safety. Do not act too ostentatiously, otherwise, before the two families even clash, you may become a casualty yourself. Rest assured, my lord. Lin Jie smiled and assured Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qianxiu, saying, Though I am still young, I am not reckless. My participation in this autumn hunt is merely to assist the little princess in hunting some fierce beasts and obtaining exquisite feathers. As for their entanglements and grievances, I shall neither interfere nor desire to meddle. This continent, with its 108 domains, regards the Tsangmu dynasty as but a minor realm. Although power may be alluring, I refuse to confine myself to such a diminutive dynasty. This is destined to be merely a temporary haven for me. Having been granted a second chance at life, I shall strive to ascend further. My ambition lies among the heavens above, confronting those who once betrayed me. I shall undoubtedly rise with formidable strength and personally confront my former comrades. Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi gazed at Lin Jie, suddenly sensing an unfamiliarity. It was as if he were not a member of the Lin family in Songlin City, but rather a towering figure of unparalleled might upon this boundless continent, exuding an aura that compelled even them to bow in reverence. They instantly comprehended that Lin Jie was no ordinary being. A mere small dynasty like Tsangmu could never nurture such a formidable talent. Inevitably, he would soar towards broader horizons, competing with the true elites of the realm. With this realization, they felt reassured and stepped back, for they understood that someone with such aspirations as Lin Jie would prioritize the preservation of his own life. shunning any futile sacrifices, and would never recklessly endanger himself for the sake of a trivial royal family. "Brother, you have arrived." A radiant figure dashed towards him, and as usual, Yun Luo clung to Lin Jie's side. Lin Jie gently tousled her hair and chuckled, a sound as melodious as silver bells. He cleared his throat softly. Yun Luo, somewhat reluctant, descended and approached a strikingly elegant woman, clad in a vibrant crimson armor that embraced her delicate figure. Beneath a scale-like battle skirt were her long, slender legs, complemented by fiery red boots, exuding a unique charm that stirred both envy and excitement. Her arrival instantly sparked a commotion among the nearby noble youths, who cast eager glances her way. Yet, her exquisite visage bore an icy demeanor, radiating an air of aloofness that deterred anyone from approaching too closely. Senior sister Qing Luo, Yun Luo timidly gazed at her, then pointed at Lin Jie, saying, "This is the young man I mentioned to you. He has been exceedingly kind to me. This autumn hunt, you must assist him in securing the most beautiful feathers. Greetings." Princess Qing Luo, Lin Jie said, bowing respectfully. Although his knowledge of the imperial city was limited, he had been introduced to various individuals from the palace over the past few days. Thus he was aware that Qing Luo was the daughter of the esteemed Songmu Wang Yunya, who shared a close bond with Yun Luo, akin to that of sisters. Princess Qing Luo raised her phoenix-like eyes to regard Lin Jie. Her understanding of him was scant. She had frequently heard tales of his exploits from Yun Luo, such as his remarkable performance in the Zhongmu Dan Pavilion. However, she remained convinced that Lin Jie was merely fortunate. Otherwise, he would not possess the qualifications to partake in the autumn hunt. The participants were typically the offspring of high-ranking officials or noble families, while Lin Jie was merely favored due to his connection with Yun Luo. She harbored little fondness for those who entered through connections. "So, you are Lin Jie." Her initial impression was already unfavorable, and witnessing Yun Luo's dependence on Lin Jie only exacerbated Qing Luo's disdain for him. She merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further gestures. Such individuals irked her immensely. From a young age, she had aspired to rise above, tirelessly honing her skills, even serving in the military alongside soldiers, cultivating a spirit of valor akin to theirs. "Follow me. We shall form a group for the autumn hunt," she declared, not pausing for Lin Jie's response before turning away. Lin Jie found himself bewildered. It seemed Qing Luo held a decidedly negative opinion of him. "Come along, big brother. You and sister will be in the same group, and you'll surely gather many beautiful feathers," Yun Luo urged, oblivious to Qing Luo's displeasure. Lin Jie chuckled softly and followed Qing Luo, understanding that he would not let her views compel him to depart in anger. Several individuals trailed behind Qing Luo, merely nodding at Lin Jie, indicating that, due to their association with her, they too held a lackluster impression of him. Meanwhile, Yun Luo returned to the royal carriage of King Songmu, Yunya. The king tenderly caressed Yun Luo's cheek, his deep black eyes sparkling with intensity, reminiscent of a fierce tiger in the mountains, scanning the crowd towards the direction of the Morong family, before finally resting on Lin Jie. He then proclaimed with a booming voice, "The time has come, let us depart." To the royal hunting grounds at Mulan Mountain, onward. Following this, a loud call echoed through the air. The sound of ceremonial music resonated as the procession swiftly departed from the imperial city, making its way to Mulan Mountain. The group set forth, forming a lengthy line that extended all the way to Mulan Mountain. Lin Jie followed closely behind Princess Qing Luo. After a day's journey, the entourage finally came to a halt. Having reached Mulan Mountain, before them lay a ridge resembling a great azure dragon, lush and verdant, standing majestically upon the vast expanse of land. Occasionally, the echoes of beastly roars could be heard from within, igniting excitement among the young scions of noble families. Lin Jie, however, stood transfixed, gazing at the undulating hills, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. So, this was Mulan Mountain, the royal hunting ground. Observing the terrain, it bore a striking resemblance to the location where they had once found an infant. Could it be that the short-lived Jiyu herb they had encountered back then still took root here? The Jiyu herb was not particularly rare or precious. To Lin Jie in those days, it held no value. Thus he had never considered harvesting it. Yet, for him now, it possessed immense potential, especially since the Jiyu herb had matured over the years, serving as a crucial primary ingredient for the creation of the Gui pill. With this herb, the efficacy of the medicine could be enhanced by 20 to 30%, and the benefits of such an aged Jiyu herb were beyond imagination. Set up camp. The call rang out. The young nobles began to establish their camps, organized by their respective families. Naturally, some smaller clans banded together as a unit. Lin Jie, however, formed a camp alongside Princess Qingluo. She displayed a remarkable command, directing the assembly of the camp with the precision and authority of a seasoned leader. She observed Lin Jie gazing dazedly at the mountains, a deeper disdain evident in her eyes, and coldly remarked, "What is this? Have you never visited the Mulan mountain before? And are you captivated by its allure? No need to rush. Tomorrow at dawn, when the autumn hunt commences, you may venture in and experience it for yourself. Just ensure you survive. The deeper you delve, the fewer will impede your path. I apologize for my forwardness." Lin Jie slightly inclined his hand in acknowledgement, then proceeded to set up camp with the others. He was entirely indifferent to the contempt of Princess Qingluo. How could she fathom that this mere Mulan mountain held no significance for him? Once the camp was established, the group settled down for the night, and silence enveloped them. As the crimson sun ascended the following day, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The scions of noble families indulged in the delicacies they had brought along, while King Yunyan of Cangmu sat within a grand tent adorned with dragon motifs. After the meal, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "You all are talented youths, the future pillars of my Cangmu dynasty. This autumn hunt at Mulan Mountain, as per tradition, allows you to form 16 small teams. However, to reward your youthful prowess. For teams that capture prey of higher realms in greater quantities, I shall not only bestow upon you noble titles, but also grant the elixirs necessary for your ascension. Unleash your potential. Mulan Mountain shall be your battlefield." King Yunyan cast a seemingly casual glance toward Lin Jie. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. "This is splendid. The rewards surpass those of previous years. I am at a crucial juncture in my cultivation. If I can secure a good standing and obtain the elixirs I require, my prowess will surely advance further, allowing me to outpace my peers." Many scions of noble families found themselves exhilarated, recognizing this as a rare and fortuitous opportunity. However, some families, well aware of the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface, understood the implications of the Cangmu king's intentions. This was indeed a hot potato. For those families of modest lineage, lacking significant power, it was a prospect worth contemplating, as this endeavor could potentially elevate their standing and forge a brighter future. Conversely, for the already formidable families, careful consideration was imperative. The benefits at stake were not monumental, easily attainable by their own means. Yet, entangling themselves with the entire Cangmu royal family could prove detrimental in the ensuing conflict with the Murong clan. Many discerned the true purpose behind the Cangmu king's autumn hunt. Yet they were also deeply apprehensive, sensing it as a coercive call to action. What shall we do now? Should we outright refuse? Indeed, a direct refusal might provoke the royal family to act against us before they even turn their attention to the Murong clan. Numerous noble families found themselves in a state of distress. Caught between the Murong clan and the royal family, choosing either side seemed unwise. The current situation was anything but clear. Aligning too hastily could lead to the obliteration of their entire lineage, plunging them into an irretrievable abyss. Thus, they resolved to proceed cautiously, taking each step as it came, participating in the autumn hunt. However, one cannot merely participate as a solitary entity. While others may form their own alliances freely, the true core disciples must find a way to join Murong Fang's team. This necessity arises not solely from his formidable strength, but also due to the fact that those who accompany him are undoubtedly cultivators dispatched by the Murong family to monitor the situation. By continuously following them, we can ensure that they will notice our presence and will not suspect that we have aligned ourselves with the royal family. Some astute individuals have already devised strategies. When King Cangmu announced the commencement of team formations, chaos ensued. The core disciples from various aristocratic families surged madly towards Murong Feng. "Young Master Murong, I hope you will take me under your wing. Young Master Murong, please take good care of me. Young Master Murong, should you require assistance, I stand ready to serve." Each one expressed their goodwill. Yet, Murong Feng responded with a cold and disdainful glare, remarking icily, "You should seek others. Although the Mulan mountain is perilous, I am more than capable of navigating it alone without the hindrance of you feeble individuals." The assembled disciples exchanged what was happening? Was the Murong family preparing to withstand the royal family on their own? The attendants following Murong Feng also twitched at the corners of their mouths. If these well-meaning aristocratic disciples were truly dismissed, the Murong family would find themselves isolated and vulnerable, unable to contend with the royal family. Thus, they respectfully interjected, "Young master, this autumn hunt's team formation is mandated by the royal decree and cannot be refused. Their desire to join your team stems from their recognition of your unparalleled cultivation. While you may not require their assistance, allowing them to manage the hunting or reconnaissance would certainly save considerable effort. If that is the case, let them join." Murong Feng impatiently acquiesced, "But remember one thing, my journey is not solely for the hunt. I intend to engage in a true contest with the formidable youth of this generation. Do not impede my retreat, or I shall unceremoniously cast you deep into the Mulan Mountains." The members of various noble families were drenched in cold sweat. The rumors of Murong Feng's obsession with martial prowess proved to be true. His singular focus on strength rendered him indifferent to the conflicts among the families. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere surrounding Murong Feng, Lin Jie found himself in a woeful predicament. No one approached him, nor did anyone express a desire to form a team with him. After all, only those of noble lineage were permitted to participate in the autumn hunt. Individuals like Lin Jie, lacking any social standing or connections, held no allure for potential allies. Furthermore, due to Lin Jie's close ties with the royal family, many chose to distance themselves to avoid suspicion, leaving him utterly isolated. Sister Yun Luo observed Lin Jie's plight with frustration, casting an exasperated glance at Qing Luo. Once more, she sought to leverage Yun Luo's influence. A flicker of displeasure crossed Qing Luo's features. Yet she ultimately chose to prioritize Yun Luo's feelings, responding in a rather frosty manner, "Join our team. Once we have hunted ferocious beasts and birds of prey, you can take charge of carrying them, alleviating our concerns." Lin Dong offered no further comment, simply nodding in agreement. Chapter 060. Disdain. The teams were swiftly organized into 16 groups, with a conspicuous dominance exhibited by two families, the royal family and the Murong clan. The royal contingent was led by a prince, gathering nearly every disciple from the noble families. On one side stood the Murong family, led by Murong Feng, whose members were the most esteemed disciples from various noble houses, boasting formidable prowess that even surpassed that of the royal entourage. This reality elicited a glimmer of cold light in the eyes of King Songmu Yunyan. The remaining factions resembled a disorganized rabble, either lacking any substantial power to pose a challenge to the Murong family and the royal house, or being entirely disregarded by both. Unwilling to forge alliances. Inevitably, the atmosphere between the royal faction and the Murong family was fraught with tension. Barely formed, both sides already harbored disdain for one another, vowing to determine superiority within the confines of Mulan Mountain. Yet what superiority could be discerned? Lin Jie observed both groups with a bemused smile. Each faction comprised individuals of varying influence, making any genuine conflict improbable. Ultimately, the true contest lay between Murong Feng and the county prince. However, given the prince's cultivation level, he was unlikely to pose a threat to Murong Feng. It appeared that, barring a miracle, the royal house would find it impossible to achieve a favorable outcome this time. As for Princess Qing Luo, her cold demeanor suggested that she harbored little affection for the county prince. Thus, one could hardly expect her assistance in his endeavors. Naturally, King Songmu was acutely aware of this, his brows furrowed in consternation. The situation diverged starkly from his initial expectations. He had intended to leverage the autumn hunt to compel various factions to align with the royal house, even if they did not fully commit. He aimed to create the illusion that they had, ultimately forcing their hand to join his side. Never did I anticipate that these illustrious aristocratic families, akin to cunning foxes with a lineage spanning millennia, would ultimately find themselves in a contest solely between the royal family and the Murong clan, each remaining indifferent and devoid of any intention to lend support. Alas, these noble houses have long prioritized their own interests, unwilling to genuinely align themselves with either the royal family or the Murong clan. As long as the situation remains ambiguous, they will inevitably refrain from making a choice. Although their loyalty to the royal family is severely lacking, the circumstances are not as dire as one might envision. I hope this Lin Jie does not disappoint me too greatly. King Songmu gazed intently at Lin Jie. If a genius in alchemy could be persuaded to join their ranks, his exceptional talent could yield rare elixirs, potentially compelling those shrewd and cunning individuals to willingly submit. Hylan, King Songmu murmured. Hylan promptly stepped forward. Your Majesty, please give your orders. Ensure that you shadow them into Mulan Mountain, and safeguard Lin Jie's safety at all costs. Your command shall be executed." Hylan swiftly vanished into the forest. King Tsangmu glanced at the sky and then proclaimed the commencement of the autumn hunt. 16 teams swiftly ventured into the vast and dense woodlands, the echoes of their movements resounding through the air, causing the nearby beasts and ferocious birds to scatter in a state of alarm. These were merely ordinary ferocious beasts and birds of prey. The entering cultivators bore no intent to hunt, allowing their quarry to flee. After traversing several dozen miles, only then did formidable beasts make their appearance, signaling the true beginning of the autumn hunt. Many cultivators unleashed their full potential, encircling and capturing the emerging ferocious beasts. Though reluctant to take sides between the royal family and the Muron clan, the opportunity to hone one's skills is scarce. Thus, when faced with fierce beasts, each participant exerted their utmost effort, and the forest echoed with the sounds of battle, accompanied by terrifying roars. Lin Jie followed the entourage of Princess Qingluo deep into the depths of Mulan Mountain, where the presence of ferocious beasts increased. Qingluo's fighting spirit was fully ignited. Like a leaping cheetah, she charged forward, swiftly dispatching one beast after another, all of which were unceremoniously left for Lin Jie to handle. Others did the same, completely regarding Lin Jie as a burden. When encountering wild beasts, they charged ahead, and after the hunt, they tossed the spoils to Lin Jie without a second thought. However, Lin Jie paid little mind to their disdain. Upon entering Mulan Mountain, his primary focus was on determining their location. Hunting was not his main objective. His priority was to locate the elusive Jiyu herb, and as for the scorn from Princess Qingluo and her companions, he chose to disregard it. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. You're merely tasked with carrying the game, and yet you behave so languidly. You're even less efficient than those ordinary attendants who followed us. Some young scions from noble families issued commands with an air of entitlement. Lin Jie nodded in compliance, saying nothing. Princess Qingluo merely frowned at this, choosing to remain silent. Consequently, more young nobles sought to display their prowess in front of Princess Qingluo, growing increasingly brazen in their treatment of Lin Jie. Meanwhile, Hylan, who followed in the shadows, struggled to contain his rising anger. If these young aristocrats jeopardized the king's interests, they would surely face dire consequences. Princess Qingluo's pride was well known, and her disregard for Lin Jie was expected. However, for these individuals to treat him with such contempt merely to seek her attention was utterly intolerable. As he pondered, another disciple from a prominent family arrogantly hurled the freshly hunted beast towards Lin Jie. The force was tremendous and overwhelming, causing Lin Jie's body to shudder violently. Surrounding trees were splintered, and he was drenched in the creature's blood. The sheer power unleashed created tumultuous gusts of wind, akin to a surprise attack. Fortunately, Lin Jie possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, he would have certainly been injured. Yet, the assailant displayed no hint of remorse, arrogantly proclaiming, "Useless wretch, unable even to withstand the carcass of a hunted beast. What purpose do you serve? This is not the royal palace. There are no attendants here. If you cannot keep up, then leave promptly. You are hindering our progress, and we aspire to achieve a commendable rank to earn the king's reward. Why waste breath on him? The deeper we venture, the more perilous it becomes. If he chooses to stay, let him. Should danger arise, do not expect our assistance. There is no little princess to look after him. If he falls here, it is of no concern to us. Indeed, why should we bother with him? It only sours our mood." The other young nobles laughed heartily, regarding Lin Jie as if he were an unsophisticated bumpkin. Lin Jie could no longer endure this humiliation. A surge of formidable energy was about to erupt from him when, at that moment, a figure clad in crimson swiftly approached, a fierce wind preceding her arrival. The terrifying force shattered the surrounding trees and sent rocks tumbling. The cold, authoritative voice of Princess Qingluo followed. "This is my team. I will decide who may enter. You have no right to speak here. If you're unwilling, then leave. Should there be a next time, do not expect me to be courteous." The young scions of noble families turned away in resentment, yet their gazes towards Lin Jie were laden with profound anger. Clearly, after being reprimanded by Princess Qingluo, they had shifted the blame onto him. Unbeknownst to them, within Lin Jie's composed demeanor lay a terrifying power that was swiftly receding. Meeting Princess Qingluo's indifferent gaze, Lin Jie softly warned, "It would be wise not to provoke me further. Otherwise, I shall ensure that all of you face the consequences." Chapter 061. The beast horde in the depths of Mulan Mountain. Lin Jie continued deeper alongside Princess Qingluo and her entourage. The ferocious beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. It was nearly impossible for a solitary cultivator to swiftly hunt them down. Even when several individuals collaborated, they often struggled to gain the upper hand. During this perilous journey, several young scions had already sustained injuries. Thus the atmosphere gradually thickened with tension, and everyone remained on high alert. They comprehended that as they delved deeper, they had entered the territory of even more powerful beasts. While encountering solitary beasts might be manageable, facing a horde could spell grave danger for their small group. This predicament allowed Lin Jie to breathe a sigh of relief. With everyone focused on vigilance, they lacked the inclination to flaunt their prowess in front of him. Lin Jie was content with this arrangement, continuing to take responsibility for dispatching the fierce beasts and predatory birds, resembling a mere bystander at the rear of the group. As the wind began to rise, the dense forest trembled, and the ground quaked slightly underfoot. A noxious stench wafted towards them, intensifying with each passing moment. Everyone, gather together and remain vigilant. Princess Qingluo commanded immediately. She grasped a gleaming silver spear, her eyes radiating a steadfast brilliance as she gazed into the seemingly insatiable depths of the shadowy forest. An overwhelming force surged around her, poised for an imminent strike. Nearby, the young masters of noble families wore somber expressions, forming a tight circle, all fixated on the direction of their shared focus. A wild roar erupted, and the wind intensified, causing the trees to sway violently. Then, a golden-hued leopard emerged slowly from a distance, perched atop a prominent boulder. Its claws poised delicately. Its piercing eyes gleamed with profound greed as it regarded them. Then it extended its neck and let out a long, echoing howl. The tempestuous winds howled fiercely. The ground trembled with increasing ferocity, and an even more terrifying force closed in. The atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive. Despite their considerable prowess, each felt a tightening in their chests. What in the world have we encountered? How can it be so fearsome? Many noble young men felt a flicker of fear. They were accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort. Though they occasionally faced challenges, they had never truly encountered peril until now, and their hearts quaked. Abandoning the arrogance they had displayed when mocking Lin Jie. What is there to fear? Princess Qingluo furrowed her brow, casting a disdainful glance at the noble youths. It was merely a pack of beasts. Although perilous, our numbers are substantial. With a proper strategy, we can easily fend off these creatures. They are not to be feared. True to her military experience, Princess Qingluo faced danger with unwavering resolve, her blood ignited with fervor. Lin Jie could not help but steal a few more glances at her. Beneath the fiery scales lies a body, undulating with a rhythm that evokes not the allure of temptation, but rather a resolute and indomitable spirit, inspiring admiration. A beast. A pack of beasts? What misfortune is this? How is it possible to encounter a pack so soon after entering? The young masters of noble families trembled at the revelation, their hands gripping their weapons, quivering with trepidation, utterly disheartened. The nearby mountains and forests, responding to the roar of the leopard, began to reveal an increasing number of ferocious creatures, each exuding wildness, robust strength, and harboring terrifying power. Confronting even a single one would pose a considerable challenge for them. With a sudden ferocity, the leopard leapt from the boulder, its lithe form slicing through the air like a radiant comet before crashing down to the earth. Its hooves, barely touching the ground, unleashed a torrent of violent energy, transforming into a mist-like brilliance that surged towards them with lightning speed. At least at the late stage of the Hunyuan realm, Princess Qinglu furrowed her brow deeply. Beasts of such caliber possess tough hides and formidable physiques. In terms of overall combat prowess, they often surpass human cultivators of the same tier. Such a creature is indeed a formidable adversary. Within this team, aside from her, few could engage it head-on. Yet, as more and more beasts converged alongside the leopard, she found herself with no opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation. The situation had far exceeded her expectations. Even with her military training, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Remain calm. We shall retreat orderly beyond the Mulan Mountains. It would be ideal to encounter other teams, for that would significantly enhance our chances of success, Princess Qingluo decisively declared. Soon, she led a group of young nobles in a gradual retreat. However, the situation continued to deteriorate. The ferocious beasts moved with alarming swiftness, traversing the forest with ease, swiftly closing the distance between them. The sound of roars echoed through the woods as they were besieged from 3 directions, on the verge of being encircled. Yet, just as Princess Qingluo braced herself for a desperate fight, the greedy horde of beasts suddenly displayed signs of panic, and in a flurry of hooves, they galloped away towards their left front, vanishing in mere moments, leaving behind only a cloud of swirling dust. Some collapsed onto the ground, and the young nobles collectively exhaled in relief. That was a close call. They had narrowly avoided disaster. Princess Qingluo also breathed a sigh of relief. Had a battle truly ensued, she could not have guaranteed a safe retreat, for the beastly horde was truly terrifying. Only Lin Jie remained furrowed in thought. The abrupt abandonment of their prey was exceedingly strange. The Eye of 10,000 Calamities activated, its gaze shimmering with a resplendent golden seal. The landscape of the forest transformed under the golden light, revealing numerous rushing currents of energy within. Some were robust, while others were faint, each representing the strength of individual beasts. In the other direction, where the horde had not dispersed, an exceptionally terrifying crimson force surged forth, resembling a towering wave of fire, distinctly permeating the entire forest. "Hurry," Lin Jie urged. "That is an exceedingly powerful beast. Due to its terrifying strength and vigorous vitality, this formidable beast has reached a level of ferocity that is unparalleled. Such a creature cannot be withstood by anyone, presenting a far greater peril than the previous pack of beasts. It is evident that the earlier group sensed the presence of this more fearsome predator, abandoning their prey in a frenzied retreat. Truly pathetic. The pack has already dispersed, and only now do you realize it? Fear not, with the beast gone, we are momentarily safe. Let us rest here and assess the situation before deciding whether to advance or divert our course elsewhere." Observing Lin Jie's reaction, the young scions of noble families erupted into laughter. The danger has passed, and yet he belatedly warns everyone. How absurd. Consequently, the tension among the group began to dissipate. Even the esteemed Princess Qingluo could not help but roll her eyes at Lin Jie. Chapter 62. The winged tiger. Lin Jie busied himself with gathering his belongings, preparing to retreat alone. He had no inclination to engage with these individuals, nor did he feel obligated to remind or rescue them. Simply alerting them was already an act of considerable benevolence. Anything beyond that was of no concern to him. Why linger? The beasts have retreated. If you wish to leave, do so promptly. What is the situation now? Are you here merely to amuse us? The sight of Lin Jie's earnest demeanor only fueled the young scion's laughter, regarding him as if he were a fool. The corner of Princess Qingluo's mouth twitched in exasperation, yet upon seeing Lin Jie's serious expression, she began to entertain the notion that perhaps he had indeed perceived something significant. She could not help but step forward and inquire, "Have you discovered something?" She was well aware that no matter how lacking Lin Jie was in cultivation, his intellect was undoubtedly commendable. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Yun Luo to harbor such affection for him, and even the king regarded Lin Jie with a discerning eye. A person of his caliber could not possibly be mentally deficient. A formidable beast of the first return realm was approaching. There was still time to depart. Should we linger any longer, we would find ourselves in grave peril, perhaps with no opportunity to flee at all. Lin Jie, without lifting his head, remained undeterred. Laughter erupted from someone nearby. A beast of the first return realm? What nonsense. The entire Mulan Mountain serves as the royal hunting ground. Any beasts of that caliber have either been driven to the deepest recesses or have been thoroughly hunted down. We are exceedingly unlikely to encounter one. In fact, encountering even a beast at the peak of the primordial realm is exceedingly rare, as the royal family does not wish for a grand autumn hunt to turn into a tragic affair, leading to discord. To even suggest the presence of a first return beast, do they truly believe we are ignorant? The young scions of noble families grew increasingly brazen. Lin Jie, disinterested in engaging in debate, calmly stated, "If that is the case, you may remain here. We cannot afford to entertain any delusions. Let us prepare to withdraw together." Princess Qingluo hesitated for a moment before promptly issuing her command. Surely, the princess could not truly believe him. He was merely a timid fool. Could his words be trusted? His ability to gain the princess's trust was merely a result of her youth. He knew how to curry her favor. The princess must think carefully and not be deceived by his mere words. The crowd was exceedingly reluctant, their emotions still heightened and their bodies weary from the tension. As they continued to retreat, their stamina began to wane, leading to a chorus of vehement dissent. However, their resistance swiftly dissipated. for an oppressive and ominous aura suddenly enveloped their surroundings, akin to an immense cauldron sealing them within. The atmosphere grew stifling, suffocating, and far more terrifying than the feral horde they had just faced. Without a doubt, a greater peril had descended upon them. Abandon all possessions and form ranks. We shall retreat slowly. Do not panic. Those who dare to break formation shall face merciless consequences. The leader of the Qingluo tribe issued her grim command at once. In her grasp, a silver spear shimmered with radiant energy as she summoned forth a vast reservoir of strength, her gaze fixated on a singular direction. Therein lay a scarlet luminescence, hurtling towards them at a terrifying velocity, each advance amplifying its menacing presence, accompanied by an overwhelming scent of blood. Nearby trees splintered and shattered, reduced to mere dust scattered in the air, while the ground beneath trembled and collapsed, engulfing boulders in its wake. A fearsome beast, enveloped in a brilliant blood-red glow, emerged at the edge of their vision. Its striped fur shimmered with a disquieting power, and its robust limbs resembled iron sinews, brimming with extraordinary might. With every stride, the earth erupted in thunderous explosions, sending waves of light cascading through the air. Moreover, on its back, a pair of wings, radiant with crimson light, fluttered gently, unleashing a mist of sanguine fog and stirring a gale that spanned nearly 100 yards in an instant. It was a winged tiger, the dark-scaled creature observed in astonishment. Damn it, has the winged tiger not already reached the depths? How could it have emerged now? What should we do? Ordinary ferocious beasts are already exceedingly difficult to contend with, and now we face this rare mutated creature, capable of unleashing unfathomable power in a brief moment. Even if I confront it directly, I cannot guarantee the safety of others. Yet, he soon resolved himself. No matter, protecting Lin Jie is paramount. A pill master of his caliber holds the key to the future disputes between the royal family and the Murong clan. As for these scions of noble families, although they each represent their respective clans, they have merely been spectators thus far. Even if I risk my life to protect them, their allegiance would not be secured. He swiftly made his decision and approached Lin Jie cautiously. Should the winged tiger strike at Lin Jie, with his strength, he could swiftly carry Lin Jie to safety. After all, while he might not be able to slay the winged tiger instantly, rescuing someone amidst its assault would be quite manageable. Damn, what is your intention? Did you already know such a beast would appear? Speak, why didn't you inform us sooner? I should toss you to the tiger. Some young lords from noble families, gripped by fear, turned frantically against Lin Jie. Just then, a few scions seized Lin Jie, intending to hurl him towards the winged tiger. Suddenly, a golden radiance erupted from Lin Jie's body. A colossal force surged forth, sending those who had just seized him flying with a resounding crash. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that the individual they deemed a waste could exhibit such terrifying power. They were swiftly overpowered and sent flying with ease. Although their lack of caution and failure to exert their full strength played a part, it was still hard to believe that these were the inept individuals who had relied on the favor of Princess Yunlu to participate in the autumn hunt. Behave yourselves. My patience is limited. Any further attempts at defiance will result in your immediate sacrifice to the winged tiger. I care not for your noble lineage or esteemed titles. Cross me, and you shall face death. A wild aura erupted from Lin Jie, radiating a resplendent golden light, his power surging forth. All the young scions from noble families trembled in fear, rendered speechless. To them, he appeared as a supreme and formidable being. Meanwhile, Princess Qinglu's gaze flickered, her eyes reflecting a unique brilliance. It was evident that she had not anticipated such strength from Lin Jie. However, being of military descent, she was not one to be bogged down by trivialities. She approached Lin Jie earnestly and inquired, "The winged tiger moves too swiftly. Retreating is out of the question. What do you propose we do?" Chapter 63. The five young masters, the young gentlemen of the aristocracy, turned their eyes towards Lin Jie, waiting for his strategy. Lin Jie regarded the increasingly approaching winged tiger with a grave expression. There was no time left for escape. The winged tiger's speed was too formidable. We could only confront it with all our might. In its prime, it would have never dared to approach. Yet, who would have thought that one day he would have to face such a lowly but ferocious beast? The young nobles quivered in trepidation. How were they to confront it head-on? That is indeed a fearsome beast of the unification realm. Among us, there are no formidable warriors of that level. In the face of such a creature, we possess no means of resistance. Princess Qingluo furrowed her brow, yet she understood that since Lin Jie had spoken thus, He must have a plan. Lin Jie, do you have a solution? The solution is straightforward, albeit fraught with peril, Lin Jie affirmed. To avoid being devoured by the winged tiger, we must consolidate all our strengths. Though we are not numerous, we can certainly form a 5 heroes formation. With the power of the formation, we shall face the winged tiger together, and our chances of success should be considerable, shouldn't they? A young scion of a prominent family interjected, What do you mean by should be? Do you not realize our esteemed identities? To confront this beast together. And you can only assure us of a possibility? What if we fail? Lin Jie cast a cold glance in his direction. If you are unwilling, you may leave. No one is compelling you to engage in battle with the winged tiger. Princess Qing Luo shot a displeased glare at the man. We stand on Mulan Mountain, a royal hunting ground. While it is not typically perilous, every year there are young heirs who meet unfortunate ends. If you are afraid, you may depart alone. We shall not detain you. However, if you choose to remain with us, you will comply with Lin Jie's instructions. Otherwise, before Lin Jie makes a move, I shall cast you out to be a meal for the tiger. The man, filled with trepidation, dared not speak further. No matter how illustrious his lineage or how elevated his status, he could not hold a candle to Princess Qing Luo. The roar of the winged tiger resonated through the mountains, its terrifying growl shaking the very woods. A flash of crimson heralded the beast's rapid approach. The winds surged ominously, and the trees shattered completely. A terrifying force enveloped them, and they could distinctly sense the faint breath of the winged tiger. In the next moment, it would strike. The group's anxiety deepened. Lin Jie, unwilling to delay, pointed to a few individuals and instructed, You 3 shall stand in the positions of the 3 talents to guard the left flank. You 4 will take the positions of the 4 symbols to protect the rear right. You 5 shall occupy the 5 directions to defend the rear. The princess and I will take the lead at the front. No one dared to be careless. Following Lin Jie's orders, they swiftly formed a formation known as the 5 heroes. Princess, our ability to vanquish this winged tiger rests entirely upon us. At that moment, you will assist me in distracting it while I launch the main offensive. The princess was taken aback, as she had prepared for the primary assault herself, not expecting Lin Jie to take the lead. However, she quickly nodded and assured him, Do not worry, with me by your side. The winged tiger shall not divert its attention from you. Well then, it is up to us now, and you all must not be negligent. Adhere to my instructions regarding shifting positions at all times. Only in this manner shall we have a chance. Otherwise, we shall surely perish here, Lin Jie declared loudly. Rest assured, came the collective response from all. Just then, the winged tiger had arrived. Its massive form appeared as if forged from divine gold, radiating a terrifying brilliance. Its claws were enveloped in a chilling aura, and with a swift motion, it lunged forth. Ah! One of the young nobles cried out in fear, losing his balance and tumbling out of the formation. The winged tiger's eyes glinted with a trace of avarice as its wings suddenly trembled, unleashing a flash of crimson light, and it swiftly ascended above. With ferocious claws, it descended violently. Thunder rumbled, and forces surged. A massive golden hand abruptly emerged, radiating brilliant golden energy that deflected the winged tiger, causing all its might to strike the adjacent mountainside, creating a profound crater. A deafening roar erupted from the winged tiger, which quickly turned to fix a cold gaze upon Lin Jie. Observing the terrified countenance of the noble scion, Lin Jie bellowed, Those who wish to live, return to the formation at once. Why yes. The noble youth finally responded, scrambling to rise and return to the formation. However, the winged tiger suddenly plunged downward, charging fiercely. At that moment, a silver flash appeared, crashing into the winged tiger once more, diverting its trajectory. The noble disciple seized the fleeting opportunity to rejoin the formation, reconstituting the 5 heroes array. This young man indeed possessed some skill. In the shadows, He Lin, who had been approaching, paused with keen interest. What seemed like a simple formation, when manipulated by him, perfectly gathered the strength of all, rivaling that of the winged tiger. Perhaps it truly held the potential to slay it. He Lin then concealed himself once more. The winged tiger, now infuriated, its eyes gleaming like copper bells, swept over each individual with a terrifying gaze. With a slight tremor of its wings and a powerful stomp of its hooves, it unleashed an overwhelming force, instantly soaring above Lin Jie. Its dual claws radiated a blood-red glow akin to divine weaponry, descending with tremendous might. Evidently, the winged tiger possessed remarkable intellect. Recognizing that Lin Jie posed the greatest threat, In a flash of silver light, Qing Luo wielded her silver spear, piercing through the heavy crimson aura surrounding the winged tiger, delivering a resounding blow to its abdomen. The creature roared in agony, its body swerving violently. At that precise moment, Lin Jie unleashed a ferocious punch, striking true. The terrifying golden energy erupted fully, crashing into the winged tiger, a force amplified by the collective strength of the 5 heroes' array. A distinct sound of shattering bones echoed as the winged tiger collapsed heavily to the ground, drenched in its own blood. Yet, in no time, it rose swiftly, its wounds mending at an astonishing rate. Casting a glance at Qing Luo, it suddenly charged towards her. Unfazed, Qing Luo harnessed the power of the array, condensing a vast brilliance within her silver spear. With a decisive thrust, she aimed once more at the winged tiger. Anticipating her move, the creature deftly evaded her attack, darting to the side. However, at that instant, Lin Jie's fist descended once again, this time executing the crumbling cloud fist. A resplendent imprint formed around his fist, shimmering with golden light as it collided with the slightly off-balance winged tiger. The latent power within erupted spectacularly, engulfing the beast in a cataclysm of golden radiance, causing it to crash heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust, its furious roars resonating throughout the air. "Thank you," Qing Luo expressed, glancing at Lin Jie. With a graceful twirl of her silver spear, she conjured a beautiful floral pattern before continuing her assault on the winged tiger. Lin Jie smiled faintly and readied himself for yet another strike. No one anticipated that the once formidable winged tiger, which had nearly subdued them all, would find itself utterly powerless against their relentless onslaught. In Chapter 064, the pursuit continues as the winged tiger is besieged. However, despite the seamless cooperation between Lin Jie and Princess Qing Luo, the beast gained no advantage. Instead, the two-pronged attack inflicted continuous injuries upon it, which, while trivial in comparison to its strength, incited its wrath. With a thunderous roar, the winged tiger unleashed its fury. Its blood-red wings shimmered with an intensity akin to flames. A subtle tremor of its wings released a torrent of intricate magical seals, swiftly converging toward Lin Jie and his companions, transforming into a multitude of crimson blades imbued with terrifying power, enveloping them. A cry of fear erupted from the crowd. They had never encountered such a horrifying assault. After all, in most instances, ferocious beasts could solely rely on brute strength, lacking the ability to wield seals or techniques. Only those creatures that had fully awakened their intellect could maneuver their powers with the finesse of humans. Now, faced with such a beast and its devastating attack, many young nobles were overwhelmed with dread. A faint crackling sound echoed as the 5 heroes' formation began to show signs of weakness. The rain of blood-red blades, carrying immense power, sliced through effortlessly. With a swift strike, one nobleman was grievously wounded. A crimson blade had breached the formation's defenses, embedding itself in his shoulder. The piercing light transformed into a more terrifying, destructive force that tore at his flesh, eliciting agonizing cries and a cascade of cold sweat. "Those who wish to survive, muster your spirits and hold your ground," Lin Jie bellowed. His fists radiated a brilliant golden light, reminiscent of a resplendent sun. As he struck forth, a vast expanse of golden luminescence surged towards the countless crimson blades raining down from above. The clash produced a cacophony of sounds, shattering the array of blood-red swords into fragments. The pressure weighing upon the noble youths behind him dissipated, allowing them to swiftly position themselves according to Lin Jie's meticulously arranged formation. The nobleman who had been screaming in agony quickly managed to suppress his injuries and joined the formation. The array hummed with energy, revitalizing the fiving formation, which erupted in radiance once more. Despite the relentless assault of the crimson blades, they shattered under the relentless force of Lin Jie's continuous strikes. Incredible! Is he truly merely at the late stage of the Hunyuan realm? The nobleman stared at Lin Jie, astonished. Even Princess Qing Luo exhibited a look of surprise. Lin Jie's current display was simply beyond description. Across the entire imperial city, few noble scions would dare claim superiority over him. Meanwhile, the hidden figure cloaked in dark scales relaxed slightly, gazing in astonishment at Lin Jie's fists. Who could possibly be his master? Such profound fist techniques are utterly exquisite. Even with my current cultivation, I can only perceive a hint of the essence, while the deeper layers elude my comprehension. The younger disciples were oblivious to this. Yet he was acutely aware of the sophistication in Lin Jie's martial art. Each punch appeared to exhaust his strength, but in truth, it was not so. Rather, it drew upon the power of mystical seals. Within the vast golden radiance lay numerous such seals, and it was their collision that obliterated the blood-red swords. This at least signifies that Lin Jie's martial prowess surpasses that of the winged tiger's innate talents. It is essential to recognize that the ability to evoke the blood-red short sword stems from the winged tiger's bloodline, an invincible mark left by its ancestors. Although this legacy has been diluted and weakened over generations, its power remains unfathomably formidable. Yet Lin Jie effortlessly commanded such strength, evoking the terrifying potential within him. Previously, I believed this young man to be merely a prodigy in alchemy. I never anticipated that his martial capabilities were equally formidable. Should he be granted further time to develop, it is inconceivable to envision the heights he might reach. Fortunately, the king had already sought to ally with him, and thankfully, the princess has made his. Had he fallen into the hands of the Morong family, it would have posed an enormous calamity. A low, guttural roar emanated from the winged tiger, its menacing eyes glinting with murderous intent, fixated intently upon Lin Jie. Clearly, Lin Jie's earlier actions had incited its wrath. However, due to the 5 heroes array, which amalgamated their powers into a singular force, they far surpassed the winged tiger, leaving it with no opportunity to breach their defenses. Thus, despite its fury, it found itself utterly helpless. With a swift motion, the winged tiger retreated, its formidable silhouette vanishing into the dense forest, and in that fleeting moment, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. The young scions of noble families, who had never before encountered such an oppressive force, collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. How terrifying! It is fortunate that we were able to drive it away. How could we have encountered a beast of the Unity Realm? Was it not said that creatures of the Unity Realm and above should either be hunted or driven into the deepest recesses? The young scions of noble families gently patted their chests, yet Lin Jie gazed intently in the direction where the winged tiger had fled. Observing Lin Jie's demeanor, Princess Qingluo expressed her curiosity. What? Do you intend to hunt this ferocious beast? Mount Milan is indeed not overly perilous. It is quite rare to encounter a beast of the return to Unity Realm. If we could vanquish this winged tiger, we would likely emerge as the first. Lin Jie's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. No matter how many beasts other teams slay, they cannot compare to us. Brothers, perhaps we should reconsider? I believe this is quite satisfactory. We initially came to the autumn hunt for leisure and amusement. As for rankings, they are inconsequential. Who truly cares for such trivial rewards? Why take it so seriously? The noble youths felt a shiver of apprehension. Having just driven away the winged tiger, did they truly wish to pursue it? Were they out of their minds? Madmen, absolute madmen. Who claims it is futile? Princess Qi shot a cold glance at them. These individuals spoke freely in her presence. The noble youths all shook their heads, and her disdain for them only deepened as she coldly remarked, "If you do not wish to continue, you are free to leave. The winged tiger has been startled. If we pursue it now, we might indeed slay it. Lin Jie and I may yet have our chance. Please, princess, your esteemed self." The corners of the noble youth's mouths twitched. However, Princess Qingluo was resolute. This is our only opportunity. We must capture this winged tiger. With that, she galloped forward. Lin Jie regarded Princess Qingluo's exquisite figure with a trace of admiration and hastened after her. The remaining noble youths were left utterly disconcerted. The princess possesses many admirable qualities, yet her unyielding nature is somewhat excessive. She is relentless in her pursuits. The predicament lies in the fact that they are all on the same team with her. Should they choose to abandon her in this critical moment, the news would undoubtedly reach the king's ears. This would not only tarnish the reputation of their families, but also cast a shadow upon themselves. Thus, they gritted their teeth and rose to follow her. "My lady, please slow down, we are coming." A throng of individuals surged through the forest. Chapter 65. Annihilation. Deep within the Mulan mountain, the woods were dense, and the light was feeble. The sun's rays could hardly penetrate the thick canopy, and a chilling wind swept through. At this moment, sand and stones were stirred. A fiery red figure fled with remarkable swiftness, causing the surrounding trees to shatter into fragments. Hot on its heels was a relentless group of pursuers, with two leading the charge, a handsome young man and a strikingly beautiful young woman, both emanating an immense power as they navigated the thicket with agility. The ground beneath their feet seemed to recede rapidly, and despite the red figure's desperate flight, it drew ever closer. These two were, of course, Lin Jie and Princess Qing Luo. They had been in pursuit for half a day, delving deeper into the eerie wood. The young scions of noble families had long since succumbed to fear, yet they dared not retreat, enduring the ordeal with gritted teeth. Their quarry was a winged tiger of the Unity realm, which they had encountered and battled several times along the way. Under the formation of 5 heroes, the winged tiger held no advantage. Instead, it was gradually depleting its strength, becoming weaker and slower than before. After a stretch of pursuit, Lin Jie and Princess Qing Luo exchanged a glance before swiftly separating, disappearing into the dense foliage. Brother Linju, Princess, what are you doing? The young masters of the aristocratic families are terrified. After pursuing them to this point, they actually abandoned them. Stay in place and arrange yourselves according to the formation I previously set. The winged tiger will surely return. Lin Ju's voice resonated. The young masters trembled in fear. No, we cannot. Unfortunately, Lin Ju's voice fell silent thereafter. In the eerie forest, only the howling wind and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Suddenly, a fierce tiger's roar echoed through the trees, sending a chill down the spines of the young masters. Following that, they were met with the sound of a particularly intense battle. The air was punctuated by the crashing of boulders and the splintering of trees from a distance. They could even see brilliant flames soaring high into the sky, rendering them speechless in awe. Yet, after a while, their hair stood on end, for that terrifying aura was rapidly approaching them. A closer look revealed a fiery red figure, akin to a blazing flame, swiftly advancing toward them, causing one of them to turn pale with fright. Do not panic, quickly form the array. It seemed Lin Ju anticipated their reaction, and his voice rang out once more. The young masters steadied themselves and hastily arranged the formation. Although the 5-hero array was somewhat weakened without Lin Ju and Qing Luo, their numbers provided a formidable strength. As the winged tiger approached, it emitted a low growl, its cold, fierce eyes glinting ominously, yet it ultimately refrained from attacking. With a swish, 2 figures sliced through the air. Lin Ju and Qing Luo appeared, exchanging glances before one brandished a spear while the other unleashed a powerful fist, both charging toward the winged tiger. The winged tiger let out a thunderous roar and charged towards the young masters of the aristocratic families. Despite their trepidation, the young masters gritted their teeth and held their ground. The overwhelming force of the formation erupted, effectively blocking the tiger's assault. A brilliant flash of silver light erupted, exploding into a dazzling radiance that struck the tiger's flank with tremendous impact. Enraged, the winged tiger turned to attack Qing Luo. Golden light surged forth as the crushing cloud fist, enveloped in scintillating brilliance, struck fiercely. The terrifying power surged like a tidal wave. The winged tiger, sensing the threat, turned back, fear evident in its eyes. With a powerful flap of its wings, crimson runes surged forth like a torrent to meet the oncoming fist. The two forces collided with a resounding crash, generating a catastrophic shockwave that whipped up a tempestuous storm. Surrounding trees shattered into splinters, a scene of sheer terror. However, the stalemate lasted but a fleeting moment. The fearsome crimson runes could not withstand the onslaught of the crushing cloud fist, crumbling into fragments. After all, the moral force contained within the crushing cloud fist was far superior, although constrained by Lin Jie's current cultivation level, which limited its true might. The winged tiger's inherited abilities, due to its bloodline, were pitifully diminished. Thus, in this direct confrontation, it found itself unable to contend with Lin Jie and was ultimately defeated. With a furious howl, the winged tiger released a torrent of blood mist from between its brows, swiftly coalescing into a blood-soaked royal insignia that radiated a blinding light, evoking a scene of unspeakable horror. As the insignia shimmered, the young masters trapped within the 5 heroes formation emitted blood-curdling cries, clutching their eyes in agony. Even Princess Qing Luo, upon encountering this overwhelming force, could only emit a soft whimper. A delicate visage was adorned with large beads of sweat, and the hand gripping the silver spear trembled. Soul attack? Lin Jie was taken aback. His gaze lifted to meet the emblem of the winged tiger king. Indeed, as soon as his eyes connected with the royal insignia, a cacophony of roars erupted in his ears. Before him unfolded an endless scene of stampeding beasts, dominated by a colossal golden tiger, its entire form radiating a fierce golden light, resembling a sovereign of a realm, surveying all with unmatched authority. The sheer might of this golden tiger exerted tremendous pressure on Princess Qi Luo and her companions. However, this pressure paled in comparison to a genuine soul attack. As it stemmed merely from ancestral lineage, the bloodline of the winged tiger was too diluted, rendering the manifestation of such a scene vague, and its power considerably diminished. Otherwise, if it were a true soul assault, these noble scions would not find themselves in such a state. Let me show you the true essence of a soul attack, Lin Jie declared calmly, his eyes gradually transforming into a blood-red hue. The winged tiger raised its gaze to meet Lin Jie's eyes, only to behold a torrent of blood mist, an endless sea of corpses and blood surging, as creatures engaged in a fierce battle, the glint of blades flashing, and the cries of slaughter echoing, shaking the mountains and quaking the earth, presenting a scene of utter devastation that was utterly horrifying. Roaring, the winged tiger howled in agony, tears of blood streaming from its eyes. Under the immense impact, it struggled to endure. The royal emblem that had just coalesced could no longer sustain itself, shattering with a resounding crack. Qing Luo and the other noble youths awakened from their oppressive daze, their faces etched with fear, as if they had just faced death, standing before a true golden tiger. Just then, Lin Jie leapt into the air, and a radiant golden light, akin to the blazing sun, suddenly illumined his figure materialized abruptly above the winged tiger. His fist, the size of a cooking pot, was wreathed in surging golden light, causing the void to tremble as it struck the winged tiger with tremendous force. Sensing the danger, the winged tiger lashed its tail, heavily striking the ground. Its entire body then swung up violently, intending to evade using this force. However, Lin Jie's fist still landed with devastating impact. A resounding crash echoed. Limitless golden light engulfed the winged tiger like a tidal wave, and the earth collapsed with a thunderous roar. The winged tiger's mournful cries reverberated through the area, but they grew fainter and fainter, gradually fading into silence, leaving only the relentless golden light that continued to surge wildly. Chapter 066. The arrogant Murong foam. As the golden light subsided, a massive pit, several dozen feet in circumference, remained on the ground. At the bottom of the pit, the integration realm winged tiger lay lifeless, a bloody hole piercing its spine. The crimson wings on its back had transformed into and adhered to its body. The surroundings were utterly silent, save for the occasional whistling of the wind. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Who could have imagined that even an integration realm winged tiger could be slain? It should be known that among the young disciples present, apart from the monstrous Murong foam of the Murong family, none had reached the integration realm. Logically, facing a savage beast of the integration realm would be a perilous situation, with escape being the only option. Yet, they had actually hunted down the winged tiger. All eyes turned in unison to Lin Jie, for they understood that this was all due to his efforts. Without Lin Jie, they would have been fortunate to escape unscathed. Under Lin Jie's command, they not only successfully thwarted the attack of the winged tiger but also relentlessly pursued it, ultimately slaying the beast, a feat that seemed utterly unimaginable. At that moment, many faces burned with embarrassment, particularly those who had previously looked down upon Lin Jie, deeming him a worthless individual who merely enjoyed good fortune by knowing Princess Yunluo. They wished they could find a hole to hide in, as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Was this truly a waste of talent? It appeared that no one in the imperial city could rival him, perhaps only slightly weaker than the prodigy of the Murong family. Many gazed at Lin Jie with expressions of complexity. While they had relied on the 5 heroes formation to deplete the winged tiger's strength, the ability to slay a beast of the return to Unity realm was still an astonishing display of might. Undoubtedly, Lin Jie was not merely fortunate. Princess Qing Luo regarded Lin Jie with a hint of wry amusement. She had once scorned him, indifferent even when the young masters of noble families mocked him. However, if Lin Jie had not been present today, it was likely that several of them would have been severely injured, if not dead. Meanwhile, Lin, who had remained hidden in the shadows, was utterly astounded. As someone who had personally participated in the extermination of beasts in this area years ago, he understood all too well how terrifying these creatures were. It was difficult for even seasoned return to Unity practitioners to confront such beasts alone without facing grave peril, let alone to kill one. This individual exceeds my expectations. Stand down, he instructed softly, just as Lin Jie was about to take action. A young master from a noble family rushed forward, exclaiming, "Brother Lin Jie, please rest. Allow me to handle this. Indeed, you have just engaged in a fierce battle. How could you possibly join us?" The other young lords of the noble families are sycophantically rushing over, and the sight is simply unimaginable, reminiscent of the previously arrogant and disrespectful scions of the esteemed families. Several young lords swiftly leaped into the deep pit, but just as they were about to descend, a sudden explosive sound echoed. An arrow, wreathed in a green glow, shot forth abruptly from the dense forest, grazing the bodies of the young lords and embedding itself into a massive stone below. The terrifying force triggered an explosion, shattering the boulder into fragments. Who dares to oppose us? The expressions of the young lords darkened. Princess Qingluo gripped her silver spear tightly. However, Lin Jie gazed toward the left front, where dozens of formidable auras were rapidly approaching. Who among my prey, Morong Feng, would dare to act? A voice boomed like thunder. As the winds rose and the trees swayed, a tremendous oppressive force enveloped the area. Morong Feng appeared in a series of flashes at a short distance, followed closely by a group of core disciples from noble families. In terms of both aura and cultivation, they distinctly surpassed the young lords present. Faced with Morong Feng's arrogance, the young lords dared not contest. After all, the Morong family was exceedingly powerful, and Morong Feng was far beyond their capacity to contend with. Thus they refrained from further comment. Seeing this, Princess Qingluo was quite displeased and coldly remarked, "What of Morong Feng? This is our hunt for the ferocious beast. If you desire it, go hunt it yourself. Indeed, this is what we have just slain. According to the rules, whatever team makes the kill, it belongs to that team. Unless you adhere to the rules, forcefully seize it." A few scions of noble families finally displayed a moment of bravado. Just based on your abilities? Morong Feng raised an eyebrow in disdain. With a slight curve of his lips, he coldly remarked, "Do you comprehend the realm of this winged tiger? Allow me to enlighten you." He cast a casual glance at those beside him. The young nobleman at his side proclaimed in unison, "This is a ferocious beast of the unification realm. Across the entire Mulan Mountain, aside from our esteemed young master Morong, no one possesses the capability to slay this beast. Do not delude yourselves into thinking that your feeble attacks have led to its capture. It was only after our young master Morong inflicted harm that you were granted an opportunity. Otherwise, given your insignificant stature, you should be grateful if you managed to escape unscathed from the winged tiger. Morong Feng, are you openly declaring your intent to rob?" Princess Qingluo gripped her silver spear, her strength surging. She harbored no fondness for the Morong family. Witnessing Morong Feng's unreasonable demeanor, she felt a surge of murderous intent. This winged tiger had been hunted at great peril by their group, and throughout the entire endeavor, they had not encountered Morong Feng's team. To claim that they had injured the beast after the hunt was sheer audacity. "Princess, do not underestimate the situation," Lin Jie whispered to Princess Qingluo. "Those followers behind Morong Feng are not to be trifled with. Each possesses at least the cultivation of the unification realm. Moreover, lurking in the shadows are several formidable individuals accompanying him. Should a confrontation ensue, we may find ourselves at a distinct disadvantage. Even now, amidst the tranquil yet treacherous terrain of Mulan Mountain, our demise could go unnoticed. Although Mulan Mountain is ostensibly safe, it harbors perilous locales, and it is likely that the king would have no inkling of Morong Feng's predicament. Lin Jie, with his profound insight, has discerned the underlying intricacies. In nearly every direction, 1 to 2 formidable warriors lurk. Given Morong Feng's exceptional skills, he could easily evade even a formidable beast of the Unity realm. Thus, the Morong family's deployment of such numerous strong allies is not merely for his protection. It surely conceals ulterior motives, likely aimed at other disciples partaking in the autumn hunt. Are you suggesting that Morong Feng's participation in the autumn hunt is, on the surface, a response to the king's summons, while in reality, it serves to covertly rally support from the aristocratic disciples? Those who heed his call remain unscathed, while those who defy it would face his formidable allies. Facing execution on Mulan Mountain? The princess of Qingluo's expression hardened like frost. If that is indeed the case, then the Morong family harbors insidious ambitions. The truth remains elusive. Perhaps merely a conjecture on my part, Lin Jie calmly remarked, yet his perceptive gaze was attuned to the presence of those warriors. He sensed a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from them, akin to the predatory beast lurking within the forest, all directed towards him. Their motives may remain shrouded in mystery, but their current objective was unmistakably aimed at him. Do they seek to take my life? Then I shall engage them in this deadly game. Lin Jie too exuded a fierce determination. Chapter 067, Confrontation. The atmosphere thickened, charged with tension, as both sides stood poised for conflict. However, whether aligned with the noble scion Murongfeng or the esteemed Princess Qi Luo, none seemed genuinely inclined to intervene. Rather, they opted to observe the fierce clash, with some even covertly exacerbating the already tense atmosphere. It was Murongfeng who initially discovered the situation, pursuing relentlessly until you were dispatched. Do you truly believe you could contend with a formidable beast such as this? It would be remarkable if you were merely frightened into submission. Now that the winged tiger has perished, you still wish to stake a claim. But do you think you can outmaneuver Murongfeng? Several noble offspring behind him exchanged sardonic remarks. Murongfeng, completely incensed by their words, disregarded Princess Qing Luo and her companions, boldly declaring, "We shall lay claim to this winged tiger. If you wish to avoid discord, I suggest you step aside." With that, he advanced towards the pit. Ignoring the noble youths at the bottom who were preparing to claim the winged tiger, he intended to seize it for himself. "Stop him," commanded Princess Qing Luo. With a flick of her silver spear, she appeared at the bottom of the pit, aiming directly at Murongfeng. If she allowed him to abscond with the winged tiger, what would become of her dignity or that of the royal family? Yet, no one dared to step forward. These noble youths were not genuinely inclined to serve the royal family, at least not at this moment. They were in the Mulan Mountains. Leveraging your royal status against others was futile. Murongfeng arrogantly advanced, showing no regard for Princess Qing Luo. "Moreover, you are no match for me unless that Lin Jie intervenes. Perhaps then I might be intrigued to engage in combat. Thus, I advise you to depart voluntarily. Do not concern yourself with losing face for once I take action. It will not merely be a matter of pride, but a question of whether you can retain your life against the winged tiger." With a subtle gesture, Murongfeng caused the silver spear in Princess Qing Luo's grasp to tremble violently, veering off course. He erupted into laughter, striding directly towards the winged tiger. "Whatever my Murong family desires, we have never been denied. And what of you, Princess Qing Luo? Should any of you harbor ambitions towards her, feel free to voice them. I am more than willing to fulfill your wishes and allow you a taste of the extraordinary." He turned to address the other young lords of noble families, many of whom gazed at Princess Qing Luo with fervent eyes. Unable to endure any longer, Princess Qing Luo, a proud scion of royalty, found herself subjected to the relentless humiliation inflicted by Murongfeng. With a fierce shake of her silver spear, a vast wave of silver light surged forth, sweeping towards Murongfeng like a deluge. Murongfeng's expression darkened as he nonchalantly threw a punch. The collision of fist and spear unleashed a terrifying shockwave, shattering the surrounding rocks and reducing trees to splinters. Blood flowed from Prink. The insolent wretch truly believes she still resides within the royal confines, daring to lay a hand upon me. Let it be known, I, Murongfeng, am not one to be trifled with. In an instant, I dashed towards Princess Qing Luo. Panic-stricken, she endeavored to extricate herself, but having sunk too deeply into the predicament, it proved exceedingly difficult. As she beheld the rapidly approaching figure of Murongfeng, his fierce countenance reflected in her widening eyes, she resignedly closed them. At that moment, how audacious of you! This is not a domain where you can act with impunity. Lin Jie materialized before Princess Qing Luo. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Lin Jie, whose towering presence was akin to a majestic mountain, standing resolutely in front of her, confronting Murongfeng directly. The affairs of the Murong family are not yours to meddle in. Know your place and step aside. Do not presume that your newfound authority over the royal matters will lead to your ascendance. Otherwise, not only will you regret it, but your entire family shall also face dire consequences. Murongfeng cast a cold glance at Lin Jie, believing him to be a scion of a noble house, attempting to assert himself in a bid for greater opportunities. Let us see if you possess such capability, Lin Jie retorted icily. Do you doubt my abilities? Murongfeng erupted in laughter, his voice reverberating through the mountains, causing the stones to tremble. If it were a matter involving some elders with greater cultivation, I might find myself at a loss. Yet, across the entire imperial city, no one stands as my foe. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, making it abundantly clear that the descendants of the Murong family are not to be trifled with. With that, Murongfeng accelerated his advance. A fleeting shadow lingered in place, launching directly at Lin Jie with unparalleled speed. Simultaneously, the power of his unification realm was unleashed in its entirety, causing the entire forest to tremble violently. Nearby, the scions of noble families swiftly evaded, fearing the repercussions of the impending clash. Many gazed at Lin Jie with profound sympathy. After all, this was Murong Feng, a true prodigy of the imperial city, renowned at a tender age with scarcely any peers among his contemporaries. Now, with Murong Feng exerting his full strength, it was evident that few from the younger generation could withstand him. Even the monarch of Qinglu was deeply concerned. Yet, Lin Jie's eyes shimmered with golden light as the Eye of 10,000 Calamities activated. Mysterious golden seals materialized before him, unveiling all of Murong Feng's secrets. What had seemed like an elusive technique was revealed to be merely a forced acceleration of speed due to superior strength, utterly incomparable to genuine martial arts. Lin Jie shook his head in disdain. In response to Murong Feng's sudden assault, he executed a light pivot, and with an eruption of golden light, he glided effortlessly along the ground, akin to a fish slipping through water, covering several zhang in an instant. Murong Feng's abrupt attack met only crashing heavily against the edge of the pit, the terrifying force causing the crater to expand by a third. How formidable! Such power in a single punch was awe-inspiring. Many young lords trembled in fear, recognizing him as the foremost among his peers in the imperial city. However, Murong Feng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Jie from a distance. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Lin Jie could bizarrely evade his attack. One must understand that his speed was exceedingly swift, and the assault was sudden. When confronting a practitioner of lesser realm, he should have easily subdued them. However, he did not expect that Lin Jie would manage to escape. Nevertheless, Murong Feng's fighting spirit was fully ignited. It had been quite some time since he encountered a practitioner like Lin Jie. Instantly, a mighty force surged from within him, enveloped in a dark yellow radiance, while his fists became encased in a thick layer of earthy light as he launched another assault towards Lin Jie. Kid, you are somewhat interesting, but this is still insufficient. Chapter 068. Prince Yunlai. With a resounding explosion, the pit erupted. Murong Feng, surrounded by a blazing stream of light, darted towards Lin Jie in a flash. The surface of his fists, radiating with earthy light, transformed in an instant, taking the form of sharp blades that thrust directly at Lin Jie's chest. Under the scrutiny of the eternal calamity eye, Lin Jie immediately discerned the flaw. He slightly recoiled, and that incoming punch bizarrely passed straight through him, crashing into the pit with a thunderous roar, utterly failing to affect Lin Jie. How could this be possible? Murong Feng was astonished beyond measure. That punch he had just thrown was no trivial matter. It was a highly renowned technique known as the piercing fist. As the name suggests, although it is a form of boxing, it can strike with the precision of a blade. Practitioners caught unaware in combat are often affected by it, leading to panic and subsequent attack. However, Lin Jie did not meet the attack head-on. He merely flickered slightly, as if he had penetrated through the very essence of his technique, skillfully exploiting its weakness to evade that terrifying strike. It was truly beyond comprehension. This fellow surprisingly possesses the ability to confront Murong Feng directly. It is utterly astonishing. Those familiar with Lin Jie, the scion of a prominent family, are taken aback, while others, unaware of his identity, speculate about who he might be. It seems as though the entire imperial city has never heard of Lin Jie, who has suddenly emerged out of nowhere. A resounding crash reverberates through the air. As they marvel at the unfolding scene, Lin Jie swiftly approaches Princess Qingluo, shattering the pit surrounding her with a single punch, allowing her to break free. Lin Jie, thank you. Princess Qingluo expresses her gratitude, her gaze towards him tinged with a hint of admiration. Her exquisite features glow with a faint blush, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. You are Lin Jie? Murong Feng exclaims, his fighting spirit ignited. No wonder you can withstand my attacks unscathed. You are the renowned member of the Songmu Dan Pavilion, Lin Jie, who has been the talk of the imperial city lately. Very well, let us battle once more. An overwhelming aura surges forth. Murong Feng has participated in the autumn hunt precisely because he has heard of Lin Jie's formidable prowess. Upon entering the Mulan Mountain, aside from hunting ferocious beasts, his primary objective has been to encounter Lin Jie and engage him in combat. To his surprise, he has found Lin Jie here, instantly igniting his competitive spirit as dark yellow light radiates from him. He is indeed Lin Jie. Is he not a prodigy in the alchemical arts? How is it that his cultivation is so remarkably strong? It appears that this event will be quite lively. Murong Feng, already known for his martial fervor, will not rest until a victor is declared. With Lin Jie in the fray, one can only anticipate a tumultuous clash. The disciples of the aristocratic families who follow Murong Feng are now all intrigued, eagerly awaiting the spectacle to unfold. Murong Feng swiftly approached Lin Jie, who deftly evaded, his brows furrowing in concentration. He sensed that the attendants following Murong Feng were moving hastily, as though something momentous had transpired. At that moment, the entire forest trembled violently. A particularly fierce tempest swept through the area with alarming speed. Murong Feng too halted, his brow knitted in concern. Many onlookers regarded this scene with a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. Soon, it became evident that a group of young disciples was rapidly approaching from beyond the mountains. At the forefront was a young man clad in a dark brocade robe, exuding an air of nobility. His countenance bore a striking vigor, accompanied by an imposing presence that commanded respect without a word of anger. It was Prince Yunlai. Murong Feng expressed his impatience. The young lords accompanying him also exhibited signs of unease. This Yunlai was a true representative of the royal family, and his accompanying disciples were all exceptionally formidable. With the appearance of Prince Yunlai, Murong Feng found it increasingly difficult to stir any significant upheaval, nor did he dare to. For engaging directly with Yunlai would mean opposing the royal family, no matter how audacious Murong Feng might be. He was acutely aware that the Murong clan had yet to reach a point where they could openly contest the royal lineage. Sixth brother, called out Princess Qing Luo as she stepped forward to greet him. Yunlai cast a caring glance at her for a brief moment. Yet his gaze soon shifted to Murong Feng as he inquired, "Has no one dared to bully my dear Qing Luo? If they have, I shall take matters into my own hands and see who in Mulan Mountain would be so foolish as to offend you. None at all. In our Tsanglu Empire, who would dare lay a hand on me? Unless they wish to openly defy our royal family. But do they possess the strength or the audacity to do so?" Princess Yunluo gazed at Murong Feng, who tightly clenched his hands before eventually relaxing his grip. Though he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, he recognized that the moment was not opportune for confrontation and thus chose to endure. "Sister Qingluo, you must not harbor grievances in silence. While I may not possess authority in all matters, I will unequivocally not allow our royal lineage to be subjected to indignities. Am I not correct, Murong Feng?" Yunlai provocatively remarked, directing his attention towards Murong Feng. The latter's expression fluctuated visibly. Given his temperament, it was indeed a challenge for him to restrain himself. However, the members of the Murong family discreetly communicated to him the necessity of patience, prompting him to grit his teeth and reply, "Your Highness has misunderstood. I have come solely to assist Qingluo in the hunt for this winged tiger. I had not anticipated that the princess and her companions were so formidable that before I could even engage, they had already slain it. I must admit, I underestimated the prowess of the princess and her entourage, and for that, I seek your forgiveness, Your Highness." "Is that so?" Yunlai inquired, casting glances at the other scions of noble families. None among them wished to involve themselves in the conflict between the royal family and the Murong clan, and they all nodded in agreement. "In that case, dear Sister Qingluo, please take possession of this winged tiger. With such a formidable beast in your collection, your team is sure to emerge as the victor of this autumn hunt," Yunlai stated with a smile. "It is merely a stroke of good fortune," Qingluo replied with a laugh, as members of the noble families proceeded to collect the winged tiger. Witnessing this scene, Murong Feng bristled with resentment, but could only clasp his fists and say, "Your Highness, Princess, since there is nothing more to discuss here, shall we explore other areas to seek out more ferocious beasts? Rather than linger here? Be cautious on your journey. I have heard that the interior of Mulan Mountain is fraught with unease, where strange occurrences frequently transpire. Should Brother Murong encounter any misfortune, we would be unable to provide a satisfactory explanation to the Murong household," Yunlai remarked, his words laden with an unmistakable tone of threat. Veins bulging on his forehead, Murong Feng felt a surge of power raging within him, almost beyond his control. How could he, the foremost youth of the imperial city, endure such humiliation? Yet, confronted by Yunlai's aggressive demeanor, he had no choice but to bow his head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your warning, Your Highness. We shall certainly exercise caution." Reluctantly, Murong Feng departed with a group of young aristocrats. However, as he passed by Lin Jie, he leaned in to whisper, "Lin Jie, our previous encounter is far from over. I shall seek you out for another battle. I hope you do not prove too feeble." Lin Jie replied calmly, "The same can be said for you. Those who fall to my hands are never weak." A twitch at the corner of Murong Feng's mouth betrayed his irritation. Indeed, such arrogance was remarkable. Yet, He merely cast a cold glance before departing, for when they crossed paths again, he would surely teach Lin Jie a harsh lesson. Chapter 69. Refusal with Murong Feng's departure. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Yun Lai observed the captured winged tiger that Qing Luo had stowed away, saying, "Sister, you are truly fortunate. You have managed to acquire a beast of the returning one realm. It seems that this autumn hunt's first prize will undoubtedly belong to your team. With this winged tiger in your possession, no other group, regardless of their kills, could possibly compare. It is merely good fortune," Princess Qing Luo replied with a smile. Had sixth brother encountered it, he too would have been able to bring it down. This is natural. Those who follow me are all esteemed scions of noble families. Unlike my sister's companions, who are merely mediocre individuals. Yun Lai disdainfully glanced at Lin Jie and the others, saying, "Sister, why not allow me to take this winged tiger? The rewards will still belong to you, but I desire this first place." Qing Luo's expression stiffened. The young nobles who had been belittled were equally incensed. This Prince Yun Lai, while seemingly caring, harbored ulterior motives. He was indeed coveting the winged tiger, albeit with less ostentation than Murong Feng. "Surely, my sister is aware of the precarious situation our royal family faces. Our enmity with the Murong clan has escalated to the point of imminent conflict. At this juncture, I represent the royal family, and if I can secure a better standing, the major families and court officials will likely regard our royal house with greater favor, enabling us to easily suppress the Murong residents." Yun Lai spoke of righteousness. Princess Qing Luo was somewhat swayed. After all, the discord between the Murong residents and the royal family was no secret. As a member of the royal family, she naturally aligned herself with them. However, the winged tiger was not slain by her hand. Lin Jie had exerted the most effort throughout the ordeal. Princess Qing Luo turned to Lin Jie and inquired, "What do you think? Whether the winged tiger is claimed by the princess or the prince, does it truly make a difference?" Lin Jie replied calmly, gazing at Prince Yun Lai. "Or do you imply that only you, Prince, are worthy to represent the royal family, while the princess lacks such qualifications?" The young nobles behind him nodded in agreement, their suppressed emotions finally finding release, bringing them a sense of satisfaction. "Why should Princess Qing Luo yield to you, Prince Yun Lai? Simply because you both belong to royal lineage? If you covet the winged tiger, you should state your intentions plainly instead of resorting to convoluted moral arguments. Such tactics are truly despicable, even less honorable than Murong Feng. Murong Feng is brazen, straightforward, and devoid of deceit, whereas this Prince Yun Lai conceals malice beneath a veneer of civility. Sister, matters among our royal family do not require his interference, do they?" Prince Yun Lie's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, hinting at a murderous intent. Given her familial ties to Princess Qing Luo, she could have reasonably claimed the winged tiger with success. Lin Jie's unexpected intervention displeased him greatly. "I may not have the right to meddle in your royal affairs, but the winged tiger is a beast I have slain. Do I not have the prerogative to manage my own quarry?" Lin Dong expressed his discontent, having no fondness for this prince, deeming him excessively treacherous. "You?" Yun Lai raised an eyebrow. "You are merely in the late stages of the Hunyuan realm. How could you possibly slay a beast of the Gi realm? Do you take us for fools? I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in our royal matters, lest you face consequences I cannot guarantee. How the winged tiger was slain is of no concern to you. However, without my consent, no one shall lay a hand on this winged tiger." Lin Jie asserted his stance resolutely. Yun Lai exuded an aura of terrifying power, clenching his fists as dazzling light erupted. Qing Luo hastily intervened, saying, "Sixth brother, the winged tiger was indeed slain by Lin Jie, and he shares a close bond with Princess Yun Luo. If you act impulsively now, it may not only be I who suffers the repercussions, but even the king may be compelled to take action against you. Yun Luo is truly cherished. The entire imperial city is aware of it. Should Lin Jie encounter any misfortune, given Yun Luo's temperament, it is likely that the whole city would be thrown into chaos. It matters not that Yun Lai is merely the nephew of Prince Tsangmu. Even in the case of a closer blood relationship, to placate Yun Luo, unimaginable retribution would ensue." Yun Lai wore a gloomy expression, clearly taken aback by the revelation that the fierce tiger was indeed slain by Lin Jie. He had not anticipated that it was Lin Jie, who had recently grown exceedingly close to Princess Yun Luo. Considering Yun Luo's disposition, he reluctantly abandoned his intentions for retribution. Yet still, he could not swallow his indignation, proclaiming with feigned grandeur, "Since you are someone close to Sister Yun Luo, I shall not hold this against you. Let us depart." He turned away, followed hastily by the young nobles of his lineage. Only their party remained in that place. Lin Jie, however, appeared rather unyielding. After all, this was Duke Yunlai. Known for his narrow-mindedness, few who offended him met with favorable outcomes. Although he could not act against Lin Jie at present, in the future, should Princess Yun Luo's relationship with him sour, it would likely be Duke Yunlai who would seek vengeance. Several young nobles whispered among themselves. Princess Qing Luo coughed a few times, prompting the others to disperse. "Shall we withdraw now?" "You may retreat," Lin Jie replied. "With this fierce tiger at our side, no one can rival us." "And you?" Qing Luo discerned his intention, recognizing his unwillingness to withdraw. Lin Jie naturally had no desire to retreat. He merely sought to part ways with Princess Qing Luo and her companions, as he intended to venture deeper in search of the coveted Zhu Yuchao. Their presence would indeed complicate matters. However, this certainly cannot be disclosed. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, "The princess is aware that my participation in the autumn hunt is due to Yunluo's influence. I have promised Yunluo to procure the most exquisite feathers. Although the feathers I have found thus far are satisfactory, they fall short of exceptional. I believe there must be superior ones yet to be discovered. Thus I intend to search further. You need not accompany me any longer." "That cannot be the true reason," mused the Lord of Qing Luo, gazing thoughtfully at Lin Jie. "While Princess Yunluo possesses a peculiar temperament, she would not act irrationally. The feathers currently in your possession would surely please her, rendering further exploration unnecessary." Lin Jie sighed, realizing that women's sharp intellect could often prove troublesome. Crafting a casual excuse seemed impossible. He feigned embarrassment, scratching his head before admitting, "You have seen through me, Princess. To speak candidly, I have never ventured into Mulan Mountain, and I fear I may not have the opportunity in the future. Thus, I wish to linger here for a while longer. Firstly, to gain more experience for my own growth, and secondly, to tempt fate. Perhaps I might encounter some rare spiritual herbs within." The Princess of Qing Luo sensed that Lin Jie was not entirely forthcoming. Yet, understanding his reluctance to reveal the truth, she refrained from pressing him further. After a brief respite, they retraced their steps out of Mulan Mountain. Once Lin Jie confirmed the direction of their departure, he swiftly made his way toward the location where the divine sorrow grass thrived. In the depths of Mulan Mountain, the forest was dense and the air chilled. Surroundings were eerily tranquil, shrouded in dim light. A figure darted through the mountainous terrain like a spirit of the forest, swiftly traversing layers of hills. Delving deeper into the wilderness, stirring the surrounding trees and conjuring gusts of wild wind, only to vanish in an instant. It was Lin Jie. He followed the path of the past in search of Zhu Yuchao. Countless years had elapsed, and the routes of Ur had long since become indistinct. Yet, after a careful discernment, he gradually unearthed clues and continued to weave through the landscape. Suddenly, he found himself atop a colossal rock, his eyes shimmering with a golden glow as he gazed into the distance. Beneath the shroud of dense foliage, a gigantic serpent, entirely cloaked in darkness, lay in ambush, its crimson tongue flickering ominously, evidently poised to strike at Lin Jie should he approach. In the realm of the unification stage, Lin Jie pondered momentarily before his eyes ignited with a crimson hue. Instantly, an aura of terror and dread permeated the forest. The lurking serpent, sensing the encroaching tide of bloodshed, was seized by fear, trembling violently, and fled without a backward glance. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated as Lin Jie pressed onward. This marked the fifth ferocious beast of the unification stage he had encountered throughout his journey. As he ventured deeper, the beasts became scarcer, yet increasingly formidable. For an ordinary cultivator, facing such a creature would likely incite retreat out of sheer terror. However, for Lin Jie, it posed no challenge, even in his diminished state. With only a fragment of his former power at his disposal, he could effortlessly dominate the beasts of this realm. Before long, he arrived at a more open expanse, where a solitary, towering rock stood bare and devoid of any adornment. As light streamed in, profound scars marred the surface of the colossal stone, resembling the marks left by blades, as if cleaved and battered into submission. The legendary Tianqing stone had indeed been severed by a single strike, and it appeared that the distance to the location where the Zuyo grass flourished was not far off. Lin Jie gazed upon this monolith, reminiscing about his past passage through this place. In those days, he had encountered formidable opponents, shattering their weapons with a single swing. The remnants of the Tianqing stone had fallen here, and over the years, It had astonishingly become a clue guiding him in his quest for the Zeo grass. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Concealed within the shadows, a presence lingered. Although the entity had hidden itself with remarkable cunning, the unusual reaction it exhibited upon his sighting of the Tianqing stone had betrayed its existence. Clearly, the other party harbored a keen interest in the stone as well. Yet, Lin Jie found some solace in the fact that the individual bore no malevolence. Prior to the expedition led by Princess Qingluo, he had sensed that someone was covertly trailing them. However, the adeptness of the pursuer made it difficult to ascertain their identity. Now, it was apparent that someone had been shadowing him all along, likely an envoy sent by the Zhongmu king, ostensibly for protection, but in truth, with a watchful eye. In an instant, Lin Jie reached a conclusion. Without delay, he vanished from sight, accelerating with an abruptness that allowed him to cover 100 zhang in a single stride. Before his pursuer could catch up, he deftly altered his trajectory. This series of rapid, unrelenting movements continued, with the black-scaled beast following closely behind, intent on safeguarding Lin Jie. Little did they expect that he would delve so deep into the wilderness, effortlessly repelling several ferocious beasts of the return to one realm, leaving them in astonishment. It was merely the overwhelming allure of the Tianqing stone that had inadvertently betrayed his presence, prompting Lin Jie to become aware of the hidden watcher. The black-scaled creature pursued closely. However, after a while, Lin Jie's aura abruptly vanished. To his astonishment, he found himself back at the Tianqing stone after making a full circle. Gazing at the stone before him, he felt a stirring in his heart. Yet his primary concern was Lin Jie. This is bad. I've lost him. The black-scaled creature fretted, but it was already beyond his ability to sense Lin Jie. I wonder if the Qingfu powder is still effective. Swiftly, he produced a small, green insect, no larger than a fingernail, the Qingfu bug. This creature was not particularly remarkable, but it possessed a keen sensitivity to its own scent, capable of tracing it over vast distances, even hundreds or thousands of miles away. Previously, the black-scaled creature had discreetly sprinkled Qingfu powder on Lin Jie. The buzzing Qingfu bug vibrated erratically, darting left and right, utterly lost in its direction. Now, I've truly lost him. The corner of the black-scaled creature's mouth twitched. This Lin Jie is indeed formidable. He even managed to elude me. Just then, not far away, Lin Jie stood atop a rock, discarding his soiled garments, which he incinerated with flames. Surrounding him was an intricate array of magical formations, imperceptible. What had appeared as a random evasion was, in truth, a strategic placement of the formation. At this moment, he was not only within the array but had also ensnared the black-scaled creature within it, rendering escape impossible for the foreseeable future. Only when the time he had set elapsed and the array's power waned could the black-scaled creature hope to extricate itself from this place. Given that you harbor no malice towards me, I shall not impose upon you. Although the Tianqing stone is nearly destroyed, I shall leave enough for you to use as materials for your crafting. Lin Jie then proceeded onward. In the deeper realms, one can indeed find more terrifying beasts, far beyond the comparison of the winged tiger. However, stripped of the black-scaled guise, Lin Jie no longer concealed himself. His eyes glowed with a sanguine light, perpetually evoking a terrifying atmosphere reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, rendering the depths of Mulan Mountain as sinister as the very gates of hell. Even the most formidable beasts dared to retreat in fear at his presence. Thus, Lin Jie encountered no dangers and proceeded with ease. Before long, he arrived at a location of peculiar topography where lush grass thrived, yet a portion remained perpetually shrouded from sunlight. In the shadowed expanse, plants that thrived in darkness flourished, and at the heart of it grew several vibrant, coral-like red grasses that swayed in the breeze, exuding a rich fragrance. At the center stood a singular grass, resembling a dragon, poised as if it might ascend to the heavens at any moment. To his astonishment, Lin Jie realized that this divine grass had absorbed a trace of dragon's blood, allowing it to evolve further. The current Jiyu grass had far surpassed its previous medicinal properties. He was filled with elation, for such a transformation was beyond even his past expectations. Yet, he refrained from approaching immediately, for he understood that such a formidable spiritual herb would not be without guardians, even if the royal family of Zhongmu had not discovered it. The local spirits certainly would have. The very fact that it thrived here in peace indicated the presence of a protector, waiting for the Jiyu grass to reach full maturity. Curiosity piqued. Lin Jie resolved to uncover which being claimed this territory and laid claim to the precious Jiu grass. Chapter 071. Ingenious tactics. Lin Jie concealed his presence, observing as the Jiu herb swayed gently in the breeze. It had already manifested in the form of a dragon, and yet it continued to undergo rapid transformation. The dragon's scales, head, and even its whiskers were strikingly lifelike, resembling an authentic dragon. This metamorphosis was occurring at an astonishing pace. It would not be long before the transformation was complete, marking the successful evolution of the Jiu herb. At that moment, the hidden beings lurking in the shadows would likely emerge to harvest the herb. While keeping a vigilant eye on the Jiu herb, Lin Jie was simultaneously searching for the concealed entities. Although his spiritual sense was not as potent as it had been in the past, it still far surpassed that of other cultivators of the same realm. Particularly with the operation of the 10,000 tribulations eye, nothing could evade his perception. Every blade of grass and tree nearby was rendered distinctly clear, making it nearly impossible for anything to escape his notice. Strangely, he found the area devoid of any detectable presence. After a while of puzzlement, Lin Jie realized that the all-seeing 10,000 tribulations eye had failed him. There were no traces of creatures near the Jiu herb, nor could he sense any living beings in the vicinity. This peculiar situation could only indicate that the entity was exceptionally powerful, so formidable that Lin Jie struggled to detect it. Could it be a being above the unity realm? If that were the case, the situation would become quite precarious. Given Lin Jie's current cultivation level, complemented by various divine abilities, he could manage early-stage Unity Realm adversaries with relative ease. However, facing mid to late-stage Unity Realm opponents, or even perfected ones, would significantly diminish his chances of success, let alone contend with beasts above the Unity Realm. Regardless, he had to employ cunning strategies. Otherwise, acquiring the Jiu herb would prove exceedingly difficult. Lin Jie made a swift decision. He activated his 10,000 tribulations incarnation and silently sank into the earth. The surroundings remained eerily tranquil, and time slipped away, though Lin Jie could not ascertain how much had passed. Suddenly, a stone rolled near the dragon-shaped Jiu grass, followed by a moment of tranquility. Then, another stone moved. Abruptly, a deep roar resonated through the air, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surroundings, rendering the place eerily still and silent. After a brief moment, the oppressive aura gradually dissipated, and calmness returned to the vicinity of the Jiu grass. Yet, it was not long before another stone began to roll, subtly and seemingly at random, as if stirred by the wind. However, a thunderous roar erupted. A brilliant light surged forth, and a faint beast claw materialized above the Jiu grass, exerting an overwhelming force that locked down everything nearby. Should that claw descend, the area would be reduced to mere dust. Yet, as before, there was no sign of movement. After a moment, the beast claw also slowly receded. The dragon-shaped Jiu grass continued to transform rapidly, changing with every passing moment, its fragrant aroma intensifying. However, after an undetermined period, stones began to roll once more. The creatures covertly observing the Jiu grass seemed desensitized to this anomaly, paying it no heed. Instead, an increasing number of stones began to roll chaotically, without any discernible pattern. Yet, for those well-versed in formations, it would be evident that this was a spatial transfer formation. At the instant the formation was activated, everything within its confines was instantaneously teleported away. Such formations are typically laid by the gates of mountains or cities, and thus, setting up such a formation is exceedingly difficult. It is hard to fathom that a single individual could accomplish this. Yet, here it was, a formation of this nature had indeed emerged. The vicinity of the Jiu Chao fell into a tranquil silence once more. 1,000 zhang away from Jiu Chao, the earth suddenly erupted, and Lin Jie surged forth from the depths below. Observing the array meticulously arranged around Jiu Chao from a distance, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely a fierce beast, possessing little intelligence. Had it been a more sentient creature, it would undoubtedly have cleared away the disordered stones, thus providing me with an opportunity. While arranging the formation, he had felt an intense anxiety, fearing that the creature might intervene and disrupt his efforts. Nevertheless, Lin Jie did not allow himself to relax. Instead, he created a corresponding array using the mountains, wood, and stones in this location. After completing this task, he reappeared 1,000 zhang away and set down another formation. In this manner, he meticulously laid down nearly 10 arrays, each one checked to ensure smooth operation. before finally returning to the vicinity of Ji Yu Chao to observe its changes. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Ji Yu Chao to sway even more violently. The dragon-shaped blades of grass danced like the whiskers of a dragon, and a rich fragrance pervaded the atmosphere. Low, resonant growls echoed around him. As Lin Jie turned to look, he beheld a number of formidable beings lurking nearby, all greedily fixated on the Ji Yu Chao. Then, a more terrifying roar resounded, revealing a fire-red ape hanging from a nearby tree, its eyes gleaming with golden light, fixated intently on Ji Yu Chao. A fearsome pressure emanated from it at that moment, causing the creatures in the vicinity to display signs of trepidation. Lin Jie regarded the ape with a solemn expression, for, as he had surmised, it was a creature surpassing the unity realm, reaching the myriad forms realm. The colossal ape merely unleashed its formidable presence, causing the nearby mountains and stones to be swept up in a terrifying tempest, with sand and rocks swirling about, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. Yet, the area surrounding the Ji Yu grass remained untouched. Lin Jie concealed his presence, maintaining the equilibrium of this place. Both the gathered ferocious beasts and the giant ape awaited the complete maturation of the Ji Yu grass. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the Ji Yu grass trembled violently. A peculiar sound echoed, and with a sharp crack, it detached from the ground. The dragon-shaped visage upon it resembled a genuine, living creature, swiftly coiling into a stream, preparing to depart. The howling ape roared with fury, its body swaying as it emanated a brilliant golden light, racing towards the Ji Yu grass. At that very moment, the surrounding beings surged forth, unleashing waves of terrifying radiance, thoroughly disrupting the area as torrents of shimmering light surged towards the Ji Yu grass. Instantly, the atmosphere became tumultuous, the mountains shook, and the trees splintered. Just as these creatures collided, Lin Jie activated the teleportation array. The dragon-shaped Ji Yu grass had just ascended into the air, not yet having truly vanished, when the scattered stones on the ground vibrated with a hum, suddenly erupting in dazzling brilliance. An overwhelming force ensued, whisking the dragon-shaped grass away in an instant, rendering it invisible. The enraged ape, witnessing the dragon-shaped grass vanish before its very eyes, pounded its chest, emitting a terrifying roar as it glared at the approaching other beings. Soon enough, an intense battle erupted. The ape unleashed its lethal techniques, causing one ferocious beast after another to fall. Yet, after a thorough search, the Ji Yu grass remained elusive. The ape realized that the dragon-shaped Ji Yu grass had been snatched away by another, as it swiftly roamed through the forest. Lin Jie had already stowed away the Ji Yu grass. Utilizing the pre-arranged teleportation array, he arrived tens of thousands of feet away. However, he remained vigilant, continuously setting up arrays as he swiftly made his way towards the outskirts of Mulan Mountain. Chapter 072. Battle with Murong Feng. A roar reverberated through the heavens. The ape went berserk, relentlessly attacking. Behind, the forests were decimated. A terrifying shockwave surged forth like a torrential flood, expanding from the depths outward. Blackscale, trapped within the array, trembled at the sight. What had this individual provoked to incite such madness? Blackscale attempted to break free from the formation, but alas, the time had not yet come, and escape remained elusive. The ape soon arrived, its furious strikes echoing in the air. The ground erupted in explosions as the ape's attacks collided with the array. The overwhelming force recoiled, flattening everything in the vicinity. Blackscale was paralyzed with fear, trembling at the sheer power of this beast. What level of ferocity was this creature? Yet, a glimmer of reassurance came from the robustness of the array, which withstood the ape's relentless assaults, proving impenetrable. In fact, after several attacks, the rebound force injured the ape instead. Ultimately, the ape continued to roar and charge outward, leaving a path of devastation in its wake. Boulders shattered, and trees were reduced to mere dust. Witnessing this scene, Blackscale could not help but repeatedly pat his chest in anxiety. What on earth had Lin Jie done to provoke such a terrifying beast? Lin Jie pressed on, racing outward with fervor, teleporting rapidly through one array after another, and in the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself far from the depths. Although the distant echoes of the ape's roars lingered behind him, Lin Jie had skillfully concealed his presence, rendering it impossible for the creature to locate him. Upon reaching a relatively open area, he retrieved the dragon-shaped Ji Yu herb. As soon as it was extracted, the herb thrashed violently, attempting to escape Lin Jia's grasp. The terrifying potency of the herb almost manifested as a tangible force, granting it an almost sentient quality. Historically, plants have struggled to attain such awareness, and once they do, they possess unimaginable talents and abilities. Were I at my peak, I would hesitate to consume it, but in my current state, lacking in strength, I must first refine it for use. Lin Jia mused, "Young man, luck truly smiles upon you. You have procured such a remarkable medicinal herb." Suddenly, a voice resonated through the air. Murong Feng emerged from the nearby thicket, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Jia furrowed his brow, silently lamenting his carelessness. In his moment of relaxation, he had allowed someone to approach undetected. However, his fortune was not overly favorable. Encountering me, Murong Feng, would mean a change in ownership. Hand it over, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place alive today. A deep greed glinted in Murong Feng's eyes, drawn to the potent essence exuding from the Jiyu herb. Though he was unaware of its specific uses, its shape and medicinal aura clearly indicated its rarity. If it were just you alone, seizing the herb from my hands would not be so simple, Lin Jia replied, his expression darkening. Golden light flickering in his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Unexpectedly, the followers of Murong Feng were nowhere to be seen. Confronting a mere individual like you requires no effort on my part. Although the rumors about your prowess are widespread, you are merely at the late stage of the mixed origin realm, which is still far beneath me. Therefore, if you are wise, present the medicinal herbs voluntarily, and I may grant you clemency. However, should you remain obstinate, I shall demonstrate to you the true extent of my strength. Murong Feng spoke coldly. As the foremost youth of the imperial city, he held an air of superiority in the presence of anyone, and Lin Jia was no exception. I am curious to see. Lin Jia stowed away the dragon-shaped blessing herb. A vast surge of power erupted from within him as the indestructible calamity body activated. Very well. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Now you shall witness the might of Murong Feng. A glint of malice shone in Murong Feng's eyes as he sprang forth like a cannonball aimed at Lin Jia. The force of the rushing wind assailed him. Murong Feng's hands were enveloped in a yellowish glow, forming layers of blades that descended upon Lin Jia like a torrential rain. This display was even more terrifying than their previous encounter. Lin Jia observed Murong Feng's attack with a flicker of surprise, but as the 10,000 calamities I activated, he discerned the flaws in the fist technique. In an instant, he deftly evaded, allowing all the attacks to whiz past him. The rocks behind Lin Jia shattered with explosive force. Murong Feng's brow furrowed as he stared in disbelief at this scene. Under normal circumstances, a practitioner would be pressured by such a punch. Even if they could evade it, they would not do so with Lin Jia's nonchalance. It was as if Lin Jia had seen through his technique, evading with utter ease, which left him feeling profoundly vexed. However, with this, his battle intent surged with even greater ferocity. Encountering a formidable opponent like Lin Jia was indeed a source of great delight for him. At that moment, his technique transformed, shifting from fist to palm, and he chuckled. The tales of your exploits in the imperial city seem to hold some truth. It appears you are truly worthy of my effort. I am eager to ascertain the extent of your prowess. As he spoke, the gust of palm wind surged forth, a crimson wave unfurling like flames. Within its depths, one could discern the gathering of myriad mystical seals, which swiftly coalesced into a colossal, blood-red beast, a giant hound with sharp fangs and bulging muscles, exuding a terrifying power as if it had truly descended into the world, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure. The surroundings became tumultuous, the temperature rising rapidly. The once refreshing coolness of the forest was entirely replaced by an unbearable heat. This was Murong Feng's prideful technique, the Bloodhound Palm. In combat, he manifested the hound through mystical seals, not only imposing pressure upon his adversary, but also harnessing the innate divine abilities of the hound. Go! Murong Feng commanded, and the hound let out a long howl, its forehooves lightly treading upon the ground, summoning forth a blazing red light beneath. It swiftly ascended above Lin Jia, its razor-sharp claws descending with fierce intent to grasp him. A resounding crack echoed as the nearby void seemed to shatter. In a flash, golden light erupted from beneath Lin Jia's feet, allowing him to eerily adhere to the ground as he evaded the attack. The hound's strike narrowly grazed his shoulder, drawing forth a trickle of blood, yet it failed to land a decisive blow. All of its force obliterated the ground where he had once stood, creating a massive crater spanning several dozen yards, accompanied by a terrifying gust of air. This young man indeed possessed some remarkable skills. Lin Jie inhaled sharply, taken aback. Since his rebirth, he had faced little pressure from his contemporaries, unless their realms were vastly superior to his own. However, he never anticipated that Murong Feng would instill a profound sense of pressure within him, one that bordered on a threat. In truth, Murong Feng was also experiencing tumultuous emotions. The Qiang Palm was his ultimate technique, and whenever he unleashed it, the mere manifestation of the Qihong alone was enough to overwhelm his opponents. Yet, Lin Jie not only remained unaffected but, when the genuine assault arrived, he managed to evade it with an uncanny agility, causing Murong Feng's strike to miss. This truly astonished him and ignited his inner warrior spirit. With a flourish of his hands, an even more terrifying gust of palm wind surged forth. Quite intriguing. You are certainly superior to those inept fools, but this is still insufficient. Unleash your true strength. With a low growl resonating from within, Murong Feng's body radiated a faint green glow as energy surged through his meridians and acupoints, swiftly converging in his other hand. Dots of azure energy formed a formidable array. Under Lin Jie's astonished gaze, it coalesced into a gigantic emerald python, its scales vividly lifelike as if it were a living creature, complementing the Qihong. The atmosphere erupted with a terrifying tremor. Kill! Murong Feng struck. Both hands clapped together, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that surged forth like a raging river. The air resonated with thunderous roars as the crimson Qihong and the emerald python spiraled together, conjuring an overwhelming force that reverberated through the surrounding mountains and forests, rapidly descending upon Lin Jie. Beneath the onslaught of a terrifying storm, Lin Jie's pupils constricted as he beheld the two formidable beings closing in from either side. A flicker of fear crossing his visage. Without a moment's hesitation, brilliant golden light surged beneath his feet, and with a powerful push against the ground, he soared through the air like a darting fish, swiftly gliding along the earth. His speed was extraordinary. However, the hound and the giant python were even swifter. Their combined forces had already locked onto Lin Jie. As Lin Jie remained suspended in the air, the emerald giant python suddenly coiled its massive body, deviating from its previous trajectory, and bizarrely appeared behind him, effectively blocking his escape route. The colossal serpent, enveloped in radiant green light, lunged toward Lin Jie with its massive head. Instantly, a terrifying pressure erupted from behind him, bearing down on Lin Jie and rendering his expression grave. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Murong Feng was indeed formidable. Lin Jie, accustomed to overwhelming advantages against similarly youthful cultivators, now faced an adversary whose realm was not only superior, but whose combat techniques were exceedingly diverse. The simultaneous assault of the hound and the giant python had significantly amplified their combat prowess, plunging Lin Jie into a precarious predicament. If this is the extent of your capabilities, you shall not leave the Twilight Mountain today. Murong Feng's murderous intent was palpable, showing no inclination. As the hound and the giant python closed in from both ends, Murong Feng himself unleashed a barrage of punches, each infused with terrifying power, directed at Lin Jie. You are insufficient. Lin Jie scoffed. Realizing he could not evade the pincer attack of the python and hound, he suddenly slammed a palm onto the ground. A resounding golden light erupted, reverberating through the earth. Amidst the dreadful impact, a boundless golden radiance shimmered as Lin Jie surged skyward from below. The oncoming hoe and giant python grazed his body as they struck, causing the earth behind him to erupt in a series of thunderous explosions, forming a deep crater that billowed with smoke. Lin Jie pivoted in the air, landing 100 yards away, his figure unsteady. Patches of blood were visible on his back and chest. Evidently, despite seemingly evading the attacks of the hoe and giant python, he had not entirely escaped, suffering significant injuries from the combined force of the two entities. Murong Feng assailed once more, affording Lin Jie no respite. The hoe and giant python relentlessly charged, roaring and unleashing vast power, ambushing Lin Jie with uncanny precision. Simultaneously, Murong Feng's fist gleamed with attacks aimed at Lin Jie's vital points. Lin Jie continuously dodged, but faced with such ruthless maneuvers and Murong Feng's superior cultivation, he was soon repeatedly wounded. This was an ordeal he had never encountered before. The last time he had sustained such injuries was when his own brethren besieged him to his death. So, this is all you amount to, Murong Feng proclaimed, growing more courageous in battle. His attacks were exceedingly ruthless, each strike aimed at Lin Jie's vulnerabilities. with fists and palms unceasing. Lin Jie was essentially contending with 3 Murong Fengs, making it exceedingly difficult to break free from the assault. In moments, he was heavily wounded, his body drenched in blood. Truly pathetic. So easily defeated. How long has it been? And you are already injured. The Imperial City has been spreading tales of a genius. But you are nothing more than this. If you have no other means, I may truly bring this slaughter to an end. Engaging in such a futile battle is devoid of meaning. It would be far more prudent for me to delve deeper and seek out a ferocious beast of the Unity realm. Murong Feng let out a triumphant laugh, his fists growing increasingly ferocious, the gusts of his palms intensifying. The hound and the giant python roared, and with each strike, a deluge of blood was unleashed. Lin Jie's injuries worsened with each passing moment. Yet, undaunted, Lin Jie wore a faint smile upon his lips. For he understood that one must endure destruction to foster creation. Only through enduring relentless injuries could his indomitable body transcend to greater heights. Although he had remained invincible in the past, the lack of substantial pressure had caused his cultivation to stagnate, resulting in a prolonged period without significant advancement. Now, the moment had arrived, and he was grateful for it. Lin Jie retrieved the Jiyu grass and gently bit into it. With a thunderous roar, it felt as though flames erupted within him, filling his being with an overwhelming potency of medicinal power. This formidable force did not require his it swiftly coursed throughout his entire body. At that moment, he activated his indomitable body. The damaged flesh was instantly infused with an unparalleled golden energy. That is my spiritual herb, Murong Feng exclaimed in exasperation, launching an attack. However, as he approached, the terrifying golden energy repelled him with ease. Damn it! How could he become so powerful in an instant? Murong Feng stared in bewilderment at Lin Jie. At that moment, Lin Jie was enveloped in a dazzling gold, with the myriad of wounds on his body seemingly brimming with boundless principles, pulsating with unimaginable strength, and rapidly healing. This was a scene beyond imagination. However, Murong Feng remained oblivious to the terrifying aspect of the undying tribulation. Even when grievously wounded, as long as one does not perish, one can cultivate to the utmost, and with but a drop of blood, can be reborn through such a miraculous technique, regaining their strength and surpassing their former self. Lin Jie was enveloped in a brilliant radiance, as the forces of the universe swirled around him, conjuring a tempest that surged violently toward him. Nearby ferocious beasts fled in terror. The scene was too dreadful to behold. Even the black-scaled creature ensnared by the formation displayed a look of fear. The ape, which was frantically attempting to break free, upon witnessing such a sight, hastily retreated deeper into the shadows, sensing an overwhelming aura that instilled dread, as if a supreme being had descended to dominate this place. Simultaneously, many cultivators still present on Mulan Mountain trembled in fear, confronted with an unimaginable display of might, gazing into the distance to behold the astonishing storm. At this moment, Lin Jie was rapidly ascending in power. His battered body swiftly healed, radiating a metallic sheen, rendering him extraordinarily robust. His realm, too, undoubtedly broke through under the onslaught of such power, achieving the pinnacle of the primordial realm. An inexhaustible force surged wildly within him. In the depths of the forest, the storm raged on, as boundless energy surged like a tidal wave. Lin Jie was enveloped in a resplendent glow, his aura and might escalating at an astonishing rate, akin to a lion awakening from slumber, exuding a terrifying presence. Damn it, he actually broke through. Murong Feng's expression darkened. He harbored a fervent desire to eliminate Lin Jie and seize his elixir. However, the current situation surrounding Lin Jie was exceedingly peculiar. Under normal circumstances, any cultivator attempting to break through would encounter significant peril. A mere misstep could result in interruption, rendering all efforts futile, or even lead to severe injury and a swift demise. Yet, Lin Jie, devoid of any protection, remained elusive. The operation of the immortal tribulation body enveloped him in an inexplicable aura, rendering Murong Feng's assaults utterly ineffective, leaving him without a chance to vanquish Lin Jie. As time elapsed, Lin Jie's breath stabilized, and the surging forces around him gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the area. Suddenly, Lin Jie opened his eyes, his clear gaze emanating a terrifying golden light. With a resounding crash, a nearby boulder shattered into fragments, exhibiting tremendous power. Murong Feng was taken aback. The now perfected Lin Jie in the primordial realm was vastly more formidable than before, instilling within him a sense of threat, unlike his previous fervor for battle. A flicker of fear crossed his features. With a powerful push of his feet, he launched himself like a cannonball, swiftly retreating to a distance. Simultaneously, a conch shell materialized in his hand, emitting a piercing sound to relay a message to his earlier companions. In a flash, Lin Jie moved with terrifying speed, the brilliant golden light flashing past as the winds began to swirl ominously. In the next moment, a figure stood before Murong Feng, coldly stating, "It is widely known in the imperial city that Murong Feng possesses exceptional talent and a fervent passion for martial arts. He is notorious for his relentless pursuit of victory against formidable opponents. Yet, upon encountering you today, it becomes evident that such a claim is unwarranted. You are not a warrior at heart. Instead, you seem to relish engaging in battle with those of lesser prowess. The moment you sense a rival capable of surpassing your abilities, you flee with greater swiftness than the average cultivator." Murong Feng's heart trembled. He had not anticipated Lin Jie's speed to be so formidable. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anger and humiliation at having his thoughts so effortlessly unveiled. He retorted fiercely, "What do you know? I simply do not wish to exploit your moment of vulnerability. When you have solidified your realm, we shall engage in battle without delay. Is that so? Then why have you sent messages to others?" Lin Jie inquired with a light laugh, amusement evident in his tone. The so-called prodigy of the imperial city is merely a product of relying on spiritual herbs and preying upon those weaker than himself to fabricate his reputation. This charade must come to an end. As he spoke, an overwhelming force surged from Lin Jie, stirring the dust and stones around them. His fist, the size of a cauldron, radiated layers of golden light and suddenly sprung forth, crashing toward Murong Feng. The air erupted with a thunderous roar, the ground trembled beneath them, cracking under the immense pressure. The same cloud-crushing fist, now enhanced by the elevation of his realm, demonstrated a terrifying power utterly distinct from. Murong Feng gazed at the formidable might of the punch, feeling an overwhelming pressure that extinguished any remaining desire for combat within him. He instinctively crouched low, attempting to evade the onslaught of Lin Jie's fist, and with a powerful push from his feet, he desperately sought to retreat. However, he had gravely underestimated the potency of Lin Jie's cloud-crushing fist. This is no ordinary fist, but a boxing technique that can unleash unparalleled divine power even at its zenith. Although Lin Jie is currently unable to display the might of that level, once unleashed, it is an indiscriminate, all-encompassing assault, truly akin to shattering the clouds with a single blow. The golden fist hurtled forth. Murong Feng's body, like a wisp of cloud in the sky, had no time to evade before being struck with a resounding thud. The immense power contained within instantly permeated Murong Feng like a landslide, swiftly obliterating his defenses and then slamming heavily into him. A terrifying sound ensued. Murong Feng, like a kite with a severed string, crashed heavily downwards. The earth rumbled and collapsed, revealing a massive pit. Murong Feng lay sprawled in the shape of a cross. Embedded at the bottom, his bones fractured and tendons snapped, devoid of his former power and arrogance. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his expression a mix of disarray and dread. You, don't come any closer." Murong Feng watched in terror as Lin Jie approached step by step. "I am a member of the Murong family. The Murong family's influence extends throughout the entire Tsangmu dynasty. Even the Tsangmu royal family does not dare to suppress us too much. If you release me, I guarantee you future riches and cultivation resources." "The Murong family? I care not for your Murong family, nor even the entire continent. Cease attempting to intimidate me with the Murong family. Did you truly believe that I am merely an insignificant pawn from Songlin City, to be manipulated by powerful factions such as yourselves?" Lin Jie sneered repeatedly. What manner of storms had he not weathered? Among the formidable adversaries he had confronted in the past, neither the Murong family nor the royal family of Tsangmu were worthy of consideration. Furthermore, if I were to release you, upon the attainment of your cultivation, I would be the primary target of your vengeance. Do you presume everyone is so naive as to spare a latent adversary? Lin Jie's fist radiated a dazzling brilliance as he advanced inexorably. Murong Feng struggled incessantly, endeavoring to extricate himself from the pit, yet he was incapacitated by grievous wounds. Observing Lin Jie's utter lack of trepidation, he grew increasingly frantic, exclaiming, "By slaying me, you shall not emerge unscathed. I have already notified my attendants, who shall arrive imminently. Even if I perish, You shall not escape retribution. Not merely you, but your entire lineage shall likely suffer utter annihilation. You would be wise to consider this carefully, for the Morong family is not to be trifled with lightly. Is that so? Lin Jie paused, casting his gaze towards the distant thicket where a rustling sound gradually emanated, indicative of Murong Feng's attendants advancing rapidly. However, Lin Jie remained unfazed, a hint of amusement flickering in his countenance. He remarked with a smile, "Since you harbor such confidence in them, very well, I shall indulge you. Before their demise, I shall not grant you the solace of a swift demise. You shall witness with your own eyes how I vanquish your attendants." Crack. Lin Jie brandished his palm, a radiant golden light striking Murong Feng. Instantly, all of Murong Feng's cultivation was obliterated, and his body was rendered utterly crippled, leaving only his head capable of movement. The intense agony elicited a ghastly, mournful wail. "Young Master Feng! Young Master Feng!" A throng of individuals rushed in a state of panic, their expressions turning to sheer horror upon witnessing Murong Feng's condition. As Murong Feng beheld his attendants finally arriving, the pent-up fury within him erupted in an unrestrained manner. "Seize him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death, to endure the most terrifying tortures this world has to offer." Chapter 075. Annihilation. There were 6 attendants, each a master of the Unity Realm. "You seek death," they exclaimed. "Do you dare lay a hand on someone from the Morong family?" Their murderous intent surged forth, creating an atmosphere of dread that intensified the already chaotic scene. They had initially believed that the autumn hunt at Mulan Mountain posed no peril, yet they were taken aback by the dire predicament in which Murong Feng found himself. Aware of the catastrophic repercussions from the Murong family, the attendants resolved to eliminate Lin Jie in a desperate bid for mercy. Only by subduing Lin Jie could they hope to salvage a glimmer of hope. In an instant, the 6 sprang into action, splitting into 4 directions to encircle Lin Jie. The remaining 2 positioned themselves as mobile guards on the periphery, ready to thwart any attempts Lin Jie might make to break free. Given their seamless coordination, facing these 6 was nearly insurmountable, especially considering Lin Jie's relative weakness compared to them. "Capture him. I shall make this beast pay dearly." Murong Feng roared incessantly. The 6 assailants launched an unrelenting barrage. Just as Lin Jie managed to break through, a gleaming blade sliced through the air, and as he barely deflected the strike, a heavy mace came crashing down from behind. In that moment, he found himself ensnared in a relentless onslaught. Lin Jie's speed was astonishingly swift, allowing him to navigate through the gaps like a fish gliding effortlessly through water, coupled with the Wanjie eye, which enabled him to perceive the patterns of their attacks. He remained remarkably composed. The relentless onslaught did not hinder his movements. On the contrary, Lin Jie deliberately and inadvertently kicked up fragments of stone and scattered wood around him. Each piece found its way to a specific position with precision. Though it appeared chaotic at first glance, after a period of sustained assault, the 6 subordinates suddenly realized something was amiss. Despite their coordinated efforts, even if they could not immediately subdue Lin Jie, they believed they could gradually wear him down, eventually capturing him while sustaining minimal depletion of their own energy. However, the reality was starkly different. With each successive strike, their own strength became increasingly sluggish, as if they were mired in a quagmire. Each attempt to attack felt arduous, severely suppressing their capabilities and preventing them from unleashing their full potential. It was only due to their seamless teamwork and numerical superiority that they could still contend with Lin Jie. Otherwise, under these circumstances, they would not only fail to restrain him, but would ultimately find themselves overpowered. What could be the reason for this predicament? Why was it unfolding this way? The 6 were filled with dread, exerting every ounce of their strength in a desperate bid to employ their techniques. Blades and clubs relentlessly struck at Lin Jie, yet inflicted no discernible pressure. Conversely, as he continued to evade, his feet moved with greater speed. The chaotic debris and timber gradually coalesced into a unique formation, the forbidden elemental array. With a resounding thud, the final stone soared into the air and landed heavily at the center of the array. In that instant, the intricate patterns of the formation materialized, unleashing surges of formidable power. The 6 attendants found themselves enveloped by a vast and overwhelming force, as if crushed beneath a colossal stone, rendering their own powers nearly impotent amidst the immense pressure. "Damn it, this brat has actually set up a formation. When did he do this?" The 6 were astonished, exerting all their strength to resist the oppressive array. It was unimaginable that Lin Jie could conjure a forbidden formation in the heat of battle. This particular array was uniquely designed to suppress the practitioner's own power by exploiting the terrain, although its duration was limited due to material or geographical constraints. In the realm of skilled combat, outcomes often unfolded in the blink of an eye. This fleeting time was more than sufficient for Lin Jie to eliminate them multiple times over. What manner of prodigy is this lad? Mu Rongfeng, trapped in the pit, was equally taken aback. He had some understanding of Lin Jie, who was widely reputed for his exceptional alchemical talents. He had always held this belief, which led him to underestimate Lin Jie previously. Little did he expect that Lin Jie not only possessed formidable combat strength, but also, at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm, could suppress him while simultaneously mastering formations to confine his enemies. Such astonishing talent was nearly beyond comprehension. It is worth noting that excelling in any one of these three disciplines would render an individual exceedingly remarkable. Yet, Lin Jie had mastered all three, each to a terrifying degree. Such genius is rare even in the Zhongmu dynasty, let alone within their domain. Do you see clearly now? Lin Jie smiled at Mu Rongfeng, gesturing with a flick of his hand. The golden blade of light sliced through the air as the trapped six struggled valiantly to wield their power in resistance. Yet, in a mere moment of resistance, the defenses crumbled. A flash of golden light encircled them, emitting a crackling sound, and the six individuals met their inevitable. You, stay back. The last flicker of hope for Mu Rongfeng extinguished. The six formidable warriors, each at the Unity realm, could not withstand the might of Lin Jie for long. Who else could possibly save him? The sheer power of Lin Jie was beyond his comprehension. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known the true terror of Lin Jie, he would never have provoked him. Indeed, as Lin Jie had claimed, each opponent he faced was carefully selected by these guardians to be slightly inferior, yet not overly weak, allowing him to build his reputation step by step. Becoming a prodigy among the younger generation of the imperial city, revered as the foremost among them. However, he had never confronted the brutal carnage akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood as Lin Jie, nor had he experienced the tension and threat of being suppressed and then retaliating from the brink. Thus, when faced with such a dire situation, his confidence shattered completely. He failed to display the prowess expected of a Unity realm expert, which ultimately led to his swift defeat at Lin Jie's hands. What, are you afraid? Lin Jie approached once more. Mu Rongfeng trembled in fear, his teeth chattering. He truly did not wish to die. Lin Jie, you are a rare figure within the entire Zhongmu dynasty. If you so desire, I will petition my father to have you join his ranks. Not only will you be spared from indiscriminate vengeance, but you will also have the opportunity to establish your own legacy. The Morong family shall not remain in subjugation forever. When the day of our triumph arrives, you shall reap unimaginable benefits. In the past, I might have been intrigued. Lin Jie shook his head, declaring, at this juncture, I harbor no semblance of interest in power. My singular pursuit is strength. With a resounding fist, brilliance erupted as he struck forth. Mu Rongfeng was taken aback, paralyzed by fear to the point of forgetting to evade, and was instantly obliterated, blood gushing forth, resulting in his immediate demise, leaving only the mournful echoes of his voice lingering in the air. Lin Jie, you shall come to regret this. By slaying me, the entirety of the Morong family will become your adversaries. No matter how exceptional your talents may be, you shall find no respite against the frenzied retribution of the Morong clan. The voice abruptly ceased. Lin Jie shook off the blood staining his hands, his expression resolute. The diminutive Zhongmu dynasty was never his true aim. How could he possibly regard the Morong family with any significance? If there were any ambition beyond strength, it would be to confront those who betrayed him in the past, and clearly, the Morong family paled in comparison to such individuals. Chapter 076. The aftermath of Mu Rongfeng's demise. Lin Jie did not depart immediately. He remained in the vicinity, continuing to absorb the medicinal properties of this yew herb. After a considerable period, he sighed deeply. Although my cultivation of the indestructible tribulation body is highly unique, allowing me to absorb the majority of the herb's potency, and the medicinal effects of the yew herb can be directly assimilated, there remains a slight inefficiency, an imperfect absorption. If the yew herb were utilized to concoct the return to unity pill, not only would the entire medicinal potency of the herb be fully absorbed, but the overall efficacy would experience a tremendous enhancement, potentially allowing a breakthrough not just to the consummate stage of the Hunyuan realm, but possibly even a direct ascension to the return to unity realm. Such direct consumption seems somewhat akin to a cow chewing peonies, excessively wasteful. However, In that moment of urgency, Lin Jie found himself with no other choice but to proceed as he did, thus he did not dwell excessively on the matter. After all, he had only consumed a portion of the Jiyu grass, and a significant quantity remained in his possession, sufficient for him to concoct another Gui Yi Dan. Even if he were to enhance himself, it was likely that he would not exhaust all of it. He could also assist Yi Xiaoxi in her own advancement. With the Jiyu grass secured, it was time to depart, and along the way, he intended to gather some vividly colored feathers. After pausing for a moment, Lin Jie made his way towards the outskirts of Mulan Mountain. As for the corpses of Murong Feng and his followers, Lin Jie had no intention of dealing with them. After all, this was Mulan Mountain, where safety was not absolute. Occasional casualties were entirely normal. Even if others harbored suspicions, they would not investigate too thoroughly. Moreover, given the animosity between the royal family and the Murong clan, the royal family had little incentive to pursue this matter with vigor, and they would be quite pleased to see Murong Feng meet his demise. Shortly after Lin Jie's departure, the encircling formation that had restrained He Lin gradually dissipated, granting him his freedom. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to a fish returning to water, yet he refrained from immediate action. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the ape, he was filled with trepidation, fearing that any significant movement might attract the creature's attention. Thus, he waited patiently for a considerable time before stealthily making his way towards the outskirts of Mulan Mountain. After traveling for a while without sighting the ape, He Lin breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace. His speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he arrived at the location where Murong Feng had battled Lin Jie. A chilling sense of dread washed over him. Could it be that very ape? Upon reaching the edge, He Lin was taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. The landscape, a vast expanse of nearly 10 miles, lay utterly ravaged, stripped of trees, with the earth stones vanished and numerous deep pits marring its surface. The sight was nothing short of shocking, even to him, evoking a profound sense of dread. To achieve such a level of flatness with a single strike necessitated an extraordinary mastery of power. As He Lin gazed upon the smooth, even surface, a chill ran down his spine. It was evident that only a true master of strength could accomplish such a feat. Sheer force alone would not suffice. The various scenes he encountered along the way had thoroughly astonished He Lin, and then he beheld Murong Feng's followers, sprawled lifelessly across the ground, each bearing fatal wounds, swift and clean, without a trace of hesitation. Then, he laid eyes upon Murong Feng himself, lying at the bottom of a pit, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. Was this not the ape? Murong Feng's expression was unmistakably that of a human cultivator, someone he surely recognized. Otherwise, such an expression would not grace his features. Could it be that within this younger generation participating in the autumn hunt, there existed hidden masters? A multitude of youthful faces flashed through He Lin's mind, yet he swiftly dismissed them. Though formidable, the likelihood of these individuals slaying Murong Feng and his followers remained exceedingly low. After all, they were all at the Unity Realm. For an ordinary practitioner at this level, surviving this encounter would be a remarkable feat, let alone claiming lives. And among those of higher realms, not a single youth had yet attained such heights. Could it be him? He Lin's thoughts turned to Lin Jie. The various displays of Lin Jie's prowess had completely shattered his preconceived notions. If there exists a young individual capable of such a feat, it could only be Lin Jie. No, it is inconceivable. Although he is shrouded in mystery and possesses unimaginable abilities, to simultaneously slay Murong Feng while fending off an assault from 6 Unity Realm followers, only to ultimately turn the tide against them, is evidently beyond the capabilities of someone his age. He shook his head, dispelling that notion. Subsequently, he surveyed the surroundings but found no clues. He resolved not to linger any longer and swiftly departed from Mulan Mountain to report back to King Songmu. After all, Murong Feng's death is a significant matter. He is the 8th son of Murong Yan, a favored heir. His demise during the autumn hunt is bound to stir considerable unrest, necessitating early notification to King Songmu to prepare adequately and prevent any hasty decisions that could jeopardize the situation. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, he noticed that most of the teams comprised of various noble youths had already returned, with only a few remaining within Mulan Mountain. He glanced at the team led by Princess Qingluo, where all the noble youths had returned, yet Lin Jie was still absent. This caused him to furrow his brow, but he quickly made his way to King Songmu's tent. "Your Majesty," he whispered as he sought an audience. At that moment, King Songmu was playfully engaging with the mischievous Yunluo. Upon hearing Blackscale's voice, he immediately cupped Yunluo's face and said, "Most of the autumn hunt teams have returned. Lin Jie should be back shortly as well. Yunluo, why not go see if your brother has hunted any beautiful feathers? Perhaps." Yunluo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly jumped down and dashed outside, calling out, "Brother, brother, you're back." King Sangmu gazed at the joyful figure of Yuluo as she dashed out of the grand tent, then spoke in a somber tone, "Come in." How did the journey unfold? Did Lin Jie sustain any injuries or encounter any peril? Have the Morong family members covertly targeted him? What has been the response of the various noble families? Your Majesty, Blackscale reported, the expedition went relatively smoothly. Lin Jie faced no significant dangers. However, as you anticipated, the Morong family indeed conspired against him in secrecy. Fortunately, due to Princess Qingluo leading the party, they dared not act excessively, resulting in minimal impact on Lin Jie. A faint smile of relief appeared on King Sangmu's lips as he glanced towards Princess Qingluo's group, remarking, "Qingluo has matured, taking on the responsibility of alleviating my burdens. Once this matter is concluded, she deserves a commendation." The outcome pleased King Sangmu. For the fundamental objective of this journey was to ensure that all noble families recognized Lin Jie's allegiance to the royal family. Yet, upon noticing Blackscale's persistent expression of concern, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there perhaps another matter at hand?" "Your Majesty," Blackscale replied solemnly, "Morong Feng has perished at Mulan Mountain." "What?" King Sangmu was taken aback. The porcelain cup he had just held shattered with a resounding crash, spilling tea everywhere. Morong Feng's death should have brought King Sangmu joy, as the demise of any member of the Morong family was a sight he welcomed in light of the current circumstances. However, the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared, for the royal family of Sangmu was also bound by constraints, and the timing was less than ideal. Once the war between the two formidable factions erupts, King Sangmu cannot guarantee a decisive victory over the Morong family, and the risk of failure looms large. Thus, after uncovering the Morong family's schemes, he chose to remain still, as if nothing had transpired. However, the matter concerning Morong Feng lies entirely beyond his control. Morong Feng is the eighth son of Morong Yen, renowned for his reputation and hailed as the foremost among the younger generation of the imperial city. It is evident how much Morong Yen values and nurtures Morong Feng. Even if Morong Feng is not the most cherished of Morong Yen's descendants, he is certainly held in great affection, now that Morong Feng has suddenly perished at Mulan Mountain. Should Morong Yen be unable to contain his fury and the grief of losing a son, and recklessly provoke a war with the royal family, King Sangmu Yunya cannot bear to contemplate further. War is inevitable, but this is not the opportune moment. How could this occur? Is not Morong Feng at the unification realm? He is accompanied by numerous powerful individuals from the Morong family. Who could possibly slay him? Could it be that a ferocious beast from the depths of Mulan Mountain has emerged? After a while, King Sangmu regained his composure and inquired with confusion. Given Morong Feng's strength, he should have had no adversaries. The current outcome has taken him by surprise. Indeed, a ferocious beast from the depths of Mulan Mountain has charged forth, the black-scaled creature remarked. Yet, from the expression of Morong Feng at the moment of his demise, it is evident that he did not fall to a beast, but rather to a human cultivator. What? King Sangmu's face reflected disbelief. He is at the unification realm. Who could possibly defeat him? The entirety of Mulan Mountain lies beneath the watchful gaze of the solitary king, with not a single fly able to penetrate its defenses. Among the younger generation, who possesses the capability to slay Morong Feng, it is truly bewildering. The king of Sangmu had previously harbored concerns regarding Morong Feng's clandestine machinations. Yet, to his astonishment, such apprehensions proved unwarranted. Instead, Morong Feng met an inexplicable demise. The servants could scarcely believe the gravity of the situation. But the undeniable truth remained. Morong Feng, along with his 6 attendants, had been ruthlessly slain, and the surrounding area had been utterly devastated. Heichin reported all that he had witnessed. The king of Sangmu fell into a contemplative silence. Could there exist a hidden force inciting discord between the royal family and the Morong clan? If this were indeed the case, the royal family would find itself in grave peril. For if such a force were to exist, it would surely rival both the royal family and the Morong clan. Should the Morong family and the royal family engage in a fierce struggle, it would undoubtedly lead to a scenario where the fishermen would reap the benefits amidst the clamorous conflict. Impossible, impossible. Among the practitioners who accompanied the solitary king, Aside from Qin, who was dispatched to safeguard Lin Jie, none had infiltrated further. Only the younger generation had ventured forth. If someone were indeed orchestrating discord, it could only be Qin. The king of Tsangmu regarded Qin with a growing suspicion. He then commanded, Qin, provide me with precise coordinates. I shall send others to investigate and address the matter. Qin promptly divulged the location, and soon, formidable warriors hastened into the depths of Mulan Mountain. Meanwhile, the remaining teams returned to the foot of the mountain, each bearing their own rewards. Lin Jie also quietly made his return, adorned with dozens of vividly colored feathers. Upon seeing him, Princess Yunlu dashed forward and clung to Lin Jie, exclaiming, "Brother, this is wonderful. So beautiful. I shall implore Father to summon the finest artisans to fashion a garment for me." "Did you remain alone in Mulan Mountain for this purpose?" Princess Qingluo blinked her large eyes in disbelief. How perilous was Mulan Mountain? Yet Lin Jie had ventured deep alone for a mere handful of feathers. If the little sister desired them, he could have hunted a few. After all, it was not overly hazardous, given that this was the royal hunting ground, where danger was mitigated. Lin Jie smiled, offering a perfunctory response. Time flowed onward, and gradually, unease began to brew. Why were they still lingering? Had they not all already emerged? According to customary protocol, rewards should have been distributed by now, and they ought to return to the imperial city together. Some young nobles from esteemed families grew impatient. Mulan Mountain was indeed splendid, but ultimately, it held nothing of substance, far inferior to the imperial city. Perhaps it was due to Murong Feng's absence. Everyone had returned, yet Murong Feng remained missing. Even his small team awaited his return. Could it be that Murong Feng had not come back? His cultivation was so advanced that he should have returned long ago. Who could say? Perhaps he was reveling within and was unwilling to emerge. They must exercise caution. If the Murong family learned of their impatience, it would be their families that faced misfortune. Indeed, patience was the better course. To offend the Murong family would render their future days quite difficult. Many whispered in hushed tones. Lin Jie, overhearing their murmurs, feigned ignorance and continued to frolic with Yunluo. Meanwhile, the envoy sent by King Tsangmu had already returned. After hearing reports from several individuals, King Tsangmu found himself increasingly perplexed. For Black Scale had not lied, and all signs indicated that it could not have been the work of Black Scale. Even the formidable Black Scale could not possibly handle 7 practitioners of the Unity realm with such finesse. Who, then, could it be? Among these youths, is there truly a power of such magnitude? King Tsangmu's gaze swept over the offspring of various noble families, attempting to discern something, yet after a thorough inspection, he gleaned nothing. Ultimately, his eyes fell upon Lin Jie. At that moment, Lin Jie bore the joyful Princess Yunlu upon him, playfully engaging with her, displaying no signs of distress. Who could it be? King Tsangmu felt a throbbing headache. Black Scale hastily reported, "Your Majesty, the pressing matter is to swiftly stabilize these young nobles and conclude the autumn hunt as per established protocols. As for Murong Feng's affair, it necessitates Your Majesty's careful deliberation. Otherwise," he left the thought unspoken. King Tsangmu, naturally, understood the implication. He then proceeded to announce the rewards in accordance with tradition. The first prize was awarded to Princess Qingluo's team, whose triumph over a Unity Realm winged tiger eclipsed all others, not to mention the numerous ferocious beasts they had also slain. The second place was claimed by Murong Feng's team, with another noble scion accepting the accolade in his absence. The third prize went to Prince Yunlai, who, while receiving his award, cast a deliberate glance towards Lin Jie, his eyes betraying a profound fury and animosity. Following a series of formalities, the autumn hunt came to a close. Yet, no one seemed to notice that Murong Feng had vanished without a trace. Many simply assumed that Murong Feng, being inherently proud, had chosen to withdraw from the company of others, thus dismissing the matter entirely. Chapter 078. The unruly outburst of Murong Yin outside the imperial city. The throng of people made their way back to the royal capital. The noble offspring who achieved remarkable standings were filled with elation. This time, King Tsangmu was exceptionally generous, bestowing prizes of extraordinary value. Particularly for the team that secured first place, the rewards were unimaginably precious, surpassing all prior years, a testament to the currently uncertain circumstances. The young gentleman often recalled his encounters with Princess Yunluo, who reluctantly bid farewell. Upon arriving at the imperial city, her freedom would no longer resemble that of Mulan Mountain. "Do not worry," Dear sister, I shall visit you often, Lin Jie reassured, gently pinching her delicate face. Unbeknownst to him, every time he beheld Yunluo, a profound sense of familiarity enveloped him, as though they were intertwined by unseen threads. Yet Lin Jie was certain he had no kin from years past. After the demise of his beloved, he had neither a soulmate nor any offspring to carry on his legacy. Such an odd sensation was entirely new to him. Nevertheless, this feeling brought him great ease, allowing him to treat Yunluo as if she were his own daughter. It is thanks to you, Lin Jie. Without your presence, we could not have attained first place. Indeed, without Lin Jie, such abundant rewards would have been beyond their reach. We hope you will continue to look after us. Dear brother Lin Jie, until we meet again. The scions of various noble families bid their farewells, brimming with excitement, now fully aware of Lin Jie's exceptional nature, treating him with warmth and respect, a stark contrast to their initial dismissiveness upon forming their team. Upon witnessing this scene, Princess Qing Luo reminisced about her first encounter with Lin Jie, unable to suppress a light chuckle as she shook her head. She then approached Lin Jie and expressed her gratitude, stating, "Thank you. It is because of you that the royal family has salvaged its dignity. Otherwise, it would have been Murong Feng and his companions who triumphed." Lin Jie replied with a smile, "Your Highness is too courteous. We merely happened to encounter a formidable adversary." Princess Qi Luo pondered for a moment, eager to elaborate, but was interrupted by a member of the royal family calling for her attention. She nodded and said, "Regardless, your performance is commendable and has earned you a newfound respect. I apologize for my previous biases." Clad in resplendent crimson armor and brandishing a silver spear, she strode away with an air of martial elegance. The nearby citizens were quick to express their admiration. Lin Jie observed her departing figure, mildly astonished. This proud royal princess seemed less unreasonable than he had imagined. "Lin Jie, it is good that you are back. You weren't caught up in anything, were you?" Fu Qianqiu inquired gravely. He understood that while this autumn hunt appeared glamorous, it was, in reality, fraught with peril. No matter the choices Lin Jie made, he would be deeply entangled, which boded ill for his future. Yu Xiaoxi also wore a look of concern. "Rest assured, everything is as usual. Nothing has transpired," Lin Jie replied with a smile, choosing not to divulge the fate of Murong Feng, as he did not wish to burden Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi with worry. "This is a matter between our two families. No matter the conflict, it is unlikely to reach me for the time being. And the gains from this encounter are quite substantial." "What gains?" Yi Xiaoxi's attention was immediately piqued. Fu Qianqiu waited, contemplatively, for Lin Jie to Lin Jie surveyed his surroundings and discreetly revealed a glimpse of Zhu Yuran. The dragon-shaped blood-red Zhu herb emerged within the line of sight of Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qianqiu, simultaneously releasing a rich aroma of medicinal fragrance that swiftly permeated the air. The two promptly seized Lin Jie and retreated hastily. Such a terrifying Zhu herb was nearly impossible to find. With this herb in hand, ascending to the Unity realm would be a trivial matter. Should other cultivators become aware of it, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness. This treasure is to be known only among the three of us. We must not reveal it to anyone else, or else we shall truly be ensnared in a storm of chaos, as many esteemed families covet such an extraordinary elixir," Fu Qianqiu solemnly instructed. Yu Xiaoxi nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us return swiftly." Lin Jie glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and quickly made his way toward the Cangmu Dan Pavilion. They encountered no obstacles along the way and successfully arrived at the small courtyard of the Cangmu Dan Pavilion. Lin Jie then took out the Zhuyu herb once more, and the potent medicinal fragrance wafted into the air. However, it was evident that, over time, the Zhuyu herb had undergone some changes. "Master Fu Xiaoxi, the potency of the Zhuyu herb is gradually diminishing, although it is merely a sign for now. If we do not refine it into a pill immediately, it would be a waste. I urge you to procure the necessary materials at once. I will commence preparations for the Unity pill." Lin Jie promptly prepared the large cauldron, casting intricate arrays as he began the alchemical process. Meanwhile, the relevant materials had already been organized. Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi took the list and proceeded to request materials from the apothecary village. As members of the Cangmu Dan Pavilion, they were entitled to a certain quota of material requests each month. In the Murong manner, the imposing high walls and fortified courtyard presented a formidable exterior. Yet within the estate, a markedly different scene unfolded. Murong Yin sat alone in the grand hall, her heart brimming with joy as she awaited news from Murong Feng. This time, Murong Feng participated in the autumn hunt with two intentions: to eliminate Lin Jie and to discreetly win over the young scions of the Rui family, thereby compelling many noble clans to align themselves with the Murong family. Even if these objectives were not entirely fulfilled, or if none were achieved, they would still create a significant impact. Thus, Murong Yin harbored great expectations for Murong Feng. However, as time slipped by, there was no sign of his return. Restlessness began to creep in, yet she ultimately reassured herself that Murong Feng was likely wandering about the city, as he had always been one to seek companionship. Just then, the steward entered. Murong Yin quickly rose, inquiring, "Has Fenger returned?" "Master," the steward began, his brow clouded with concern. Murong Yin's expression tightened, and she spoke in a low voice. "What is there to panic about? Speak plainly." "I, Murong Yin, have weathered countless storms. I am not perturbed by mere trifles, especially those petty matters concerning the royal family. The royal family has conveyed that there has been an incident during the autumn hunt at Mulan Mountain." The steward cautiously continued, eyeing Murong Yin. Upon hearing Mulan Mountain, Murong Yan's entire being trembled. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, gesturing for the steward to continue. Deep within Mulan Mountain, the situation spiraled out of control and ferocious beasts emerged. "Young master," the steward faltered, staring blankly at Murong Yin. Noticing her unperturbed demeanor, he pressed on. The young master and his accompanying guards inadvertently encountered those ferocious beasts and perished. With a Murong Yin collapsed onto the floor. The force was so immense that the Wangwali armchair shattered into splinters. He appeared as though he had lost his senses, remaining motionless for an extended period, until he finally let out a tortured wail. "No, it cannot be. I refuse to believe it. How formidable could those ferocious beasts truly be? Even if Fenger and the others were unable to withstand them, they should have been able to escape. How could they all have perished within?" The butler, terrified, knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, the servants outside, who had been busy, also fell to their knees. They had never witnessed Murong Yin in such a state of disarray. He was typically a man of great composure and intellect, with every situation meticulously calculated. Such a display was indeed rare. Chapter 79, Fury Murong Feng, the eighth son of Murong Yin, with many wives and concubines. Murong Yin naturally had numerous offspring, some of whom were so distant that he struggled to recall their names. Yet, Murong Feng was among his many children, one he cherished deeply and held in high regard. Although Murong Feng was not the one Murong Rua had envisioned as the successor to the Murong family legacy, he was undoubtedly the most favored, and thus received extensive cultivation, rivaling that of the few daughters deemed capable of inheriting the family enterprise. However, Murong Feng's untimely and inexplicable demise was something Murong Yin could scarcely endure. Who was responsible? That wretch from Yunyan? Murong Yin's hair stood on end, and an overwhelming force surged forth from within him, causing the entire Murong residence to tremble violently. The atmosphere became unbearably oppressive, and even the servants and family members who had been engaged in playful banter were now stunned, gazing in shock towards the hall. There, a resplendent light manifested, and a torrent of power surged forth, signaling the manifestation of the immutable king's presence. "Master," He Bingshan rushed in with urgency. Murong Yin has always been exceptionally astute, seldom given to anger. Yet now, her demeanor betrays a profound gravity, indicating that she is confronted with a matter of utmost significance that necessitates her immediate counsel. What has transpired? Upon observing the butler trembling on the ground, He Bingshan furrowed his brow and inquired. The butler's body shook even more violently as he stammered. "Young Master Ba has died." "What?" He Bingshan's expression darkened. Nearly everyone was aware of Murong Feng, the most distinguished scion of the Murong family. Any potential adversary would think twice before taking action against him. The very notion of Murong Feng's demise signified a harbinger of tumultuous change. He Bingshan understood that great upheaval was imminent. "You may withdraw. I shall handle matters here." He Bingshan gestured dismissively. Only then did the butler leave, visibly relieved. Within the hall, Murong Yin grew increasingly frenzied, as though a primordial beast lurked within her, unleashing torrents of ferocious energy that caused the entire chamber to tremble. Furniture splintered and shattered under the onslaught. She could scarcely fathom the news of Murong Feng's death. He Bingshan chose not to intervene. Instead, he hastily arranged intricate formations around the hall, ensuring that Murong Yin's tumultuous power remained contained within, preventing any further leakage. The oppressive atmosphere over the Murong estate dissipated, and the previously rampant tension ceased its spread. After an extended period, Morong Yin gradually regained her composure. However, an icy aura now enveloped her, as if winter had descended in an instant, exuding an air of palpable dread. "Bingshun, come forth," she commanded. "My lady, what shall we do next?" Bingshun refrained from offering solace to Morong Yin, a testament to their long-established understanding as a couple. In such dire circumstances, comfort would bear little fruit. It was far more prudent to take decisive action. Investigate. Regardless of who it may be, even the royal family, once entangled, shall bear the wrath of the Morong clan. Morong Yin's visage was a terrifying mask of rage, and within him, a fierce hatred burned intensely. Moreover, he sought to forge alliances with all local factions of the Zhongmu dynasty, as well as those surrounding it, such as the Huiyun kingdom and the Heishui dynasty. "I intend to strike decisively to obliterate the Zhongmu dynasty. The Huiyun kingdom and the Heishui dynasty have long been thorns in the side of the Zhongmu dynasty, frequently instigating border disputes, causing relentless troubles, for which the Zhongmu dynasty has paid a heavy price. Both the Huiyun kingdom and the Heishui dynasty have expressed their intentions, yet they demand 10 cities adjoining their realms." Bingshun stated calmly. 10 cities, those two wolves. Morong Yin gritted his teeth. Yet, he steeled himself and declared, "Enough, I cannot concern myself with such matters now. My sole desire is to annihilate the Zhongmu dynasty. I shall ponder the rest later. My heart shall find no peace until the Zhongmu dynasty is vanquished." Bingshun did not deter him. Nodding, he continued, "Master, the Liu and Lin families from Songlin City request an audience. Would you be willing to meet with them?" "Not a chance." Morong Yin flatly refused, asserting, "What are they to me? They are not worthy of my attention. Arrange for a casual member of the residents to meet with them, inquire what they can offer, and if their terms are favorable, we shall continue negotiations. They harbor a grudge against Lin Jie and wish to act within the imperial city. Yet they hesitate due to the city's stringent defenses. Thus, they have come seeking our Morong clan's assistance, promising that once Lin Jie is dealt with, they will wholeheartedly ally with us." Bingshun was well prepared and spoke directly. "Lin Jie?" Morong Yin was taken aback for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "A mere insignificant character hardly merits my attention. However, granting them an opportunity to gain the allegiance of Songlin City, while simultaneously eliminating the talent coveted by that fool Yunya, is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Make it known that with the support of the Morong family, they may act freely." "Yes, my lord." Bingshun gracefully departed. In the courtyard of the Zhongmu Dan Pavilion, the brewing storm within the imperial city had no impact here. The modest courtyard was densely woven with intricate formations, and at its center stood a grand cauldron. Inside, boiling water surged, and the vibrant medicinal concoction resembled ferocious beasts rampaging within, creating terrifying shockwaves that sent chills down one's spine. Yet, whenever the potions threatened to overflow, radiant light patterns, along with mysterious inscriptions and golden seals, would emerge around the cauldron, forming a net-like luminescent barrier that pressed the concoctions back into the cauldron for further refinement. Fu Qianxiu clicked his tongue in wonder, while Yi Xiaoxi widened her eyes, earnestly pondering the scene. Undoubtedly, this was Lin Jie's method. Not directed toward the other members of the Zhongmu Dan Pavilion, he had no reservations at this moment, especially as he was concocting the Gu Yi Dan for himself and Yi Xiaoxi. Naturally, the more potent the effect, the better. The cauldron emitted a muffled sound as the rich potions began to blend. Lin Dong glanced over and softly remarked, "Director Fu, Xiaoxi, the next steps are up to you. Rest assured." Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi spoke in unison. Lin Jie then retrieved a dragon-shaped Ji Yu Chao from his bosom, although it had lost much of its luster. Fortunately, its efficacy remained intact. Lin Jie abruptly tossed the Ji Yu Chao into the air. It transformed into a radiant crimson light, attempting to swiftly escape. However, Lin Dong acted decisively. With a gentle stroke, he sliced through the Ji Yu Chao as if it were a sharp blade, cleaving it into 7 segments. Each segment retained its complete form, cascading into the grand cauldron. Roars echoed, resonating with the sounds of dragons. The cauldron bubbled with fervor, as the rich medicinal broth seemed to ignite instantaneously, merging with the dragon-shaped Ji Yu Chao, forming a colossal dragon that appeared capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Swirling the boundless potion, crashing forth from the cauldron. Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi promptly took action. Mystical seals were unleashed, striking precisely upon the cauldron. As the seals landed, they formed intricate patterns, Vivid depictions of myriad beings emerged. Countless races harmonized in a chant. The surging dragon was swiftly drawn back into the cauldron. Meanwhile, the flames below underwent a transformation, shifting to a resplendent purple-gold hue, resembling fiery dragons encircling the cauldron, providing ample heat. As the Jiyu Chao descended into the broth, it began to liquefy, releasing a torrent of pure medicinal energy, swiftly merging with the concoction within the cauldron. This was indeed the technique of the universal sacrifice. Lin Jie imparted this method to Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi, allowing them to collaboratively execute it. Simultaneously, Lin Jie endeavored to guide the medicinal broth within the cauldron, aiming to stratify the potency of the Jiyu Chao into 3 distinct layers. At the very bottom lies the potion with an intense potency, while the middle section is relatively mild, and the uppermost layer embodies a subtle, yet sharp essence. Each stratum demands a distinct degree of fervor. This is a technique of the highest order, one that even Master Fu cannot accomplish. Thus, it falls solely upon Lin Jie to undertake this task. However, given Lin Jie's current weakened state, he struggles to refine the medicine as he once did. After merely a brief moment, he becomes drenched in sweat, his forehead adorned with beads of perspiration. Yi Xiaoxi is filled with concern for Lin Jie, yet Fu Qianxiu restrains her. This is a pivotal moment in the refining process, and it is best for him to complete it independently. Our role now is merely to regulate the flames and prevent further complications. Although Yi Xiaoxi remains anxious, she recognizes her inability to assist and refrains from intervening. After all, the intricacies of alchemy that Lin Jie engages in transcend her current capabilities. Even with her cultivation of the Taiyin Xianjing, which allows her to utilize Yin fire for pill refinement, the gap between her abilities and Lin Jie's present techniques is vast. The medicinal concoction bubbles and roils, transforming into a unified potion that surges like tumultuous waves. Within it, one could almost perceive a colossal hand at work. The swirling elixir gradually separates, becoming visibly distinct in 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower. Each layer is imbued with the potency of various herbs, yet they differ remarkably in both attributes and medicinal properties. Nevertheless, they coexist harmoniously, devoid of any conflict. This young man is indeed extraordinary. The ability to wield such power with finesse is truly unimaginable. Fu Qianxiu gazes on in admiration. Even after witnessing Lin Jie's alchemical methods numerous times, he cannot help but express his awe. Beside him, Yi Xiaoxi beams with a radiant smile, entranced as she watches Lin Jie. With a gentle wave of her hands, a surge of lunar energy flowed forth, alleviating the heat that enveloped Lin Jie, allowing him a moment of respite from his discomfort. The fragrant aroma of herbs filled the courtyard. As the concoction within the cauldron coalesced into 3 distinct, Lin Jie gradually withdrew his hands, though his body trembled slightly. Yi Xiaoxi hurried to support him, her concern evident as she inquired, "Lin Jie, are you all right?" "I am fine," he replied with a radiant smile. "I merely exerted myself too much earlier, and now I feel a bit dizzy. A brief meditation will suffice." The earlier exertion had indeed drained his mental energy significantly. Had it been any other cultivator, the overwhelming consumption would have led to a collapse, jeopardizing their efforts in concocting the superior Gu Yi Dan, potentially resulting in failure. The preparation is nearly complete. The remaining ingredients can gradually merge under the residual heat. "You should rest now. I will take care of things here with Xiaoxi," Fu Qianxiu suggested. Lin Jie nodded and settled into a meditative posture. As night deepened, the air grew slightly cooler, and the once pervasive fragrance of herbs in the courtyard began to fade. Yet, a subtle and exquisite aroma lingered, wafting from the cauldron, captivating the senses and compelling one to draw closer for a better whiff. "Lin Jie is truly extraordinary. I have never encountered such a fragrance before," Fu Qianxiu remarked, his gaze fixated on the cauldron. He had witnessed and even concocted numerous gooey dawn, yet the herbaceous scent of this particular one was a first in his lifetime. "The master is too modest. My techniques merely enhance the quality of the elixir. The enchanting aroma is primarily due to the Juyu grass, which has aged for so long. Its potency is truly remarkable, and you have yet to witness it yourself." Lin Jie gradually awakened from his slumber. Instantly, the previously bored Yi Xiaoxi became animated. "Lin Jie, you're awake. Have you rested well?" "I was already awake. I merely wished to attain a better state before rising," he replied. As he observed Yi Xiaoxi's concerned expression, warmth flooded his heart, and he gazed at her exquisite features in a daze. Yi Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed crimson. "Ahem." Fu Qianxiu cleared his throat. You young ones indulging in romance could spare a thought for an old man like me, can't you? Must you always do so in my presence? A change of venue would suffice. Such displays are rather disheartening for someone of my age. Master, Yu Xiaoxi murmured shyly. The fire in the furnace had extinguished, and the fragrance of the medicine began to subside, signifying the completion of the elixir. Lin Jie decided to shift the topic. Fu Qianqiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he fixed his gaze on the cauldron. Quickly, let us see the results. Yu Xiaoxi, equally anxious, watched intently. Given the extraordinary methods employed in crafting this elixir and the remarkable ingredients used, what sort of concoction would emerge? First, I must set up a binding array, Lin Jie said, not opening the cauldron just yet. This elixir is extraordinary. If mishandled, it could either explode or be ruined. I will now establish the void binding array. You too, swiftly procure a jade box. When I bind the elixir with the formation, be ready to catch it in the jade box. It must not touch the ground, nor should it come into contact with wood or metal, or it will dissolve instantly. As he spoke, Lin Jie began to inscribe the formation in the air. The array pin in his hand emitted a crisp sound as he rapidly completed each formation. Meanwhile, Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi hurriedly retrieved the jade box. With a hum, Lin Jie lifted the lid. A rich aroma of medicine wafted through the air, and a streak of radiant light shot forth like lightning, moving at an astonishing speed. Before Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi could discern their surroundings, they had already arrived at a corner of the courtyard. At that moment, the intricate formations etched around them began to activate, rapidly weaving a colorful net that enveloped the area. The elixir seemed to sense the impending danger and swiftly altered its course, descending downward. Quickly, open the jade box. At the Sun position, Lin Jie commanded. Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi hurried to the designated position and opened the jade box. A radiant light erupted from within, flooding the space with a vast brilliance. The rushing luminescence resembled a moth drawn to a flame, swiftly plunging inside. Snap! Lin Jie promptly closed the lid. The contents within the jade box collided violently, yet they remained unable to escape. What grade of elixir is this, to possess such formidable power? Fu Qianqiu pondered, his heart trembling. Even the finest elixirs did not exude such an aura. Lin Jie unveiled a glimpse, allowing Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qianqiu to behold its complex patterns, each imbued with unimaginable traces of the Tao, a truly astonishing sight. The elixir itself resembled a diminutive dragon, transcending the finest quality. It is beyond the exceptional grade, Lin Jie stated nonchalantly. Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi were rendered speechless in astonishment. Under normal circumstances, the exceptional grade is the pinnacle of alchemy, and it was a rarity even at the Cangmu Dan Pavilion, where high-grade elixirs were seldom seen. Yet, Lin Jie had managed to concoct an elixir of such extraordinary caliber, a feat they had never encountered before. The pinnacle of alchemical creations does not solely pertain to the highest quality of elixirs. Beyond that, there exists an array of transformations. Some potions are infused with overwhelming lethal intent, while others harbor terrifying sword intent, and still others brimming with formidable vitality. Such elixirs, although classified as exquisite, transcend mere excellence. Lin Jie smiled as he elucidated this notion. Although Master Fu and Yi Xiaoxi currently possess limited proficiency in the art of alchemy, it would benefit them to receive this knowledge, broadening their perspectives and liberating them from constraints. Is it truly possible for elixirs to possess such attributes? Fu Qianqiu pondered, his inner thoughts tumultuous. This revelation directly challenged his previously held beliefs. If other elixirs wield such power, then what essence does our own potion encapsulate? Yi Xiaoxi, having only recently ventured into the realm of alchemy, found her understanding less entrenched, making her more amenable to acceptance. She focused intently on the present elixir, unburdened by doubt. I am uncertain, Lin Jie replied, shaking his head. The essence is subtle. One can only discern the underlying principles after consumption. For now, I can only ascertain that this elixir surpasses the exquisite level based on its external transformations. As for the specific principles contained, that remains elusive. Even the eye of eternal tribulation cannot unveil it. After all, the emergence of exquisite elixirs is a matter of celestial significance. Then let us begin consumption. Yi Xiaoxi urged eagerly, but Fu Qianqiu, recovering from his earlier astonishment, swiftly interjected, No, we must not act so hastily. During the autumn hunting season, Lin Jie had just achieved the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm. If he were to consume medicinal pills at this moment, he would directly ascend to the Unity realm. However, such a hasty advancement would render his foundation unstable, posing considerable risks. In the realm of cultivation, medicinal pills are merely external aids. While they can assist, they must not become the foundation. Only through genuine comprehension of the cultivation techniques and allowing the natural flow of progress can one rightfully utilize these pills. It is only in this manner that each step taken will be solid, leading to greater achievements in the future. This is particularly true for those elite families, where even the youngest disciples are often kept away from the complexities of cultivation. They merely stimulate their innate talents, utilizing boundless treasures of heaven and earth to continually strengthen their foundational essence, which is, in essence, laying the groundwork. I still cannot shake off the feeling of guilt, Yi Xiaoxi admitted. I was only thinking of the medicinal pills and failed to consider Lin Jie's rapid breakthrough. Upon reflection, she realized just how astonishingly swift Lin Jie's progress had been. Since joining the Cangmu Dan Pavilion, Lin Jie had transitioned from the early stages of the Hunyuan realm to the peak in merely a few short months, an unimaginable pace. Master Fu has overthought this matter. If it were an ordinary unity pill, such concerns might be warranted. However, this particular unity pill harbors no hidden dangers. For the blessing herb it comprises has matured sufficiently over the years, accumulating the necessary essence. By absorbing the pill, I effectively assimilate the foundational essence of the blessing herb, thereby naturally compensating for any potential deficiencies, Lin Jie explained with a smile. In truth, he had no need for apprehension whatsoever. Even if the Ji Yu Chao does not possess miraculous effects, he need not engage in painstakingly slow cultivation. His mind is replete with profound insights. Having already attained deep comprehension of the preceding levels, he merely requires the infusion of strength for rapid advancement, unlike ordinary cultivators who progress step by step. Thus, I have perhaps been overly concerned. Master Fu nodded. Now that chaos looms over the imperial city, it is prudent for us to hasten our cultivation. Only then can we aspire to escape the fate of mere pawns. Otherwise we shall remain at the mercy of others. Lin Jie swiftly retrieved a Gi pill, grasping it firmly in his hand, before suddenly exerting force to split the pill in half, offering one portion to Yi Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, as you are inherently a Taiyin Xian body and have now cultivated the Taiyin Xian canon, you can no longer advance in the conventional manner of ordinary cultivators. This half should suffice to elevate you to the Gi realm. Yi Xiaoxi felt a stir in her heart, but hesitated to accept, shaking her head gently. Lin Jie, you are in greater need of the elixir to enhance your strength. I shall wait for another opportunity. With just one Gi pill, it is challenging for both of us to progress simultaneously. What if neither of us advances? Silly girl, Lin Jie said affectionately, ruffling Yi Xiaoxi's hair. Since I have invited you to partake, I have ensured there is enough for both our advancements. This is no ordinary Gi pill. It surpasses the finest, containing not only profound principles, but also an extraordinary potency far exceeding that of common elixirs. Is that truly so? Yi Xiaoxi's luminous eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Jie smiled warmly, asserting, would I deceive you? Quickly accept it. Only by advancing together can we confront the impending turmoil. In the near future, a fierce conflict between the royal family and the Murong clan is inevitable. With great delight, Yi Xiaoxi took the Gi pill. The two did not linger any longer and swallowed it immediately, while Fu Qianxiu stood guard for them. As soon as the pill slid down their throats, it surged through their bodies like a rampaging dragon, the potent medicinal energy swiftly dispersing along their meridians. There was no need for further refinement. It transformed directly into their own strength, rich and abundant. Almost simultaneously, Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie felt their auras soaring. Yi Xiaoxi emanated a chilling power, and as it surged, the entire courtyard was soon enveloped in layers of frost, with snowflakes swirling in the air. In an instant, the ground was blanketed in snow. The terrifying prowess of the Taiyin Xian body was indeed formidable. Fu Qianxiu was astonished. Fortunately, he had laid out protective formations in advance, isolating the courtyard from the outside world. Otherwise, the spectacle brought about by Yi Xiaoxi would undoubtedly have drawn unwanted attention. In truth, this phenomenon showed no signs of abating. Rather, as Yi Xiaoxi's cultivation continued to rise, the chill intensified. Even though Fu Qianxiu had already integrated the forces of yin and yang, rendering him impervious to extreme cold and heat, he still felt a hint of discomforting chill. This made him worry about Lin Jie. After all, a normal cultivator would surely be affected in some capacity by such an intense cold. Just as Fu Qianqiu turned his gaze towards Lin Jie, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Lin Jie appeared completely unfazed. At that moment, he was surrounded by a golden radiance, akin to the vibrant hues of dawn, sacred yet commanding. The surrounding chill, upon drawing near, was instantly rendered null and void, dissipating into nothingness. Within a radius of about 10 feet around Lin Jie, not a trace of frost could be found. The domineering golden radiance profoundly influenced Yi Xiaoxi, causing the chill she emanated to diminish. Fu Qianqiu began to worry for her. Fortunately, after some time, he noticed that while the chilling aura had been affected, Yi Xiaoxi's cultivation progress remained untouched, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was still deeply astonished by Lin Jie. Chapter 82. Intrusion time flew by swiftly. A day passed in haste. The small courtyard of Sangmu Dan Pavilion welcomed a new dawn. The sun rose in the east, illuminating the vast expanse of snow, painting the layers of frost in a breathtaking display. Lin Jie was enveloped in a resplendent golden glow, and gradually, his aura stabilized. Yi Xiaoxi's aura also steadied. No longer experiencing dramatic enhancements, and the chill she radiated finally lessened. Fortunately, they were merely at the Unity realm. Had they delved deeper into their cultivation? Given their exceptional talents, even with array formations in place, they might still attract the attention of others. Fu Qianqiu let out a long sigh of relief. He had been concerned that Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi's advancements would draw unwanted attention. Seeing them finally calm down allowed him to relax his previously tense disposition. They had ascended to the Unity realm and now merely required further comprehension to genuinely elevate their status, leaving him with little to worry about. Fu Qianqiu stretched lazily, preparing to retreat to his room for rest. Although, as a cultivator, such vigilance was not overly burdensome, the mental exhaustion from the previous day's efforts had taken its toll, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Startled, Fu Qianqiu approached and softly inquired, "Who is it?" "Senior Fu. The sect master has sent me to inquire whether this month's medicinal herbs have been distributed." A respectful voice echoed from outside. Fu Qianqiu exhaled softly and replied, "Please convey my gratitude to the sect master. The herbs have been collected." However, he showed no intention of opening the door. "Senior Fu, allow us to enter and take a look. We are here on the sect master's orders to see how you are faring." It would be impossible to report back without a personal inspection, the voice outside insisted. "Rest assured, should we require anything, we shall not hesitate to request it. You may return now. I feel quite guilty for having you come out here so early," Fu Qianqiu thought to himself. He was deeply concerned that if they entered the small courtyard, the commotion caused by Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi would surely be discovered. The individuals outside showed no intent to leave. Instead, they grew increasingly earnest. "Senior Fu speaks wisely, and we trust that you would not treat yourself poorly. However, this is indeed a matter entrusted by the sect master. If we do not comply diligently, we shall surely face punishment upon our return. We implore you, for the sake of our esteemed sect master, to allow us a glimpse, even if just a brief one." Fu Qianqiu hesitated but then waved his hand, causing the thick layer of snow nearby to dissipate. "You may look in, but do not enter." With that, he opened the door a crack. Yet, in that very instant, he sensed something was amiss. Outside, there was not only a suffocating aura of malevolence, but also an overwhelming force that surged towards the small courtyard like a tidal wave the moment he opened the door. "Who are you?" Fu Qianqiu bellowed. Such terrifying intent could not possibly belong to the members of the Sangmu Dan Pavilion. With a gentle wave of his palm, the force of the late stage of the unification realm surged forth like a tidal wave, bracing against the great door. However, the opponent's strength was even more formidable. His power was easily repelled, and he was swiftly hurled back into the courtyard. The door swung open with a resounding crash. Dozens of figures clad in robes reminiscent of the Sangmu Dan Pavilion poured in like a tumultuous tide. The door slammed shut once more. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. Fu Qianqiu fixed his gaze and gasped in astonishment. It's you. You've lost your minds. This is the Imperial City, the Sangmu Dan Pavilion, not a place that your insignificant Lin and Lu families from Songlin City can control. You still have time to leave. Otherwise, both your families may face annihilation." This group, at the forefront, were indeed members of the Lin and Lu families. Fu Qianqiu was taken aback. He could hardly fathom the audacity of the Lin and Lu families, daring to act so recklessly within the Imperial City's Sangmu Dan Pavilion. "Perhaps it is best that you cease your feudal concerns," Fu Pavilion Master, Lu Xingye, draped in a hooded cloak, his face obscured beneath a dark hood, spoke coldly. His expression twisted with malice. Since we have managed to infiltrate the Songmu Dan Pavilion and dare to take action here, we have long prepared appropriate countermeasures. If you are wise, act as if nothing has occurred, and we may spare you. With a slight tightening of his hands, the power of yin and yang was unleashed. Resembling a celestial dragon emerging from the sea, striking directly at the intruders. Instantly, they were temporarily halted. Old fool, if you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation. Do not blame me for my ruthless methods. Lu Xingye seethed with rage. He cast aside his robe and extended his hand, which glimmered with a dark, claw-like aura. As he launched his attack, the air was filled with a faint yet exhilarating roar, accompanied by the ominous shadows of claws. Hurry inside and deal with that bat. Lin Songyun swiftly joined the fray, sending forth a crimson beam towards Fu Qianxiu. Fu Qianxiu narrowly dodged, allowing the throng of dozens to surge unimpeded into the courtyard. Where do you think you're going? Fu Qianxiu exclaimed in alarm. The scarlet light shot forth, aiming directly at him. With no other recourse, he turned to meet the attack. In this brief moment of delay, the multitude had already breached the courtyard. Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun, however, remained fiercely entangled with Fu Qianxiu. Although his cultivation had significantly advanced since the days in Songlin City, he found it challenging to extricate himself from their grasp. The intruding cultivators rapidly entered the courtyard, only to be met with profound astonishment. The entire area was enveloped in layers of ice and a blanket of snow. What had transpired here? They exchanged bewildered glances, acutely aware that outside the temperature was sweltering. Yet, within the courtyard, it felt like an entirely different realm, infused with an eerie chill reminiscent of a frozen world. Even with their formidable cultivation, they could not escape the penetrating cold that left them shivering uncomfortably. Then, they beheld Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie. Yi Xiaoxi had long ceased to emanate a chilling aura, yet tendrils of coldness still escaped her, thickening the frost around her, as if the surroundings were on the verge of transforming into a frozen wasteland. Lin Jie radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding an overwhelming force within a 10-foot radius. The swirling snow and ice seemed to have no effect on him. Any frost that dared to approach him quickly melted away into nothingness. What manner of beings were these two? Their prowess was truly extraordinary. Merely through cultivation, they had stirred such an uproar. It was no wonder that Fu Qianxiu had barred others from entering. He was not merely concerned about their intentions, but rather anxious that the commotion they caused might attract unwanted attention. Many were suddenly enlightened, their astonishment palpable. Chapter 083, Collecting Interest. The courtyard remained eerily silent. Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun shouted, "What are you standing around for? Act quickly." Everyone was frozen in place, hesitant to advance. The terrifying might of Yi Xiaoxi and Lin Jie instilled a deep-seated fear in them. After all, no one knew how formidable Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi truly were in combat. However, a few bold individuals remarked nonchalantly, "What is there to fear?" The reason that Master Fu is wary of others entering is simply that they require more time to cultivate. This implies that their process cannot possibly conclude anytime soon. If we act now, we may lightly disrupt their training, causing them to lose all progress, or in a more severe scenario, we could eliminate them outright, allowing us to claim the substantial bounties set by the Lin and Lu families. These individuals had indeed come seeking rewards, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Upon hearing these words, each heart stirred with excitement. Indeed, regardless of their formidable strength, this was undeniably their weakest moment. It was a pity for such a beautiful maiden. If only they could savor her first. Savor your head. This is the Imperial City. Although the Lin and Lu families have smoothed relations, none can guarantee our safe retreat. We must resolve this matter immediately. Dozens of individuals dispersed, dividing into two factions, swiftly advancing towards Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi. Attack. Countless blades and weapons surged forth with unparalleled force, shaking the entire courtyard as they descended upon Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi. I will fight you to the end. Launching into a fierce and ruthless assault. Yet, Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun had no intention of risking their lives, merely entangling Fu Qianxiu, preventing him from unleashing his strength, leaving him to listen to the tumultuous sounds echoing from the courtyard. Unexpectedly, it was eerily tranquil, as if the sounds were swallowed. After what seemed like an age, a thunderous sound finally erupted, resembling a cataclysmic upheaval. The entire courtyard trembled violently. Akin to a small boat tossed upon tempestuous waves. Screams erupted, one after another, a relentless chorus of despair. Fu Qianxiu paused. Did you think your sneak attack would succeed? Against ordinary cultivators, you may be invincible, but you must remember, you are not facing ordinary people, but a true, heaven-defying. You are not contending with mere mortals. You face a genuine prodigy of celestial prowess destined to illuminate the entire continent. Lu Xingye and Lin Sonyun's expressions darkened. They relentlessly assailed Fu Qianxiu while casting furtive glances at the courtyard, their brows furrowed in deep concern. The scene before them was both tragic and bizarre. Lin Jie was enveloped in a radiant golden light, manifesting a series of resplendent talismans. Yi Xiaoxi was surrounded by swirling layers of snow and wind, resembling a sprite amidst the snowfall, equally absorbed in her practice. Yet, as dozens of cultivators launched their attacks against them, the moment their energies brushed against the dazzling auras of Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi, they were violently repelled. As if struck by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily onto the icy ground, their bodies battered and emitting cries of anguish. What manner of monstrosity is this? Lu Xingye's brow was tightly knitted, confronted with an unprecedented situation. During cultivation, absolute tranquility was paramount. Any disturbance could yield unimaginable consequences. Yet, this principle seemed utterly absent in Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi, who, despite remaining perfectly still, radiated a terrifying power that sent cultivators careening backward, simply horrifying. Consolidate your powers, Lin Sonyun urged. This individual possessed an extraordinary technique, capable of maintaining a defense even while cultivating. However, such defense was finite. It could not withstand the might of all. Should they layer their energies, pressing against his defenses until they shattered, it would spell his demise. This phenomenon was something Lin Sonyun had only encountered in ancient, and he had never anticipated witnessing it again through Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi. The group promptly united their strengths. In a remarkable synergy, their powers coalesced. The small courtyard trembled as their overwhelming force surged forth, culminating in an explosive display of might. A terrifying creature, entirely shrouded in darkness, yet materialized as if stepping through the void, its eyes radiating a greedy light, fixated upon Lin Jie and Yi Xiaoxi. Kill! The crowd urged in unison. In a flash of brilliance, the fearsome beast, with its hooves seemingly treading the air, carved a bizarre shadow in the sky, directly appearing above Lin Jie. Its claws, gleaming with a sharp luster, descended with a mighty blow. The collision of dark and golden light unleashed a dreadful shockwave, obliterating the surrounding ice and snow. The pear tree in the courtyard swayed violently, shedding numerous leaves, while the cultivators resembled autumn leaves caught in a tempest, thrashing about in despair. They had not anticipated the sheer force of such an attack, which was indeed a tumultuous tide. After a brief stalemate, cracks appeared in the radiant aura enveloping Lin Jie. The creature's greed intensified, and the light beneath its claws became even more resplendent as it relentlessly continued its assault. Finally, with a resounding crash, the golden light the dark creature, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, surged forward in a flash towards Lin Jie. Excellent. It is finally coming to an end. Many sighed in relief. They had undertaken immense risks to eliminate this wretched foe. Lu Xingye and Lin Sonyun also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Jie remained, the Lin and Lu clans would be under constant peril. Only upon witnessing the breach of Lin Jie's defenses could they feel a measure of ease and release their anxieties. Lin Jie, Fu Qianxiu cried out. He launched a frenzied assault, fully unleashing his yang energy, merging it with the yin force to form a terrifying attack, akin to a galloping azure dragon, ferociously striking at Lu Xingye and Lin Sonyun. However, Lu Xingye and Lin Sonyun had but one objective, Lin Jie. They were not intent on risking their lives. Rather, they sought to entangle him. Thus, no matter how desperately Fu Qianxiu fought, he remained ensnared by their grasp, a tempest of sorrow and indignation swirling within him. A thunderous crash resounded, unleashing a blinding radiance that stirred a cloud of dust into the air, causing Lin Jie's figure to vanish. Moments later, as the dust settled, the dark creature appeared, bearing an expression of utter helplessness, and with a swift motion, it dissipated into pure energy. Meanwhile, Lin Jie, who had been seated in meditation, remained unharmed, his eyes now wide open, gleaming with a profound light as he gazed at the astonished assailants. With a radiant smile, he remarked, "You seem quite anxious. I have yet to seek vengeance upon you, yet here you are, rushing to me. In that case, allow me to collect some interest first, lest you think I have forgotten the blood feud of that day." Chapter 084, Annihilation. Lin Jie remained unscathed. Their combined attack had utterly collapsed. Everyone was in shock, rendered speechless. They could hardly believe this was truly occurring. It is worth noting that the majority of them were not weaklings. Although they had become desperate fugitives for various reasons, their cultivation levels were by no means inferior. Indeed, several had reached the Unity realm. This was precisely why they dared to invade the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Otherwise, even with the Murong family covertly supporting them, the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion would not be so easily breached. In the end, despite all calculations, they had not anticipated that Lin Jie, even in the midst of cult, would be so formidable. He dispersed their combined attack and remained unscathed, showing no signs of being affected. Swoosh, swoosh. Some swiftly attempted to flee. They were all brigands driven by self-interest. Now, perceiving the extreme danger, they were unwilling to continue. Trying to escape? Lin Jie sneered. Golden light shimmered beneath his feet as he abruptly pushed off. Like a golden arrow, he darted out. Simultaneously, his fist glowed, directly targeting the fleeing cultivators. A vast force of the fist immediately erupted. The escaping cultivators felt an immense pressure bearing down on their backs. Turning back, they saw Lin Jie already upon them, his cloud-shattering fist flashing with brilliant Dharma seals, about to strike. Spare me, I beg. The voice abruptly ceased. Lin Jie's fist landed, instantly killing the cultivator. The person fell heavily, all signs of life extinguished. Bang, bang, fist after fist. The other cultivators also fell in an instant. Everyone watched the scene with dread. Lin Jie's expression was impassive, like a celestial being descended, his power insurmountable. I said, all of you must die. The fierce attacks rained down. Fight him. He's just one person, and only at the oneness realm. Can't we deal with him with so many of us? Kill him, or we'll all die. Many gritted their teeth, quickly surrounding Lin Jie. A violent power exploded in an instant. Lin Jie showed no fear. Like a fish, he moved among the crowd, throwing punches. With each punch, a cultivator died. In a short time, the entire courtyard was filled with fallen cultivators. Those cultivators who continue to fight are truly terrified. It is utterly horrifying. They have profoundly realized the might of Lin Jie. Surrounded by so, he single-handedly faced them all. Yet, astonishingly, not a single one managed to land a blow on him. Instead, Lin Jie annihilated them all. Brother. The mountains remain unchanged and the waters continue to flow. Spare us this time, and when we meet again, we shall repay your kindness. We are merely here for the bounty, and have no deep-seated enmity with you. I implore you, show mercy, pleaded the remaining cultivators, their voices trembling. Lin Jie's eyes gleamed coldly as he fixed his gaze upon them. Such words are easily spoken. If that is the case, when you believed you could defeat me, why did you not show mercy then? When you found yourselves at a disadvantage, you sought leniency. How can such fortune be expected? You reckless fools. Which of you is not ungrateful, devoid of any sense of camaraderie? If I let you go today, you and your kind will become my enemies. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle. Even blood relations can ignite fierce conflict. What more can be said of these marauders? Brother, you are forcing our hand. The cultivators displayed fierce determination. A few exchanged glances, and several moved in different directions to block Lin Jie's escape. Meanwhile, others suddenly surged toward Yi Xiaoxi, wielding their crude blades with deadly intent, slicing through the air like a moonlit flash. Seeking death, you shall meet your end. Lin Jie roared in fury. These madmen dared to lay hands on Yi Xiaoxi. With a swift motion, he transformed into a radiant streak of golden light, hurtling forward with incredible speed. The obstructing cultivator was apprehensive, yet he thrust his sword forth with considerable force, attempting to overwhelm Lin Jie with its savage power. Clang! Lin Jie responded with a punch, a radiant golden light shimmering around it. The fist met the sword. Crack! The heavy sword shattered into fragments. The terrifying force of the punch struck the man's arm directly, and a vast power surged into him, instantly obliterating his entire arm. Thump! Lin Jie's fist landed squarely on his chest. The man died instantly, his eyes wide with terror, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a sound. Lin Jie continued his rapid advance, his speed unyielding, his power escalating swiftly. Stop him! The cultivator attacking Yu Xiaoxi roared. Boom! Boom! Several individuals launched a swift assault, wielding fists, swords, blades, and spears from multiple directions. Lin Jie, however, did not even furrow his brow, charging straight ahead. Thump! The cultivator blocking his path perished instantly. Simultaneously, Lin Jie was struck by a series of attacks. The unparalleled force breached his defenses, impacting his body and causing him to bleed profusely, leaving him severely wounded. Yet, Lin Jie did not falter, his speed increasing. Boom! Just as Yi Xiaoxi was about to be struck, Lin Jie arrived. The mottled golden imprints on his fist rapidly coalescing into an unparalleled force. He unleashed a punch directly upon the attacking cultivator. Clang! A deafening roar erupted as the two forces collided, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that caused the entire courtyard to tremble violently, shaking the pear trees incessantly. When the attacking cultivator stood lifeless, a gaping hole in his chest, which burst open with a soft poof. The long sword he wielded was a mere 3 inches from Yi Xiaoxi. Lin Jie, bearing 3 grievous wounds and bleeding profusely, stood before Yi Xiaoxi with a chilling demeanor, his gaze fixed upon the two cultivators poised to strike. He resembled a ferocious beast, exuding an aura of terror. The two adversaries trembled, paralyzed by fear, unable to advance any further. They perceived him as a demon, a truly fearsome entity. Regret coursed through them for having dared to oppose Lin Jie. Although they were ruthless themselves, known for their mercilessness, they had never encountered a cultivator as formidable as him. His brutality eclipsed their own. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted as Lin Jie surged forward. The two cultivators hastily retreated, but midway through their escape, they abruptly halted. A hand, radiant and imbued with a fierce golden glow, emerged from their chests, puncturing through them with overwhelming force. They stood no chance of resistance, succumbing instantly to their fate. Thus, all those who intended to attack Yi Xiaoxi met their demise. Lin Jie steadied himself and turned to face the remaining cultivators, who trembled like grasshoppers in an autumn breeze, unable to muster any strength. The sheer terror Lin Jie instilled was palpable. Single-handedly, he had annihilated their ranks without mercy. Even the thought of using Yi Xiaoxi as leverage seemed futile. Was he truly an ordinary cultivator? He was nothing short of a divine demon. You two shall embark on your journey, Lin Jie stated coolly. With a swift push from his feet, he leaped into the air. He could not bear to witness a repetition of past events. Thus, upon seeing these individuals threaten Yi Xiaoxi, the last remnants of his compassion hardened into unyielding resolve. The remaining cultivators, gripped by fear, fled in a frenzy. Regrettably, they had only just escaped a few steps when an explosive blast erupted, resulting in their blood stained the thick ice layer, exuding a sinister and enchanting allure. Chapter 085, The Might of Yi Xiaoxi. In the soft glow of dawn, the thick snow and ice were marred by a spreading pool of blood, blossoming like crimson plum blossoms, forming an exquisitely tragic and eerie pattern. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Nearby the pear tree lay numerous lifeless bodies, strewn haphazardly across the ground. Not a single one of the dozens of cultivators survived. Beneath the blazing sun, Lin Jie stood in the courtyard, blood seeping from multiple, his eyes glinting with fierce brilliance. A prodigy. The once formidable Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun felt tumultuous waves of fear surging within them. Dozens of desperate individuals, including several formidable beings of the Unity realm, had failed to inflict serious harm on Lin Jie. Instead, within a mere span of time, he had single-handedly vanquished them all. An unfathomable feat. If it were them, they would not dare to claim they could escape amidst such overwhelming assaults. Yet Lin Jie, with his solitary strength, had annihilated them all, leaving them gasping in astonishment. In their eyes, Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun recognized the fear, and upon exchanging a glance, they unleashed an imposing force. Their fists rapidly adorned with countless scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. With a thunderous crash, they struck towards Fu Qianxiu. Fu Qianxiu met their advance with equal swiftness. As their fists collided, a force of intertwining yin and yang manifested, creating a lethal surge in response. The impact generated a terrifying shockwave, nearly uprooting the entire courtyard. Fortunately, Fu Qianxiu had previously established a formation, preventing its collapse. However, due to the combined onslaught of Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun, Fu Qianxiu was compelled to in that fleeting moment, Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun seized the opportunity to leap towards the main entrance, their intent to escape evident as they displayed no. Suddenly, Lin Jie made his move. An aura of golden light enveloped his feet, and he appeared as if he were a majestic, leaving behind shimmering golden afterimages as he swiftly approached the courtyard gate. Before Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun could even reach for the door, his crumbling cloud fist, radiant with a golden seal, struck powerfully towards them. The resplendent golden light unfurled, transforming into sharp and terrifying blades that sliced through the air behind Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun, shattering the atmosphere with an overwhelming force. They turned abruptly, fear flashing in their eyes, only to see Lin Jie's assault barreling towards them. Reacting instinctively, they attempted to dodge to the sides, but it was a fraction too late. The might of the crumbling cloudfish struck them, causing a sickening crunch accompanied by the flow of blood. Their shoulders bled profusely as the golden energy infiltrated their veins, wreaking havoc upon their bodies. Yet, the two remained undeterred, leveraging the momentum from their earlier evasive maneuver. They pushed off the ground with a slight spring, narrowly brushing past Lin Jie and Fu Qianxiu before vanishing into the small courtyard. Aware that they were no match for Lin Jie and Fu Qianxiu, they understood that the front entrance was not an option. Their only chance to escape lay in the small courtyard where Yi Xiaoxi was still in the midst of her training. Their speed was remarkable, calculated perfectly to evade any interception, and thus they entered the courtyard before Lin Jie and Fu Qianxiu could react. However, in the next instant, a powerful wave of air suddenly stagnated, halting their advance. Instead, the previously subdued chill had surged forth once more. Snowflakes danced through the air, and the ground swiftly transformed into a sheet of ice visible to the naked eye. "Are you truly intending to proceed in this manner?" came the melodious voice of Yi Xiaoxi. Upon entering the small courtyard, Lin Jie and Fu Qianxiu beheld Yi Xiaoxi, resplendent in a floor-length gown, standing resolutely amidst the biting wind. Around her, a flurry of snow swirled, rendering her akin to an ethereal spirit of winter, graceful yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Before them stood Lin Jie and Fu Qianxiu, while behind, Yi Xiaoxi obstructed their path. Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun were visibly shaken, their expressions darkening further. They had contemplated various escape routes time and again, yet none proved flawless. Ultimately, they turned their gazes toward Yi Xiaoxi, struggling to articulate their desperation. "Niece of the Yi family, do you truly fear not dragging your family into this turmoil?" The Yi family has always maintained a stance of neutrality, refraining from any involvement in disputes. If you persist in this manner, do not blame us for directing our ire toward the Yi family. Surely you cannot expect us to overlook your repeated assistance to Lin Jie. This was their final hope. After all, the Yi family's unwavering neutrality had remained intact throughout the years. Since the day I departed from Songlin City, it has been clear to all that my actions, as Yi Xiaoxi, are entirely separate from the Yi family. Should you presume that my conduct could entangle the Yi family in this conflict, I shall have no retort. However, do you truly believe that once the Yi family is embroiled in this strife, you will continue to act with impunity in Songlin City? Yi Xiaoxi's voice was as frigid as the winter winds, and the tempest around her intensified, her resolve unyielding. Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun furrowed their brows, but soon fixed their gaze on Yi Xiaoxi, declaring, "I know not what else to say, but you have forced our hand. Do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Suddenly, two terrifying presences surged within them. It appeared as though Lu Xingye's chest was splitting open, releasing waves of eerie green light. Amidst a series of chilling roars, a colossal green serpent materialized, its immense form coiling like a mountain above the courtyard, lunging towards Yi Xiaoxi with fierce intent. Simultaneously, a dark gray wolf emerged from Lin Songyun, its size akin to a small hill, with robust limbs radiating a menacing sheen. As the wolf lifted its head and let out a thunderous howl, its hooves stirring the very air as it barreled towards Yi Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi!" Fu Qianxiu cried out in alarm, preparing to rush forward. The combined assault of the serpent and the wolf left him exceedingly anxious. "Do not worry, such an attack cannot harm Xiaoxi," Lin Jie stated calmly. Arms crossed, Fu Qianxiu hesitated, yet concern lingered in his heart, for both Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun were formidable opponents he could hardly contend with. The wolf, with a terrifying grace, leaped into the air, its hooves striking with a force that sent tremors through the space above Yi Xiaoxi. At the same instant, the immense serpent, with a head as fearsome as a mountain, descended upon her, its massive claws glinting with a strange, chilling light as it struck with lightning speed. In that moment, the two forces converged, encircling Yi Xiaoxi. Fu Qianxiu was rendered speechless by the tension. Yet Yi Xiaoxi remained calm and steadfast, waiting until the imposing forces of the two adversaries were nearly upon her before she cast a serene glance over her shoulder. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, strands of ethereal frost-like light began to dance around her, reminiscent of celestial beauty, starkly contrasting with the monstrous python and the savage wolf, as if they were on the verge of being devoured. However, as the translucent cold light swept through the air. The rapidly advancing python and wolf found themselves suddenly suspended in midair, rendered immobile. Chapter 086, Abyss of the Dark Prison. The fierce wolf was encased in ice, while the python was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Mere inches separated them from Yi Xiaoxi, yet they could advance no further. Even the terrifying power that had filled the air was entirely suppressed, unable to manifest a trace of its ferocity. In an instant, the tumultuous force within the courtyard came to a halt, the stillness so profound that the sound of a falling pin could be heard. How could this be? Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun were engulfed in despair. Such a lethal strike had been effortlessly dismantled. It was crucial to note that the python and the wolf were their trump cards. Powerful imprints of the strongest beings they had forcibly branded within themselves using the blood of living creatures, intended as their ultimate weapon against foes. They had never anticipated that they would not even have the opportunity to unleash their power. The Unification Realm's cold force was astonishingly potent. Fu Qianxi was both astonished and elated. He was taken aback by Yi Xiaoxi's prowess, yet profoundly pleased. After all, this signified that her innate talent surpassed his previous expectations. The ability to forcibly seal the lethal techniques unleashed by Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun implied not only a mastery over tangible assaults, but also a direct influence over the flow of energy. Undoubtedly, this was an unimaginable technique. In the face of an enemy, such a sudden strike would leave few capable of withstanding it. Lin Jian nodded in approval, finding no discrepancy with his expectations. After all, Yi Xiaoxi possessed the Taiyin Xin body, and with the cultivation of the Taiyin Xin Classic, she thrived effortlessly in this environment. Such performance was to be anticipated. Any failure to achieve this would have led to his disappointment. Observing the admiration etched on Lin Jie's face, Yi Xiaoxi could not help but feel a swell of pride, her lips curving into a subtle smile. With a delicate gesture of her hand, a faint glimmer of light surged forth, colliding with the massive serpent and the azure wolf. A crisp, crackling sound echoed as the frozen wolf and serpent became riddled with countless fissures. No, it cannot be. Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun suddenly regained their sense. With a swift motion, Lu Xingye struck his palm against his chest, unleashing a spurt of essence that billowed forth like a sanguine cloud, merging with the serpent and wolf. A deep, resonant roar reverberated as the blood swiftly expanded, enveloping the serpent and wolf in a crimson shroud. An otherworldly aura surged forth, their eyes gleaming with avarice, as if animated by some unseen will. With a gentle tremor, the frozen forces began to wane, and they were on the verge of breaking free from Yi Xiaoxi's grasp. This is bad. Fu Qianxio's pupils constricted with alarm. Should the azure wolf and serpent escape, and given their proximity to Yi Xiaoxi, she would undoubtedly face a violent onslaught. He sprang into action, positioning himself to confront the wolf and serpent. Lu Xingye and Lin Songyun interposed themselves, declaring, "Even if we lack the chance to ascend today, you shall not prevail. This is a forbidden technique we have invoked. Should it succeed, not only will she suffer, but you shall also face dire consequences." The two of them erupted with a ferocity that was palpable. Indeed, as they proclaimed, the blood-colored wolf and the giant python emitted increasingly indistinct sounds, as if a great terror were truly descending upon them. A suffocating and ferocious aura enveloped the entire courtyard, particularly around Yi Xiaoxi, where, amidst the vast expanse of ice and snow, terrifying spectral shadows could be seen, clawing and rushing forth. Were these the despicable entities from the abyss of Black Prison? Lin Ju's eyes shimmered with golden light. The golden eye of law activated, penetrating the essence of the situation. Both the giant python and the blood-colored wolf drew upon blood as their essence, summoning a multitude of exceedingly malevolent spirits. They were not mere soul imprints. Rather, they were conduits for something sinister. Once such entities invade, it is difficult to extricate oneself, resulting in a lifetime of torment. With my current cultivation, should I encounter the truly despicable beings of the abyss of Black Prison, I would stand no chance. Yet, this is merely the periphery. It remains to be seen how I shall overcome you. Lin Ju's eyes transformed into a crimson void, resembling a bottomless pit of blood. In an instant, all present were taken aback. They were astonished to discover that the entire courtyard was shrouded in layers of crimson light, resembling a spider's web. Wherever their gaze fell, they beheld countless spectral figures struggling amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, fearsome warriors clashing on the boundless battlefield, while an endless tide of blood rolled forth, evoking a sense of nausea. Additionally, a series of deep, unsettling sounds reached their ears, as if countless beings were simultaneously gnawing at the souls of the onlookers, rendering them exceedingly uneasy. What is this? Fu Qianxiu trembled in fear. And Yu Xiaoxi was also shaken in spirit, while Lu Xingye and Lin Songyan gazed at Lin Ju in a daze. At this moment, Lin Jie emanated an indescribable aura, towering and imposing, with his eyes resembling gaping wounds that radiated a terrifying brilliance. The only solace for those present was the absence of any offensive maneuvers. Their hearts sank soon after, as all the sanguine light coalesced around the blood-red giant serpent and the pale wolf. The serpent and wolf, previously exuding a dark and malevolent presence, were suddenly engulfed by an infinite cascade of crimson radiance. This bloodlight was imbued with the power to cleanse all that exists in the world. In an instant, the malevolent souls that had already descended emitted agonizing wails before being reduced to ashes. In a mere heartbeat, the crimson hues enveloping the pale wolf and blood serpent began to dissipate dramatically, just as they attempted to break free from Yi Xiaoxi's icy entrapment. They were swiftly frozen in midair with a gentle flick of her finger. With a resounding crack, they could no longer withstand the burgeoning force. The giant serpent and pale wolf shattered like porcelain, dissolving into the wind. Lu Xingye and Lin Songyan spat blood, having suffered severe backlash from employing such a forbidden technique. Death. Fu Qianxiu took decisive action, transforming the essence of the sun into roaring flames that spiraled around them like a fire dragon. The two struggled to escape, but as the fire dragon coiled around them, they stood frozen in place. Then came a thunderous sound, and at this moment, Lin Jie lay with his eyes tightly shut, a single drop of crimson blood trickling down his pale visage. Lin Jie, are you all right? Yi Xiaoxi hurriedly supported him. After a prolonged silence, Lin Jie slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the worry etched on Yi Xiaoxi's face, he smiled gently and said, "Silly girl, how could anything be amiss with me?" Yet, his body betrayed him, trembling violently, struggling to remain upright. Yu Xiaoxi quickly steadied him, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Jie managed a wry smile, though his heart was heavy with sighs. Alas, his current strength was indeed feeble. Merely the periphery of the abyss of the black prison had drained him so severely, leaving his body in a state of disarray. Chapter 087. The elder Lin Jie swallowed a medicinal pill and meditated for a moment, regaining some semblance of strength. The forced activation of the 10,000 tribulations I had inflicted grave consequences upon him. Not only was his vision less clear than before, but it was also impossible for him to employ the 10,000 tribulations I again within a short span of time. Undoubtedly, though he had long since mastered the technique, his current limitations rendered forced usage a tremendous burden on his body, leading to its inability to cope. Strength, why does my progress remain so sluggish? Lin Jie muttered to himself. Fu Xingqiu's lips twitched. Is this what you call slow? While others take decades to reach such a realm, you have achieved it in mere months, and yet you still complain about the pace. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Yi Xiaoxi hastily concealed her unease, allowing the small courtyard to return to its usual state, save for the lifeless bodies that lay scattered, before finally opening the door. Dear friends, our investigation has revealed the potential intrusion of unidentified individuals into our esteemed Songmu Dan Pavilion. Let us examine the premises to ascertain whether any unauthorized personnel have trespassed. A contingent of Songmu Dan Pavilion practitioners has arrived, and Fu Qianxiu promptly guides them inside. The sight of numerous lifeless bodies greets their eyes. The leader among them, Feng Yuan, furrows his brow in concern. Although the security of our Songmu Dan Pavilion may not be excessively stringent, the entry of so many outsiders suggests the presence of an insider, for otherwise, we would have certainly noticed. Dear friends, I kindly ask you to preserve the scene. I shall summon the other responsible parties to conduct a thorough investigation. This matter must be elucidated, for it is of great significance. It is utterly unacceptable that the Songmu Dan Pavilion has suffered the demise of dozens of practitioners. Without a doubt, we shall pursue this inquiry relentlessly, as it not only pertains to the safety of Fu Qianxiu, Lin Jie, and Yi Xiaoxi, but also to the security of Songmu Dan Pavilion itself. No need for further inquiry. The matter has already been clarified. More practitioners have arrived. Feng Yuan's frown deepens. The response has been alarmingly swift. The patrolling practitioners have discovered several bodies, having succumbed to poison. They have always maintained minimal contact with the outside world, rendering further investigation nearly impossible, leaving us unaware of who might have orchestrated these events. The newcomers convey their insights. Feng Yuan's expression grows grave. This only signifies that the trail has gone cold, and the insider remains elusive. Esteemed friends, I believe we need not pursue this investigation any further, do we? At this juncture, Fu Qianqiu asserted. These individuals are all cultivators from Azure Forest City, pursuing the three of us. Their intrusion into the Azure Wood Pill Pavilion is undoubtedly facilitated by an accomplice. At this critical juncture, the faction brazen enough to infiltrate the Azure Wood Pill Pavilion is self-evident. While you may demand substantiation, is evidence truly indispensable at this moment? The Azure Wood Pill Pavilion cannot remain aloof, as many cultivators are cognizant of the discord between the royal family and the Murong family. The eruption of such an incident at this juncture carries grave ramifications. Feng Yuan surveyed the carnage, marveling at the trio's capacity to obliterate so many cultivators. However, apprehensive of further escalation, he declared, "We shall deliberate on this matter ourselves. We shall dispatch individuals to dispose of the remains." The entourage departed expeditiously, and soon cultivators arrived to attend to the corpses. Lin Jie, Fu Qianqiu, and Yi Xiaoxi observed the bustling figures, their countenances laden with gravity. The progression of events has transcended our anticipations. None of us anticipated the Murong's depravity in tacitly permitting the Lu and Lin families of Azure City to encroach upon the Azure Wood Pill Pavilion. The royal family will indubitably retaliate, and a conflagration appears imminent. Fu Qianqiu was deeply concerned. He initially surmised that the war was still some time away. He never anticipated that the Murong would engage in such conduct. The royal family cannot remain indifferent, as the Azure Wood Pill Pavilion is the most confident force of the royal family. Currently, the trusted faction has not only been infiltrated by traitors, but also faced the unwelcome intrusion of dozens of cultivators. If this situation is not addressed promptly, the royal family's authority will swiftly wane. The royal family has no retreat. Thus, a great battle may erupt at any moment. If necessary, I can escort you out of the imperial city, away from the Zhongmu dynasty, to any location of your choosing. With your current talents, I am certain that there will be sects willing to nurture you. However, should you remain in the precarious Zhongmu dynasty, no one can guarantee your safety. Fu Qianqiu earnestly proposed this. Master, Yu Xiaoxi said, her eyes brimming with tears. Fu Qianqiu cared for her as if she were his own daughter. And now he was truly willing to sacrifice himself for her and the others, which filled her with guilt. Lin Jie also felt immense gratitude towards Fu Qianqiu, who, even at this dire moment, still thought of him and Yi Xiaoxi. Such compassion in this cold, unfeeling world was truly heartwarming. Yet, he did not intend to let Fu Qianqiu face this alone. Master need not worry. Although the situation appears chaotic, it is merely because the circumstances have yet to clarify. I believe that Zhongmu royal family will soon illuminate the entire scenario, and this confusion will not persist for long. Oh, Fu Qianqiu remarked in astonishment, taken aback by Lin Jie's unexpected confidence. Lin Jie chose not to elaborate. Meanwhile, the Zhongmu Dan Pavilion erupted with astonishing events almost immediately. The esteemed Elder Qisong, alongside several powerful figures of the royal family, employed ruthless measures to incapacitate certain elders, uprooting them entirely, while hundreds of disciples were expelled from the Zhongmu Dan Pavilion. Concurrently, there were stringent demands imposed on all Zhongmu Dan pavilions across various cities, leaving everyone in a state of shock from this terrifying upheaval. In the meantime, a tranquil spot within the imperial city remained undisturbed. In a tranquil bamboo grove stood a solitary thatched cottage, enveloped in an eerie silence. An ancient elder, whose years were countless, held the delicate hand of Yun Luo, a gentle smile gracing his weathered face. Truly, you possess the exquisite essence of refined lineage, so beautifully charming, he remarked. Come, let your ancestor escort you through the imperial city, to see which little scoundrel dares to bully you. As his words faded, the elder seamlessly transported himself and Yun Luo to the illustrious Murong residence within the imperial city. Had some impish child dared to torment Yun Luo? The elder's aged yet murky eyes suddenly shimmered with a fierce brilliance. The winds roared and the earth trembled, as an overwhelming aura of terror swiftly enveloped the surroundings. The expansive Murong estate appeared as a mere toy, on the brink of being swept away by an unrelenting tempest. Wherever the elder's gaze fell, structures erupted with a thunderous crash, and in an instant, a significant portion of the estate had vanished. A cacophony of muffled screams erupted from within the Murong residence, heavy with dread and despair. Nearby, the once bustling imperial city had fallen eerily silent, as cultivators watched the direction of the Murong estate in trepidation. their hearts pounding and breath stifled, as if an unseen hand were tightening around their throats. Above the Murong residence, the skies darkened ominously, the clouds hanging low. As if a fearsome beast lurked within, ready to pounce, its overwhelming presence pressing heavily upon the estate. The vast imperial city stood deserted, everyone having taken refuge. A suffocating silence prevailing, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. All of this stemmed from the elder, who smiled while holding Yunluo's hand. The elderly man, guiding Yunluo, appeared to be admiring the scenery. Yet, wherever his gaze fell, entire structures crumbled away. The low-hanging dark clouds loomed like a battalion of scaly soldiers, arrayed above the Murong residence. All the cultivators within the imperial city who witnessed this scene were utterly astonished. My heavens, he is still alive. This is a figure from an era long past. Logically, he should have perished a millennium ago. How is it that he still exists today, seemingly untouched by decay? Many cultivators privy to the truth were left in utter shock, as if they were beholding a monster, unable to suppress their astonishment. It had been ages since any news had emerged. For years, many believed he had ascended, only to discover that even to this day, he remains alive, demonstrating unfathomable prowess, single-handedly imposing his might upon the entire Murong estate. However, numerous cultivators unaware of the circumstances were bewildered. Who is he? Could he be the ancient ancestor rumored to have awakened recently? How terrifying it is that one individual could instill such fear in the Murong residents. Although the elder did not exude any terrifying pressure, everyone could sense his formidable presence. Hush, speak softly. This is not a being we should discuss openly. No one knows how long he has lived. I recall that hundreds of years ago, my master's master mentioned an elderly man of unparalleled cultivation, who upheld the entire Tsangmu dynasty long before his time. That long ago? How old was your master's master then? My ancestral master lived for 8 centuries. And what of your current age? I now find myself 500 years old, and if I do not achieve a breakthrough soon, I fear I shall wither away. The murmurs of discussion have ceased, replaced only by astonishment. Various signs indicate that this elder does not belong to their era, and no one knows how long he has truly lived. It seems the Murong clan is doomed. Such a formidable being could hardly be contended with by the Murong clan. Indeed, for many years, the Murong clan has acted in secrecy, only daring to be brazen in recent years when they believed that their formidable opponent had truly. Little did they know he still lives. If the Murong clan has no other contingency plans, they may very well face total annihilation. Numerous observers are watching the Murong clan from the shadows. Meanwhile, chaos reigns within the Murong clan. The elder, with an air of calmness, obliterates the structures of the Murong clan, a sight truly terrifying. Although those inside have managed to survive and escape, the nature of this assault still instills fear. Master, He Bingshan appeared immediately, flanked by 500 cultivators, each shrouded in dark energy, their eyes betraying both greed and ferocity, yet a glimmer of clarity remained. These were the loyal assassins painstakingly nurtured by the Murong clan over the years. However, they still lacked a certain fervor, not fully demonized, retaining their last vestiges of rationality. That immortal wretch. Murong Yan's countenance darkened. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated that this individual still lived. Previously, it was rumored in the imperial city that the ancestors of various clans had resurfaced. He had always believed it to be the case of other clan elders emerging from their secluded slumber. He never imagined that the ancient being, who had lived for so long, would still be present in this world. Please, esteemed ancestors, emerge from your seclusion. This represents the final struggle of the Murong clan. Should we triumph, the Murong family shall soar to great heights, no longer subject to the whims of others. However, should we falter, we shall be utterly annihilated. With no hope for redemption, Murong Yen was consumed by fervor, gazing at the ominous clouds above with not a hint of fear, but rather a fervent battle spirit. Indeed, there were immediate responses. Yet, before several could depart, formidable forces surged forth. A few aged figures, clad in gray robes, appeared swiftly beside Murong Yen. In this critical moment of life and death, how could we remain oblivious? Since that old wretch still draws breath, let us contest with him and ascertain the extent of his capabilities as he dares to confront the entirety of the Murong residents alone. It was the revered elders of the Murong family. Their flowing robes and overwhelming aura pressed forth, challenging the vast clouds above as they ascended into the sky. The clash was thunderous, resulting in the emergence of a resplendent Buddhist figure, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. The ominous clouds above began to dissipate. Quite intriguing indeed. An elder outside the Morong residence chuckled softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, he sent forth mystical seals that surged into the layers of clouds. In an instant, the once menacing clouds transformed into something even more terrifying, dark as the depths of a cauldron, coalescing into a pitch-black scythe. As the light of the Buddha approached, it was swiftly cleaved apart. The elders of the Morong family coughed up blood. They were wounded from that single strike. Yet they did not waver. Instead, their fighting spirit soared even higher. They channeled the indomitable essence of the King of Light, unleashing beams of radiant Buddhist light to converge upon the dissipating silhouette of the Buddha, reuniting once more. The sky was once again filled with the resplendent glow of the Buddha. The resonant chants of sutras reverberated throughout the imperial city. In an instant, this place seemed to transform into an eternal Buddhist realm. Everyone felt a cleansing of their souls, tranquility washing over their hearts. The Morong family was indeed formidable. Though not devout Buddhists, their mastery of the indomitable essence was nearly equivalent to the first stage of an arhat. In the courtyard of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, Lin Jie gazed at the Buddha's image manifesting in the heavens, a look of admiration gracing his features. Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qianqiu were already enraptured by the light and sound of the Buddha, lost in a trance, as if on the verge of ascending to the Buddhist paradise. At that moment, the Morong family summoned forth even more Buddhist light. Under the control of Yi Bingchen and Morong Yin, 500 elite warriors simultaneously enacted the indomitable essence. In an instant, the sky seemed infused with newfound vigor. The already magnificent silhouette of the Buddha was now bathed in an unceasing flow of light. The colossal figure in the sky gradually transformed into a shimmering hue of glass. One hand formed a gesture of holding a flower, while the other pointed towards the heavens, adorned with a gentle smile. All who beheld this scene found themselves entranced. Almost none noticed that within the radiant light lurked tendrils of black mist. The inescapable shadows imbued the once benevolent giant Buddha with an aura of malevolence, transforming it into a demon that slaughtered beings in the world. Almost simultaneously, everyone was struck with an overwhelming force, a resonant hum echoing through the air. Even the elder outside the Morong residence displayed a countenance of astonishment. Swiftly positioning himself in front of Yinluo to shield her from the ominous giant Buddha shrouded in black mist. Yet, he was not spared from the visceral impact. As a metallic sweetness flooded his throat, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, the transformation from Buddha to demon, though merely a shift in essence, brought forth a formidable change in power and destructive capability that was incomparable. In an instant, the entire imperial city felt the violent repercussions. The demonic aura in the royal capital deepened ominously. The radiant light of the giant Buddha gradually receded, while the malevolent mist already consuming a third of the Buddha's form. This overwhelming pressure sent chilling winds throughout the city, permeating the atmosphere with an air of malevolence and dread. Not to mention the ordinary citizens, who were unable to cultivate. They either succumbed to madness out of fear or faced severe psychological turmoil. Even the practitioners within the city appeared gravely affected, as if crushed under the weight of an unseen burden. This was an assault on the spiritual plane, striking directly at their very souls. "Ah, please stop. Do not tear me apart." In that moment, anguished cries echoed everywhere. Under the influence of the demonic mist, many fell into a state of delirium, witnessing endless demons emerging from the abyss of hell, violently rending their souls, enduring unimaginable horrors, a scene of sheer devastation. The Morong family, having for generations cultivated the body of the enlightened king, though not devout Buddhists, could be considered half-disciples. How could you commit such heinous acts without fearing the retribution of the Buddha? The elder continued to strike, unleashing a flurry of magical seals that merged with the ominous clouds. The jet-black scythe glimmered with even greater brilliance, releasing strands of blade light that incessantly attempted to diminish the demonic visage. Yet, it was but a futile endeavor, a drop in the ocean against the overwhelming tide. The colossal Buddha was visibly succumbing to demonic corruption at an alarming pace. Divine retribution? Morong Yin laughed heartily. What a preposterous joke. If retribution truly existed, it would have already befallen you, the ancient wretch. You do not belong to this world, yet you forcefully remain within it. Moreover, even if there were repercussions, what of it? The Morong clan already stands on the precipice of annihilation. Even if we are to be held accountable in the future, we must fight with all our might. Today, the Yun family shall surely meet its demise, and I shall see just how long you, the eternal relic, can shield them. Murong Yin had completely lost his sanity, his eyes ablaze with fury and the flames of vengeance. The trail leading to Murong Feng's death had gone cold. Although the truth eluded him, he instinctively believed that the royal family was inextricably linked to this affair. He commanded them to present the Mingyu fruit, and promptly, it was brought forth. Each fruit exuded a dark, decaying odor, devoid of any spiritual essence, instead radiating a nauseating aura that evoked deep revulsion. This fruit, born of the most sinister and malevolent places, was a rare evil in the world. For an ordinary cultivator, unwittingly consuming such a thing would severely impair their faculties, necessitating months of meditation and recuperation to expel it. Yet for the 800 death warriors who were already on the brink of demonic transformation, even a mere morsel would suffice to induce immediate corruption. Each of the 800 death warriors consumed one. In that instant, the Murong estate erupted with a roar akin to a ferocious beast or a cataclysmic tidal wave. All 800 warriors were transformed, enveloped in resplendent, their faces contorted in grotesque visages, and their bodies adorned with a profusion of fine scales. The once clear eyes had transformed entirely into a blood-red hue, radiating an eerie glow as they gazed upon He Bingchen, Murong Yin, and the others, filled with an insatiable greed and ferocity. He Bingchen recoiled in fear. The emergence of true malevolence was utterly unimaginable, instilling a profound sense of dread. Everyone evacuate. The 800 death warriors shall remain here. Murong Yin commanded without hesitation. The entire Murong residence swiftly retreated, having long been prepared. They had constructed a formidable array based on the sacred relics of Buddha's light. The demonic entities dared not approach. The 800 giants roared in fury, lunging madly at the retreating cultivators. Those of weaker cultivation were caught off guard, torn apart in an instant. Blood flowed profusely, and the courtyard was suffused with a repugnant stench of blood and a terrifying demonic mist. Even within the protective array, unease, this was the essence of demonic power. Once unleashed, it was violent, brutal, and devoid of humanity. However, as all members of the Murong residence took refuge within the array, the 800 giants lost their targets for assault, instead channeling the indomitable form of the Demon King. Yet, instead of emanating the light of Buddha, they released swirling clouds of inky demonic mist, rising toward the heavens and merging with the celestial form of Buddha above. In an instant, the once radiant form of Buddha, which had retained a trace of sacred light, swiftly succumbed to demonic corruption. The benevolent visage twisted into a grotesque form, overflowing with boundless demonic aura, spreading wildly throughout the imperial city. Damn it! The elder fumed, striking furiously. The colossal scythe above continued to dissipate the demonic light, but to no avail. Instead, the 800 giants below were incited to wrath, unleashing torrents of demonic shadows that soared into the sky. A colossal hand, enveloped in a dense mane of hair and swirling with vibrant magical energy, collided forcefully with the scythe. In an instant, the scythe shattered, and the endless dark clouds dissipated in a heartbeat. Thus, the magical fog no longer obstructed, spreading towards the imperial city like an unstoppable tide. The entire city was engulfed in despair, resembling a hell on earth, as countless cultivators and common folk were afflicted, either lost in confusion or confronted with the hauntingly tragic scenes, their anguished cries echoing through the air. The Tsangmu Dan Pavilion was no exception. Immersed in a radiant Buddhist light, Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qinxiu were now profoundly affected by the magical fog, their minds trembling. The once clear glimmer in their eyes gradually morphed into a crimson haze, a burgeoning aura of greed and ferocity swiftly emanating from them. Xiaoxi, Pavilion Master, awaken. Lin Jie urgently shook Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qinxiu, but they were too severely impacted, nearly drowning in the realm of darkness, their minds under sinister control. Despite Lin Jie's frantic calls, they remained unresponsive, instead beginning to exude a chilling intent towards him. An icy aura surged forth, prompting a frenzied attack against Lin Jie, weighing heavily on his heart. The Murong clan's tactics were designed for mutual destruction. They had initially intended to engage the royal family in a fight to the death. If these demonic entities could not be eradicated swiftly, the entire imperial city would likely succumb to the clutches of darkness, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most formidable of warriors or devoted monks to cleanse it thereafter. Lin Jie, however, was indifferent to the city's potential transformation into a realm of demons. However, If Yi Xiaoxi and Fu Qinxiu were to succumb further to the influence of the demonic entities, it is likely that they would not only fall into madness, but also lose their clarity of mind. Thus, he must devise a means to intervene, hoping that the toll on himself will not be excessively severe. Lin Jie manifested dozens of elixirs in his hands. Resolutely, he consumed all of them, and his strength surged forth like a tempest. Yet, he paid no heed to his burgeoning power. Instead, he immediately settled into a meditative posture, fingers weaving intricate seals. One hand pointed skyward while the other reached toward the earth. Golden streams of light coalesced into multiple hands, some grasping precious artifacts, others cradling jade vessels, and yet others wielding demon-slaying swords, forming a celestial visage of the Buddha. Future Buddha, Lin Jie cried out. An infinite array of golden seals surged toward him. In response to this invocation, a serene and potent image of a Buddha, embodying the essence of purity and tranquility, gradually ascended from within him. Chapter 090. Purification. The imperial city lay enveloped in demonic radiance. Endless shadows shrouded this once thriving metropolis, rendering it as dark as night, where one could scarcely see their own hand. Ordinary citizens had completely succumbed to despair. Some emitted anguished cries, while others rampaged violently against their surroundings. Even when wounded, they continued their frenzied assaults, driven solely by the primal instinct to annihilate everything in their path, their eyes bloodshot and devoid of reason. Meanwhile, the cultivators remained locked in a fierce struggle. They found themselves torn between the influence of the demonic mist, which stirred their inner darkness, and their desperate attempts to suppress it, clinging to the last vestiges of lucidity. Yet, such efforts proved to be utterly futile. As the 800 death warriors surged forth, an overwhelming tide of demonic shadows emerged. The celestial figure above had been utterly corrupted, its once serene visage transformed into a grotesque mask of sharp fangs and malevolence, resembling the most sinister of creatures from the abyss. The air was filled with spine-chilling, piercing screams that resonated with a haunting allure. In an instant, countless cultivators, still grappling with their struggles, chose to surrender. Their darkest instincts were laid bare as they began to unleash frenzied assaults. Further amplifying the terror within the already fearsome imperial city, where sounds of battle echoed relentlessly. Even the ordinary cultivators within the protective formation of the Murong estate were not spared from this chaos. Several individuals, unable to withstand the maddening cries, turned their fury upon one another. "Get out," Murong Yin commanded, casting them aside. In a horrific flash, the onslaught of 800 demons tore him. Those within the formation watched in horror, anxiety gripping them, for as the 800 giants continued to channel the immovable king of demons, their power grew exponentially, and the intensity of their dark magic surged. The array they had established with the light of the Buddha was gradually affected, its once considerable range now diminished by a fifth. "My lord," He Bingchen felt a surge of dread. This outcome was far from her desires. She was willing to dedicate herself to the Murong family, but only for a glimmer of hope to seize the Zhongmu dynasty, not to engage in a futile struggle against the royal family that would leave them both with little chance of survival. "What, are you afraid?" Murong Yan's piercing gaze radiated a chilling intensity. "We are now in the same boat. Whether you like it or not, you must remain here. Otherwise," a fierce murderous intent emanated from Murong Yan, "I will cast you out." This declaration swiftly quelled the anxious hearts of those from the Murong who had previously been in a state of turmoil. Everyone was acutely aware of the relationship between He Bingchen and Murong Yan. Yet her willingness to utter such words revealed the extent of her ruthless determination. She would sacrifice anything to vanquish the royal family. However, many were simultaneously engulfed in, for this signified that the 800 demons would be uncontrollable. Even if the royal family were ultimately annihilated, the Murong clan would face a grim fate. At that juncture, the entire imperial city would transform into a hellish inferno, suffused with demonic energy. How could they possibly hope to preserve their own lives? Clearly, it was an impossibility. Did the Murong family truly not contemplate a retreat? If they were to remain obstinately ignorant, not only would the Yun family be obliterated, but the Murong family would also find themselves devoid of any opportunity, incurring the wrath of all cultivators who would rise against them. Outside, the voice of an elder penetrated the atmosphere, striving to withstand the encroaching chaos, shielding Yun Luo from the turmoil. Yet, he was uncertain how much longer he could endure. The demonic energy was intensifying, and the 800 demons were escalating with alarming rapidity. "So what?" Murong Yin scoffed. Several ancestors of the Murong family erupted in laughter. You and family have gone too far. Since our Murong clan has no chance of survival, you shall not fare any better. If it comes to it, we shall all perish together. Does the Murong family fear such a fate? Yet, soon their smiles faded, replaced by an ominous sigh. As they beheld the pitch-black sky above the imperial city, a resplendent golden light suddenly emerged. The figure of a Buddha ascended slowly yet steadily into the heavens. The radiance of the Buddha dispelled the malevolent energy, revealing a pure land. In an instant, the dark mist above the Tsangmu Dan pavilion had completely vanished. Nearby cultivators and ordinary individuals regained their senses. Who dares to thwart my endeavors? Murong Yin bellowed in fury. At such a critical moment, someone dared to invoke Buddhist powers. All members of the royal family hastened to the Tsangmu Dan pavilion. The elder commanded urgently. He himself appeared directly at the pavilion. Upon seeing Lin Jie, he was momentarily taken aback, a complex expression crossing his features. However, he quickly composed himself, striking his palm, and a vast surge of energy flowed into Lin Jie, stabilizing him instantly. The Buddha's figure above him ascended rapidly. The light of the Buddha radiated forth, awakening all around. Lin Jie, along with Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi, looked at him with concern. The situation was dire, leaving no room for hesitation. They must first navigate the immediate peril. The elder gritted his teeth. Behind him, Yin Luo had already begun to weep softly. The arriving Tsangmu king, Yinya, picked up Yin Luo, offering her comfort. Under the elder's command, more cultivators swiftly arranged an unparalleled grand formation. An unceasing flow of energy surged into Lin Jie. As he harnessed this power, the Buddha's form shone ever brighter. In the dark sky above the imperial city, it was as if a sun had risen. Wherever the Buddha's light reached, the dark mist melted away like spring snow. In mere moments, the entire imperial city, centered around the Tsangmu Dan pavilion, became clear and transformed into a pure land, impervious to all malevolent forces. As the ethereal sounds resonated, akin to pure springs cascading over stones, and the enchanting melodies echoed through the empty valleys, the jarring noises of the world, countless practitioners, lost in madness, along with ordinary individuals, found solace, instinctively joining their hands in a sacred gesture, mirroring the lofty figure in the sky. An endless stream of Buddhist light surged forth, merging with the celestial Buddha form above. In that instant, the Buddha appeared as if adorned in a robe, radiating an even more divine brilliance, exuding an imposing presence. The once stagnant demonic fog swiftly vanished like smoke. "Excellent!" exclaimed Yunya, his fist clenched in excitement. Yet, Fu Qianqiu and Yi Xiaoxi bore expressions of concern, for this exertion weighed heavily on Lin Jie. Although Lin Jie appeared resplendent and holy, enveloped in a translucent glow, he was enduring unimaginable pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. His body was marred by numerous cracks, blood seeping slowly, threatening disintegration. After all, Lin Jie was merely at the unification realm, yet he bore a burden far exceeding that level of power. Were it anyone else in his position, they would have likely succumbed to a catastrophic demise. "My fellow Taoists, lend me your strength," urged Qisong, the master of Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. His countenance grave as he struck Lin Jie repeatedly. With each blow, parts of Lin Jie's physique steadied, averting immediate deterioration. The other elders of Tsangmu Dan Pavilion also acted swiftly, launching fervent assaults. However, despite their efforts, many areas continued to deteriorate rapidly. Time was of the essence. Only by vanquishing the demons here could he hope to halt the impending calamity. The elder sighed deeply and then suddenly transmitted his voice. All awake, hastened to the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. His voice resounded like thunder throughout the imperial city, instantly summoning numerous cultivators within the city. They raised their eyes to behold the radiant light of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, where layers of demonic mist were being dispersed and purified. It was as if drowning souls had glimpsed their last lifeline, and they rushed towards the pavilion with fervor. Quickly, quickly! Salvation awaits at the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Cultivators from every direction flocked to the site. Even those in the most heavily shrouded areas, deeply affected by the demonic energy, felt a powerful call amidst their dazed state. A flicker of clarity shone in their eyes as they involuntarily made their way toward the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Before long, many cultivators arrived at the pavilion. Joining under the elder's guidance, an endless stream of power surged into Lin Jie's body, amplifying the radiance of the Buddha light. It shone like golden sunlight, dispelling the demonic mist in its wake, restoring clarity to many regions. The vast area occupied by the monstrous demonic presence in the sky soon confined to a radius of merely several dozen miles around the Murong residence, still shrouded in mist. Damn it! Who is wielding such Buddhist powers? Murong Yin bellowed, his face contorted with rage. The elders of the Murong clan also appeared troubled. They had risked mutual destruction with the intent of dragging the royal family down with them. Little did they expect that a formidable figure would emerge midway, using Buddhist powers to cleanse the demonic fog. As more cultivators joined the fray, their powers surged, leaving little room for retreat. If a solution were not found soon, it was likely that they would all face annihilation. My lord, at this moment, the only course of action is to prevent the cultivators in the city from advancing towards the Songmu Dan Pavilion. With each additional arrival, their strength grows, and our peril intensifies, He Bingchen urged anxiously. It was not just the cultivators. Even ordinary people were ensnared by the allure of the Buddhist light near the Songmu Dan Pavilion, irresistibly drawn to cultivate thoughts of enlightenment, subsequently chanting Buddhist sutras. This relentless accumulation of willpower fortified the Buddhist presence, tipping the scales against them. Kill. Exterminate all cultivators and commoners. Murong Yin commanded coldly. The 800 demons, devoid of humanity, reacted to such orders like sharks sensing blood, rampaging towards the nearby areas with unbridled ferocity. A fleeing cultivator was instantly obliterated, a direct strike shattering his heart. The demons, invigorated by the chaos, descended into a frenzy of slaughter. In an instant, the ground was strewn with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. Consequently, the 800 death warriors were consumed by their demonic essence, swirling mists of darkness enveloping them. Their heads split open, sprouting crystalline, scale-covered horns. Their eyes turned crimson, with sharp fangs and jagged scales that glistened like blades. Their forms underwent grotesque transformations. Some sprouted wings, while some grotesquely morphed beyond recognition, more hideous than the fiercest creatures of the mountains. One by one, they emitted low, guttural roars, charging madly towards the densest throng of people. They had succumbed entirely to madness. Kill. Go forth and slay. Annihilate all. Wipe out the Songmu royal family. Murong Yan's frenzy intensified. He relentlessly cast aside the servants around him, sending them beyond the formation to nourish the death warriors who had yet to undergo complete transformation. One servant after another perished, inciting all the demons into a frenzied uproar. The demons crashed against the great formation. The Murong family, while He Bingchen trembled in fear. Yet, Murong Yin and several elders of the Murong household reveled in their madness. Yes, the more intense, the better. Unleash the darkest facets of your souls, become demons, wreak havoc, and engage in slaughter. The demonic fog thickened ominously. Spurred by this fervor, the 800 demons grew even more ferocious. Their profound demonic essence caused the colossal demonic figure in the sky to appear even more sinister, and the swirling demonic mist became more concentrated. The previously constricted area expanded by over double its size. In an instant, countless ordinary cultivators fell prey, losing their sanity entirely. What had once been a gradually suppressed demonic force erupted with renewed vigor, consuming 1/3 of the original territory almost instantaneously. Within the Songmu Dan Pavilion, the elder Songmu Wang and the pavilion master furrowed their brows in deep concern. At this rate, if they could not swiftly subdue the situation, the burgeoning demonic essence would only grow stronger, threatening not just the lives within the imperial city, but potentially endangering the vast expanse of the Songmu dynasty itself. The incorrigible Murong Yin is truly mad. Continue to inject power, commanded the elder. Fu Qianxiu and Yi Xiaoxi were on the verge of tears, their hearts heavy with concern. The current state of Lin Jie resembled a shattered vessel, riddled with wounds akin to a spider's web, poised to collapse at any moment. It was solely through the relentless efforts of the practitioners from the Songmu Dan Pavilion that he was being held together. Yet, should they amplify their strength any further, it would be nearly impossible to sustain him. Alas, their pleas fell on deaf ears. In a desperate bid for survival, everyone fervently channeled their energy. A tempestuous whirlwind surged around Lin Jie as diverse streams of power coursed through his meridians, rapidly expanding and threatening to rupture his channels and annihilate his corporeal form. However, beneath the overwhelming force, his Dharma manifestation flourished. Waves of resplendent Buddhist radiance ascended, merging into the celestial figure above. In an instant, the apparition of the Buddha appeared vividly alive, exuding an intense aura of compassion. The luminous glow emanated from him, rippling outward like gentle waves, colliding with the encroaching demonic mist. In that fleeting moment, akin to darkness meeting light, the outcome was inevitable. The demonic fog dissipated, and the Buddhist radiance reclaimed its supremacy. Excellent. Press on. The atmosphere was electrified, as their profound desire for survival transformed into an inexhaustible well of willpower. From every corner of the imperial city, this collective energy soared skyward, intertwining with the resplendent Buddha figure, imbuing the already lifelike manifestation with a touch of spiritual essence. The lifeless form of the Buddha, almost devoid of vitality, suddenly made a gesture as if to pluck a flower, gently pointing, and a blinding light of the Buddha burst forth, akin to a lightning strike, directly striking the colossal demonic entity that was gathering dark energy high in the sky. A tremendous shockwave ensued, akin to a cannonball detonating above the demonic body. Layers of demonic mist dissipated with a thunderous roar, causing the massive figure to weaken slightly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The Buddha continued to gesture, and then suddenly opened his mouth to loudly chant the sacred invocation, Amitabha. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, then filled with exhilaration. This was the true manifestation of the Buddha. The so-called true Buddha embodies the collective aspirations of sentient beings. Responding to this, the true Buddha of the Buddhist realm bestowed a thread of divine thought. Even a single thread is incomparable to an ordinary manifestation of the Buddha. The elder and the king of Tsangmu were naturally elated, for the appearance of the true Buddha made the annihilation of the demonic entity an inevitability. Indeed, with the utterance of the sacred name, marvelous phenomena emerged. Golden lotuses burst forth from the earth, and vibrant, ethereal flowers appeared in the sky, surrounding the true Buddha. These blossoms converged to form a garland, gently swaying as they traversed through the dense demonic mist, approaching the demonic figure. A deafening roar erupted from the demonic body, seemingly harboring dark thoughts within. The demonic mist surged wildly, retreating frantically. Yet, there was no escape. The garland, appearing to move slowly, steadily enveloped the demonic form. Though the entity tried to evade, it was swiftly ensnared. The demonic figure unleashed a frenzy of attacks, manifesting a multitude of pitch-black hands, striking at the celestial garland. However, the garland emanated wisps of soft light, causing those dark hands to scatter like leaves in the wind, presenting no obstacle whatsoever. The garland continued its deliberate descent, ultimately enveloping the demonic form. A chilling roar erupted from the demonic form, which thrashed violently, yet remained immobilized, as if ensnared by an unyielding floral wreath, as if impaled by the floral garland. After an indeterminate span, the inner clamor gradually subsided. Suddenly, a faint, spectral apparition emerged from the demonic vessel. A faint specter burst forth from the depths of the monstrous entity, a being adorned with 8 wings and countless limbs, its true visage obscured. It cast a venomous gaze upon the verdant courtyard of the Tsangmu Pill Pavilion, particularly fixated on Lin Jie, who was in the midst of incanting Buddhist Dharma. It unleashed a burst of light and swiftly lunged toward Lin Jie. In an explosive flash, a beam of Buddhist radiance disintegrated into wisps of azure smoke, vanishing in an instant. The overwhelming force caused the demonic body to collapse entirely, under the illuminating presence of the Buddhist light. The pervasive demonic mist was swept away, restoring clarity to the entire imperial city in a heartbeat. A gentle breeze carried the light, revitalizing all existence. Those once ensnared in darkness awoke in an instant, collectively kneeling in reverence towards the manifestation of the Buddha. Kill. All those ensnared by the darkness regained their senses in an instant, prostrating themselves in unison towards the manifested Buddha. Kill. Kill them all, Morong Yin exclaimed, his voice laced with resentment. The outcome was far from his desires. He had meticulously cultivated for years, all in the pursuit of overthrowing the Tsangmu royal family. Yet, dispelling the remnants of their malevolent thoughts, and in mere moments, they were restored to their former selves. Yet such terrifying, either their minds shattered, resulting in death, or they became mere shells of their former selves. The courtyard was strewn with the bodies of cultivators. Morong Yin spat blood, lamenting the loss of his vitality. We must flee. We have already been defeated. The royal forces will soon arrive, along with that ancient being. The elders of the Murong clan wore expressions of resolute determination. They prepared to stay behind, hoping to buy Morong Yin a sliver of opportunity. Though their chances, Morong Yin still had a promising future. As long as he remained, the Murong clan harbored hope of a resurgence one day. In the courtyard of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, after vanquishing the demonic entity, a trace of Buddhist thought within the Buddha's form receded. The energy infused into Lin Jie gradually withdrew, and the colossal Buddhist manifestation in the sky slowly dissipated. A trace of Buddhist thought within the Buddha's form receded. The energy infused into Lin Jie gradually withdrew, and the colossal Buddhist manifestation in the sky slowly dissipated, making it difficult to endure. Yet, he still mustered the strength to glance at Yi Xiaoxi beside him, noticing her deep concern but minimal impact on her well-being. A smile of satisfaction graced his lips before he succumbed to unconsciousness. However, prior to this, he activated the indestructible tribulation body once. Lin Jie. The voices of Yun Luo, Yi Xiaoxi, and Fu Qianxiu resonated through the small courtyard. Time passed, and Lin Jie felt a soft surface beneath him. He activated the indestructible tribulation body once more. Brother. Lin Jie. Lin Jie. The voices of Yun Luo, Yi Xiaoxi, and Fu Qianxiu resonated through the small courtyard. Time passed, and Lin Jie felt a soft surface beneath him, accompanied by a faint fragrance wafting through his nostrils. Upon awakening, a figure resembling a wisp of smoke rushed to my side, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Following her was the already Why do you weep? How could someone of my extraordinary talent possibly meet with misfortune? Lin Jie chuckled, raising his hand, only to realize the aching soreness in his arm. He quickly lowered it, diverting the conversation. How long have I been unconscious? Exactly half a month, Yi Xiaoxi replied, her tears flowing unabated. Why do you weep? How could someone of my extraordinary talent possibly meet with misfortune? Lin Jie chuckled, raising his hand, only to realize the aching soreness in his arm. He quickly lowered it, diverting the conversation. How long have I been unconscious? Exactly half a month, Yi Xiaoxi replied, her tears flowing unabated. At that time, curiously, Lin Jie's body remained intact, as if enveloped by a formidable force that steadfastly held everything together, refusing. This very energy not only preserved him but invigorated his spirit, inadvertently elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the unity realm. Now, astonishingly, he appeared to have fully recovered. Curiously, Lin Jie's body remained intact, as if enveloped by a formidable force that steadfastly held everything together, refusing to dissipate. As time passed, this very energy not only preserved him but invigorated his spirit, inadvertently elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the unity realm. Now, astonishingly, he appeared to have fully recovered. Even in the event of complete disintegration, as long as there remains a fragment of divine consciousness, one can rely on such formidable techniques to be reborn. His indomitable physique was indeed a testament to an astonishingly powerful technique. Do not merely assert that the physical body is on the brink of collapse. Even in the event of complete disintegration, as long as there remains a fragment of divine consciousness, one can rely on such formidable techniques to be reborn. This time he had not sustained injuries of such catastrophic magnitude, as the indestructible calamity body activated and restored his physical form, with only a single drop of blood narrowly evading destruction. Yet, it was this solitary drop that facilitated his return to life. Unlike the previous occasion. You need not worry. Do you not trust me? Lin Jie chuckled. Yun Luo giggled softly, but Yi Xiaoxi remained enveloped in concern. Clearly, it was akin to undergoing a form of cultivation, thus unknowingly leading to an enhancement of his abilities. I am fortunate and resilient. I shall be fine. Causing Yun Luo to erupt in peals of laughter. Gradually, Yi Xiaoxi began to relax, though she shot Lin Jie a reproachful glance. It would not be so simple to assuage her worries. In Chapter 93, The Ambition of a Wolf, within the confines of the room, Lin Jie entertained with light-hearted anecdotes. I shall never take such risks again, and shall obediently heed your wishes, Lin Jie replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. How infuriating! Yi Xiaoxi exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yun Luo appeared to have discovered a new realm of excitement. Persistently, Lin Jie was left momentarily speechless. The little girl was quite the clever one. Yi Xiaoxi, observing the unfolding scene, looked on with an expression that seemed to say, let us see how you handle this. Just then, the king arrived, and the group made their way to the bedroom. Yun Luo, Yi Xiaoxi. Lin Jie was left momentarily speechless. The little girl was quite the clever one. Yi Xiaoxi, observing the unfolding scene, looked on with an expression that seemed to say. He inquired about Lin Jie's condition, appearing to have more to say, before instructing Yi Xiaoxi to take Yun Luo out for a stroll. If it weren't for young brother Lin's timely intervention, the entire imperial city would have been in peril. On behalf of the citizens of the imperial city, He inquired about Lin Jie's condition, appearing to have more to say, before instructing Yi Xiaoxi to take Yun Luo out for a stroll. If it weren't for young brother Lin's timely intervention, the entire imperial city would have been in peril. On behalf of the citizens of the imperial city, I express my deepest gratitude for your assistance, Songmu Wang stated, preparing to kneel. No, please, do not, Lin Jie hastily protested. They cannot escape for long. After Lin Jie lost consciousness, the elder led all cultivators to the Murong estate. Faced with such overwhelming strength, there was little doubt. Several ancestors of the Murong family were swiftly obliterated. Even those like Murong Yin, who had retreated, were unable to flee far before being caught and they cannot escape for long. After Lin Jie lost consciousness, the elder led all cultivators to the Murong estate. Faced with such overwhelming strength, there was little doubt. Several ancestors of the Murong family were swiftly obliterated. Even those like Murong Yin, who had retreated, were unable to flee far before being caught and swiftly dispatched. Only Murong Yin and He Bing managed to utilize a treasured artifact of the Murong family at a critical moment, vanishing from sight. Young brother, are you jesting? Sharing? If one were truly inclined to share, would there still be turmoil within the Murong residence? His eyes gleaming with intensity. I shall bestow upon you the title of co-regent, sharing the realm with me. Your Majesty, that is unacceptable, Lin Jie interrupted. Are you jesting? Sharing? If one were truly inclined to share, would there still be turmoil within the Murong residence? I harbor no interest in mundane power or wealth. I must humbly request your Majesty to forgive my lack of discretion. Lin Jie bowed on the bed. King Songmu's eyes sparkled with intensity, soon revealing a countenance of profound regret. This indeed complicates matters. Apart from what I have mentioned, I am truly unable to provide what my younger brother requires. Your Majesty speaks gravely. As a member of the Songmu Pill Pavilion in the King Songmu's eyes sparkled with intensity, soon revealing a countenance of profound regret. This indeed complicates matters. Apart from what I have mentioned, Lin Jie promptly responded. In that case, King Songmu Yunyan pondered. I shall generously bestow upon the Songmu Pill Pavilion all necessary medicinal which the royal family will supply. Furthermore, if my younger brother finds Yunlu, Lin Jie furrowed his brow deeply. This King Songmu is indeed not a noble king. To test me, he would even cast aside his most beloved daughter. This only deepens my disdain for worldly power. Once I have avenged the grievances of this body against the enemies of Songlin City, I shall be entirely unrestrained. To test me, he would even cast aside his most beloved daughter. This only deepens my disdain for worldly power. I have heard that my younger brother harbors profound enmity with the Lu and Lin families of Songlin City. And then I shall depart from the Songmu dynasty to explore broader horizons. Lin Jie sighed inwardly, already nurturing thoughts of departure. I have heard that my younger brother harbors profound enmity with the Lu and Lin families of Songlin City. I can issue an order to eradicate these two families to assist my younger brother in his quest for vengeance, King Songmu tentatively suggested, noting Lin Jie's silence. I must implore your Majesty to retract that command. The enmity between the Lin and Lu families is a blood feud that can only be resolved by my own hand. The old man, clad in gray, suddenly appeared within the chamber. The Songmu king promptly bowed in respect, saying, "Long live the ancestor." Lin Jie also rose to pay his respects, but was gently halted by the elder. He waved his hand, signaling the Songmu king to depart. Only the two of them remained in the room. The old man appeared exceedingly aged. Lin Jie also rose to pay his respects, but was gently halted by the elder. He waved his hand, signaling the Songmu king to depart. Only the two of them remained in the room. The old man appeared exceedingly aged. Yet he was no longer that same child. When Lin Jie had rescued the infant, it was out of pity, unwilling to let him perish in the wilderness. Leaving behind a martial art technique, little did he expect that after so many years, the infant had transformed into the elderly figure before him. The innocence in those eyes had long vanished, replaced by a profound greed, albeit well concealed. Is the elder doing well? After leaving behind a martial art technique, little did he expect that after so many years, the infant had transformed into the elderly figure before him. He was now another person entirely, his physical form transformed. It was indeed remarkable that the elder could discern this essence. Naturally, Lin Jie was taken aback, then swiftly realized the elder mistook him for someone from his past. Yet, he soon understood. After all, apart from his soul, he was now another person entirely, his physical form transformed. It was indeed remarkable that the elder could discern this essence. Naturally, Lin Jie discerned the undertones of probing, as well as the desires tinged with greed. The old man's inquiry was, in fact, an attempt to confirm his own identity. Were it not for the benevolent figure who once saved him, the consequences could have been dire. Much like the Tsangmu King Yunya, this old rascal was also a voracious predator, merciless in his pursuits. Understanding this, Lin Jie smiled and replied, "The esteemed sovereign, were it not for the benevolent figure who once saved him, the consequences could have been dire." Much like the Tsangmu King Yunya, this old rascal was also a voracious predator, merciless in his pursuits. Understanding this, Lin Jie smiled and replied, "The esteemed sovereign traverses the realm, and we remain unaware of his whereabouts. He could materialize in the Tsangmu dynasty at any moment." The old man shuddered. "Since our parting in childhood, a millennium has passed. At that time, I was but an ignorant infant. Had it not been for his timely..." He understood all too well the formidable strength he once possessed. Thus, he harbored no wild aspirations. Instead, he feigned tears of lamentation before Lin Jie, proclaiming, "Since our parting in childhood, a millennium has passed. At that time, I was but an ignorant infant. Had it not been for his timely intervention." Lin Jie had already seen through his fade. The so-called Tsangmu royal family was no different from the Murong clan, both harboring... Chapter 94. Light cloud steps and dragon-patterned hands. Half a month later, Lin Jie returned to the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. The esteemed leader of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, Lin Jie had already seen through his fade. The so-called Tsangmu royal family was no different from the Murong clan, both harboring treacherous ambitions. Chapter 94. Light cloud steps and dragon-patterned hands. Half a month later, Lin Jie returned to the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. The esteemed leader of the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion, the venerable Master Qi Song, along with other members of the pavilion, gathered in recognition of Lin Jie's remarkable achievements, which had averted a crisis in the imperial city and garnered increased favor from the royal family for the Tsangmu Dan Pavilion. Lin Jie earnestly reflected upon the path ahead. In truth, he had already contemplated the royal family's affairs with great clarity over the past fortnight. After exacting his revenge, I can confidently assert that beneath this realm, no one stands as my adversary. It is time to contemplate my return to Canglin City. Lin Jie earnestly reflected upon the path ahead. In truth, he had already contemplated the royal family's affairs with great clarity over the past fortnight. After exacting his revenge, now that he has reached the mid-stage of the unification realm, he could attempt the light cloud step, having already mastered the dragon pattern technique. Merely a grain of sand amidst the 108 domains. To ascend to greater heights and fulfill his quest for vengeance, remaining here is not an option. He gently advanced his left foot forward. Instantly, the power within him surged to his left foot, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Lin Jie stepped into the courtyard, and the techniques of the light cloud step began to manifest in his mind. With a moment of contemplation, he gently advanced his left foot forward. Instantly, the power within him surged to his left foot, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The left foot